Chapter 1. Wahahaha. This little brat possesses a devil fruit, and lo and behold, his tiny vessel is laden with an entire chest of treasures. We are about to strike it rich. Riches await us. The captain is magnificent. The captain is magnificent. Wahaha. My little minions, tonight, once we dock, we shall indulge ourselves to our heart's content. Ha ha. A disheveled ship bore witness to a small boy, no older than 5 or 6, who was cast into a corner, his face marred by hatred and his body adorned with wounds, blood staining his skin. Damn it. I can't believe I've ended up in the world of the Pirate King. How'd I come to be here? I thought I would encounter good people. Yet instead, I am surrounded by a band of ruthless pirates who have stolen my belongings. How infuriating. The boy's name was Dino, aimless. His name mirrored that of his past life. Yet the prefix of his surname was revealed to him by the pendant hanging around his neck, which concealed a small note within. This note he had discovered upon awakening alone on a small boat. Inside it lay a photograph of 4 individuals, a lavishly dressed couple, a young boy, and a little girl. However, regarding this photograph and his surname, he possessed no recollection, save for the memories of his previous life as a reclusive individual in another world. The memories of this body remained a mystery to him. At that moment, Dino sought to escape to a place of safety amidst the chaos on the ship, but he had barely crawled a few steps when a burly man, covered in hair, stood in his path. This man was none other than the captain who had robbed him. Mwahaha. Where do you think you're going, little brat? Aye. Dino was so frightened that he fell to the ground, for this man's appearance was exceedingly fearsome. Upon arriving in this world, he had witnessed a single individual effortlessly hoist his small vessel from the depths of the water with one hand. That sight had terrified him, and now, standing before this giant, he was engulfed in dread. But upon seeing the tightly locked chest containing the devil fruit and realizing he was in the world of the Pirate King, his fear intensified. After all, in this realm, everyone was a monster. Any pirate venturing out to sea possessed a robust physique, capable of lifting a 100-pound iron block with ease, let alone the formidable individuals who could shatter mountains with bare hands, walk in the air, or cycle on water. All manner of bizarre phenomena could manifest. Mwahaha, are you yearning for this devil fruit? I shan't part with it, and once we disembark, I shall take you to the slave market. Should we encounter buyers who cater to the celestial dragons, we shall reap a handsome profit. Mwahaha. Upon hearing the captain's words, Dino's heart hardened. Realizing he could not escape, he contemplated killing the man instead. However, his thoughts were naive. The pirate ship was replete with weapons, carelessly strewn about, and a knife lay conveniently at his feet. But when he attempted to grasp the blade, he found it utterly beyond his strength. It was no surprise. He was merely a 5 or 6-year-old boy, and his physical power was severely limited. Though he exerted all his might, he could scarcely hold the knife in his hand. Mwahaha, look at this little wretch, daring to point a knife at me. What say you, does he wish for death? Indeed, this lad must be courting his own demise. Not quite. He seems to be attempting to resist, but such efforts are futile. The crew engaged in a cacophony of discussion, mocking and deriding him. Meanwhile, Dino's hands trembled, his face flushed red. After all, he was a child of the 21st century, and when he steeled himself, he felt fear even for himself. Die, you wretch! Dino charged forward with a knife, but as expected, he was swiftly subdued beneath the foot of the burly man, coughing up blood and rendered immobile. Mwahaha! With such meager prowess, you dare to resist me? Were it not for your potential value as a slave, I would have killed you long ago. Captain, there seems to be a warship ahead. It must be the Navy. Just as Dino lay beneath the man's foot, a crew member rushed over in a panic. Upon hearing his words, the captain furrowed his brow and retrieved a telescope from his waist, gazing at the distant ship. A look of terror crossed his face as beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to drip from his forehead. Turn the helm. Turn the helm. It's Sakazuki, that merciless Navy officer. Turn the helm. We must flee. Bang! Before the captain could finish his warning, a gunshot rang out, and his head exploded, collapsing beside Dino. The other crew members, witnessing the gruesome scene, fell into disarray, realizing their captain was dead and their own deaths imminent. Cough, damn it! Dino gazed at the lifeless, contorted face of the captain, suppressing his fear and disgust as he crawled closer to retrieve the bloody devil fruit from the man's grasp. Damn it, what now? What am I to do? Dino remained paralyzed with fear next to the corpse of the captain, staring blankly at the bizarre fruit in his hand, resembling a cantaloupe with spiral patterns adorning its surface. Summoning his resolve, he took a decisive bite. Yet the next moment, he found himself retching, the fruit tumbling to the ground, where it was kicked about by the panicked crew, none of whom noticed it. Ugh, this is revolting. What a foul taste. But what power does it bestow? I feel nothing at all. Must I consume the entirety of it? Having taken a bite of the devil fruit, Dino felt no special energy within him, despair settling in as he curled up beside the massive corpse. Look, what is that? Not good. It's Sakazuki. He has made his move. That guy is the wielder of the magma fruit. Why? Why must we encounter a vice admiral in such a small sea area? Why? The anguished shouts echoed, prompting Dino to glance skyward, where a colossal fist enveloped in magma hurtled toward him. Sakazuki, truly merciless in his extermination of pirates. He truly lives up to his reputation. The magma fist crashed down mercilessly upon the pirate ship, incinerating the mast and hull, as each person lay prostrate upon the ground, awaiting their impending doom. However, after an extended period of waiting, nothing transpired, and they looked around in confusion, the magma fist having vanished without a trace. It's him, the child the captain brought. He is the one with power. A voice rang out, drawing the attention of all pirates to Dino, each of them gazing at him with hopeful eyes, as if pleading for salvation, placing immense pressure upon him. At that moment, Dino stared in bewilderment at his own hands. He had instinctively raised them high in the throes of terror. A miraculous scene unfolded. The massive magma fist dissipated into nothingness, and an influx of information flooded into his mind, revealing the nature of his power. The vector fruit grants the ability to manipulate all lifeless matter within a certain range, including air, flames, and ships, yet it cannot control the sea, for the vector fruit, like all devil fruits, is inherently countered by the sea. Moreover, Dino had only employed the most rudimentary application of this fruit, establishing a protective barrier around his body to nullify external attacks. Yet, he now felt a sense of urgency despite having only blocked a standard assault from Sakazuki. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Damn it, what am I to do now? Unsteadily, Dino leaned against the nearby corpse. No longer concerned with the thoughts of those around him, his sole desire was to survive. Thus, he steeled himself, biting down on his tongue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth and the excruciating pain on his tongue, Dino summoned the last vestiges of his strength and sprinted towards the rear of the pirate ship, where his previous small boat awaited him. Quick, stop him! Without him, we are all doomed. At first, the other pirates stood dumbfounded, staring at Dino, but upon witnessing his desperate dash towards the small boat, they swiftly regained their senses and converged around him. Driven by the instinct to survive, Dino's face flushed crimson and his eyes bulged with blood. With a primal scream, he pushed the surrounding pirates aside, scattering them to the corners of the deck. He then boarded the small vessel, swaying unsteadily as he propelled it into the sea using his powers. Meanwhile, aboard a nearby warship, a naval soldier peered through a telescope, observing the commotion on the pirate ship and the small, slender boy who possessed extraordinary abilities. Major Sakazuki, should we sink that pirate ship? Leave it to me. The scum of the sea will be met with my disgust every time they cross my path. A man clad in a red shirt and trousers, draped in a navy coat, with a visage of unwavering righteousness, transformed his right hand into a torrent of molten magma, the pungent scent of sulfur filling the air. This man was none other than the young Sakazuki, who would later rise to the rank of Admiral Akainu. At this moment, he was recognized as one of the three most promising monsters in the Navy, prompting the unknown pirate to flee upon sighting Sakazuki's distinctive warship. Volcanic meteor! With a guttural grunt, the future Admiral Akainu hurled his magma-infused right hand skyward, unleashing a barrage of molten fists that completely engulfed the diminutive pirate ship. Such was the might of a Logia fruit. an overwhelming force akin to a natural disaster. The expressions of everyone aboard the pirate ship were filled with utter despair. Lord Sakazuki, there's a small boy who seems to be the same one who previously blocked your attack. He's making his way towards us amidst your onslaught, but it appears he is on the verge of collapse. Should we rescue him? The lieutenant, peering through the telescope, remarked with a twinge of sympathy as he observed the small vessel swaying perilously in the molten storm. Oomph. What good person sails with pirates? Whether he is a hostage or a slave, anyone aboard a pirate ship is our enemy, a foe of justice. Do you understand? But the young lieutenant hesitated, eager to plead further, but Sakazuki's unwavering gaze bore into him as he replied sternly, "Return to base. That boy's fate is of no concern to me. He is merely debris upon the sea." Yes. Reluctantly, the lieutenant acquiesced, unable to defy Sakazuki's command. He steeled himself, forcing himself to ignore the sight of the small boat, tossed about in the tumultuous waves, and the pale, prostrate figure of Dino. Disregarding Dino's existence, the naval ship hastily departed the area, its speed unrelenting, while behind Dino, the pirate ship succumbed to the depths. His fortune was not particularly favorable. His vessel, battered by the raging waves, had suffered considerable damage and could withstand no more. Exhausted, he lay upon the small boat, unable to move. "Sakazuki, it's you, isn't it? You've simply left me here, either oblivious or disdainful of my plight. The Navy? Bah! Sakazuki, mark my words, if I survive this, I will seek you out. I will come for you." Initially, Dino had intended to escape the pirate ship and join the Navy, to serve as a naval officer, for that seemed his only path to survival. Yet, with the warship now departed, hope began to fade from his heart. At merely 6 years of age, fragments of memory surfaced in his mind as he grappled with the power of the fruit. In these fleeting recollections, he learned that his parents had been slain by the celestial dragons, who had placed him on this small boat to shield him from persecution, thus setting the stage for Dino's journey. Damn it, I'm so hungry and cold, my eyelids are so heavy. Is this it? Am I going to die? Gradually, Dino closed his eyes, drifting into a slumber, curling his body to preserve the scant warmth he had left. As night fell, a ship adorned with a pirate flag approached, and 2 figures leapt from its deck, one wearing a straw hat and appearing rather foolish, while the other bore a long firearm.
"It appears that he is still alive. What say you, Captain? Shall we rescue him?" "Indeed, why not? This is my destiny, after all. Ha ha ha. To encounter a castaway here is quite fortuitous, and it seems we have gained another crew member. Ha ha ha. Ah, we have returned. It is the archipelago of Sabaody. It has been quite some time, almost 2 years, has it not? We have been traversing the seas for 2 years, and this ocean is truly magnificent in its grandeur. Wouldn't you agree, dear Shanks? As for you, I have merely been an intern for less than a year. Yet I am perplexed as to why this young rascal is a full-fledged crew member, while both Red-Nose and I remain mere interns after a year. It is quite baffling. The speaker is none other than our protagonist, Dino, alongside the spirited and red-haired Shanks. At this moment, they are docked at a pier, with Shanks, Dino, and the clown buggy remaining on the ship. As for that fellow, who knows where he has wandered off to laze about. Meanwhile, the others are merrily drinking and playing cards. Heh, I may be younger than you, Shanks, but I have been here a year longer. Do not underestimate my prowess. Dino spoke as he effortlessly levitated his body, gracefully executing a twirl and performing a most gentlemanly bow. However, his whimsical display elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. "Haha, little brat, don't get too carried away. Everyone knows you are the weakest among our crew. The only one you can best is the clown buggy." And he's truly pathetic. In the face of their banter, Dino remained unfazed, understanding that the crew bore no malice. Their words were simply a reflection of reality. Indeed. With his abilities, if placed outside this context, Dino would undoubtedly hold the rank of a Navy commander, thanks to his devil fruit powers. Though he was young, he was undeniably formidable. Yet, every individual aboard Roger's ship possessed extraordinary strength. Even Shanks, who had just engaged in jovial conversation with Dino, was not to be underestimated. He had once clashed with a rear admiral and had managed to retreat unscathed, despite not securing victory. As for the clown buggy, well, he was undeniably weak. Unable to harness his fruit's potential effectively, instead opting to concoct bizarre trinkets. Thus, he often struggled against even average Navy lieutenants. TCH, how perplexing. With such great potential and a decent devil fruit, splitting fruit, no less, why squander it on oddities? I truly wonder what goes through that red-nosed fellow's mind. Ha. Why bother with him? Everyone has their own perspective and is entitled to their freedom, leading to varied paths in life. Isn't it fascinating? If there were a predetermined path, what would life even mean? Shanks took a swig of his drink, revealing a hearty smile as he gazed skyward. Meanwhile, Dino stared at Shanks in awe, chuckling softly before shaking his head, musing to himself, indeed, he is truly Luffy's mentor, embodying such profound ideals. It is remarkable that he sacrificed an arm for a child at that time. But can such a notion truly hold? Each individual must carve their own path. Thus, time must be of the essence, Captain Roger. With a soft sigh, Dino gazed at the figure in a straw hat waving at the ship from a distance. Beside him stood the entire crew of the Roger pirates, each member a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the world. They had returned victorious, bearing a resounding title, Conquerors of the Seas, the very embodiment of piracy. This illustrious title was none other than the Pirate King. Naturally, Dino, who had been saved from an unconscious state, accompanied the Roger pirates through numerous battles. However, due to his tender age, his contributions were limited, often relegated to utilizing his fruit abilities to dispatch minor foes. In the face of the monstrous challenges in the New World, he felt rather powerless. Fortunately, the crew was composed entirely of extraordinary beings, and he found himself cherished as a beloved mascot. Though he had a bounty placed upon him, it was a mere 3 million berries, reflecting his lack of significant feats and his youth. Over the course of 2 years spent alongside the Pirate King Roger, Dino forged many friendships, with Shanks and Buggy being his closest companions, followed by the gentle yet formidable Rayleigh and the ship's doctor, Kurokas, who had saved his life. Amidst the joyous camaraderie of the crew, Dino solidified his life's ambition. Memories began to resurface, fragmentary yet revealing. He discovered his origins as a celestial dragon. His family had clandestinely freed a slave and raised the matter of the Don Quixote family during a meeting, which led to a relentless pursuit of their family. With his parents deceased, he found himself adrift in the blue sea, with an unknown sister left behind on the red line, her fate a mystery to him. Thus, Dino resolved to enhance his strength, aspiring to rescue his sister and dismantle the celestial government, a fervent desire imprinted upon him by his current existence. Although he lacked knowledge of the true history in the void of 100 years, known only to Roger and a select few, it did not deter him. Being from Earth, Dino was acutely aware of the world's decay and the impotence of the world government, which led him to contemplate joining the Revolutionary Army. Though that organization was still in its infancy, he was not gifted with an exceptional memory, merely recalling a handful of significant events from the storyline. Coupled with his modest talents, he recognized that without his fruit abilities, he would be no more than a commoner. Therefore, he planned to embark on his journey after the onset of the Great Pirate Era, following the rise of the 4 emperors. Dino possessed self-awareness. He understood that to recklessly venture forth alone after the Roger pirates disbanded would lead to his demise, swallowed by the vast, unforgiving sea, his existence barely leaving a ripple. What? Disbanding the crew? He pondered. Roger, with a beard and reddened eyes, wore a carefree smile, yet those present could detect the underlying sorrow in his tone. Why must we do this? If we stayed together, couldn't we accompany our captain until the very end? Spoke Spark Jabba, one of Roger's trusted lieutenants. A true monster known for his fierce confrontations with the Marine Admiral Z. Well then, it is settled. As long as I am captain, the affairs of the crew are determined by me, without question. Roger's tone shifted to one of gravity, casting a somber atmosphere over the gathering, including Dino, Shanks, and Buggy, all acutely aware of their captain's dwindling time. Yet none anticipated that he would choose this moment, at their original point of departure, to announce the disbandment of the crew. All right, let us not dwell on sorrow. Come, let us cherish our time together. From now on, we shall each pursue our own paths. Thus, the Roger pirates shall cease to exist. Ah, Shanks, come with me, Roger called, his carefree demeanor returning as he touched the back of his head and walked toward the door. Just as everyone believed he might have reconsidered, he beckoned Shanks to follow him outside. Huh? Me? Shanks, still enveloped in grief, was momentarily bewildered but complied, while Dino, though heavy-hearted, had long anticipated this outcome. Initially, Dino sought various methods to aid Roger in recovering from his injuries, yet none proved effective. However, this endeavor fostered a close bond with the doctor, Kurokas, and enriched his knowledge of medicine. At least he would not need to worry about falling ill during his own voyages. The entire ship was enveloped in a profound silence. Even the usually lively Dino and the jester Buggy refrained from their usual antics, and the once vibrant Roger pirates found themselves shrouded in a heavy stillness and eerie quietude. With a soft creak, the door to the room opened, and a tearful Shanks, adorned with his signature straw hat, entered. All eyes turned towards him, some surprised by the hat resting atop his head. Rayleigh and Odin exchanged contemplative glances, while Jabba sighed softly and shook his head. Dino, Captain Roger is waiting for you outside. Waiting for me? He called for me. Shanks nodded, adjusting his straw hat, and took his seat, his demeanor weighed down by a heavy heart. Dino, rising from his chair, stepped outside with deliberate slowness. Captain Roger. Dino gazed at the individual before him. In the past, this person had been quite eloquent and adept at jesting. However, now, burdened by a heavy heart, Dino found himself at a loss for words. After much hesitation, he resolved to address him in the most commonplace manner possible. You, my friend, I wish to ask you a question. Is your dream still alive? Dream? Naturally, it endures. Upon hearing Roger's query, Dino, who stood a head shorter than the towering figure before him, replied with unwavering conviction. My dream remains steadfast. For the kind of malevolence and decay we witness is profoundly repugnant. Do you realize that pursuing this goal is far more arduous than claiming the title of Pirate King? Indeed. Roger chuckled heartily. Excellent, excellent. In that case, would you like to uncover the truth of history? Specifically, the blank century? Stunned by Roger's words, Dino stared at him incredulously. Roger simply nodded and continued, If you wish to know, I shall reveal it to you now. However, such transgressions are burdensome. And should they be exposed, the world would once again plunge into historical oblivion. Do you still wish to learn? To be honest, it was impossible not to be curious. Yet Dino recognized that he lacked the strength to safeguard such secrets. Perhaps it is best for me to seek this knowledge on my own, after all. I am familiar with the path. Oh, ha. You truly embody your character, aimless Dino. You are nothing like those wretches. Since you have stated your position, I shall respect your choice. The truth of history is yours to discover, but I can offer you 2 hints. Hints? Dino scratched his head in confusion as he gazed at the boisterous man before him, who suddenly spoke, leaving Dino utterly astonished. The first revelation was that the celestial dragons were not governed by a coalition of powers, but rather by a singular dictator. The second revelation was that the only weapon capable of resisting global domination was the legendary Pluton. Therefore, it was imperative to seek out the truth of the world, to discover the strength necessary to oppose it, and to find companions of like mind. As for us, the Roger Pirates, our journey has reached its conclusion. Haha. Indeed. It has come to an end. Silently watching the diminishing figure, a tear welled up in Dino's eye, and he slowly turned to retreat to his quarters. Dino. The captain has truly ceased to exist. The Roger Pirates are no more. Is that so? Well then, tonight marks our final gathering, so let us indulge in merriment and drink to our heart's content. As per tradition, Dino, being still so young, refrained from alcohol. No. Tonight I wish to become inebriated. Upon witnessing the flush in Dino's eyes, everyone sighed softly. Thus, the gathering, devoid of its captain and atmosphere, commenced rather hastily on the deck of the ship named the ORL Jackson. The ambience was exceedingly somber. No one spoke, no one feasted. Everyone simply drowned their sorrows in quiet drinking. As for our protagonist, after downing 2 substantial cups of exquisite wine, his limited tolerance, considering his mere 8 years of age, inevitably led him to succumb to intoxication, becoming the first to drift into slumber. The following year, at this very time, Roger announced his surrender. It was not long before the world government executed him publicly, and those who witnessed the execution would eventually become the backbone of the pirate world. The era of great pirates was officially ushered in. Roger's proclamation ignited this era. Go forth, seek, for I have left everything there. One piece. Go find it. Ha ha ha. Amidst Roger's raucous laughter, his brilliant life was poignantly concluded, and the entire ocean erupted in tumult. Alas, my hockey aptitude remains woefully inadequate. Has it truly been 4 years? I have only managed to master the basics of Conqueror S hockey. Heartening remains beyond my grasp. Back when I learned observation hockey, I grasped it within 2 months. And in less than 2 years, I reached a significant level. The disparity is disheartening. A tall man, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, stared at a massive dent in the wall, scratching his head in discontent with his training results, engulfed in deep self-reproach. Not too shabby, another voice chimed in gently. Adorned with reading glasses and a prominent scar, this was Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. As for the tall, muscular figure, it was indeed our protagonist, Dino. With a broad smile, he looked at Rayleigh, donned his discarded clothing, and said, You make a valid point. Let us set that aside. Uncle Rayleigh, shall we share a drink tonight? That is perfectly fine. But have you truly made up your mind? Are you ready to set sail? Yes, I am resolute. Otherwise, why would I bother building a ship? Dino spoke and gestured toward a modest boat resting by the shore. This isolated isle was situated near the Chavon Islands, where Dino had endured a grueling decade of rigorous training. Throughout these 10 years, his strength had undergone remarkable enhancement. Initially, he did not cultivate hockey. Instead, he devoted nearly 4 years to honing the abilities of his vector fruit, mastering its powers, and acquiring numerous combat techniques. Among these, he drew inspiration from a beloved character in the anime A Certain Magical Index, a semi-antagonist named Accelerator, developing his abilities to a similar extent, allowing him to absorb and reject energy at will. Moreover, his fruit possessed the advantage of storing absorbed energy for later enhancement before returning it to the source. A power reminiscent of the formidable Black King from the comic X-Men. One could say it was exceedingly overpowered. However, even the mightiest of fruits had its limitations. The fruit's flaw lay in its absorption capacity, which could not exceed twice the strength his body could endure. In other words, it was limited to twice his defensive capabilities, dictating the maximum strength of his protective barrier. Based on his previous encounters with Rayleigh, his prowess was slightly above that of a Navy headquarters rear admiral, yet still fell short of a vice admiral's level. Escaping from a vice admiral's pursuit posed no challenge, but facing an admiral would spell certain doom. leaving him with no option but to flee desperately. The current three admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, were nothing short of monsters, each possessing formidable strength and wielding the powers of Logia-type devil fruits, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Thus, Dino sought to avoid provoking these three behemoths. Among the rear admirals, two were of monstrous caliber, their strength rivaling that of the three admirals, if not surpassing them. These legendary figures were Admiral Tsuru in the Navy hero garb, the very monster who had relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas. The mere thought of these formidable beings sent shivers down Dino's spine. His pride in his vector fruit's repulsion abilities proved futile against the iron cannonballs hurled by his adversaries, shattering effortlessly before him. This vividly illustrated the terrifying might of his opponents. After all, they had pursued Roger for most of their lives. If their strength were lacking, how could they repeatedly corner him into dire situations? Truly, Roger deserved his title as the Pirate King, a testament to his status as the fated child of the previous era. When Dino was aboard the ship, he often found himself in what seemed like dire straits. Yet unexpected allies would always appear. In the fierce battle against the Golden Lion, the elements favored him, leading to the complete annihilation of the Golden Lion's fleet. During confrontations with the Navy, the assistance of the Sea Kings left the naval forces in disarray. In his encounters with Cap, an array of peculiar individuals came to his aid, including fishmen, the mink tribe, and a colossal elephant, known as the Elephant Master, who bore an entire city upon its back. Dino had long yearned to voice his thoughts on these occurrences. If one were to assert that Luffy is the protagonist of this era, then Roger undoubtedly served as the protagonist of the preceding age. While Roger possessed immense strength, it was not enough to stand against the world, as he had previously confided to Dino, even with the knowledge of the century-long blank history. He was unable to reveal its secrets due to a lack of strength to bear the burden. After all, the ailing Roger saw his power waning each year. Those 2 years merely coincided with his peak. Thus, he chose to conclude his saga at the height of his prowess, inadvertently heralding the era of great pirates. Roger attended his execution alongside Shanks and Buggy, while Rayleigh and the others refrained from joining due to their extraordinary identities. Their absence was both practical and a matter of mutual understanding. They had long since ceased their voyages, and although the execution was a source of sorrow, it was not imperative for them to attend. In this moment, Dino encountered a few intriguing figures. One was a person he found rather distasteful, the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, a former celestial dragon and captain of the Flamingo Pirates. Their paths crossed without stirring the slightest ripple. The second individual piqued Dino's curiosity, a stunning woman draped in a plush cloak, a cigar hanging from her lips. This was none other than Crocodile, who, at that time, had yet to transform into the infamous sand crocodile of the future. The third person caught Dino's interest, and he wished to engage with them. But they vanished in an instant. This individual was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. Setting sail at last. How exhilarating. Let me check the current year. Indeed, there are numerous significant events unfolding. Aboard a modest vessel, there lay a massive sack, glistening with the sheen of jewels and gold, indicating its precious contents. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Dino, sat earnestly poring over a newspaper, a piece of news handed to him by Rayleigh. After a decade of seclusion on a solitary island for training, he had remained largely ignorant of the world outside. It was high time he caught up on the major happenings of the world, for he could not afford to be an uninformed fool. Who would wish to be his companion in that case? Now, as the year 1513 of the Sea Era draws to a close, things are looking somewhat favorable. Yet, it is rather unfortunate that, according to the current timeline, Water 7 should be in the process of constructing the sea train. He could only hope that when he finds Tom, he would still be able to assist him in shipbuilding, especially since his reward would be substantial. Dino murmured to himself, gazing at the treasures he had amassed over the years on this isolated island due to his shipwreck. His face radiated with a blissful smile. Reveling in the wealth of jewels and gold he had continuously collected. How splendid it is to possess riches. As Dino spoke, he continued to peruse the news report, his expression growing increasingly grave. Has the Fishman pirate crew already been established? Fisher Tiger is indeed an extraordinary figure. Once I visit Water 7, I shall make my way to the East Blue to seek him out for a meeting. However, before that, it seems my companions warrant a search. This newspaper states that in 1502, the Golden Lion escaped from the underwater prison and has since vanished. Furthermore, Olaf has been destroyed, and Robin, the child of the devil, is someone I truly wish to meet. I wonder if the mature Robin is more beautiful than the youthful version. And this report mentions that 4 pirate crews have carved out their territories in the New World, forming an immense power known as the 4 Emperors. Let me see. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard. What a formidable old man he remains. Truly remarkable. The strongest creature, Kaido, and Big Mom of the Big Mom pirates are indeed formidable adversaries, both at the peak of their strength. Additionally, the once mighty Rocks pirates should not be underestimated. As for red-haired Shanks, has he finally reached the pinnacle? I shall wait for the moment to seek you out. Dino intermittently peruses a newspaper, then another, carelessly discarding the neatly stacked papers onto the already cramped deck of the small vessel. Occasionally, he engages in a monologue, appearing rather foolish and amusing in his demeanor. Meanwhile, not far off, a ship of conventional size, comparable to the future Thousand Sunny, the first vessel of Luffy, approaches Dino's modest boat, albeit slightly smaller in scale. Is it a pirate ship? Although Dino's vision is obscured, his exceptional fruit abilities, combined with his remarkable observation haki, enable him to perceive that a ship is approaching from less than a kilometer away. The range of his observation haki extends for miles, and this is not even in a fully focused state. He has previously tested his abilities, and while he cannot achieve the same comprehensive coverage of the Sky Island as Enel, nor foresee the future or hear the voices of all things, his mastery of haki is still formidable. Among his 3 types of haki, his observation haki stands out as the most proficient. Unlike the Conqueror's haki, which requires luck to awaken, or the armament haki, which he has only just begun to grasp after 4 years of study, his observation haki has been developed to its fullest potential, and he possesses an innate awakening of this ability, giving him an edge over many others. Perhaps due to the nature of his fruit, the range of his abilities is roughly 1/10 that of his observation haki. This means that as his observation haki's range increases, so too does the extent of his vector field. Presently, if Dino fully unleashes his observation haki, he can achieve a linear distance of approximately 3,000 meters, allowing him to manipulate vectors within a range of about 300 meters. However, to ensure precise control and maximize his power, he generally maintains his strength within a distance of around 50 meters, which guarantees the stability of his abilities. After all, this fruit can sometimes be unreliable. Although it is supposed to absorb energy, excessive expansion of the field can cause his powers to vanish for a brief second. Fortunately, he is aware of this limitation, otherwise, in a confrontation, being caught off guard could prove fatal. Since a large ship is approaching, he might as well go greet them. Truthfully, resting on this small boat is quite uncomfortable. Dino let out a chuckle, then utilized his ability to levitate both himself and a small boat from the surface of the sea, soaring toward the vessel ahead. His method of employing this fruit was somewhat akin to the float fruit of the golden lion. However, the vector fruit appeared to be a superior variant, boasting a greater range and strength compared to the float fruit, albeit with the drawback that he himself could not fly. Captain, a small boat is approaching. A small boat? You must still be half asleep. A tall, slender man, seated in the captain's quarters, glanced at his panicked subordinate and promptly flung several bounty notices at his face, one of which bore the captain's own likeness. I am the quick-draw gunslinger, Jess. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries. What stormy seas have I not braved? Come with me and let us see this flying vessel you speak of. Yes, understood. Witnessing the excitement on his captain's face, the subordinate was also filled with glee upon seeing the bounty amount, causing him to dance with joy. Meanwhile, Dino had arrived aboard the ship. Observing the wary crew members, he shyly greeted them. Hello there, I just came to catch a ride. Is there a room available? I can pay. Dino, somewhat bashful, uttered these words while patting his bulging pouch filled with gold and jewels, resembling a naive fool. The expressions of those around him instantly transformed into grotesque masks of greed. However, Dino was not truly naive. He was acutely aware that the strength of this pirate ship was uncertain, yet undeniably formidable. He glanced up at a swaying skull, flanked by 2 enormous flintlock pistols. He recalled having seen this pirate crew's wanted poster in the newspaper, yet he had paid it little mind. Now, it merely seemed vaguely familiar. Hey kid, one of the pirates sneered. It appears you are blissfully unaware of your peril, wandering into the territory of the Jess pirate crew with such an abundance of treasure. Yes, indeed, you've come to deliver yourself to your doom. You cannot blame anyone else for this fate. Laughter erupted all around him in a cacophony of derision. Dino, his senses heightened, perceived the presence of nearly 60 or 70 pirates on this relatively modest vessel, among whom was one individual whose aura distinctly set him apart from the raucous crowd. As this figure approached, Dino could not help but chuckle. Your captain is on his way. Must you not quiet down a bit? How dreadfully noisy you are. Dino dug at his ears, and then unleashed a vector field that sent the pirates hurtling backward, crashing against the ship's railing. He had shown restraint, otherwise he could have cast them into the sea to meet their demise. However, as he was borrowing their vessel, killing them would leave him without a navigator. And Dino himself was not adept at sailing. That said, he ought to seek out a sailor first. Otherwise, even with a ship at his disposal, he would have no means of departure. It wouldn't do to float on the surface using his abilities the entire time. While it would serve as a form of training, it would be exceedingly slow, and any ordinary ship could easily catch up with him. Who are you? A tall, gaunt man glared at Dino, his countenance darkened. His back was supported by 2 enormous firearms, and he witnessed how his subordinates had yet to make a move, only to be felled by Dino alone. Enraged, he demanded an answer. I am but a passerby, Dino replied nonchalantly, his tone dripping with disdain, which only fueled the fury evident on Quick Gun Jess's face. I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Quick Gun Jess. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 67 million, Jess exclaimed, drawing his dual pistols with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. The sound of gunfire erupted like a tempest. Die for me. Captain, Your might is unmatched. Boy, perish under the captain's relentless onslaught. The crew of Quick Gun Jess erupted in boisterous laughter, each face adorned with a wild grin. Yet, as Jess, panting heavily, aimed his firearm downwards and glanced with mirth at the smoke-filled space where Dino had previously stood, he proclaimed, "Behold, this is the fate that awaits those who dare provoke the Jess pirate crew. How utterly laughable. I had expected more prowess. Truth be told, your level of skill is commendable, yet you can only be deemed a mere foot soldier. For I was already far stronger than you at the tender age of 8. The voice of Dino emerged from the swirling smoke, and as the haze dissipated, his visage and silhouette naturally came into view before the crowd. Before him lay an array of bullets, densely scattered, remnants of those recently fired by Jess. The sound of clattering bullets echoed as they fell onto the deck, eliciting expressions of trepidation among the onlookers. Dino gradually approached Jess, and without any apparent action on his part, Jess began to levitate. Although it was said that he could not control the living, clothing, being inanimate, was fair game. This indicated that the experiment had indeed succeeded. The previous failure with Uncle Rayleigh could likely be attributed to his overwhelming strength. After all, this technique was merely effective for dealing with minor adversaries. Dino gazed at the terrified Jace, suspended in midair, and with a casual wave of his hand, sent him crashing into the captain's cabin nearby, rendering him unconscious. Very well. Very well. This vessel shall now be under my command. Do any of you have objections? None. None at all. We have no objections, they replied, chuckling nervously. Their captain lay bleeding and incapacitated in the cabin, his fate uncertain. How could these pirate underlings dare to oppose Dino? After all, when pitted against the life of their captain, their own lives took precedence. Then it is settled. I hereby declare that the ship is now under my authority. Ha 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 ha. Dino laughed heartily as he relocated his belongings into the cabin, unperturbed by the thought of anyone coveting his possessions unless, of course, that individual truly wished to court disaster. As for the others aboard the vessel, he had not harmed a single soul. In fact, he had even taken the time to assist the unconscious Jess, tending to his wounds with care. Though they had been adversaries in the past, Dino's heart was expansive. Otherwise, in the vastness of the ocean, it was often the petty-minded who met their demise the quickest. His own disposition was one of carefree indifference, a trait he had undoubtedly inherited from Roger and Shanks. One might say he had been profoundly influenced by them. Captain, may I inquire about our current destination? No need to address me as captain. I am merely a passenger on this windward journey. My name is Dino, and you may refer to me as Lord Dino, or even Black King, if you prefer. Dino contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided that this title was quite fitting. For this individual was the most favored antagonist from his previous life, endowed with unparalleled abilities and an extraordinary intellect. Were it not for the constraints of a narrative, this person would undoubtedly surpass even the so-called apocalypse by 100-fold. After all, the destructive power of a nuclear bomb and the might of the Dark Phoenix are not forces that just anyone can withstand, with the exception of the notoriously perverse Wolverine. Very well, Lord Black Emperor. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a pirate ship sailed alone. It had been half a month since Dino assumed command of his pirate crew, and at his behest, the ship altered its original course towards the Sabaody archipelago, redirecting instead to the Water 7. Meanwhile, Dino lay leisurely at the bow of the ship, basking quietly in the sun. Lord Black Emperor, here are your refreshments. Very well. Dino heard someone calling his name. He waved his hand, and a pastry automatically flew to his side. He savored it bite by bite, finding the taste quite agreeable, although it paled in comparison to Aunt Shocky's culinary skills. Despite his mild criticism, he meticulously consumed the entire pastry, for he was not one to waste food. Having trained on a deserted island with scarce provisions, and with Rayleigh only visiting every 6 months to ensure he was alive, Dino had spent nearly a decade without any human interaction. His combat experience was alarmingly limited, consisting solely of battles against gigantic monsters. Aside from his encounters with Rayleigh, he had never fought another person, and even in those sparring sessions, he had been effortlessly defeated for 10 years. Fortunately, his past as a member of Roger's crew and his exceptional relationship with Rayleigh, alongside his exposure to chaotic battles against formidable monsters, had fortified him against easy defeat. After witnessing the extraordinary strength of true warriors, his perspective had been profoundly broadened. However, due to his lackluster combat talent, it was only through a powerful fruit ability that he managed to survive within the Roger Pirates, where he was afforded considerable protection. He had once been regarded as the crew's mascot and source of joy. While everyone knew of his dreams, only Roger, Rayleigh, and Kurokas were privy to his true identity. His former status as a celestial dragon was not something he could disclose lightly. Without sufficient strength, it could easily lead to persecution by the world government. Even with power, he was not guaranteed safety. Thus, Dino's current plan was to emulate Doflamingo, first establishing a crew, then aspiring to become a warlord of the sea. Given his past as a celestial dragon, he would inevitably attract hostility. Becoming a warlord would also serve as a crucial step toward executing his ultimate goals. Otherwise, he would have no legitimate reason to reside in Alabasta while seeking the location of the Pluto. The Navy suppression of the seas was absolute. with their control over the sea routes being as stringent as iron. No pirate dared confront them directly. Why was this so? Was it not due to their overwhelming strength? Was it not because of their unparalleled and terrifying power? The Navy was at its zenith, with the newly appointed admirals of the natural system, the new fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admirals Garp and Suru, alongside the former Admiral Zifa, all operating at peak performance. At this moment, the Navy stood invincible, with no pirate daring to challenge them directly. Even the dawn of the great pirate era could not shake the Navy's indomitable fortress. In the New World, the four emperors held dominion, each possessing absolute strength and mutually restraining one another, creating a balance of power with the Navy. The emergence of the four emperors occurred only after Roger's demise, and this trend was unstoppable, leading the Navy to abandon their plans for the New World and refocus their efforts on the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The New World was limited in scope, with the four emperors representing its zenith. No new powers could emerge, and their mutual checks ensured that none could claim the title of Pirate King. Whitebeard and Shanks had no intention of vying for supremacy, while Kaido and Charlotte Linlin harbored ambitions but faced insurmountable obstacles, compelling them to restrain their desires and concentrate on developing their own strengths. These figures were also Dino's targets to realize his dreams. The first step was to contend for the title of Emperor, defeating each one honorably to claim the title of Pirate King, thereby gaining the leverage to challenge the world government and the celestial dragons. After all, he had journeyed with Roger to Laugh-Tale. While he remained unaware of the historical truths and the void of the 100 years, he would come to learn in time. And he had witnessed the splendor of that island, reputed to be the end of the sea. It was truly magnificent, yet simultaneously in ruins. Lord Black Emperor. The pirate ship ahead. Dino gazed at the captain of the vessel, Jess, who stood before him, eagerly rubbing his hands together, clearly displaying a sense of excitement. Dino nodded thoughtfully, then rose to his feet and gazed at the pirate ship not far away. It was adorned with a flag featuring two jagged saws crossed in an intricate design, with a bright red skull positioned between them, creating a rather absurd and comical sight. Well, it is what it is. However, are you certain this pirate crew is capable? This flag rings a bell. It belongs to a novice pirate who was just recently put on the bounty list, with a reward of a staggering 80 million berries. Dino spoke these words with an air of distraction. In this era, the bounty is intrinsically linked to one's capabilities. As the bounty each individual possesses is often a reflection of the arduous journey traversed through the sea of knowledge and the trials faced. Thus, it carries significant weight. Lord Heihuang, have you underestimated me? During these past few days of battling with you, I have gained immense benefit. My strength has significantly increased, Jace proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Yet Dino regarded him with the vacant gaze of a dead fish. Over the course of the past fortnight, Dino had found himself idle, desiring to spar with those around him without resorting to his abilities. However, it became apparent that these individuals were no match for him, even without employing his powers. The so-called quick gun Jace could not land a single hit on Dino. Each attempt merely resulted in a punch that fell short, leaving Dino utterly unimpressed, leading him to abandon the practice altogether. Nevertheless, Jace felt as though he had made considerable strides in his prowess, a belief that Dino dismissed as mere illusion. For in his eyes, Jace remained woefully weak, pitifully so. Ha ha ha, this pirate ship has now come under the control of our Steel Saw pirate crew. I am Aiken, the Steel Saw, with a bounty of 80 million berries. You nameless pirates shall submit to me. He boasted arrogantly. As he spoke, Aiken and his vessel drew near, and with a leap, Aiken landed aboard Dino's ship, casting a scornful glance around. However, his bravado was slightly tempered when Jace emerged from the throng of his fellow pirates, dual pistols in hand, catching Aiken off guard. Wait, is that really the quick gunner Jace? Unbelievable to encounter such a formidable opponent here. Aiken exclaimed, excitement igniting within him. But, ha ha ha, should I defeat you? My bounty will surely rise even further. The glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes as his crew members leapt aboard Jace's ship, each donning fierce expressions, outnumbering Jace's crew significantly. Don't underestimate me. Though your bounty surpasses mine, my strength is by no means inferior, Jace retorted, lifting his twin guns. Bang, bang, bang. He fired a few test shots towards Aiken. Most would be unable to react in time, yet Aiken was evidently no ordinary foe. He transformed his hands into the shape of steel saws, crossing them in front of himself to perfectly deflect the bullets. TSK, a devil fruit user, is it? Jace scoffed, observing Aiken's transformed hands with a dismissive chuckle. He instinctively glanced towards the bow of the ship, where Dino had previously been, only to find him mysteriously absent. Haha. You possess some skill. I am a steel saw fruit user. Watch as I cleave you in two, Aiken declared, leaping into action, wielding the enormous saws he had conjured to strike at Jace. The latter rolled aside, recognizing the challenge posed by a devil fruit user, whose strength was typically formidable. Lads, let us engage in battle. The spirit of us, seafaring men, shall never yield. With Jace's rallying cry, the entire ship erupted into a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the previously elusive Dino reappeared aboard Aiken's ship, where a handful of crew members remained, as it was impractical for the entire crew to be deployed at once. Who are you? Are you an enemy? questioned several oddly dressed men who had appeared before Dino, brandishing various weapons aimed at him. However, Dino exhibited little interest in them, dismissing them as far too weak to warrant his attention. It should be just below here, Dino muttered to himself as he took 2 steps back, then unleashed his power. The nearby building began to crumble and descend into the air, only to be carelessly hurled into the sea. Damn it, what have you done? He exclaimed. Enemies, perish. How bothersome. Dino gazed at the oblivious pirates, and with a piercing glare, the men were sent tumbling backward. This time, Dino showed no restraint, mercilessly casting them all into the sea. Their fate thereafter was of no concern to him. He harbored no interest in the lives of these insignificant insects. His attention was drawn instead to the scene unfolding before him. Before him stood a group of ragged women, unbound, their faces obscured and mouths gagged, confined within a cramped space. Upon witnessing this alluring yet tragic sight, Dino felt a surge of adrenaline, a brief respite before he regained his composure. Indeed, these individuals were likely the slaves that the pirates intended to sell, a wretched band of human traffickers, deserving of no sympathy. Dino spoke, waving his hand, and amidst the astonished exclamations of these disheveled women, he ushered them all onto the deck. Subsequently, the ropes binding them were deftly loosened by him. As the women felt the restraints released, they trembled, with a few bold souls cautiously removing their blindfolds. They were met with the sight of Dino, whose face bore a slight blush and a cheerful smile. After all, he had not encountered any women for a decade. And considering his status as an inexperienced young man in both this life and the last, it was indeed peculiar for him to remain unfazed in such a stimulating situation. All right, you are safe now. I am the one who came for you. However, I must ask, were you captured, or is there some other reason for your predicament? Aside from being captured, what other reason could there be? Are we to suggest that we sold ourselves? Although I do not know who you are. Your question is rather foolish. After Dino posed his question, the first blonde beauty to remove her blindfold and gag immediately responded with derision. Her tone was filled with contempt and an overwhelming sense of superiority. While the other women appeared somewhat timid, she boldly stepped forward to answer Dino's inquiry, displaying a certain audacity. All right, I concede that my question may seem foolish, but it is indeed true that you were saved by me. That cannot be denied, can it? She scoffed. Who cares? If I hadn't been drunk at the time, would they have been able to knock me out? Just a bunch of useless fools. Upon hearing her proud words, Dino raised an eyebrow in surprise at her assertiveness. He soon noticed that among all the women, she was the only one who appeared the cleanest, her clothing intact, and she was also tied with the most ropes. Most importantly, using his observation hockey, Dino discerned that this woman possessed considerable strength, her aura rivaling that of the pirate captain he had encountered earlier. At the very least, she was stronger than Jess, yet still fell short compared to him. Damn it, that person is incredibly strong, on par with me, and he shows no fear of death, despite sustaining such severe injuries. He remains lively. He is not even a devil fruit user. Why does he possess such formidable stamina and recovery abilities? As Akin's voice echoed on the deck, Dino couldn't help but smile. After all, while he had been preoccupied with the situation at hand, he had allowed the battle on the other side to unfold freely. However, the outcome was rather favorable. Jess had shown some growth and strength after being thoroughly defeated by Dino, and at least Akin was no longer a match for him. How did you get out? Who are you? What is the deal with this big hole? Where are the crew members? Get out here now. Akin bellowed like a cornered dog, his incompetence evident. His crew members had all been dispatched by Jess's subordinates, and at that moment, Jess appeared behind him, wearing a sinister grin. However, upon seeing Dino, Jess immediately reined in his smile and hurriedly approached him. His subordinates, who had initially intended to flaunt their power, halted their actions upon noticing Dino's presence. Startled, many of them fell into the sea, and now they were scrambling to rescue their fallen comrades. Well, ISNT this Akin, why do you look so disheveled? Weren't you quite arrogant back then? You wanted me to be your subordinate, yet today? Where has your bravado gone? You've kept me tied up for so long, I'm about to starve. The blonde beauty taunted as she approached Akin, continuing to squeeze her wrists, producing an unsettling cracking sound that made Dino's eyes twitch. Truly a violent woman. This was Dino's first impression of the blonde beauty. Melinda Nina remained as formidable as ever. Although he was unaware of how this muscular woman had escaped, he recalled that he had subdued her once before, and this time, she would not evade him. Do you truly disregard me? Do you think so little of me? I may be a small handsome fellow, and Jess is clearly standing behind me. Your blatant dismissal of me is quite audacious. Is this the limit of your pirate intellect? Witnessing a cornered dog barking wildly before him was not Dino's style, so he swiftly restrained Akin, using his powers to compress the air around him, rendering him immobile. Dino found Akin's words rather nonsensical, while Jess fervently shook his head, sweating profusely as he exclaimed, No. Lord Black Emperor, please don't misunderstand. There are indeed those lacking intelligence, but not everyone is like that. I, Jess, hold you in the highest regard, my lord. A sycophant. But you dare to call yourself Black Emperor? You think you can stand alongside the 4 emperors? What arrogance! Nina glanced at Jess with disdain before turning her attention back to Dino. her expression shifting to one of disdain as she looked at the now pale and gasping Aiken. Huffing dismissively, "Hey, you there, you're a devil fruit user too, aren't you? What is your ability? It's rather intriguing. Vector fruit. A power that allows me to manipulate everything around me. Impressive, isn't it?" Dino boasted, revealing his fruit ability to her. Nina was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Dino to disclose his powers. What astonished her even more was his subsequent proposition. "You seem quite eager to deal with the one who has humiliated you. How about joining me as my crew and sailing the seas together? I find you quite fascinating." "What? You find me interesting? What are your intentions?" Nina's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as she crossed her arms and stepped back several paces, eyeing Dino with suspicion, as if guarding herself against a potential predator, leaving him speechless. Dino then released his hold, allowing Aiken to breathe freely once more. However, Aiken looked at Dino with terror, devoid of any inclination to resist. Lord Black Emperor, Before Aiken could utter a complete sentence, Nina delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Her speed was remarkable. Even Jess watched in disbelief as Nina moved with astonishing agility, while Dino couldn't help but smirk. Truth be told, he found it perplexing how someone with Nina's prowess had been captured and bound. Yet, he surmised that even without his intervention, Nina would likely free herself before long. "Huh, you tried every trick to get me drunk, drugged my drink, bound me, and denied me food. You deserve to die. You scoundrel." As Nina spoke, each word landed like a punch upon Aiken, who exhibited no capacity for resistance. He was sent reeling through the air, ultimately crashing onto the deck, gasping for breath, appearing half dead. How terrifying. Jess wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Initially, he had suspected that this woman might be exaggerating her capabilities. However, given Dino's evident esteem for her, he refrained from interjecting. In retrospect, he was grateful for his caution. Otherwise, he too might have fallen victim to this tempestuous woman's wrath. Jess's victory over Aiken was partly due to fortune, and he bore his own grievous injuries. A large scar etched across his chest, though he had managed to staunch the bleeding somewhat. Yet, Aiken, who had been evenly matched with him, was utterly obliterated by Nina without a semblance of resistance. How could Jess not be astonished? Indeed, her strength was formidable, but alas, she lacked the mastery of hockey. "Come with me. I will teach you how to wield it. You shall become my crew member, as we agreed, right? Fine, whatever." Nina glanced at the bruised figure she had just bested, then surveyed another pirate ship, realizing that following him was her only option. "Excellent. You are my first recruited crew member, Aimless Dino, my name. Melinda Nina. Am I truly just your first crew member? Then what of these others?" Nina, bewildered, followed Dino aboard the pirate ship, encountering the lecherous stares of the crew, scornfully declaring, "They are merely Aiken's underlings, not your crew. I have temporarily assumed control of this pirate ship. Now, go rest. The cook here possesses decent skills, and judging by your stomach, it has been grumbling incessantly." "Humph. Who cares?" Despite her words of indifference, her body betrayed her as Nina, with an air of defiance, made her way to the cabin. Eager to indulge in a hearty meal, her stomach growling as if it housed a pigeon. However, Dino had not anticipated that this golden-haired beauty was quite prideful. Her prowess was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to her haughty disposition. As for the other rescued individuals, having nowhere else to go, Dino intended to take them to Water 7, where they could choose their fate. He had issued a strict command, until the women made their own decisions. No one was permitted to intimidate them with threats, or they would find themselves unceremoniously thrown overboard to feed the fish. Through Nina's decisive blow, Dino learned the reason these women had found themselves in the clutches of the Steel Saw pirates. This crew was engaged in the nefarious trade of slavery, forcibly abducting numerous women during their voyages, and their discerning eyes ensured that each captured individual was of fair appearance. Most of these women had no families or parents, left alone in the world, thus becoming easy targets for the pirates. Nina, however, was an anomaly. According to her, her family was still alive, but she had quarreled with them and had run away to become a mercenary. Just as she entered a tavern to seek a job, she had an altercation with another patron. After soundly thrashing her opponent, she departed, only to be targeted by Aiken, who discovered her fondness for alcohol. Naive to the ways of the world, Nina was coerced into drinking a drugged beverage by Aiken. Though this transpired only after she had firmly rejected his offer to join his ship on several occasions, she sensed that Aiken was significantly weaker than herself, a feeling she could not quite articulate. During her fights, she often experienced similar sensations, and she had an uncanny ability to catch bullets with her bare hands, sustaining only minor injuries from blade strikes. Upon sharing these experiences, Dino's eyes lit up. Nina was unaware of the significance. Yet Dino recognized it as the precursor to the awakening of observation hockey and the initial application of armament hockey. Clearly, Nina possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, though she remained oblivious to it. Dino was confident that once Nina mastered the complete forms of both hockey types, combined with her formidable strength, her power would rival that of any of the three admirals. However, due to her gender, she might not reach the extraordinary level of Carp, as such heights were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Having witnessed such power, Dino aspired to surpass it, yearning for the transcendent strength that Roger embodied. Subsequently, Their party continued their solitary journey upon the vast ocean, while the ship buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Each crew member shared their dreams, openly discussing both their ambitions and the unspoken thoughts that lingered in their hearts, such as the nature of those who sail the seas, unrestrained and exuberant. My dream, Jess declared, is to enter the new world, to behold the wonders of this world, to traverse every corner, leaving my mark on each island. As he observed his exuberant crew, downing their drinks with gusto and laughing heartily, he felt a surge of camaraderie. My dream is simple. I want wealth, fame, and to earn the respect of all those who have ever belittled or scorned me. I will show them that I am the best. Nina, clearly inebriated, clung to Dino's arm, spilling her drink everywhere. By the way, Lord Black and Yellow, what is your dream? Come on, let us in on it. Initially, Dino quietly savored his drink and relished the roasted meat, but Nina's unexpected intrusion caused a flush to rise to his cheeks. Especially after observing the captivating allure that Nina exuded post-drinking, he found himself compelled to divert his attention elsewhere. At that moment, upon hearing Jess's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he squinted his eyes and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to hear? I fear I might frighten you all." Dino spoke the truth, yet Jess burst into hearty laughter and declared emphatically, "Ha ha ha. A man of the sea ought to speak plainly, right? There is nothing to be afraid of. I have weathered many storms. How could I possibly be intimidated? Lord Black Emperor, what dreams do you harbor? Do share. For the purpose of this banquet is to unburden our hearts and converse about our aspirations." Ha ha. Upon hearing Jess's revelation, Dino scratched his head, set down his cup, and, while embracing the inebriated Nina beside him, nostalgically remarked, "This is the second time I have articulated my dream, but certainly not the last." Dino paused momentarily, then revealed a boisterous grin and continued, "My dream, you ask? The first step is to ascend to the pinnacle of Pirate King. The second step is to overthrow the world government and send that rabble of celestial dragons tumbling from their pedestal." Ha ha. That is my dream. Surprised, are you? Ha ha. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, save for Dino's raucous laughter echoing unabashedly. "Bravo. Ha ha. Truly, you are the Black Emperor, exuding extraordinary charisma." Jess responded after a brief moment, laughing heartily in return. The pirate ship once again erupted into a lively atmosphere. However, this time, each individual harbored subtle shifts in thought, such as the usually reticent Jess, the sobering Nina who feigned drunkenness, and the seemingly carefree Dino. The vastness of the sea was remarkable. Dino and his companions had been navigating these waters for nearly a month, finally arriving at their desired destination, Water 7. This locale is renowned for possessing the finest shipbuilding craftsmanship in the world. It is said that the ancient weapon, Pluton, was constructed here, alongside Roger's Oro Jackson, which was built by the illustrious Master Tom. Water 7, I must confess, is a place I have set foot in for the very first time. It is truly magnificent and awe-inspiring, with scenery that is breathtakingly beautiful. Of course, it would be even better if it weren't for the presence of those Navy forces. Dino spoke thus, gazing at the patrolling Navy, who remained oblivious to his presence and that of his companions, to avert any unnecessary complications. He had previously instructed Jess to stow away the pirate flag of the ship. After all, his purpose in this place was to construct a vessel, and it was prudent to avoid any conflicts with the Navy. "Well, your voyage concludes here. You are now free. I shall disembark." As Dino spoke, ready to leap down with Nina, a sudden thud interrupted him as Jess knelt before him, leaving Dino momentarily astonished. Jess's subordinates were equally taken aback. "What do you mean by this?" "My Lord Black Emperor, please permit me to accompany you. I have pondered this for a long time, and I realize that I am indeed quite weak, somewhat arrogant and reckless, yet I am not much younger than you, and I possess great potential, along with lofty aspirations. I am aware that, relying solely on myself and my subordinates, my dream of traversing the world is utterly unattainable. Therefore, I beseech you to allow me to follow you." As Jess spoke, he continued to kneel, unwilling to rise. Dino, however, found himself perplexed. He did not consider himself worthy of such loyalty, as a mere tremor from him could easily lead to devastation. Nina, having spent over 10 days with Dino, had gained some insight into his character. She now regarded Jess with a bemused expression, before delivering a sardonic remark. "You know, it's not my intention to insult you, but your strength is simply too inadequate. While you may possess some potential, you still fall significantly short. Moreover, what future could you possibly have following this fool? I must have been out of my mind to have chosen to follow him. Please, spare yourself from this irreversible path. At least we have known each other for several days. Consider it my advice." Hey, how has it turned into advice? Am I unreliable? I am a fool. Nina, what do you mean by that? Where am I lacking in reliability? And your tone, it clearly indicates your dissatisfaction with me. Upon hearing Nina's words, Dino felt a surge of discontent. Undeterred, she unleashed her sharp tongue with unrelenting force. Can you really be considered trustworthy? According to your navigational course, we have squandered a full 5 days. Moreover, as a pirate, you acquired your ship through thievery. While such actions may not be inherently wrong for a pirate, what of your flag? You possess not even that, and still, you dare to claim reliability? Upon hearing Nina's words, Dino became even more displeased. He then effortlessly utilized his abilities to lift the bewildered Jess, who was watching the quarrel between the two. Subsequently, with remarkable ease, he etched a somewhat crooked yet discernibly recognizable emblem of a pirate flag before Nina. Allow me to inform you, the black pirate flag is undoubtedly forthcoming. I have already engraved the emblem, and I have chosen a name as well, the Black Emperor Pirate Crew. Dino spoke, a hint of pride illuminating his gaze as he admired the emblem he had crafted. Much like the traditional pirate flag, it bore a colossal skull, flanked by 2 crossbones. However, it was adorned with 2 magnificent wings that enveloped the entire insignia. Atop the skull, a rudimentary crown was hastily sketched, reflecting Dino's lack of formal design training and his limited exposure to the true form of a crown. With his distinctive artistic style, one might mistakenly perceive it as a skull ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, Nina and Jess attentively examined the artwork, both clearly grasping its significance. It appeared that the captain harbored grand ambitions, embracing the world, crowned with glory. With a chuckle, Nina conceded that her previous remarks had been somewhat inaccurate and offered an apology. Yet, she firmly asserted, "You are unreliable and a fool. That is an undeniable fact, and I shall accept no rebuttals." With that, the golden-haired maiden once again unleashed her signature Sundra charm, leaving Dino somewhat speechless. Jess, however, regarded Dino with a mixture of concern and hope in his eyes. "Come now, my good man, it seems as though you are on the verge of tears. Given your capabilities, you should manage just fine. But do you possess any other skills or techniques? Speak freely, for we are to be comrades henceforth, and there is no need for secrecy between us." Dino's words left Jess momentarily stunned, and soon he was overwhelmed with tears, leaving Dino feeling quite awkward while Nina wore a disdainful expression, softly uttering her discontent. Nevertheless, she reached out to pat Jess on the shoulder, acknowledging him as a companion. "Thank you, Black Emperor." "No, thank you, Captain. My true name is Marlette Jess. In the past, I was a shipwright, but due to certain circumstances, my family's shipyard went bankrupt, which led me to set sail and join the pirates." Jess ceased his weeping and responded candidly. Upon hearing Jess's profession as a shipwright, Dino was filled with immense joy, relieved that he would no longer have to tirelessly search for a new shipwright. Haha, what a delightful surprise. However, what about the group of underlings you have? Although Dino felt a sense of joy regarding his unexpected gain, he couldn't help but think of the subordinates under Jess. Their capabilities were, to put it bluntly, merely that of commoners, ordinary individuals with slightly greater strength but little else to commend them. Jess himself seemed uncertain about how to handle this group, whose members were now anxiously observing Dino, awaiting his judgment. "Let me clarify. You are all aware of the name of my pirate crew. I seek companions who are formidable and fiercely ruthless pirates. In the future, whether you wish to form your own crew or venture out individually, anyone capable of entering the new world and willing to follow my lead may come to me. How might we find you, Lord Black Emperor?" "Oh, that is an excellent question, young man. Your name is Ike, correct?" "Yes, indeed, Lord Black Emperor. I am called Ike." The young man named Ike appeared quite exhilarated, as he had never anticipated that Dino would remember his name. Dino, observing Ike's excitement, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His recollection of Ike's name stemmed solely from the fact that the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a game he had played in a previous life. Not only in appearance but also in the name he bore, both sporting a striking mohawk hairstyle. It would have been rather peculiar for him not to take note of such a resemblance. Indeed, our Black Emperor pirate crew is destined for the throne of the Pirate King. Although I personally harbor no grand aspirations for that position, it is imperative to seize it if one wishes to contend with the world government. Otherwise, the first step would be utterly unattainable. With grandiloquent flair, Dino proclaimed his words, while the crew aboard the ship cast envious glances in his direction. Subsequently, Dino and his 2 companions disembarked, leaving behind the crew who continued to navigate the pirate ship, once belonging to Jess, across the vast ocean. Whether they would meet again in the future remained uncertain, as survival in this perilous world demanded formidable strength. Should fate allow their paths to cross once more, these individuals would undoubtedly become a significant asset to Dino. "Now, let us set our course for Tom's Shipbuilding Company." Dino spoke with a playful demeanor and then, with a cheerful smile, strode out confidently. Nina, however, wore a look of disdain, while Jess discreetly lowered his gaze, mindful of the patrolling Navy officers nearby. To avoid detection, he trailed behind the 2 without drawing unnecessary attention. That individual must be foolish, carrying such a substantial load of valuables. Did you not hear him mention heading to Tom's shipyard? It seems he intends to solicit assistance for shipbuilding. Yet, with such an extensive haul, one must wonder how large a vessel he plans to construct, he mused. Well, that is of no concern to us. We should maintain our vigilance. Lately, pirates have become increasingly brazen. Fortunately for him, he is in Water 7. Otherwise, flaunting his wealth like that would have led to a swift robbery. Indeed, it would be prudent to offer a word of caution. "Excuse me, dear sir. And to the 3 gentlemen over there, kindly secure your belongings and refrain from being too ostentatious. While there may not be pirates around here, there are certainly many pickpockets lurking about." A youthful Navy officer, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, kindly alerted Dino and his companions. Although the other officers regarded the young sailor's actions with a hint of disdain, they did not intervene. Is that so? I truly appreciate your concern, young man. I shall take heed. Please continue your patrol. By the way, I believe there may be something noteworthy occurring at the western dock. Consider this a token of gratitude for your warning. Dino responded loudly to the other party's words, then turned around and continued walking forward. While Nina and Jess exchanged puzzled glances. The western port? What has transpired there? Although Nina and Jess were aware of the extraordinary ability known as observation hockey, they themselves could not wield such power. However, they knew that Dino possessed it. Ah, an intriguing individual has arrived, and this person is indeed audacious. Daring to venture here alone. It is truly difficult to articulate my thoughts on him. Dino spoke as he gazed toward that direction, clearly perceiving with his observation hockey that there existed a presence not inferior to his own. This individual was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the captain of the Don Quixote pirates. Water 7, a name I have long heard. Today marks my inaugural visit, and I am met with a grand reception from the Navy. How delightful it is to be so well liked. With his golden locks, sunglasses, a flamboyant pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes, coupled with his distinctive laughter. The soldiers patrolling the port instantly recognized him. The notorious pirate, Doflamingo? What brings you here? I have come to see Tom for a matter of great importance. And I have no desire to engage with you Navy folk. As Doflamingo spoke, he wielded his powers to send the Navy personnel flying, propelling them into the air towards Tom's shipyard. Meanwhile, Dino and his two subordinates had already arrived in Uncle Tom's office. At this moment, Dino and his companions were comfortably seated, awaiting Tom's response. Hey, Uncle Tom, I offer you half of my treasures as compensation. Is it not feasible to construct such a vessel? My demands are rather modest, save for one particular request for a device that can store my abilities as a backup energy source, which may pose some difficulty. However, the rest should be quite manageable. No? Ho. Indeed, it is a whimsical design. My apologies, I momentarily failed to grasp it. Utilizing the powers of a devil fruit as a source of energy for a ship is indeed a remarkable innovation, though I have yet to experiment with it. Your method of compressing air and employing air pressure for propulsion is something I have neither heard of nor witnessed. If you had suggested using electricity or fire, I could have readily produced it, yet you present me with this formidable challenge. Now, Uncle Tom, considering you have once crafted legends and continue to forge new ones, this endeavor should surely be a trifling matter for you. Oh, and there is one more thing. Dino spoke, then approached Tom, leaning down to whisper in his ear, while Tom looked on with astonishment in his eyes. I never anticipated you possessed such experiences. Truly, if it were not so. How could you have found your way to me? He chuckled. It seems my arrival is indeed ill-timed, as there are other guests present. What unfortunate luck. Just as Dino and Tom were engaged in their discussion, Doflamingo squatted by the window's edge, a mocking grin on his face as he surveyed the occupants of the room, emitting an eerie laugh. Doflamingo? What brings you here? Uncle Tom exclaimed, surprised by the presence of this notorious pirate, while Dino smiled at the somewhat neurotic Doflamingo by the window. In contrast, Jess and Nina were on high alert. Jess was wary due to Doflamingo's fearsome reputation, while Nina sensed instinctively the formidable strength of their adversary, thus adopting a defensive stance. Captain, this man is Doflamingo, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. He is exceedingly powerful, Jess warned. Do not fret. He is not here with intentions toward us. Besides, how could mere nameless individuals attract the attention of such a renowned pirate? Upon hearing Jace's words, Dino shook his head. After uttering this remark, he gently patted Jace's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Ah, this young man possesses quite an extraordinary demeanor. He knows who I am yet shows no fear. Does he believe that I am not here for individuals like him, and thus feels emboldened? Or is it merely the audacity of youth, unacquainted with peril? Ah, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Your name is one I have long revered. The titles of Sea Scoundrel and Flamingo resonate profoundly with me, and most importantly, it is your name that lingers in my memory, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Dino spoke softly, leaning closer to him as he uttered those few words about the former celestial dragons. In an instant, Doflamingo's demeanor darkened. The neurotic smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. What else do you know? Oh, what could I possibly know? Dino replied. You are aware that I am largely informed. What you do not know, I am nearly acquainted with as well. Therefore, I empathize with your experiences, for they are quite similar to mine. Yet, there exists one stark difference. You are a scoundrel. And your father is, too, a scoundrel. When Dino uttered these words, it was with a sense of palpable resentment. For the demise of his parents was linked to their discovery of past associations with the Don Quixote family. This revelation had been unearthed from the fragmented memories he had accumulated over the past decade. Moreover, the spirit of this body he inhabited bore a potent obsession. Aside from overthrowing the celestial dragons, his other target was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. His memories indicated that it was Doflamingo who had orchestrated an assault on a vessel transporting celestial gold, leading to a relentless pursuit. The information he had inadvertently divulged pointed directly towards the Ibel family, intensifying his animosity towards the individual before him. After all, He had inherited both the bloodline and partial memories of the Einbell family, along with this body that had granted him a second chance at life. Consequently, fulfilling the original owner's fervent desires became his own mission. Ah, I see now. You two belong to this category of beings. It appears we are indeed kindred spirits. However, that incident resulted in many leaks. Were you one of them, or merely a victim? Dino mused. Never mind, I have no time for idle chatter. I shall deal with you shortly. Why bother with such entanglements? So, Tom, produce the design for the Pluton, and I might spare your life. Tom sighed, shaking his head. Honestly, I possess no such designs. Why does anyone still doubt my word? I incinerated that material long ago. Doflamingo's expression, which had already been somewhat grim, darkened further at this revelation. At that moment, the Navy had gathered outside Tom's shipyard, intensifying the tension. Two children approached hastily, their faces etched with panic. These youngsters were none other than the young Frankie and Iceberg. Uncle Tom, it's bad. The Navy has surrounded us. What are they up to? Frankie exclaimed. The Navy are a bunch of scoundrels. They had promised us peace, yet they are pressing us ruthlessly. What do they want? The two children clearly harbored significant animosity towards the Navy. Upon seeing them, Doflamingo's lips curled into a smile, his fingers quivering slightly. Is this truly appropriate? They are merely children. Threatening Uncle Tom with children is a disgraceful display, Doflamingo. Haha. It seems I have underestimated you. You are indeed a devil fruit user. Are you contemplating aiding them? If you seek your own demise, do not blame me, Doflamingo retorted. Ah, Doflamingo, spare us your grandstanding. I have long been displeased by your insufferable demeanor. Regardless of the time, your tone drips with mockery, rivaling even that of the lecherous Kizaru. Dino let out a hearty laugh before launching a powerful punch. At that moment, Doflamingo's expression darkened as he crossed his arms defensively across his chest to block the blow. However, as expected, he was sent flying. Ah, what a convenient ability, allowing one to soar through the air. Alas, my own fruit power cannot be applied to myself. Otherwise, it would be even more advantageous. Uncle Tom, may I borrow a window from your house? Dino gazed at Doflamingo, who was suspended in the air thanks to his own fruit abilities, feeling somewhat vexed. After all, the fact that his own fruit abilities could not be applied to himself was his greatest flaw. However, there was little he could do. The nature of this fruit was exceedingly overpowered, and one or two shortcomings were, perhaps, understandable. Much like the dark fruit, which cannot be elementalized, Dino's abilities, though not on par with the trimmer fruit, were certainly superior to another calamity-inducing fruit, the float fruit. His abilities could be deemed a harmonious blend of offense and defense. As he spoke, Dino stomped his foot, and the window of the room was effortlessly dismantled, serving as a makeshift platform for him to stand upon, thereby allowing him to hover in midair. What kind of fruit ability is this? The float fruit? Has that old wretch finally met his demise? Are you referring to the golden lion? That old coot is still alive, probably hiding somewhere. As for my fruit ability, have you heard of the vector fruit? It is a treasured heirloom of my family. Ha ha ha. The notion of a family heirloom was clearly a fabrication by Dino, who would consider a devil fruit as a familial treasure. It was evident that he was merely spinning tales. Such fruits would either be consumed to augment one's strength or sold off. The idea of it being a family legacy was utterly implausible. Thus, Doflamingo recognized that Dino was merely jesting, attempting to provoke him. Although Doflamingo wore a smile, Dino could sense the chilling malice lurking in his gaze. He chuckled darkly. What an arrogant little brat. Don't think that just because you possess a devil fruit, you are invincible. This world is far grander than you can fathom. Rainbow thread. Observing Dino, Doflamingo offered what could be construed as a warning, then swiftly advanced, his hands claw-like, striking toward Dino. Futile. Barrier unfold. Dino's observation hockey allowed him to perceive nearly 10 invisible lines slicing towards him, yet he remained unperturbed, for such an assault posed no threat to him. Ineffective? Doflamingo, witnessing the futility of his attack, watched as Dino slowly raised his hand, adopting a posture indicative of a thrust. Receive this move, Doflamingo. Air cannon. A rather pedestrian name. Yet forgive Dino for his lack of creativity, for the potency of this technique was extraordinary. Coupled with his earlier fruit abilities, it effectively countered Doflamingo's maneuvers, causing all the gathered Navy personnel below to momentarily lose their hearing. What just happened? Uncertain, but it appears two individuals are engaged in combat above. The notorious pirate, Doflamingo? And who is his opponent? Another pirate? Not likely, as there is no bounty poster for him, nor does he display a pirate flag or ship. He is here in search of Tom. Damn it. How could such a significant figure suddenly appear here? And the other individual possesses the strength to contend with Doflamingo. We must swiftly evacuate all civilians from this area. I shall protect those remaining. But, Major, you do not concern yourself with me. I can withstand Doflamingo alone for a moment, but I fear the other individual is also a pirate. The Navy personnel below watched the duel in the sky with palpable tension. They had already contacted higher-ranking officers, specifically the branch's vice-admirals, to ensure the complete dispersal of nearby civilians, preventing them from becoming collateral damage. Impressive power indeed, but your aim leaves much to be desired. Observe my technique. Super Strike Whip. With that, a massive, intertwined white line erupted from Doflamingo's hand. Dino, recognizing the gravity of the situation, could not afford to underestimate his opponent, for their previous encounters had merely been exploratory. It was now evident that Doflamingo was earnest in his assault. Haha. I return your words to you, Doflamingo. Your aim is hardly commendable. Dino laughed maniacally, then forcefully thrust his hands forward, conjuring an invisible wall before him. The formidable whip of impact abruptly altered its trajectory, hurtling toward Doflamingo himself. What? This unforeseen turn of events caught Doflamingo off guard, compelling him to halt his attack and descend to the ground. The whip struck the adjacent ground, creating a massive crater, with fissures spreading outward as if the strike could sink water 7 itself. Such a bizarre technique. Yet, these relentless marines were truly bothersome. Doflamingo regarded Dino with grave intensity. But the undaunted marines charged at him, their hands claw-like as they swung, only to meet their demise in that very moment. How ruthlessly cruel, Doflamingo. Ruthless? This is merely the lament of the weak, and soon you shall join the ranks of the fallen, Doflamingo declared, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside Dino and deliver a powerful kick. The foot-slicing line. His formidable strength, unlike the earlier tentative strikes in the air, sent Dino flying. Doflamingo showed no mercy, unleashing another whip of impact toward Dino. Are we engaged in a turn-based game? I never imagined I would be on the receiving end of your blows. It is truly astonishing. Confronted with Doflamingo's whip of impact, Dino chose not to evade. For confronting challenges head-on is a man's romance. However, primarily due to his fruit ability, he felt little inclination to retreat. Otherwise, against such intensity, he would have fled at all costs. After all, his armament hockey was merely at a nascent level. Yet the sheer potency of his fruit ability compensated for his physical shortcomings. Ah. With a hearty laugh, Dino unleashed a powerful punch that interrupted the formidable move, leaving Doflamingo astonished. Ah. While aerial combat is not my forte, I excel in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, the potency of my fruit ability only intensifies the closer I am. Dino lunged forward, harnessing the power of his fruit as he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Yet all were deftly evaded by Doflamingo, who seemed to possess foresight akin to a sage. Such is the advantage of observation hockey. However, both adversaries were equally gifted in this regard. With a thunderous crash, Doflamingo was sent hurtling backwards, colliding into a nearby building. His hands, shrouded in darkness, and his demeanor grave, he fixed a serious gaze upon Dino, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Hey, to think you possess observation hockey capable of striking me. How underestimated you are. With such prowess, why do you remain so obscure? Your abilities rival those of a vice admiral, do they not? In response to Doflamingo's praise, Dino felt no elation. Instead, a cold chuckle escaped his lips as he struck at the air before him. I have no need for your commendations. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a punch that visibly fractured the air around him, astonishing both the Marines and Doflamingo alike. Wait, is that not the old man's technique? How do you possess it? Doflamingo exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Ah. Face my attack. False earthquake. As the fissures expanded, Doflamingo quickly conjured an enormous web-like barrier before him. Spider's nest. Yet, despite his efforts, it proved futile as Dino's assault surged forth. The air in a fan-shaped radius around him began to shatter, leaving Doflamingo struggling to maintain his footing. Even as he attempted to take flight, he felt the oppressive force of the air surrounding him, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. False earthquake. Upon encountering Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dino found himself ensnared. The fist that was poised to strike suddenly unfurled and descended with great force. At that moment, Doflamingo was utterly unprepared, as Dino's devil fruit ability was exceedingly perplexing to him. Although he had perused the devil fruit encyclopedia, he had only skimmed through it without paying meticulous attention. Consequently, he was at a disadvantage due to his lack of information, as Dino's fruit had appeared on the final page of the encyclopedia, marked as one of the most perilous paramecia-type fruits, possessing the ability of a pseudo-natural disaster. This indicated that it was but a hair's breadth away from true calamity-level powers. The genuine disaster abilities, namely the Tremor fruit and the Float fruit, both had their drawbacks. Nevertheless, Dino's fruit was formidable in its own right, and he had thoroughly developed its capabilities, standing on the cusp of awakening, at which point he would truly embody a disaster. Get lost, you damned brat. Doflamingo, enveloped in hockey, fiercely manipulated his strings in midair, attempting to resist Dino's overwhelming force. However, it was clear that he could not sustain this resistance for long. An astonishing aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding Navy personnel to collapse, leaving only a trembling rear admiral to watch in awe. Meanwhile, in the shipbuilding company behind Dino, Tom, though sweating profusely, remained conscious, unlike his two disciples, Iceberg and Frankie, who had fainted. Dino's crew members were faring differently. Jess was sprawled by the window, gasping for breath as he struggled against the unfamiliar power, while Nina appeared relatively unfazed, merely sweating slightly and regarding Doflamingo with a serious demeanor. Dino, intrigued by Doflamingo, was well acquainted with the Conqueror's hockey. He had encountered it in the likes of Shanks, Roger, and Rayleigh. During his 2 years sailing with Roger, he had succumbed to the conqueror's haki of the world destroyer, Bandywald, and had withstood the haki of the Golden Lion, as well as that of Whitebeard and even the Red Count, Gecko Moria, despite being young at the time. He had never been daunted. A decade of rigorous training, coupled with his insistence that Rayleigh not hold back during their sparring sessions, had strengthened his resolve. Thus, when confronted with Doflamingo's level of conqueror's haki, he regarded it with disdain, as it posed no threat to him. Rather, his own techniques had been countered. Indeed, the conqueror's haki resembled the fighting games he had played in his past life. Once unleashed, it acted like a burst of energy, dispelling various negative effects and significantly enhancing one's abilities. Shanks, for instance, became one of the 4 emperors due to his unrivaled conqueror's haki and his swordsmanship that rivaled the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Without these attributes, he would never have secured his position among the emperors, especially considering the formidable nature of the other 3. What's your name, you wretched little brat? Doflamingo taunted. Ha. What? Do you wish to beg for mercy? I shall reveal my name to you, so listen closely. I am Dino, the Black Emperor. Dino, the Black Emperor, you say? Hee. Just another foolish child dreaming of grandeur, thinking he can dominate me with a couple of moves? How naive. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. White line of the wild waves, Doflamingo proclaimed as he floated in the air, the surroundings beginning to shift. Enormous white strings intertwined and surged towards Dino, who was momentarily taken aback by Doflamingo's sudden display of awakened fruit powers. This was unexpected from someone as cunning as Doflamingo. However, in the next moment, Dino understood. Sensing the approach of numerous warships, realizing that as the white lines ensnared him, Doflamingo leapt towards the office window. Do not let him near Uncle Tom, Dino reminded, only to be swiftly engulfed by the chaotic white threads of the sea. One cannot deny that the awakening of the fruit has elevated Doflamingo's prowess to an entirely new echelon. Initially, their strengths were comparable. Yet this awakening has propelled him to the caliber of a quasi-admiral. Get down. Face my barrage. With Jace's furious shout, gunfire erupted, yet Doflamingo effortlessly deflected it. Such a bothersome little insect, perish. However, to his astonishment, just as he aimed to eliminate Jace, Nina struck with a punch, devoid of any forewarning. Her observation haki offered no indication, and she successfully knocked Doflamingo from the air. Another one with haki? Truly, today is not my day. To be thwarted at this threshold is a disgrace. Doflamingo lamented, observing the blood dripping from his right hand as Nina, cloaked in a faint black aura of haki, pivoted midair and soared once more. Meanwhile, Dino had extricated himself from the entanglement of the chaotic threads. Doflamingo, do not overlook me. Super heavy strike, destruction. This blow was Dino's signature move, his most formidable technique. In his training, he had obliterated a small mountain with it, even injuring Rayleigh. Doflamingo, in this state, hurriedly attempted to defend himself, conjuring countless threads before him, yet to no avail. With a disconcerting creak, Dino's fist collided with Doflamingo's defenses. Cough, what a powerful strike. Despite being cloaked in haki, Doflamingo still sustained injuries. Regrettably, Dino's attack had been largely mitigated by the prior shield of threads, rendering it somewhat less impactful upon contact. Coupled with the defensive capacity of his haki, Dino's strike merely resulted in Doflamingo sustaining a minor injury. Nevertheless, Dino had achieved his objective. Since Doflamingo was intent on acquiring the design blueprint for the ancient weapon, his aim was not to vanquish his opponent, but rather to ensure that Doflamingo could not approach Uncle Tom. After enduring such a lengthy skirmish, Dino comprehended that he was not yet a match for Doflamingo. Should Doflamingo unleash his full strength, Dino would likely have no choice but to flee. After all, even in a normal state, Doflamingo would only be an equal match for him, if not slightly superior. However, now that Doflamingo's fruit had awakened, his power rivaling that of a quasi-admiral was beyond Dino's current capability to contend with. Fortunately, Doflamingo could not linger here, as the warlords of the sea plan had yet to materialize, leaving him without the protection of the Navy and unable to remain recklessly as the Navy's forces approached. Hehehe, little brat, I concede defeat this time, intercepted by you and that woman. Truly, a miscalculation on my part, but I shall remember your name. Black Emperor Dino, a little brat with delusions of grandeur. Pray you do not cross paths with me again upon the seas, lest you find yourself without a grave. Doflamingo declared, then utilized his abilities to depart swiftly before the Navy's forces arrived, leaving the Marines who had landed on shore to catch a fleeting glimpse of Doflamingo as formidable figure as he vanished into the distance. Thank you, brother, for your timely assistance. Who knows what that pirate might have done otherwise? It is a pity that our comrades sacrificed so much. A Navy major approached Dino with a smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Dino felt somewhat awkward, scratching his head, although he was not yet a pirate. He would undoubtedly become one in the future, making the Navy's gratitude feel peculiar to him. Captain Jack, you've arrived. This is the one who aided us. One of the Navy personnel introduced. Greetings, I am Jack, a captain from the branch. The newcomer was an imposing figure, towering at least 2 meters tall, wielding a sword nearly as tall as himself, exuding an air of intimidation. Heh, Dino. Dino, apprehensive of revealing his true identity, refrains from disclosing his name. Although he is yet to venture out to sea, The mere mention of his name could brand him a pirate, jeopardizing his ability to construct ships here, a considerable loss indeed. Subsequently, Rear Admiral Jack routinely documented the statements of witnesses before hastily seeking out Tom to record further testimonies, departing soon after. The responsibility of managing various occurrences in their jurisdiction falls squarely on the shoulders of the Rear Admirals, who, unlike their counterparts at headquarters, represent the pinnacle of strength and leadership in this region. Consequently, their duties keep them exceedingly occupied, while the young admiral enjoys a leisurely respite in his office, sipping tea and demonstrating a warm rapport with Tom. Dino, however, had no intention of engaging with him and instead settled into the room arranged by Tom. He exchanged some jewelry at a nearby pawnshop, acquiring a substantial sum of 30 to 40 million berries. After all, having liquid assets post-injury facilitates matters significantly. As for his ship, Tom has taken full responsibility, assuring that it will be constructed within 3 months. Should Dino find any aspect unsatisfactory, Tom has promised to redo it at no cost. Meanwhile, Jess remains under Dino's guidance, learning the intricacies of shipbuilding. Although Jess had previously worked as a shipwright, he was merely a laborer with a rudimentary understanding of the craft. His competence in basic repairs was evident, yet shipbuilding demands a meticulous approach. Dino's expectations were clear. And, recognizing Dino's recent assistance, Uncle Tom reluctantly accepted Jess as a half-apprentice, thus commencing the work. Thus, 3 months swiftly passed. Dino and Nina have both retreated to a small island not far from the city of Seven Waters to engage in their training. Let there be no misunderstandings. Their intentions are solely focused on cultivation. At this moment, Dino has attained the ability to wield armament hockey, yet he remains only partially proficient. Should he face a formidable challenge, he would inevitably falter. Thus, it is imperative for him to intensify his training, otherwise, with his current level of competence, the perils of the sea loom large. As for Nina, she has demonstrated remarkable prowess. Dino's assessment of her has proven accurate. This proud young woman is a born warrior. Although her physical techniques still appear somewhat superficial, lacking systematic training, she compensates for this with her innate talent. Unlike Dino, whose abilities are predominantly derived from his devil fruit powers, she has not specialized in martial arts, rendering her unable to provide guidance in that domain. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that they may recruit a skilled martial artist in the future to mentor them, an opportunity that would be quite advantageous. Despite her current limitations, Nina's strength is formidable. While Dino can still dispatch her with a few moves, her capabilities are comparable to those of a rear admiral in the main fleet. Whereas Nina's strength aligns closely with that of a rear admiral in a branch division. This is commendable, especially considering that she relies solely on her own abilities and wields her mastery of dual-color hockey to establish her reputation. Nina harbors no interest in acquiring a devil fruit. For her reasoning is simple. She desires to swim, and thus she firmly declines such offers. Consequently, the devil fruit they initially discovered upon arriving on the island was bestowed upon Jess. This decision ensures that his combat strength will not hinder their progress. The fruit in question is known as the Quick fruit, a fitting title that aligns seamlessly with Jess's moniker of Quishot. However, as for the Quishot, Dino was eager to bestow a new title upon him. Indeed, this vessel is an astonishingly grand ship, truly remarkable. The time taken to construct such a colossal craft was merely 3 months, which is utterly incredible. Our shipbuilding craftsmanship in Water 7 is unparalleled in the world. Creating a ship is but a trifling matter. Were it not for your specific requests, which posed certain challenges, this ship would have been completed within a month. Iceberg proudly remarked from the side, while Dino leaped aboard the ship, surveying the deck adorned with lush grass and numerous potted plants at the stern. He nodded in approval. These embellishments were not something he had explicitly requested. He merely hoped for a touch of greenery at the outset. To his surprise, Tom had transplanted an expansive area of turf and these potted plants, which was rather thoughtful of him. Subsequently, Dino meticulously inspected the magnificent vessel, investing considerable time in the process. Overall, he was exceedingly satisfied, so much so that he couldn't suppress his grin. The dimensions of the ship were inspired by Roger's Oro Jackson. It was slightly smaller than the future Sun pirate ship, the Thousand Sunny, yet it still qualified as an immense craft. Captain, you've finally proven to be reliable this time. But could you refrain from grinning like a fool? The Navy personnel are quite puzzled about our intentions, Nina remarked as she stepped aboard, her initial impulse to tease him. However, her subsequent comment struck a chord, for the presence of this grand ship had astonished the patrolling Navy, and the Rear Admiral, though aware of Dino's shipbuilding aspirations, could not approach the construction site due to Tom's restrictions on outsiders. Dino and the others had vanished, leaving the Admiral waiting to discover their intentions, harboring a premonition that they would soon undertake significant endeavors. Why worry about them? Where's Jess? Has he arrived? That fellow is currently bidding farewell to Tom. It's quite surprising how deep their bond has grown in just 3 months, Dino chuckled. You wouldn't understand. It's the bond between master and apprentice. Akin to our partnership, with deep-seated ties and emotions, he continued. Please, that's merely your one-sided perspective. I don't believe in such sentiments, Nina retorted, still somewhat aloof. Yet, During their 3 months of cohabitation, Dino had discerned that she bore some emotional scars. While they had forged a friendship, when faced with true peril, she would not risk her life for him, which rendered her less of a true companion in his eyes. Nevertheless, he possessed unwavering confidence in rectifying her somewhat distorted emotional disposition. Isn't this quite entertaining? Ha ha ha. P.S. Here. We set sail. Nina, hoist the pirate flag. Today, the Black King pirates officially embark on our voyage. With Dino's exuberant proclamation, the sails unfurled, and the pirate flag ascended. This motley crew were indeed pirates? The Navy Rear Admiral's countenance darkened as he clutched the transponder snail, uncertain whether to inform Vice Admiral Jack. After all, he had formed a rapport with Jess, and he recognized that their nature wasn't inherently malevolent. They had assisted him on numerous occasions. Particularly, their first encounter had thwarted a disaster by intercepting Doflamingo, which left him in a state of indecision. Sir, Rear Admiral, should we pursue that unfamiliar pirate ship? A young patrolling sailor inquired after spotting Dino's ship, which had just set sail. The Rear Admiral shook his head and replied, No, this oversight falls on me for not detecting the pirate ship's passage. We cannot catch up now. You all continue your patrol. Ultimately, the Admiral chose not to pursue, exhaling a sigh as he pocketed the transponder snail and proceeded to Tom S. shipyard to inquire about the situation. Additionally, he needed to address issues concerning the sea train, which could not be delayed further. The pressure was becoming unbearable. He had known Tom for several years and was well aware of his obstinacy. Thus, he aimed to use this matter as a half-threat, half-persuasion to encourage the continuation of the sea train's construction. Meanwhile, Dino, having already set sail, remained oblivious to the fact that their actions would expedite the sea train project by 6 months, placing Tom's life in jeopardy. While he was aware of the potential threats, he saw no means of altering the course of events. The only thing he could do was to hold a maritime funeral for Tom on the day the Navy persecuted him. Captain, where shall we head next? Jess asked, rubbing his hands together in excitement, while Nina had somehow procured a sun chair and umbrella, reclining comfortably as she basked in the sun. Our next destination will be a tour around the East Blue, with our first stop being Logtown. Although I have visited before, this time I seek a certain individual. And you both must be curious to see the place where the Pirate King was executed. Ha ha ha. Dino burst into laughter, and then Jace, with a look of astonishment and envy, gazed at Dino and remarked, I've long desired to visit that place. But I never expected that the esteemed captain had already been there. Humph, how dull. In stark contrast to Jace's envious expression, Nina exhibited no interest whatsoever in such places. While Dino squinted at the sky, Norson, I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me on this journey. If you lend your strength, our goals align perfectly. I cannot fathom why, after witnessing the captain's execution, you chose to remain here as a mere tavern owner. Norson, once a member of the Roger Pirates, was formidable, not inferior to those monsters. Yet he was quite strong, proficient in both forms of hockey, and possessed remarkable culinary skills. He was nearly 20 years older than Dino. At last, they had set sail. By the way, what is the name of our ship? Unreliable Captain. Please don't tell us that you haven't even decided on a name for this vessel. After acquiring their own ship, it was already the 10th day of their voyage, and the sea had been remarkably calm. For instance, during the stormy river and sea, Dino frequently greeted them and engaged in some close encounters. Thus, it had been 10 days, and they had strayed far from their original course. At that moment, it was Nina who was steering the ship, no longer Dino, for he possessed no navigational talent. Wherever there was a thunderstorm, tsunami, or tempest, he would head straight into it. In recent days, Jace had been thoroughly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed, unable to rise. It must be said that although he had consumed a devil fruit, his strength had not progressed significantly. After all, he had not devoted himself entirely to its development, instead spending a considerable time assisting Tom in shipbuilding, where he acquired considerable skills. Oh, did I not mention this before? Dino gazed at Nina, who was at the helm of the pirate ship, momentarily taken aback. He then scratched his head and glanced at Jess, who, despite his pallid complexion, was fervently practicing with his flintlock. Jess had taken a brief respite, as his body was still somewhat weakened from the exertions. Although he could endure the training, his stamina had significantly diminished. Upon hearing Dino's words, he solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dino then remarked, Ah, ha 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 ha. I truly forgot, but I distinctly recall having mentioned it. Never mind, let us consider it as if I never said it. Dino felt a tinge of embarrassment, for this was indeed his own fault and oversight. At that moment, he simply remained seated, grinning broadly as he cheerfully declared, The name of my ship is the Black Pearl, a symbol of freedom, courage, and an indomitable spirit that never concedes defeat. Dino exclaimed at last, breaking into a sweat. Nina, witnessing Dino's exuberance as he uttered the name of the ship along with an explanation, rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Jess, feeling rather weak, lacked the strength to cheer, yet his eyes were filled with admiration. TCH. Dino observed the indifferent reactions of the two individuals, feeling a tinge of awkwardness himself. He then stepped forward, gazing at the expanse of the sea, before glancing at the nautical chart. He inquired, Is there an island ahead? It seems to read. Ah, the Isle of Music, Amal? This must be the island that gathers nearly 90% of the musicians. How intriguing. Let us venture there and explore. Dino spoke loudly, his excitement palpable. From a young age, he had harbored a profound affection for music. Despite his complete lack of musical talent, even in this new world, he remained tone-deaf. His recollection of songs from his past life was scant, and due to his limited musical aptitude, he struggled to remember both lyrics and melodies. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his passion for music. Even after traversing into the world of One Piece, he had faced ridicule for this passion while aboard Roger's ship. Yet, he remained unfazed. It was perhaps his only steadfast devotion. Thus, as they passed the island of music, how could Dino not be thrilled? Nina, oblivious to Dino's fervor, forcefully shifted him from his spot. You really have too many quirks. By the way, aren't we supposed to be heading to the East Blue? Our current course has strayed significantly. While Nina voiced her concerns, she did not alter their heading but continued to sail steadily onward. In truth, she was quite capable of navigating the ship. It was merely that Dino had insisted on taking the helm initially. After all, she was a navigator. Not the most exceptional one, but certainly competent, far more skilled than Dino. Their prior plan involved traversing the doldrums using Dino's fruit ability to soar through the skies, thereby avoiding the arduous journey to Reverse Mountain. Moreover, due to magnetic influences, their speed would drastically diminish if they sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Even now, they had strayed far from their intended path. Should they wish to adhere to their original plan, it would likely set them back by about a month. No need to rush. Now that we've arrived at Emerald, why not take some time to explore? Besides, I might just manage to recruit a musician. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't that be splendid? With a musician aboard, our ship would certainly be lively. He chuckled. Dino laughed heartily. The Black Pearl, true to its name, soared through the waters with remarkable speed, powered by the compressed air that Dino had harnessed. In no time at all, they beheld the island before them. What a stunning statue of musical notes. Could this be Amal? Such a melodious harmony, such enchanting scenery. Captain, it seems there is no one here playing music. Jess, observing Dino lost in his reverie, scratched his head and gently reminded him, while Nina's lips curved into a graceful smile, enhancing her beauty. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. I never imagined our captain to be a musician, so enamored with this place. Nina's words roused Dino from his daze. He was now brimming with excitement. Glancing between his companions and the Isle of Music, his eyes radiating exhilaration. All right, we're almost there. I will prepare the funds when the time comes. Do not hesitate to load any fine instruments directly onto the ship. Dino spoke, and then, with a vigorous determination, he stepped into the cabin. Meanwhile, Nina's smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, rising ever so slightly, as if she had just encountered something amusing. Well then, dear Nina, I shall leave this task to you. I will check how much money we have left. The captain has certainly spent a considerable sum in the city of Seven Waters, and I can't help but wonder how much more he intends to squander this time. We must ensure he exercises some restraint, otherwise we shall find ourselves devoid of funds. But what if we run out of money? Chuckled Jess. We are pirates, after all. If worst comes to worst, we can simply seize another ship. As Jess's words echoed, Dino entered the room, his earlier excitement evident as he had just retrieved the nautical chart. Now, he placed it back in its rightful spot. The number of people here is truly astonishing. At this moment, Dino disembarked, followed closely by Nina and Jess. Their ship lay majestically anchored at the harbor. And though some eyed it with covetous glances, the emblem of their pirate crew boldly displayed on its side deterred any would-be troublemakers. Truly, the city of tourism. The Isle of Music, Amal, was a sight to behold. But one must wonder, have there always been this many people here? Who knows? Captain, we have never been here before, so we cannot say. Jess and Nina exhibited contrasting attitudes. The aloof Nina maintained her icy demeanor, while Jess appeared considerably more relaxed. Consequently, when it came to engaging in conversation, Dino invariably sought out Jess, for Nina's conversations invariably left him speechless with frustration. Are you truly unaware of this matter? Soon, there will be a concert, the final performance of the illustrious star, Sora Endur. How could we possibly miss it? Indeed, it is rather regrettable that the talented Endur, barely 18, is barred from singing due to the legal constraints here. This is the Isle of Music, the very birthplace of melodies, yet it rejects a musician of her caliber, even daring to label her as a child of the sea witch. Truly, those people are blind to talent. No, rather, they are deaf. How absurd. The blame lies with those who are so consumed by their own self-interest that they fail to recognize true artistry. Miss Endur, who genuinely loves to sing, has taken to performing for free, spreading her gift without seeking monetary gain. It was the Sword family who could no longer bear to witness her generosity and fabricated false accusations against her, labeling her as a sea witch's offspring. What a despicable lot. Indeed, a wretched band of leeches, those parasites of the music industry. Were it not for the support they receive, we fans, alongside those musicians who admire Miss Endur, would have long since dismantled the Sword Company. As two passers-by expressed their outrage, their sentiments resonated with those around them. However, at that moment, a patrol from the Sword family approached, their tone brusque as they shouted, "Who dares to speak ill of the Sword family? Speak the truth, or face the consequences." You understand what that entails, do you not? The unidentified man, presumably a captain, surveyed the crowd with a fierce glare, silencing any dissent. With a contemptuous sneer, he bellowed. A bunch of worthless fools. Seize them all and subject them to harsh treatment. No, no, my lord. It was not us, it was him. He said it all. Yes. My lord, it was entirely his doing. We had nothing to do with it, truly. The crowd clamored, pushing the one who had spoken out to the forefront. Seizing the moment to escape. In an instant, the street was left with just the scapegoat and the members of the sordid family. Dino and his companions, however, remained, watching the scene unfold. Ah, you three are allies of this miscreant? Very well, seize them all. None shall escape who dare to conspire against the sordid family. These fools are courting death. As he spoke, the man waved his hand, prompting the soldiers beside him to advance and bind the accused. Dino exchanged glances with Jess and Nina, only to receive a roll of the eyes from Nina. I have no interest in bullying the weak. Go ahead, Jess. All right. Jess replied with a wry smile, retrieving his twin pistols. In a flash, the soldiers fell to the ground. Their fate sealed by the mere crack of gunfire. What just happened? In an instant, aside from Dino and his companions, the onlookers were left bewildered. Jess pointed his gun at the captain, smirking as he declared, I'm a user of the quick fruit. You cannot hope to catch me. Slap. What were you thinking? How many times must I tell you not to reveal your abilities during a fight? It makes you an easy target unless your strength is unparalleled. Never disclose your powers unless the opponent is already aware. Otherwise, it could spell your undoing. Dino playfully slapped Jace on the head, and the words that followed evoked a slight sense of grievance in him, for it was a customary practice for him to introduce himself. Evidently, Dino was attempting to correct this little flaw of his. Meanwhile, Nina quietly stifled her laughter from the sidelines. However, when Dino turned to glance at her, she quickly averted her gaze to the heavens, silencing her amusement, leaving Dino momentarily speechless. How infuriating. Who exactly are you to dare oppose the sordid family? At that moment, the captain of the soldiers felt a pang of uncertainty, for he recognized that even with Jace's modest display of skill, he was entirely outmatched. Not to mention the other two companions. You inquire about our identity? Allow me to graciously inform you that we are the heralds of freedom. The embodiment of his why did you hit me? Dino had meticulously prepared an opening line, yet Nina could no longer contain herself. With a swift strike, she landed a punch on Dino's head, eliciting an immediate cry of pain from him. It's nothing serious, Captain. You've simply succumbed to your whims once more. And honestly, don't you find that opening line rather embarrassing? Discard it at once. Dino gazed at the furious Nina with a sense of grievance, instantly feeling deflated. He then rubbed his head and attempted to adopt a more serious demeanor. However, as he prepared to speak again, he instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Nina. We're the Black King pirate crew. Dino delivered a rather tedious self-introduction, then curled his lip in disdain, in stark contrast to the dull atmosphere surrounding them. The innocent passerby and the captain of the soldiers were visibly alarmed. Pirates? This is bad. Pirates have come to the island. The passerby shouted, hastily departing from the scene. The soldier captain, gritting his teeth, quickly followed suit, fully aware of his own limitations. He understood that anyone who dared to traverse the vast ocean, regardless of their notoriety, was not to be underestimated. Now, the surroundings had grown significantly quieter. However, do you hear a voice? Dino spoke, then inquired of the two companions, who appeared somewhat perplexed as they had not heard any sounds at all. Is that so? You didn't hear it? I did. It was a profoundly sorrowful sound. The observation hockey is indeed a remarkable power, distinctly different from the armament hockey, which merely enhances one's offensive and defensive capabilities. The observation hockey is a metaphysical force. A potent manifestation of it can even grant one the fleeting ability to foresee the future, perceive the hearts of others, and listen to the whispers of all things. This illustrates the formidable nature of observation hockey, whose strength varies from person to person. Those who awaken this ability innately tend to possess an even greater prowess, making it easier for them to transcend their limits. For instance, Roger's observation hockey allowed him to communicate with all living things, a remarkable ability that left Dino in awe the first time he witnessed it. Then there were others with their unique capabilities, such as Ino's ability to hear the hearts of those around him and Kaku's foresight, which resulted from an excessive development of observation hockey that led to a breakthrough into a higher echelon of power. Although Dino had not yet awakened a higher level of observation hockey, his current proficiency in both observation and armament hockey was markedly different from before. He had reached a level of mastery that could be considered among the finest in the world, merely a thread away from breaking through to the highest realm. Should he surpass this threshold, he would awaken a special ability inherent to his own observation hockey. Despite this, Dino could effortlessly sense the emotions of others through his observation hockey. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guide the somewhat bewildered Nina aboard. The essence of this explanation is to clarify that Dino was not speaking aimlessly. He genuinely heard a profoundly sorrowful sound, accompanied by a beautifully haunting melody that was utterly captivating. Thus, he felt compelled to discover the identity of the person who could produce such a lovely melody, yet whose voice resonated with such deep sadness, an emotion so rare and intense. At that moment, Dino bid farewell to his companions, allowing them the freedom to roam. while he ventured alone toward the source of the sound. Gradually, as he progressed, the bustling town faded from view, giving way to a desolate sandy beach that bordered the ocean. It was here that he caught a glimpse of a remarkably exquisite voice, a girl singing, melodious and enchanting, with a captivating melody that left Dino somewhat entranced after only a brief moment of listening. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Within her song lingered a profound sadness, as if a heavy mist enveloped the girl's heart, preventing her from emerging from its grasp. Affected by the song, Dino approached slowly, and before him appeared a delicate girl, barefoot and gracefully pacing the sand, dressed in a flowing dress that made her resemble a porcelain doll. The beautiful yet sorrow-laden melody emanated from her lips. What a lovely voice! Yet, from whence does this sorrow arise, dear little beauty? In a rare moment of seriousness, Dino maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, keeping a respectful distance. Who are you? The exquisitely doll-like girl paused her singing, curiosity evident in her gaze upon the newcomer. Dino, with a broad grin, began an astonishing self-introduction. Well, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously inform you that I represent freedom, embody peace and light, sailing across this boundless sea as the captain of the Black King Pirates. I am Dino, the illustrious captain of this crew. Dino spoke with fervor about his lineage. Yet the girl paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, her mirth as melodious as the song of a golden oriole. Although she was unaware of his identity, the manner of his self-introduction struck her as inexplicably embarrassing. Nevertheless, as a member of a pirate crew, she inquired about their purpose for being there. Were they merely seeking leisure? Or did they harbor intentions of plunder? This town, while seemingly prosperous, held little of value. All significant possessions were firmly in the grasp of the sorrowed family. Unfazed by Dino's status, the girl approached him leisurely and took a seat on a nearby bench, proceeding to brush the sand from her delicate feet. Ha ha ha. The notion of robbery is rather unrefined. If one were to engage in thievery, it should be against rivals. Targeting common folk is the mark of the inept. Yet, I must confess, I still do not know who you are. You seem quite untroubled by the notion of pirates when I first set foot on this island. I left many in dismay. Ha ha ha. Dino spoke with great pride, though the girl found it somewhat perplexing why he would take such pride in this matter. Nevertheless, she gazed at Dino with curiosity, and after putting on her shoes, she inquired, Do you not know who I am? Am I supposed to? Upon hearing the girl's inquiry, Dino wore a perplexed expression, and her demeanor suggested a hint of disbelief that he did not recognize her. Well, I suppose it is true that you do not know who I am. Allow me to introduce myself briefly, the girl said as she rose gracefully, lifting her skirt slightly in a simple curtsy. I am Sora Endur, the musician known as the son of the siren, who brings ominous melodies. So, you are Endur. No wonder your voice is so enchanting. You truly deserve the title of a superstar. Upon hearing Endur's self-introduction, Dino immediately reacted with joyful laughter. However, his counterpart appeared quite indignant and soon questioned, Do you not know my name? Are you unfamiliar with me? Dino replied, Indeed, I do not know you. Yet the fervent promotion by your fans and supporters is overwhelming. Moreover, members of the Sword family are relentlessly pursuing your supporters. What? How could this be? Endur's expression displayed disbelief, yet Dino maintained his smile. Well, I suppose I cannot expect much for myself either. The Sword family is unlikely to take action against them, otherwise, they would find themselves in peril during a Navy investigation. With a long sigh, Endur plopped down onto a bench, speaking in a tone laced with despair. You just asked me why I am not afraid of you, right? Because, you see, I am about to die. What is there to fear for a dead man? Due to interests at stake, I have become a sacrificial pawn. My studio has been disbanded, and my like-minded companions have been bought off by Sword Corporation. They concocted tales claiming I am the offspring of a sea demon, asserting that I possess an enchanting voice that can sway hearts. And the populace has wholly believed these fabrications. What a bunch of ignorant souls, unaware of the very existence of devil fruits, blindly trusting the Sword family, who both govern and exploit them. I yearn to resist, yet I find myself powerless to do so. Nonetheless, I take solace in the voices of my supporters. Even though today marks my day of execution, I can still sing a song for everyone. In this way, I can consider my journey to have reached a satisfactory conclusion. Is that so? Are you truly willing to accept this ending? This stage is rather small. A far grander stage awaits you. Are you genuinely content? Given that you possess a devil fruit, will you not rise in defiance? Dino posed a series of questions, leaving Endur momentarily stunned. A flicker of struggle crossed her delicate features as she expressed her distress. I once contemplated rebellion, but it proved utterly futile. Behind the Sword family stands a notorious pirate with a bounty of 110 million belly. With my limited strength, I possess no capacity for resistance. I feel like a mere puppet, subject to the whims of others. Endur spoke with a sense of despair. In response, Dino pinched his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the dejected Endur, and then broke into a broad smile. Amid her astonishment, he gently patted her head and said, Would you be interested in joining my ship? I have long awaited the presence of a musician aboard. Ha 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 ha. Dino erupted into laughter, while Enda looked upon him with a mixture of surprise and admiration for his audacity. She swiftly struck his hand from her head, rising to her feet. her expression tinged with mild ire as she addressed him. I harbor a deep-seated loathing for pirates. My parents fell victim to the hands of the sorrowed family, perishing at the hands of that very pirate. To suggest that I join a pirate crew is utterly implausible. I would rather embrace death here or plunge into the depths of the sea than ever become a part of a pirate crew. However, she continued, her tone softening, yet, there is something intriguing about you. You are unlike any of the pirates I have encountered. I hope to forge a friendship with you, a genuine companion during the final fleeting moments of my life. Initially, her words were charged with intensity, but they gradually mellowed as she realized that no matter what she said, it would be futile. Her demise was an impending reality. Thus, her words served merely as a balm for her own psyche. Having endured an abundance of betrayal, Endo yearned for a friend who would not forsake her, even if their bond were to last but a fleeting instant. A friend, you say? That is indeed a delightful notion. As the captain of the Black King pirate crew, I cannot bear to witness you meet your end. So go forth, sing with abandon, and let your most beautiful voice resonate through this town, heralding your indomitable spirit. Ah. Ha ha ha. Indomitable music, you say? I adore it. Thank you. This time, I shall sing splendidly, and I hope you will be there. Time is of the essence. I must return to change my attire, to face the inevitable with grace and elegance. I am no coward. I am known as the son of the sea witch, the bearer of the voice fruit, Sola Endo. With that, Endo lifted her skirts and stood, taking dainty steps as she gracefully made her way into the city. Her expression was no longer one of despair, but rather radiant with sunshine. In that moment, she appeared not as one heading to her execution, but as if she were eagerly preparing for her own concert. Rest assured, since you are my friend and my designated crew member, I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Dino gazed at the departing Endo, a profound expression adorning his face. Then, his eyes glimmered as if recalling a delightful memory, and he briskly made his way back to a piano shop he had noticed earlier. It had been over a decade since he last touched the instrument. He wondered if his skills still lingered. This was one of the few instruments he could truly claim to possess. As someone who was utterly tone-deaf, he had surprisingly self-taught himself for nearly 10 years in his previous life, barely managing to grasp the rudiments of piano playing. Surely, no one could be more inept than he. Ah ha 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 ha. Dino spoke and then swiftly made his way toward the piano store. Shortly thereafter, on a tall execution platform adjacent to the sorrowed family's residence, a girl adorned in a delicate, pale pink gown, as exquisite as a doll, found her hands bound. Beside her stood two men clad in red, their expression stern, wielding long knives. It was evident that these two were the executioners for this grim task. How is everyone? I am Sola until. Today marks my curtain call. From this day forth, my voice shall no longer grace the world. Thus, I have composed an elegy, to be performed today, at this very moment, dedicated to those who love me, and to those who continue to support me, the son of the sea demon. The one deemed cursed, until declared, her countenance devoid of fear, instead radiating a bright smile. However, the crowd gathered below was not comprised of her supporters. Their shouts were filled with vitriol, demanding her death. You witch, hurry up and die, cried the sorrowed family members. Why are you stalling? I want to witness her demise. It is she who has thwarted the dreams of musicians like us. It is because of her that we remain in obscurity. That accursed one. The crowd, consumed by an irrational fury, clamored for the innocent girl's execution, their eyes ablaze with jealousy, hatred, disdain, and mockery, a veritable tapestry of negativity. Is this the celebrated Sola until? Indeed, she is quite lovely, yet still pales in comparison to my beauty, Nina brazenly remarked, while Jess merely wiped the cold sweat from his brow, begrudgingly offering compliments from the sidelines. The true nature of these individuals was grotesque. Their jealousy had twisted their very souls. Is this truly the famed city of music? The island of Amal? It seems more akin to a den of ruffians. Nina's observation hockey had awakened, allowing her to perceive the expressions of the onlookers, even if she could not sense their emotions. Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly? Believe it or not, we could accuse you of being a witch. You would find yourself sold into slavery, a furious passerby with golden hair exclaimed. Yet, Nina merely responded with a disdainful smile, while Jess discreetly gestured to the firearm strapped to his back, causing the golden-haired man to fall silent. Where could that unreliable captain be? Surely he wouldn't miss such a spectacle? Ah, but wait, it seems there is a commotion over there, perhaps at the prison. How intriguing. The unreliable captain remains as untrustworthy as ever. Nina watched with keen interest, while Jess, lacking the ability to perceive the unfolding chaos, looked on in confusion, utterly unaware of the situation. Has he not arrived? He cannot be one to break his word, can he? Oh well, if it must be so, I shall sing regardless. At that moment, Until felt a twinge of disappointment as she scanned the crowd for Dino, yet he was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, she was accustomed to solitude. Betrayal had become a familiar companion. Then, Until began to sing, her voice a melodious cascade, clear and resonant, filling the air with enchanting harmonies. The once envious crowd fell silent, captivated by her song. Until's voice, combined with the power of her devil fruit, reached every ear, transforming their animosity into rapt attention. Such was the synergy of her artistry and her abilities that it created a magical effect. Without this harmony, her powers would merely produce noise. Ah, what a splendid voice. Yet, because your reach extended too far and your ambitions clashed with the interests of the sorrowed family, you have been deemed a liability. Therefore, you must face the consequences. However, let us indulge you with one final song, for your demise is already a foregone conclusion. A towering man, sword strapped to his back, adorned with a skull emblem of crossed blades upon his chest, emerged as the true authority of the sorrowed family, the notorious pirate with a bounty of over 100 million belly. He stood silently behind the execution platform, eyes filled with a cruel glint as he observed Intil's performance. My lord, it's terrible. The family is under attack. Someone has freed all of Intil's supporters from the prison, and they are heading this way. What on earth are you talking about? The speaker, a corpulent man, the nominal leader of the sorrowed family, gasped in terror as he clumsily stumbled into the scene, his dignity lost. My lord, I didn't mean for this to happen. That individual possesses a devil fruit ability. They located our prison effortlessly and released everyone without expending any effort. And what else? The furious pirate bellowed, kicking the heavy-set man, sending him sprawling. The latter, scrambling back to his feet, was now even more terrified. And he brought the entire prison with him. Just then, as if to validate the heavy-set man's claim, a colossal shadow loomed over the execution platform. As Intil concluded her song and prepared to meet her fate, the shadow enveloped her entirely, and to her astonishment, many familiar faces of her supporters appeared in the distance. Though their garments were tattered, the smiles on their faces stirred her heart. Miss Intil, do not fear. We have come to rescue you. Indeed, Miss Intil. We owe you our gratitude. Allow us to do something for you this time. The number of individuals was not large, merely 20 or 30. Yet each person resolutely stepped onto the execution platform. Despite their tattered clothing, their gazes were unwavering, which caused the two executioners to involuntarily take a step back. You all. Indil felt a surge of emotion and wished to express her gratitude, but one among them shook his head and turned his gaze skyward. Miss Indil, there is no need for thanks. If gratitude is to be offered, it should be directed towards that pirate. He is the one who rescued us. And he's the true star of this concert. As the man's words resonated, a colossal shadow suddenly descended upon the nearby residence of the Sword family. There, a tall man with a flamboyant smile sat atop a black piano, gradually descending to the ground. It has been a while, Miss Indil. Are you pleased with my entrance? My leading lady? What do you mean? You arrogant scoundrel. Do you underestimate my twin-blade wolf fong? Just as Dino made a grand entrance, the pirate leaped forward, brandishing his twin blades. Instantly, the vast prison chamber was severed into 4 segments, crashing down and sending the crowd scattering in a frenzy. Ha 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 ha. I did not underestimate you. Rather, I did not regard you at all. You wretched fool, you shall perish. Despite being a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million belly, his strength was still inferior to Dino's. With a mere flick of his wrist, Dino unleashed an air cannon that sent the man hurtling backward, colliding into a heap of rubble. I wonder, fair maiden, would you care to perform a piece to my accompaniment? But that was already the finale. Indil felt conflicted, for she understood Dino's intent. If she were to acquiesce, it would undoubtedly mean joining his crew, and she hesitated, sensing that this individual was unlike any other pirate she had encountered. The finale is merely a beginning. Every great performer has a closing piece, yet your true finale lies not here, but upon the vast ocean. That endless sea should serve as your grandest stage, allowing the world to know your name and your title of Child of the Sea which to echo across the globe. Does that not bring a sense of accomplishment? Moreover, through these friends, I have come to understand your aspirations to touch the hearts of people with your voice, to heal souls through song. They were once ruthless mountain bandits, withdrawn youths, and bankrupt merchants contemplating suicide, yet look at them now, living joyfully. Dino spoke, gesturing towards the supporters of Endure around them. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down her face, and she fervently nodded, saying, I am sorry, I was wrong before. Now, I am willing to offer a song. The farewell tune is a tribute to the late Sora Endure. And now, as the son of the sea which endure, I shall present my opening piece. Endure proclaimed with a spirited and passionate tone. Dino skillfully lifted the piano lid, moved the chair aside, sat down, tested the sound briefly. And then the prelude resonated. This was a song of pirates, a melody yearning for freedom and the sea. Pink Sake was the perfect choice for an opening piece, signifying rebirth. Why are you all just standing there? Move. The double-blade pirate roared, snapping back to reality, his obsession with music momentarily broken. His subordinates, after exchanging glances, gritted their teeth and charged forward. Meanwhile, Endure supporters stood firm in front, drenched in sweat and trembling with fear. But their conviction would not allow them to retreat an inch. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly. At that moment, Just stepped forward, firing his weapon in rhythm with the music, appearing remarkably casual. I want to allow you scoundrels to approach the captain. By the way, Captain, I'm astonished to discover you play the piano and that it harmonizes so beautifully with Miss Endure's voice. You bastard. Die. The double-blade pirate, filled with rage, crossed his blades and unleashed a tremendous slash. You are my opponent, and that unreliable captain has truly come through. bringing such a beautiful musician aboard. What? Impossible. A golden-haired beauty appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly shattered the man's powerful strike with a mere flick of her wrist, sustaining only a minor scrape. This exemplified the advantages of armament hockey, boasting a defense rivaling that of steel and diamond. Nina frowned at the small abrasion on her fist, pouted, then tied her golden locks back and assumed a somewhat awkward fighting stance. Come on, let me test the fruits of my 3 months of training. As she spoke, her eyes sharpened and her fists darkened, fully enveloped in armament hockey. In an instant, Nina vanished from her position, leaving the double-blade pirate astonished. Unable to keep pace with her speed, fist of the inch, quake the mountain. Without warning, Nina materialized before the double-blade pirate, her hockey-infused fist striking swiftly. The pirate had no time to react, getting sent flying through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. Without observation hockey and armament hockey, is this your level? Hockey? What is that? A devil fruit power? I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 10 million berries. You little girl dare to harm me? Yet, I must admit you possess some strength, enough to make me take you seriously. Prepare for my move. Wolf-Fang pounce. Die. The double-blade pirate was reasonably resilient. Having been blasted away by Dino's air cannon, and then taking Nina's strike head-on, he still managed to stand and unleash a powerful attack. However, he was up against someone extraordinary. While Jess might have been evenly matched against him, Nina, with her terrifyingly rapid growth and strength, was a different story altogether. How audacious. It seems this pirate with a bounty of around 100 million is not much of a threat. Take my next move, survive, and I may let you off easy. Fail to survive, and that's your misfortune. Nina had no desire to waste time or emotion on him, as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. She adopted a somewhat awkward stance, one she had learned from Dino during her time with Roger, a position conducive to delivering powerful strikes. Fist of the inch, move the mountain. Nina exhaled softly and struck, her fist colliding with his dual blades. The moment they made contact, the pirate's weapon shattered, his face a mask of disbelief. As Nina's golden hair flared dramatically due to her aura, she appeared even more imposing. Boom. With a resounding crash, the double-blade pirate was sent sprawling backward. And the structure of the sorrowed family's base began to crumble, collapsing about a third of its height before coming to a halt. The power of a single punch was indeed terrifying. In another part of the battlefield, Jess single-handedly faced off against hundreds of soldiers. Though his firearms were out of ammunition, his swordsmanship, self-taught and not of the highest caliber, still proved formidable when combined with his devil fruit abilities. Hey, should I start calling myself Quickblade Jess? With a perfect performance, Dino, ever the gentleman, had stopped playing and gently rested his fingers on the keys, smiling at Endure. Dressed as he was, anyone would mistake him for a noble rather than a pirate. I am willing to board your ship, even if it is a pirate vessel. I must go, for I want my voice to echo in every corner of the world, touching the hearts of those who are despairing and in pain. That is my dream. Endure cried out amidst her tears, finally voicing her long-held aspiration, determined to fight to the end. Dino then stood slowly, lifting Endure in his arms and placing her gently atop the piano, her surprised and bashful gaze meeting his. In that case, let us not delay any further. We must set sail at once. I can see the navy approaching from a distance, and it would be unwise to linger. Everyone, we retreat. As Dino spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the entire execution platform soared into the air. Jess and Nina leaped up to join him, while the others, aware of the need for discretion during the duo's performance, had already retreated. They understood that the music of these two was not to be interrupted, and so they valiantly defended against the impetuous crowd, battered and bruised yet undeterred, knowing their very lives were preserved because of Endure. Consequently, as they witnessed Endure's departure, heartfelt blessings poured forth for her. Miss Endure, you are magnificent. We shall always support you, Miss Endure. Strive on, Miss Endure, and when your name resonates far and wide, we shall remain steadfast in our allegiance to you. The cacophony of voices irked the populace, leading to the capture of these loyal supporters, who were subsequently rendered unconscious and taken away to an unknown location. Meanwhile, within the Sordid family, the rotund figure approached the twin-blade pirate, surveying the devastation wrought upon nearly a third of their family's stronghold. He brandished a pistol, pointing it menacingly at the pirate. What? Are you lacking in courage? You're still alive, he exclaimed, startled by the pirate's weakened state. However, he quickly regained composure, crawling forward to aim his weapon with renewed determination. The twin-blade pirate, despite holding only a broken half of his twin blades, maintained a fierce gaze. Since you remain alive, I shall ensure your demise. I have endured enough of your existence over these years. You, a worthless wretch, are not worthy of taking my life. The sound of gunfire erupted. A flash of cold steel illuminated the scene. The Navy had arrived, sealing the fate of the Sordid family. The group led by Dino confidently navigated their own course across the sea. Ah, how delightful. I never anticipated that you, Endure, possess such remarkable culinary skills in crafting pastries. They are truly exquisite, and I find myself unable to resist indulging further. At this moment, Dino was entirely engrossed in savoring the cake before him, and the others were equally indulging in the delightful treats. Nina and Jess wore expressions of contentment as they relished the snacks, thoroughly pleased with the new crew member. After all, to create such exquisite confections and be an exceptional musician as well, surely their journey would not be lacking in joy. It had been nearly 7 days since they departed from the city of music, and they were now en route to the Twin Peaks, the island nearest to the doldrums. At their current pace, they anticipated arriving in approximately 10 days. Due to their hasty departure from the city of music, they needed to replenish their supplies at Twin Peaks. Otherwise, upon reaching the doldrums, they would find themselves in a barren expanse devoid of islands, where only Dino's abilities could propel the ship forward, albeit at a sluggish pace. These circumstances, coupled with the potential for unforeseen events, necessitated a timely resupply. Caw, caw. The seagulls soared through the sky, accompanied by newsbirds. Upon spotting a newsbird, Dino chuckled and waved his hand, causing the newspapers and the entire newsbird to be drawn aboard the ship. Caw, caw. As the newsbird arrived on the deck, everyone froze momentarily, while Jess quickly grasped the situation and deftly retrieved the backpack. Freed from its restraints, the newsbird attempted to reclaim the backpack. Yet it chose to retreat in the face of Jess's imposing demeanor, flapping its wings and departing from the contentious scene. Ha. I see it. I see the bounty notice, and it pertains to this election of Indel. Come, let us discover what significant events may unfold here. Dino spoke as he brought over a newspaper along with a wanted poster. Ah, this is son of the sea demon, Indel. The portrait is rather striking, though the profile beside it should be mine. A bounty of 34 million berries. TSK, the Navy has quite an eye for talent. And here, we have the quick blade. Jess. Ha. You've even had your title changed. Yet, it makes sense. The way you wield your sword is indeed quite impressive. And your bounty has risen to 88 million berries. Dino pointed to the bounty of Jess, offering lavish praise, while Nina observed the two bounties, rolling her eyes in response. What does it mean to be a violent woman, Nina? Am I violent? Truly, the incompetence of the Navy is astounding. However, this bounty is quite commendable, 170 million berries. Far superior to that of the weakling I defeated. Yet, Captain, your bounty is rather steep, 300 million berries, accompanied by an image of you lifting that massive prison. It is indeed quite striking, Nina remarked, gesturing towards Dino's bounty. In this depiction, Dino looms over the enormous prison, casting a shadow upon the small figures below, creating a stark contrast. This substantial bounty likely stems from his formidable display, leading the Navy to mistakenly believe that the Golden Lion had returned to the fray. Disregarding that, she turned to the news. The downfall of the Sword family? No interest. The fall from grace of a famous singer? That refers to you, Indel. And then there is the recruitment notice for the 7 warlords of the sea? The candidates have been confirmed. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Crocodile, and Dracula Mihawk, truly significant figures. TSK. It seems the seas are about to become tumultuous once more. Captain, we have arrived at Twin Peaks. Shall we proceed as one, or split our paths? Jess inquired, peering through his telescope at an island ahead. Dino had also reached the bow of the ship, easily spotting the 2 equally towering peaks before him. This was the origin of the name Twin Peaks. Once active volcanoes, these mountains had succumbed to the passage of time, becoming dormant over 2 centuries ago. The area gradually transformed into a bustling trade city, a realm for merchants. Pirates, however, seldom frequented this place, as Twin Peaks was not a haven for opportunists. While the island lacked wealth, its convenient shipping routes attracted a few vessels willing to engage and trade, albeit primarily modest merchant ships. Consequently, the economic activity here was rather limited, and few major powers were inclined to stake a claim in this region, which promised scant rewards. The Navy, too, exhibited little concern for this remote isle. Over time, it became a gathering spot for commoners, small-scale merchants, and less formidable pirates, as well as the stronghold of bounty hunters, whose headquarters was located here. This little town was typically in a state of turmoil. However, this unrest was not due to the island's inhabitants, but rather the battles fought among the visiting pirates and bounty hunters. As Dino and his companions approached the dock, their pirate flag proudly billowing in the air, they attracted a considerable number of bounty hunters awaiting their arrival. Are we truly this popular? So many have come to greet us. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too many to count. Nonsense, Captain. Can you speak sensibly for once? For instance, should we anchor the ship or simply dock here and make our way on foot? It isn't far, and with your abilities, we could fly over. Based on your suggestion, Jess and Indel have already fashioned a massive flying carpet, Nina interjected, cutting through Dino's laughter. However, her expression grew peculiar as she finished her sentence. Even Dino appeared somewhat taken aback, for the emphasis lay on Jess and Indel working together to create the enormous carpet, particularly highlighting Jess's role. While Indel was adept with a needle due to her upbringing, Jess had never mentioned his involvement. Very well, we shall sail over. As for the flying carpet, let us discard that notion. Such a contraption is merely for show, not for travel. We'll proceed directly. If anyone dares challenge us or covets our ship, we'll feed them to the fish. When Dino spoke these words, his face was suffused with a fierce intensity, for in his heart, the Black Pearl had already become his companion. After all, A vessel such as this was an invaluable ally in navigating the tumultuous seas. Such a being, even if merely a ship, had garnered recognition and embraced the camaraderie of all. Yet, he understood this sentiment internally, refraining from vocalizing it. Therefore, regarding companions, they could not allow any harm to befall them, nor could they permit any humiliation. Now, although the absence of a port was one matter, should a port exist and they hesitated to enter, it would be nothing short of an affront to the Black Pearl itself. Thus, Dino grinned widely, standing at the bow of the Black Pearl, greeting the eager pirate hunters ahead. Unusually, his method of salutation involved compressing the air, maneuvering all the vessels flanking the port aside. Every ship, regardless of size, was hastily pushed aside, with even 2 smaller boats capsizing in the process. "Pirate hunters of Twin Peaks, we are the Black King pirate crew. Are you prepared to welcome us?" he exclaimed with a booming laughter. Dino erupted into boisterous laughter, while Nina, covering her face with her hands, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. However, in such a situation, it would be impolite not to show respect to the captain. So she had no choice but to endure. In contrast, Jess and Indel gazed at Dino with unabashed admiration, captivated by his grandiose demeanor. And thus a fangirl and a fanboy were born. Truly, it was one thing for Jess to be taken in. But she had thought Indel to be a voice of reason. Little did she know, even the seemingly sensible Indel had been swayed by that unreliable captain. It was a case of the upper beam being crooked, resulting in the lower beam being skewed. Thankfully, I remained steadfast as a bulwark. Without me, this pirate ship would have met its demise. Wait, is that a naval ship over there? As Nina turned away to avoid the sight of Dino's face, she suddenly noticed a solitary vessel docked at another pier. Judging by its design and the seagull insignia adorning its hull, it appeared to be a ship from the naval headquarters. A naval ship? The naval headquarters? Does that imply the presence of at least a naval major here? What could their purpose be for coming here? Upon hearing Nina's words, Dino turned to look and indeed spotted a naval warship, instantly sensing that the situation was rather precarious. If it were merely a rear admiral from the naval headquarters, he believed Nina and Jess could handle it with ease. However, should it be a vice admiral, he would need to exert some effort to deal with the opponent. Yet, if an admiral were to arrive, they would be left with no choice but to flee. "Captain, shall we still dock?" Jess posed a crucial question. Dino pondered for a moment, while his 3 crew members quietly awaited his decision. As for the Black Pearl, it was gradually approaching the shore, and the pirate hunters had already arrived at the port, intent on surrounding them. Let us disembark. What is there to fear from the Navy? Even if it is an admiral, so what? If we lack the readiness and mindset to confront the Navy, how can we dare to call ourselves pirates roaming the vast seas? Thus, Jess would remain aboard the Black Pearl, while I would take one group, and Nina and Endur would form another to procure the necessary supplies. Everyone, set forth. With a commanding shout from Dino, he leaped off the ship first, spreading his arms wide as an overwhelming aura swept around him, causing those nearby to scatter in disarray. Dino then slightly bent forward, a grin spreading across his face. The onlookers, taken aback by Dino's expression and his earlier display of might, stood there momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to react, claiming to be pirate hunters. Yet they are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. If they are indeed fools, then they should not stand in my way. Dino continued to laugh maniacally, assuming a boxing stance, and then, facing forward, he threw a powerful punch. Air cannon, Dino's most adept technique, while not the most powerful, is certainly the most convenient, and is the one he has mastered most proficiently. With a single strike, he left a massive imprint on the ground, causing those around him to collapse in disarray, unsure of their fates. Subsequently, Dino swaggered past, unimpeded by anyone, while on the other side, neither Nina nor Indil faced any obstruction either, for those who dared to confront them had already been dealt with. Nina, known for her fiery temper and proud demeanor, was not one to be trifled with. Once provoked, especially by those who dared to insult or flirt with her, she would not hesitate to retaliate, often delivering swift and painful retribution to her offenders. On the other hand, Indil, with her violin in hand, gently subdued those who attempted to approach her or Nina, employing a soothing lullaby that rendered them unconscious. The melody was so enchanting that it even lulled Nina into a sense of drowsiness. This contrast between the two ladies' personalities could not be more pronounced, one fiery and proud, the other gentle and demure. Yet, aboard the vessel, the tempestuous blonde found an unexpected camaraderie with the delicate and amiable doll-like figure of Indil. Then there was Jess, who found himself rather bored. Armed with a flintlock, he picked off enemies one by one, as they were primarily focused on Dino and thus neglected him. However, his covert attacks from the shadows caused confusion and disorder among their ranks. As for the unfolding events, Jess took it upon himself to manage the situation, while Dino ventured alone into the soul town nestled between the two peaks. Yet, shortly after his departure, he sensed something amiss. The ground beneath him trembled. Was it an earthquake? Although minor tremors were commonplace, seismic activity occurring near these two volcanoes was certainly a harbinger of trouble. Dino felt a twinge of suspicion, but he quickly shook his head. After all, earthquakes were a common occurrence. However, the magnitude of this particular tremor posed no real threat. Ultimately, it might merely cause dormant volcanoes to emit a wisp of smoke, but it would not awaken two volcanoes, unless it were an exceptionally powerful quake. He casually entered a tavern, though fortune seemed to elude him, for no sooner had he stepped inside than he encountered a man clad in a cloak of justice, who regarded him with a cheerful expression. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. I did not anticipate the presence of the Navy here. Dino exhibited no fear whatsoever as he took a seat at a nearby table, observing those apprehended by the Navy with an expression of calmness, accompanied by a hint of amusement. Boss, bring me a glass of wine and a bowl of rice, the largest you have. His unabashed proclamation startled the surrounding individuals, most of whom were not pirates, but rather bounty hunters. Though they were merely a civilian organization, they remained cautious in the presence of the Navy. Yet, Dino's audacity in speaking so loudly left them all astounded. Subsequently, a Navy officer approached the Admiral, whispering something while holding a bounty notice. Despite Dino's brazen demeanor, his observation hockey was ever alert, ready to thwart any sudden attacks. He recognized the officer vaguely, but could not place him immediately. He listened intently. As the officer divulged that Dino was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, the captain of the Black King pirate crew. So he is indeed a formidable pirate, one who had recently annihilated a family and possessed powers akin to the float fruit. With a bounty of 300 million berries, Black Emperor Dino. As the Admiral's words fell, the bounty hunters froze, their faces betraying fear as they regarded Dino. Their prowess, even at its peak, scarcely matched that of pirates with bounties just exceeding 100 million. Faced with a pirate of 300 million, they quietly withdrew from the scene. Upon hearing this revelation, memories surged within Dino, aligning the figure in his recollection with the Navy officer before him, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, ha 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 ha. Admiral Fire Mountain. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your name among us pirates holds a reputation that rivals that of the three admirals." Dino's voice resonated with a boisterous charm, while steaming dishes and chilled beverages were elegantly presented before him. Meanwhile, Hiwashishin observed the man before him, narrowing his eyes as he quietly watched him dine. "Lucky winner, are we?" he mused. "No rush. First, take these pirates back to the ship and keep a close watch on them. I shall remain here, keeping an eye on him." After uttering these words, Hiwashishin turned to attend to his own meal, while the naval soldiers saluted and proceeded to escort the bound pirates out. The tavern was enveloped in a somewhat tranquil atmosphere, with the proprietor standing at the front desk, seemingly at a loss for words. Aside from the naval rear admiral and Dino, the other patrons hurriedly settled their bills and departed. "Ah, I am quite full," Dino exclaimed. "Indeed. A ship ought to have a chef. Otherwise, desserts cannot suffice as a meal, and our culinary skills are woefully inadequate. Owner, please bring me the bill." Dino spoke as he tossed a golden cup, which the proprietor deftly caught, clearly demonstrating his impressive agility. However, it might have merely been instinctive reflexes. Fiery Mountain observed Dino as he exited, then placed his meal on the table before following him outside, maintaining a respectful distance yet remaining closely aligned. "Pray tell, what brings me to this desolate wasteland? Is it merely to lead me into an ambush laid by your crew?" "Ah ha ha ha, General Fiery Mountain. Do not be so suspicious. I find myself here solely for the tranquility it offers, ensuring that innocent civilians remain unharmed. Should your naval forces, or other pirates, including bounty hunters, find themselves in harm's way, I would not be overly concerned. However, if any innocent bystanders were to suffer, I would indeed feel remorse." "To my surprise, you possess such awareness?" Fiery Mountain remarked, flicking his cigar, astonished by Dino's perspective. "So, you brought me here to spare the innocents? It is rare to encounter a pirate with such sentiments. Nevertheless, a pirate remains a pirate. Thus, I must apprehend you and your crew. Now tell me, will you surrender peacefully or resist obstinately?" Upon hearing the words of Blaze Mountain, Dino let out a chuckle, casting a glance imbued with a patronizing concern for the less fortunate. Blaze Mountain, noticing this, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips before responding. "Perhaps I have overestimated the situation. Given your demeanor, it is unlikely you would submit without a fight. However, young one, allow me to enlighten you. Navigating the vast ocean, you, as a novice, will undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Do not presume that your initial bounty, which is quite substantial, signifies your strength. You have merely stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance, leading us to mistakenly believe it to be the fruit of a golden lion." As he spoke, Blaze Mountain gradually unsheathed his sword, his tone shifting with each word. By the time he uttered the final syllable, his presence transformed dramatically, no longer exuding the gentleness of a stream, but rather embodying the ferocity of a blade poised to sever all ties. In that instant, he executed the sword technique from the Marine Six styles, propelling himself beside Dino in a heartbeat, delivering a powerful slash that forced Dino to retreat 2 steps, though only 2 steps. "What?" Blaze Mountain exclaimed, astonished that his strike had not even grazed Dino, seemingly thwarted by an invisible barrier. Nonetheless, this attack was merely a preliminary test, and it was only natural for a pirate with a bounty of 300 million to withstand such an assault. "Ahaha, Vice Admiral Blaze Mountain. Do not tell me this is your true capability. Is it that you disdain to wield hockey against me, or is it simply beyond your grasp?" Dino erupted into boisterous laughter, then rooted himself in place, adopting a stance as if to strike. With a powerful punch, He unleashed a tremendous force that sent Fire Mountain reeling backwards, caught entirely off guard. It was yet again the air cannon, Dino's most frequently employed technique. This time, having absorbed the potency of Fire Mountain's slash, his blow sent the man flying. However, at that moment, Fire Mountain, the Admiral, was unscathed, save for the mysterious disappearance of his cloak, as he descended gracefully to the ground, utilizing the mooncloth. Both his hands and sword were enveloped in the armor of Haki, his expression darkening ominously. Such strength, could it be the vector fruit? That legendary calamity fruit is indeed formidable. It seems yet another monster is about to emerge, and one who possesses the mastery of Haki at that, truly a troublesome adversary. Ah ha ha. Dino, buoyed by Fire Mountain's acknowledgement, laughed heartily. For pirates like them, receiving recognition from the Navy signified that they were taken seriously, thus their reputation could spread with greater rapidity. Indeed, it is the vector fruit. No wonder Fire Mountain, the Admiral, is so well informed. Why not take another guess? I wonder if you can fathom whether I possess any other identities? Once, from a considerable distance, I had the fortune of glimpsing you aboard that legendary ship. Fire Mountain paused, furrowing his brow, completely perplexed by Dino's words. Yet, upon noticing the confusion in his opponent's eyes, Dino merely shook his head, assuming a defensive posture. He continued, if you cannot recall, so be it. However, allow me to offer a hint. This is not the first time I have been bounty hunted. Nor am I a novice at sea. In fact, my seafaring journey commenced over a decade ago. Dino spoke, then directly activated the power of his fruit to accelerate, delivering a punch that collided head-on with the sword imbued with Haki. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each exerting their utmost strength without yielding. In the hierarchy of vice admirals, aside from the monstrous carp, Fire Mountain was certainly among the elite. His prowess was merely a hair's breadth away from that of a rear admiral. Dino, currently at this level of power, knew he had to fight with all his might and fully awaken his potential to elevate his abilities further. The era was on the brink of a new storm. And in just over 20 years, the Paramount War would arrive, a grand event Dino did not wish to miss. With his current strength, he would fall short even against the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, whose lowest ranks boasted the strength of high-level vice admirals. Thus, encountering Fire Mountain, Dino was determined to engage in a fierce duel, striving for personal breakthrough. Suddenly, Dino lamented his current predicament, feeling distressed by his oversight. Just as Fire Mountain had initially underestimated him, regarding him as merely a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. He was oblivious to the fact that Doflamingo had awakened his fruit, placing Dino's strength on par with the caliber of a Yonko's elite cadre, akin to that of a rear admiral. If one were to assess Fire Mountain's strength through bounties, it would be comparable to that of a formidable pirate with a reward of up to 500 million, beyond which he would no longer be a foe he could handle alone. At this moment, Dino had previously refrained from fighting in Music City, merely showcasing his abilities while allowing his crew to take the forefront. As for their bounties, there were no discrepancies. However, his own bounty was undervalued. It could realistically be increased by at least 200 million, reflecting his true strength. It was indeed unexpected that he possessed such capabilities. Black Emperor Dino had been underestimated. Oh, thank you, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, for your kind words. To be frank, I hold a deep admiration for steadfast Navy personnel like you, akin to the likes of Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa. I have long aspired to be a formidable figure like them. Yet, due to an incident in my youth, despite developing a certain fondness for the Navy, I found myself compelled to stand against you, which is quite unfortunate. Furthermore, Dino had noticed the summons for the 7 warlords, astonished that even the notorious sea scoundrel had been recruited, leaving vacancies. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, since we seem evenly matched, why not recommend me? Should I become a warlord? The benefits for you would surely be substantial. Upon hearing Dino's words, Fire Mountain's expression darkened ominously. He broke free from the pressure surrounding him, enveloping himself in Haki, and strode forward. I hold a strong aversion to the world government's decisions, and that includes Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You wish for me to endorse you? Dream on. I refuse to believe the fabrications of pirates. No matter how extraordinary your demeanor may be, you remain mere scum of the sea. Fire Mountain swiftly employed Saru, closing the distance to Dino with remarkable speed. This time, he was fully committed, while Dino unleashed his abilities in a desperate bid. Yet, a deep cut marred his abdomen, evidently. He had failed to adequately defend against this strike, suffering injury due to the disparity in Haki. Thank you for your lengthy discourse. It has granted me a fleeting moment to breathe. Without it, I would have been at a loss on how to defeat you and bring you to justice. Your fruit ability is formidable, and your Kenbunchika Haki is commendable. However, your shortcoming lies in your Busashoka Haki, which is merely limited to the basics of rapping. It lacks full coverage. Thus, with the sharpest of slashes, I shall pierce through your defenses, and you will stand no chance against me. Yield, Black Emperor Dino. Do not indulge in the fanciful dream of claiming the throne. With 4 emperors in the New World, we are already overwhelmed. Given your strength, you may advance in 10 years, but you will not reach their level, even if you come close. Welcome to the 6th level of Impel Down. Prepare to spend your lengthy existence there. As Fire Mountain spoke, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on Dino, exhibiting swordsmanship that was both razor-sharp and complemented by exceptional Kinbunchika haki, merely a notch below Dino's. In terms of Busashoka haki, he completely dominated Dino. Thus, he consistently targeted critical points, enveloping his blade with haki, rendering Dino's fruit abilities ineffective. Had it not been for Dino's occasional mastery of Busashoka haki, he would have already faced defeat. It was indeed unexpected that a vice admiral of the Navy was so formidable. Dino realized that his training still required improvement. The ocean was teeming with powerful beings, and in the ranks of the Navy, figures like Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, as well as Ghost Spider, Crane, Mole, and the formidable Near Admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, were all powerful opponents. His previous arrogance was unwarranted. Grateful for Fire Mountain's guidance, Dino resolved to return the favor with a decisive strike. As Dino endured the blows, he uttered these words, then spread his arms wide, forming a large character. The fierce General Huishao was forcefully repelled. Gradually, a visible flow of air began to materialize between Dino's hands. His expression was one of immense strain, his solid muscles trembling, clearly indicating that he was bearing tremendous pain and pressure. In his hands, the dark hue of the armed color haki was faintly discernible. Damn it, what is happening? The surroundings seemed to react to Dino as everything was drawn towards him. A colossal storm began to gather around him, while his hands were completely enveloped in the dark armed color haki, although he remained oblivious to this fact. Take this blow, General Huishao. This is the technique you have unleashed upon me countless times. I have harnessed all the power of those techniques into this strike. Ahaha! Energy explosion. With a thunderous roar, Dino unleashed a powerful explosion, causing a colossal whirlwind, laden with debris, to surge outward in all directions. An unseen force pressed down upon Fire Mountain, rendering him unable to stand tall. His body bore an increasing number of wounds, yet he resolutely chose to confront the challenge rather than retreat. Single blade style, malignant slash. Fire Mountain clenched his sword tightly, disregarding the injuries on his hands, and executed a decisive strike. The immense sword energy collided with the tempestuous force, resulting in a deafening sound. Both combatants simultaneously spat out blood before being hurled backward. In the aftermath of their fierce clash, a vast crater was left in the ground, which soon filled with seawater, transforming the cavity into a small lake. It was evident that both warriors had unleashed a formidable attack, penetrating the very ground of the island. Such power was reminiscent of the peak experts capable of sinking islands with a single punch or obliterating mountains with mere blows, altering the weather with their protracted battles. For them to have merely pierced a corner of the island was indeed a testament to their strength, albeit one must consider that the foundation here might be relatively weak. Coughing, I marveled at the audacity of Fire Mountain, a vice admiral of the Navy, who still possessed the strength to retaliate. His prowess is truly admirable. Dino unsteadily rose to his feet, gazing at the scorched earth below, contemplating his departure. Just as he was about to leave, the crack of a gunshot halted him in his tracks. It was the Navy, dozens of sailors maneuvering their warships. Having navigated from the port to the vicinity of this desolate expanse, how bothersome, he thought. Could they not simply allow him to walk away unimpeded? He had no desire to resort to violence. Cough, cough. Dino spoke, then coughed softly, for his injuries remained uncertain. Although victorious, he had endured numerous attacks due to the fruit's abilities, leaving him acutely aware of the severity of his internal wounds. Everyone retreat. All of you retreat. This individual is beyond your capabilities. The feeble voice of Fireburn Mountain resonated as he gradually sat up from the ground. A swift Navy soldier hurried over to assist him. Ah, you're still conscious. Truly remarkable. You possess a physique akin to a monster. Had I sustained such grievous injuries, I would surely have collapsed long ago. Dino harbored a certain envy for the resilient constitution of Fire Mountain, while lamenting his own limitations. Despite his remarkable endurance, much of it stemmed from the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. Absent its influence, his physical condition could be deemed rather inadequate. Although he surpassed the average individual, he barely reached the level of a lieutenant general. Otherwise, his mastery of haki would not have only recently attained such proficiency, nor would he be employing it at this juncture. Unlike you, who seem to revel in mayhem and destruction, we, the Navy, adhere to a strict code of conduct. To apprehend vile pirates such as yourselves, we dedicate ourselves to relentless training and the honing of our skills. Fire Mountain declared with fervor, causing the morale of the Navy personnel to surge. Witnessing this, Dino felt a pang of distress and remarked, in light of your words, I find myself truly troubled. However, if it must be so, what is this? Another earthquake? Just as Dino was preparing for another confrontation with Fire Mountain, the ground began to tremble violently. Twin peaks erupted with plumes of thick black smoke, intermittently spitting forth red-hot debris that cascaded to the ground nearby. Is this a volcanic eruption? Dino gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, while Fire Mountain wore a similarly incredulous expression. The remaining naval officers were utterly dismayed, their faces etched with fear. Suddenly, the Twin Peaks' two majestic volcanoes erupted simultaneously, with torrents of molten rock surging skyward, only to fall back to the earth in the distance, not fully erupting yet. But it appeared that the moment was imminent. Captain, that unreliable captain. You scoundrel, I finally found you. The volcano is about to erupt. We must hasten our departure from this place. This is the Navy? Ah, indeed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, a formidable opponent whose strength is on par with my own. Dino solemnly introduced the official position and strength of the Flame Mountain, while the belated Endure was taken aback. As for Nina, she immediately assumed a somewhat unorthodox boxing stance, ready for action. Admiral, our combat prowess here is decidedly superior. Therefore, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? A suggestion? Humph. Speak, and let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Flame Mountain observed the two additional individuals beside Dino. One was the formidable blonde Nina, with a bounty of 170 million berries, and the other was Endure, the son of the sea witch, boasting a bounty of 40 million berries. Their capabilities were commendable. Flame Mountain weighed the combat effectiveness of both sides. This expedition was meant to be a practical training exercise for a group of inexperienced recruits, teaching them how to capture pirates. Thus, he was the sole officer aboard the vessel, surrounded entirely by novices devoid of any real combat power. Consequently, even if he wished to engage in battle, it would be futile. I propose that I quell these two volcanoes while you ensure the safe evacuation of this area, facilitating the merchant vessels to carry everyone away from here. You are well aware of the devastation a volcanic eruption can cause, especially with a Vice Admiral Akina present. So, what do you think of my proposal? If you choose not to accept, we shall simply take our leave. After all, the people here are of no concern to us. Are they? The words spoken by Dino ignited a fervent blaze of determination, utterly irresistible. Even if it were solely his own voice echoing through the air, he would exert every ounce of strength to ensure the complete evacuation of the island's inhabitants. This, indeed, embodies the true essence of a naval officer's mission. To valiantly safeguard the safety of the people is the unwavering justice that the Navy must uphold. As for pirates, they are but a mere cog in the grand machine. However, at this juncture, Dino's proposal to collaborate with the pirates raised eyebrows. Although such alliances were not unprecedented, considering the current 7 warlords of the sea and several candidates he had previously engaged with, those individuals lacked the compassion that Dino exhibited towards the welfare of others. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced to the proposal, yet his subordinates, the naval soldiers, were left in disbelief. The notion that Vice Admiral Hiwashishin would ally with pirates seemed almost inconceivable to them. Listen well, young ones, he proclaimed. You may deem my actions devoid of justice, but allow me to elucidate what true justice entails. It is the unwavering vow to protect the safety of the people, even at the cost of one's own life. Even if it necessitates collaboration with the enemy. This is the essence of genuine justice. Now, follow my command. Move swiftly. Evacuate all civilians to the vast expanse of the desert, and dispatch a second team to summon ships and merchant vessels. They shall heed our naval command as a priority. As Hiwashishin's orders resonated, the Navy personnel promptly demonstrated their discipline, marching forward in unison. Dino observed this scene with keen interest and remarked, impressive indeed, Vice Admiral Hiwashishin. To be candid, there are only 3 individuals within the Navy whom I truly admire, and you have now become the 4th. Would you care to know the identities of the first 3? Not particularly, but could you refrain from idle chatter for now? The magma is surging forth, Hiwashishin replied, glaring with a vacant stare before lighting a cigar. Dino erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, I see. Fear not, Hiwashishin, I assure you. I shall not go back on my word. He then turned to Nina and Indo, instructing them, you two, inform Jess to refrain from attacking the Navy upon sighting them. And you shall retreat directly, circling around to the other side of the Twin Peaks. I will await your arrival there. By the way, is my flying carpet with you? Humph, the unreliable captain, here it is. The smaller one, mind you, I didn't bring the larger one. Ah, that is more than sufficient. Dino laughed heartily once more. Dino ascended into the sky atop a black flying carpet, while Nina and Until exchanged wary glances at the volcanic mountain in the distance. Gradually, they began to retreat, preparing to vacate the area. There's no need for such caution. However, I am curious to inquire about your captain. What sort of person is he? The unexpected question from the volcanic mountain left both women momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, Until hesitantly responded. He is someone who respects others and pursues his dreams while honoring ours as well. Though my acquaintance with him is brief, I can confidently say he is a good person. Strangely, Dino found himself bestowed with the label of good man. Upon hearing Until's words, Nina disdainfully curled her lips and remarked, that guy is nothing but an unreliable scoundrel. He is untrustworthy in everything. Navigating, cooking, fishing, and even giving orders is utterly absurd. Yet, one thing Until is correct about is that he is a man of his word, and indeed a decent fellow. Thus, the well-intentioned Dino was unwittingly granted 2 good man cards by the 2 lovely women. After reflecting on their responses, the volcanic mountain fell into deep thought. A good man? Observing his actions, it seems that he is indeed accomplishing what our Navy cannot. During the previous incident with the Sword family, aside from the dual-bladed wolf and the Sword family, no one else was harmed, a truly rare pirate. He reminds me of someone I once looked up to. Once? Could it be that he? The volcanic mountain suddenly recalled Dino's assertion that he was neither a novice pirate nor new to bounty hunting. At that moment, he felt a sense of familiarity with Dino, as if the name resonated from someone he had encountered in the past but had overlooked. Meanwhile, as the volcanic mountain became lost in thought, Nina and Until seized the opportunity to make their escape. Concurrently, Jess observed the erupting volcano, the agitated crowd, and the Navy maintaining order, feeling a sense of tension as he gripped his dual pistols and carried his twin blades, determined to protect their ship, the Black Pearl. Jess departed towards the back of the Twin Peaks to meet the captain. Nina and Until returned to the pirate ship, having already procured supplies. And their only reason for venturing out again was to locate Dino. Go around to fetch the captain? What does that mean? No time for idle chatter, just move. The captain is undertaking a monumental task that we are incapable of. Until cheerfully bounced over to Jess, playfully slapping the back of his head before stating her intent. Her demeanor was rather endearing, especially given their significant height difference, one towering over 2 meters, while she stood at a mere 1.6 to 1.7 meters. Not to mention Nina's impressive height of 1.8 meters. What a hassle to encounter such circumstances. Yet, ignoring it is not in my nature. However, if I handle this properly, my reputation with the Navy should improve. In due time, I'll gather some pirates as leverage to become one of the 7 warlords and successfully enter the first phase of my plan. Dino stood upon the flying carpet, arms outstretched, exerting control over the eruption of molten lava. As soon as the magma threatened to burst forth, he would swiftly rein it in. However, this merely addressed the symptoms rather than the underlying issue. He understood that when the inevitable explosion occurred, its force would be exponentially greater. Presently, there was little else Dino could do. Sustaining his powers to manage such a vast expanse of lava in the sky, manifesting as a colossal ocean of molten rock, would ultimately lead to his exhaustion. After all, the exertion required by this fruit's ability was exceedingly taxing, and given that Dino's stamina was his greatest vulnerability, he typically opted for blitzkrieg tactics, seizing opportunities without delay. This was evident in his previous confrontation with Doflamingo and the recent battle against the Burning Mountain. Prolonged engagement was simply not feasible, especially under such extensive conditions. Moreover, he was already wounded, and his injuries had yet to heal. Though he appeared nonchalant, he alone knew that his internal organs had shifted and he was gravely hurt. He had been utilizing his abilities to gradually mend himself, having studied medicine alongside Kurokas. While he was not a master in the field, he possessed a fundamental understanding of illness and injury treatment. Additionally, despite his powers being limited to the control of inanimate objects, his own bodily organs could be viewed as semi-inanimate, allowing him a degree of influence, albeit shallow. As for the bodies of others, such manipulation was utterly unattainable. Otherwise, his fruit's power would indeed be invincible. Yet, Dino speculated that should his abilities awaken, he might not reach the level of controlling his foes, but if they were to bleed or sustain injuries, he could potentially manipulate a portion of their blood to exacerbate their wounds, leading to significant hemorrhaging. Nonetheless, this remained mere conjecture. Suddenly, as Dino gradually recuperated from his injuries, the Twin Peaks volcano erupted once more. This time, the force was considerably greater than all previous eruptions combined. Standing upon his flying carpet, Dino sensed an ominous danger. As if he were confronting not a volcano, but a formidable admiral, an immense threat. Indeed, the raw power of nature is not to be underestimated. It rivals the strength of an admiral. After all, the natural world, in its unpredictable and boundless might, far surpasses the capabilities of any man-made fruit. Dino gazed upon the erupting lava, witnessing the orderly evacuation of the people below under the guidance of the Navy. With a sudden surge of formidable power, he forcefully suppressed the eruption. However, the exertion caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the flying carpet wobbled precariously as he struggled to maintain his footing, nearly toppling over. It was indeed a daunting task, yet he sensed another wave approaching. His observation hockey detected the rumbling of the volcano, the furious roar of the Twin Peaks, and the tremors of the island beneath him. Everyone, evacuate swiftly. Move, move, all of you quickly, he urged, coughing violently. The commander of the Fire Mountain roared in distress, his expression one of urgency. Due to the overwhelming number of civilians, the evacuation was sluggish. A moment's distraction caused him to aggravate his own wounds, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Vice Admiral, please take a moment to rest. We can handle this, his subordinates insisted. No, as a Vice Admiral, it is my duty to be at the forefront. This injury is but a trifle. Our mission is to ensure the safety of the civilians. Remember, we must not let any pirates take advantage of the chaos. As for the Black King pirates, they can be left to their own devices. I owe them that courtesy. Taking a deep breath, the commander discarded his half-burned cigar, striking down a collapsing building with a swift stroke of his sword. In an instant, the cold gleam of his blade shattered the debris into fragments, rescuing those who had been on the brink of being crushed. Cough. That young man is truly ruthless, but he must be nearing his limit. The next volcanic eruption should be the last. The sheer force is causing my observation hockey to tremble. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, he observed the billowing black smoke erupting from the Twin Peaks, shrouding the sky in a disorienting haze. Coupled with the incessant tremors of the island, though not catastrophic, These minor quakes rendered the island precarious, while relentless tsunamis threatened the vessels nearby. Had their ships not been relatively sturdy, many would have already sunk. Vice Admiral, trouble approaches. A massive wave is coming. What? Just as he thought the situation was under control and most personnel had evacuated, a colossal wave surged towards the shore without warning. Gritting his teeth, the commander displayed an expression of concern. Boom. At that moment, the two volcanoes erupted in their final explosive display, having been previously stifled by Dino. The volcanic crater shattered, releasing torrents of molten rock. Witnessing this, the commander was taken aback and shouted, "Everyone, evacuate at full speed." As his voice echoed, the Navy began to retreat from the island. Yet, with the impending waves, their escape was hindered. The commander looked toward the struggling Dino, suspended in midair. His face etched with worry. Enough is enough. Once is a favor, twice is a debt. I shall simply offer him a recommendation. Deciding firmly, he activated his moonwalk and approached Dino, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid hindering his efforts. Black King Dino, I promise to recommend you for a position among the 7 warlords. Whether it materializes depends on your abilities. However, I have one condition. Use the magma to quell the incoming waves. Should you succeed, I shall cast my vote for you. With that, he swiftly departed, aware that Dino could not afford to be distracted at that moment. Dino, blood trickling from his lips and his wounds beginning to crack, wore a smile on his face. His joy stemmed from 3 revelations. First, his armament hockey had successfully advanced to a new level, enveloping his hands in its power, making his abilities far more manageable. Second, his observation hockey had also ascended, allowing him to briefly sense impending disasters. While this ability may not significantly enhance his combat prowess, it proved invaluable during voyages. For instance, he could lure enemies into tempestuous waters, utilizing his foresight to evade while leaving them bewildered, an amusing prospect indeed. Having awakened this ability, he was acutely aware of the impending tsunami and the island's fate. If he were not there to intervene, with no navy present, the island would ultimately succumb to the lava and be swallowed by the waves, sinking into the depths. The third reason for his elation was the promise from the commander. If fulfilled, he could ascend to the rank of 7 warlords and gain legitimate entry into Alabasta. It seemed he could no longer afford to hold back. Time to take flight. Ha 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 ha. Dino uttered these words, then exerted all his strength to activate his abilities. The molten lava, along with fragments of rock and stones, began to levitate and gradually gathered around him. However, at the same time, the immense pressure caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I'm so close. Push harder. Dino roared as he emerged, not merely expelling the molten rock, but also extracting the magma from within the Twin Peaks. What is that? The Navy personnel gazed in disbelief at the sky, where a second sun appeared. And not far from this luminary, a figure loomed, seemingly insignificant in comparison. Truly, an extraordinary creature. It seems the seas will not know tranquility henceforth. I do regret the position of the 7 warlords. Fire Mountain sighed, then declared, "Everyone, retreat at full speed. But, sir, the waves worry not. Assistance is on the way." As the Navy began their withdrawal, Dino exerted every ounce of his strength, transforming all his oratory into a colossal fireball suspended in the air. However, the price was steep. He was now drenched in blood, a veritable figure of carnage. Ha. Ocean, accept this gift I present to you. With that, Dino hurled the massive fireball far into the distance. Suddenly, titanic waves surged forth, crashing together with the incoming tide, and combined with the magma's heat, they counterbalanced each other, ultimately forming a bed of rocks that sank into the depths. Ugh, could you be a tad gentler? Though there is no official ship's doctor, you shouldn't treat me like this. Nina. Inside the cabin of the ship, Dino was in a state of commotion, his body wrapped in bandages. At that moment, Nina was tending to his wounds. Unintentionally or not, she seemed to deliberately brush against his injuries, causing him to feel a mix of discomfort and irritation. Humph. You nearly brought this upon yourself, and now you blame us? An unreliable captain, truly unreliable. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't these injuries have healed by now? Look at you. Because of your excessive use of your fruit ability, these wounds show no signs of healing at all. How long has it been? Over 10 days, I believe. Although Nina's tone was quite harsh, her concern for Dino was evident. The others were equally worried, recalling how they found Dino 10 days ago, lying precariously on a swaying magic carpet, barely using his powers to prevent himself from falling into the sea. At that time, he was drenched in blood, his body riddled with gruesome injuries that were alarming to behold. Now, 10 days later, while the minor wounds had mostly healed, the major ones remained unhealed due to Dino's fruit ability. Any sudden movement would cause them to reopen, which was the source of Nina's frustration. Oh, don't sweat the small details. It'll be fine soon enough. It's just that the strength of that volcanic mountain was formidable, which is why the injuries are so severe. But in about 5 or 6 days, I expect you'll be recovered. That aside, when will we exit the comm belt? You should take care of your own body. As for exiting the comm belt, at our current speed, it will take about 15 days. You really are too slow. After Nina finished reapplying the medicine, she made her sarcastic remark. Dino felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his fruit ability was capable of lifting the ship. But the sheer size of the vessel far exceeded his expectations. While his speed was inherently slow, his fruit power barely managed to cover the entirety of the Black Pearl. His ability could envelop a distance of nearly 300 meters, underscoring the enormity of the ship. Due to its size, maneuvering it was laborious, hence the slow pace. However, he had never before had to control something of such massive volume and weight for an extended period, which would ultimately aid in mastering and enhancing his abilities. Moreover, after previously manipulating magma to strike the waves, Dino felt he had hit a bottleneck with his fruit power. Despite improvements in his observation hockey, his fruit ability had not seen any enhancement. This realization led him to understand that both the Flying Lion's Float fruit and Whitebeard's Quake fruit had achieved a level of awakening. Otherwise, their powers could not be so formidable. The Vector fruit, known as one of the 3 great natural disasters, could not merely cover a few hundred meters if it were truly awakened. Dino speculated that if his ability were to awaken, it would be akin to a fusion of the Float and Quake fruits, a terrifying potential indeed, with a corresponding difficulty in awakening. Meanwhile, as Dino and his companions leisurely flew above the calm belt, at Marine headquarters in Marine Ford, in the office of the Admiral, Vice Admiral Akainu stood beside Sengoku with a cigar in his mouth, a smile adorning his face. Not far off, an elderly man with graying hair was audibly munching on a donut. This man was none other than Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. So, you're here to recommend a kid out of obligation? Is his strength truly sufficient? Hey, Sengoku. Do you really believe that someone who could inflict serious injury upon me and then exert himself to stave off a volcanic eruption and tsunami is weak? I'm merely suggesting that he is not like those other pirates who commit atrocities. He is a candidate worth considering. Is that so? Garp, you old coot. Stop stuffing your face and share your thoughts. Sengoku growled, irritated by the munching sounds, but Garp paid no mind, casually digging into his ear and responding indifferently. Well, don't mind me. I don't care much. All pirates are the same, and since the world government has said there must be a third-party force to maintain balance. This kid has strength, but remains low-key. It's hard to gain public support without a significant event. Are you suggesting we create a major incident for him? Like what we're about to do with that tyrant Kuma? Destroy an entire nation? While some places are indeed decayed and have allowed pirates to reign, this would also mean innocent people would be caught in the crossfire, and that guy is notoriously brutal. Just wait. I have a feeling this kid isn't going to disrupt the peace. Since the 7 warlords haven't been officially appointed yet. We'll delay as long as we can, but it can't be more than a year. This Order 1T stayed dormant for long. Oh, by the way, what is the status on Fisher Tiger? Did the plan succeed? If he is truly dead, the Sun Pirates will likely disband. It's incredible that he once climbed the Red Line with his bare hands to liberate slaves. Ha ha ha. That must have infuriated the celestial dragons. And the 5 elders must still be seething. Every time I think about it, I can't help but feel delighted. I plan to take a leave of absence soon to visit my grandson. It's been about a year, so Sengoku, just handle the paperwork for me, okay? After finishing his last donut, Garp patted Sengoku's shoulder with his greasy hand and walked out with a grin, leaving Sengoku looking somewhat helplessly after him. While Vice Admiral Akainu maintained his smile. Garp, you truly are the same as ever. Humph, just an old rogue. But speaking of which, that person does look familiar. Have you seen him somewhere? I also find him familiar, but I have a theory. Was he on Roger's ship? The only kid aboard? Really? Indeed. It's quite a feat that it took so long. It was much slower than expected. It took 20 days, and all in all, it has taken several months to reach the East Sea. Dino sat at the bow of the ship, troubled as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Their vessel, the Black Pearl, drifted solitary across the waters. Though Dino's injuries had healed and his strength had notably increased, his stamina significantly improved and his physical condition fortified after enduring such severe wounds, his gaze bore a hint of melancholy. This was not due to any personal strife, but rather the realization that their journey into the East Sea was progressing much slower than anticipated, leading to his growing frustration. Well then, Captain, he suggested, how about I serenade us with a song? It has been far too long since I last sang. And I could use a bit of practice to keep my voice from rusting away. Perhaps you could showcase your musical talents as well? At that moment, Endur rushed over. Eager to comfort Dino, and also to alleviate the boredom that had settled on the ship, a bit of entertainment was certainly in order. Upon hearing Dino's proposal, he nodded. A faint smile easing the tension on his face, and leapt onto the deck. Without much preparation, they both improvised, yet Dino's piano skills were remarkable. Regardless of the song Endur chose, he adeptly adapted the accompaniment to fit the melody, despite not knowing the original tunes. In that moment, the music resonated perfectly with the atmosphere aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Jess, oblivious to the music, was indulging in drink and dancing about, his behavior perplexing to those around him. Nina, on the other hand, simply lowered her sun hat, rolled her eyes, and resumed basking in the sunlight. Thus, their vessel, filled with joyous melodies, sailed through the skies. Not far off, an enormous island began to drift towards them, yet they remained oblivious to its approach. Ahahaha. If I continue in this direction, harnessing these mechanical beasts and creatures, I shall dominate the world. What do the Navy headquarters matter? What are Garp and Sengoku to me? Even that old codger, Whitebeard, will be forced to bow before me. After years of effort, I have finally amalgamated these islands into one. The inept navy likely has no inkling of what has happened to those vanished islands. Ha! A figure adorned with a ship's helm, golden hair, and beard, and clad in a golden robe, stood proudly. Instead of legs, he bore 2 swords. Clearly, this was the legendary pirate, the only one to have successfully escaped imprisonment. A formidable force who single-handedly sank Marineford, known as the Golden Lion, Shiki, a name that resonated alongside that of the Pirate King, Roger, and Whitebeard. Strange. Where does that piano music and singing come from? As the Golden Lion reveled in his creations, the unexpected sound of song piqued his interest, prompting a heightened alertness. The once mighty flying pirate crew had dwindled to a mere ghost, leaving only him amidst a myriad of captured animals, such as monkeys, goats, and lions. High above in the skies, how could there be singing in such solitude? Intrigued, the Golden Lion employed his observation hockey to investigate. Soon spotting a pirate ship soaring through the heavens, its flag boldly declaring ambition, and 4 figures aboard. A smile crept across his face as he lit a cigar and took a deep drag, exclaiming, "I never expected to encounter others who share my abilities. How rare. And that boy playing the piano looks familiar. Could it be that he possesses the same power as I? How fascinating." Ah. After musing to himself, he soared into the air, rapidly approaching the source of the music. At that moment, Dino's melody abruptly ceased, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he peered into the vast emptiness above. Although the sky was clear, devoid of clouds, his heightened senses detected the faint trace of being observed. He released his observation hockey, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. "Captain?" Endur inquired, puzzled by Dino's sudden interruption. Their harmonious performance had been proceeding smoothly, but his abrupt halt nearly caused her to falter in her singing, highlighting her need for further refinement in her vocal skills. "A guest approaches, an old acquaintance of mine. Do not be alarmed when you meet him. Hee. Crew, prepare yourselves. This guest is of considerable significance." Dino rose to his feet with a hearty laugh, his demeanor still exuding arrogance. However, within his gaze lay a profound gravity. For his observation hockey had unveiled the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than the Golden Lion, Shiki. What an unexpected turn of events. Dirui never anticipated that he would encounter the Golden Lion, Shiki, in this place. Although he was aware that this old rogue had been lurking in some corner of the East Sea, quietly cultivating his utterly futile ambitions to overturn the world, the specific location of his hideout remained elusive. The artificial floating island where he resided was perpetually adrift, rendering it nearly impossible to pinpoint his whereabouts. What surprised Dirui even more was that their original destination was merely Lobetown, and unexpectedly encountering the Golden Lion along the way was indeed a delightful surprise. Dino harbored a fervent desire to engage in a contest with this esteemed senior. In the past, he would have undoubtedly been no match for his opponent, however. His prowess had since ascended to a level that rivaled that of a general, or at the very least, a brigadier. Confronting the aging Golden Lion, who had lost both of his legs, Dino felt he possessed a reasonable chance of victory. More importantly, he yearned to ascertain a particular truth, the comparative superiority of his vector fruit against the other S-float fruit. Upon informing his crew of an impending visitor, his subordinates promptly prepared for the encounter. Jess secured his twin blades across his back, brandishing his pistols in anticipation of the approaching foe. Endur, clutching her violin, wore a fierce expression that, despite its intent, appeared adorably incongruous. As for Nina, the haughty blonde, possessing the ability to sense the powerful, recognized the formidable nature of their adversary. Yet, in her effort to maintain an air of aloofness, she leisurely rose, tidied her belongings, and leaned against the mast, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Ha. I never expected to find you here, Aimless Dino. I thought with your meager strength, you would have long since perished beneath the waves. The Golden Lion, Shiki, puffed on his cigar, casting a condescending gaze upon Dino and his companions, which greatly unsettled Nina. "Hey, you old codger. Who do you think you are? Just because you can fly like that unreliable captain doesn't give you the right to look down on us. I don't know who you are, but come down here. You're really getting on my nerves," Nina exclaimed, leaping into the air, with her armament hockey fully unleashed. A layer of dark energy enveloped her fist as she lunged toward her opponent. Aware that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, otherwise, Dino wouldn't be treating the situation with such seriousness. She resolved to exert her utmost strength, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Mountain moving fist, Nina's initial strike, though executed midair without a point of leverage, exhibited tremendous power. Ho, little girl, you possess some skill, at least far superior to those worthless sea rascals. Yet, the chasm between us is vast. Save your energy, the Golden Lion retorted, casually waving his hand. An invisible current surged forth, colliding with Nina's fist and shattering her all-out attack, leaving her momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion's assault continued unabated, pressing forward with relentless force. "Humph, Golden Lion. While I respect you as a senior, it is utterly disgraceful to strike my crew with such ferocity." Dino leaped into the air, his flying carpet trailing closely behind. With a swift motion, he conjured an air barrier to deflect his opponent's strike. He then caught Nina, remarking, "And you as well." Ignorance of an adversary's strength can lead to reckless assaults, which may result in dire consequences. This individual is no ordinary foe. He once stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard as one of the formidable trio of pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. After Dino spoke, Nina was momentarily taken aback. Although she was still unclear about the identity of the person before her, she was well aware of the names Roger and Whitebeard. The formidable strength of these two legendary pirates was not to be underestimated. Subsequently, Dino gently descended, placing her on the deck. His gaze piercing as he regarded the Golden Lion Shiki, and inquired, "Elder, what brings you here? I do not recall having provoked you." "Haha." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Advancing onto the deck, he looked at Dino, then cast a glance at the others, extending a hand as he proclaimed, "It was your crew that initiated this confrontation. However, considering your ability to withstand my attack, I shall forgive your rudeness, provided you join my crew. Await my triumphant return. And I shall lead you to dominate the entire world." "Ah, should I commend you for your unwavering spirit, Golden Lion? You remain true to your origins. When you extended invitations to Captain Roger and Whitebeard, it was with the same fervor. Yet now, you find yourself reduced to inviting someone of my humble stature. Nevertheless, your ambition remains unshaken," Dino mockingly remarked. Yet the Golden Lion remained utterly unfazed. After all, one who could stand toe-to-toe with Roger and Whitebeard possessed a demeanor beyond the ordinary. He completely disregarded Dino's provocations. Indeed, it was no surprise that he was once a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. "Although your strength at that time was so feeble that I couldn't even muster the desire to glance at you, over the span of more than a decade, you have not only aged, but also cultivated both your power and presence. While your prowess may not surpass mine, it is certainly formidable enough to rival that of a rear admiral, for my techniques are not something anyone can simply withstand." In response to the Golden Lion's praise, Dino burst into hearty laughter and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a punch. "Ahaha, while I am indeed delighted by your compliments, I am the captain of the Black King pirate crew. How could I ever accept your invitation? Moreover, I couldn't care less about your utterly ridiculous plan." As Dino spoke, he engaged in combat with the Golden Lion, their battleground shifting to the skies above, for on the ship, neither could unleash their full potential. "Ha. What a spirited lad. Indeed, he is the one that Roger deemed promising. How amusing. Since you have rejected me and are aware of my hideout, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you." Both combatants exchanged words while launching into a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl began to move. Following the trajectory of their conflict, it was evident that Dino understood the limitations of his abilities, thus he aimed to prevent the ship from straying beyond his control, ensuring it remained within his grasp. However, this meant that he could not fight at full strength against the Golden Lion. His priority was to reach the Sky Island swiftly. Otherwise, he would soon find himself outmatched, for the adversary before him was no ordinary foe. The Golden Lion Shiki, despite his severed legs and advancing age, still possessed the prowess of a seasoned general, and this was the singular impression Dino had during their confrontation. The Golden Lion remained as formidable as ever. At that moment, the three crew members aboard the Black Pearl exchanged astonished glances, having overheard the Golden Lion's words, realizing that Dino had once been a crew member of the Pirate King. Roger. Their shock was palpable. "How old is the captain? 18? Or perhaps 19? That fool must be 19 now, I believe," one mused. "I never imagined that this unreliable captain once sailed with such a legendary figure. And judging by the Golden Lioness words, he was indeed a formal crew member. Otherwise, their familiarity would be inexplicable." Nina's observations were astute, though her analysis fell short. While it was true that Dino had spent 2 years on Roger's ship, he was not particularly close to the Golden Lion. The great pirates were all quite amiable. Otherwise, they would not have been able to recruit such formidable crew members. Dino, too, is a reflection of his surroundings. By nature, he possesses a reclusive disposition, often reticent in conversation. However, his adventures alongside Roger have introduced him to the exuberant Buggy and the boisterous Shanks, whose influences have undeniably transformed his character. Thus, it can be asserted that Dino's current bold demeanor is a product of his environment, affirming the adage that one's surroundings can indeed reshape one's personality. After all, even the previously aloof blonde beauty, Nina, has softened, and the once arrogant Jess has adopted a more subdued demeanor. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions reverberated through the vastness of the sky. If one were to gaze upward through a telescope, they would witness a golden-haired elder unleashing powerful kicks, delivering formidable slashes upon another individual riding a flying carpet. Remarkably, this person remained unscathed, retaliating with equal ferocity. A closer examination reveals that while the elder exudes an air of ease, the young man is drenched in perspiration, clearly indicating a disparity in their respective strengths. These two are none other than the formidable Golden Lion and Dino. Given the similarities in their fruit powers, Dino must exert himself fully to launch an assault on his opponent, a strategy that would sever his connection to the Black Pearl, leaving him in a quandary. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, is at a loss, though his float fruit grants him the ability to manipulate air for attacks. Dino's vector fruit perfectly counters this ability. In terms of hierarchy, the vector fruit is indeed a superior form of the float fruit, providing Dino with a strategic advantage that frustrates the Golden Lion. Yet, once they reach the Elder's floating island, the Golden Lion believes he possesses ample strategies to vanquish Dino. Conversely, Dino awaits the moment to arrive at the Golden Lion's territory, that suspended isle, where he can securely dock the Black Pearl and unleash his full capabilities against this legendary pirate. Moreover, it is crucial to note that while both can engage in aerial combat, they are unable to harness their utmost strength in such a manner. It is only when they are grounded that they can fully exert their powers. Thus, they share a mutual understanding and respect for one another, as neither dares to hold back, for to do so would not only be disrespectful, but would also expose oneself to vulnerabilities. Truly, the Golden Lion is a formidable adversary, one whom even I struggle to subdue. The seas are increasingly populated with exceptional young talents. Roger, are all those who disembark from your ship monsters? You are an enigma yourself, and that old rascal Rayleigh possesses strength equal to mine. The red-haired youth now stands shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard, and today, another surprise emerges in the form of Dino. The Golden Lion's soliloquy goes unheard by Dino, who is presently in awe of the Elder's might, for it is not yet the time a decade later when Luffy sets sail. In this era, the Golden Lion, though advanced in years, remains formidable, having lost only his legs without any other diminishment of power. Thus, his fruit abilities and mastery of the three forms of haki remain at their zenith. Perhaps his spirit has waned somewhat, and his conqueror's haki is not as robust as before due to earlier failures. Nevertheless, his observation and armament haki remain formidable. The Golden Lion is left with a singular, critical weakness akin to Dino's, diminished stamina. After all, he is a man in his 60s, and his physical endurance has certainly waned more than Dino's. This battle may compel Dino to engage in a prolonged confrontation, a challenge that could test the limits of both their physical capabilities. However, Dino's youth affords him a distinct advantage in recovery compared to the Golden Lion. As they clash, the Golden Lion senses an odd shift. He is devoid of the sharpness he once possessed, each of his maneuvers bearing a hint of lethargy, a fleeting yet evident sign of the toll the past has taken on him. Perhaps Dino could exploit this vulnerability to gain an edge over the Golden Lion. Otherwise, he may find it challenging to prevail against such a legendary figure. Yet, should he choose to retreat, he could do so with ease, as his abilities would allow him to escape even with the Black Pearl in tow. Nonetheless, encountering the Golden Lion presents an invaluable opportunity for a grand confrontation. The current Golden Lion, diminished from his former glory, now only stands at the level of a Marine Admiral in his prime. He rivaled the likes of the Four Emperors and the Pirate King, Roger. In such circumstances, Dino would have fled at the mere sight of him. However, the now weakened Golden Lion serves as an excellent challenge. Should he face defeat, it matters little, for Dino lacks significant notoriety. A newcomer to piracy falling to a former titan like the Golden Lion would elicit no more than a remark of hubris. Conversely, should he succeed, even achieving a draw, accolades would surely follow. In essence, formidable pirates like the Golden Lion serve as stepping stones for the next generation to enhance their renown. Yet, should one overestimate their prowess and fail to escape, they may find themselves facing dire consequences. Thus, whether challenging a legendary pirate of yore or a current emperor of the sea, one must carefully assess their own strength before making a decision. For in this world, arrogance and pride are ubiquitous, yet the self-aware are a rare breed. The battle between Dino and the Golden Lion rages on, and in the distance, Dino catches sight of the floating island, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Golden Lion, too, bursts into hearty laughter before launching a slicing kick and turning to fly away. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion, is this what you call fleeing? Youngster, do not get too cocky. Your fruit ability may counter mine, but do not mistake that for my true strength. Allow me to show you a power beyond your current reach. The Golden Lion's intentions are unmistakable. After a period of engagement, he has discerned Dino's capabilities, acknowledging the immense potential that lies within him. Now, having positioned himself on the floating ground, his cigar reduced to ashes, his gaze sharpens with newfound intensity. Little brat, brace yourself. Lion's might, earth tornado. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the Golden Lion erupts, transforming into multiple lion heads that swiftly advance towards Dino. Yet, Dino remains unfazed, delivering a powerful punch in response. Pseudo, earth might. A similar technique emerges from Dino, but instead of lion heads, he conjures drill-like formations that rival the Golden Lion's attack in potency. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion, how do you find this? I've pilfered your technique. Does it not seem somewhat familiar? Patience, for I have more surprises in store. As Dino spoke, he waved his hand, and the Black Pearl descended nearby, while his flying carpet followed suit. He then addressed his crew, cautioning, "You must refrain from participating in this battle. The level of combat here is beyond your capabilities. Should I be defeated, remember to rescue me. If he falls, bring forth the Sea Prism's stone handcuffs to restrain him. However, I suspect that our strengths are evenly matched. Ha ha ha. Youngster, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. While I acknowledge your impressive prowess and monstrous potential, Do you truly believe that merely imitating my techniques will place you on equal footing with me? Do not be so naive. With a roar, he unleashed Lion's might, earthquake. Its power surged forth, even more formidable than before. Yet, at this moment, Dino felt liberated to unleash his full strength without reservation. His hands enveloped in armament hockey, he charged forward, impervious to the residual waves of Lion's might that could not even graze him. Prepare to receive my blow. Pseudo shockwave. With a thunderous shout as he neared the golden lion, Dino channeled his energy into both hands, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The air visibly fractured as the golden lion's technique was obliterated, leaving him utterly astonished. Is that the technique of that ancient scoundrel Newgate? Bingo. Congratulations, you answered correctly, though there shall be no reward. With a smile, Dino responded and launched a direct strike against the golden lion, catching him off guard. He endured the full impact of the blow, spitting out blood and being sent flying. Damn it, I didn't expect you to develop your fruit abilities to such an extent. It seems I can no longer afford to be complacent. Otherwise, if I remain so careless, you might truly defeat me. Ha ha ha. The golden lion, despite sustaining significant injuries from Dino's attack, floated in midair, utilizing his fruit powers to mitigate much of the damage, making it appear that he was not gravely harmed. Lion's might, 1,000 cuts. In midair, the golden lion unleashed an even more powerful slash, a relentless barrage. Dino, witnessing this, maintained his armament hockey, crossing his arms defensively. The slashes rained down upon him and the surrounding area, leaving bloodstains on Dino's lips and arms, with sword marks increasing in number. It was evident that his fruit abilities could not fully defend against the golden lion's onslaught, but even so, weakening the opponent's power was sufficient. Lion's might, shatter. Seeing their captain embroiled in a fierce battle, Nina and the others felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The ferocity of the storm made Nina acutely aware of its destructive potential. If she were to bear such a blow, she would be utterly obliterated. As for Jess and Until, the display of power left them in awe. Is this the strength of a pirate who stands alongside Roger and Whitebeard? No. This is merely the faded glory of the golden lion. Given our captain's unpredictable nature, he would surely flee if faced with an insurmountable enemy. Meaning he has confidence in defeating the golden lion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so boldly. Yet, this situation is dire. I must assist. As Nina prepared to jump into the fray, Until stopped her, her gaze steely as she inquired, What do you mean? The captain has said that this battle is beyond our involvement. We should simply wait. I trust that the captain will be fine. You. Nina looked into Until's innocent eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, her tone softening. Indeed, believing in their captain was their current duty. Miss Until, please play a piece for the captain. Let it be a source of encouragement for him. After all, it is all we can do now. I will handle the piano. As I have consulted the captain on it before. Although I am not proficient, I believe I can manage. Until picked up the violin with a smile and began to play, while Jess, instead of joining her at the piano, found himself unceremoniously set aside by Nina. Your clumsy playing would only embarrass us. Let me handle this. It has been how many years? 5? I've lost count, but I haven't played in a while. I hope my skills remain intact. Nina placed her hands on the piano, and together with Until's violin, they produced a somewhat awkward yet uniquely charming melody. As Jess observed Nina at the piano, she seemed transformed, exuding an air of nobility that was strikingly different from her previous fierce demeanor. This version of Nina resembled a princess, her graceful posture enchanting to behold. If she donned a gown, none would dispute her royal presence. Music? Is that your crew? Ha! They are truly thoughtful, celebrating your demise. But never mind, I can see your struggle, how painful it must be for you. Allow me to deliver the final blow. The golden lion, observing the faint silhouettes within the storm, laughed heartily before unleashing a colossal slash. Lion's might, 1,000 cuts. Ha! As expected of the golden lion. You have me under pressure, but I am no pushover. My fruit abilities grow stronger with your might. Dino, despite being battered and bloodied, recognized the disparity in their strengths. Yet, he remained resolute. Upon hearing the music, he realized it was his personal battle theme, and he felt his energy surging to its peak. If he did not retaliate promptly, he would inevitably face defeat. Seizing an opportunity during the golden lion's moment of vulnerability, Dino unleashed a powerful windstorm, obliterating the surrounding tornadoes and dodging the massive slash. Though blood stained his body, the golden lion stepped back, shaken, as he sensed a new wave of dangerous power brewing within Dino. This is my exclusive battle theme. In my own melody, how could I possibly lose? Here I come. Golden Lion Shiki. With a mighty shout, Dino gathered a formidable storm in his hands, thrusting it forward at incredible speed towards the golden lion. In response, the golden lion spread his arms wide, summoning countless lion heads that surged toward Dino. Don't be so arrogant. Lions might shatter. The clash of their techniques erupted in a violent explosion, creating massive voids in the space between them, which began to spread outward. The island itself trembled and cracked, a small section breaking away and plummeting downward. Fortunately, this portion was merely empty space, while the Black Pearl remained safely anchored on another patch of solid ground. Wow, the golden lion is truly formidable. I cannot help but admire him. But cough, your current state is that of a spent force, isn't it? Ha! Lying upon the ground is Dino, his injuries grievous and severe. Wounds that had once begun to heal now threatened to resurface, his body drenched in blood, presenting a truly grotesque visage. In contrast, the golden lion bears his own considerable injuries, his golden coat long discarded, and the helm atop his head appears damaged, rendering him a figure of absurdity. Likewise, the golden lion is gasping for breath, yet his strength, albeit diminished, remains superior to Dino's, though only marginally. While he stands, it is solely due to the reliance on his fruit abilities. Dino, on the other hand, is not incapacitated but rather finds no necessity in rising. As their battle reaches a stalemate, the music abruptly ceases, and his 3 crew members hasten towards him. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Golden Lion, today marks your defeat. My fruit abilities completely suppress yours, compounded by your advanced age and the multitude of hidden injuries you bear. If you were to be 5 or 6 years younger, I would truly hesitate to confront you so boldly. Ah, ha, ha, ha. My comrades, seize the Golden Lion for me. Thus, we shall possess the means to ascend to the status of the 7 warlords. Dino spoke with great pride, while Nina and the others wielded the sea prism stones to collectively subdue the Golden Lion, ultimately rendering him unconscious. They then secured him with the sea prism stone handcuffs. Do not inquire how Dino acquired such items. Amidst the numerous Navy personnel, it was quite effortless to find someone and seize a pair of handcuffs. Although it is not guaranteed that every individual possesses sea prism stone handcuffs, it was merely fortuitous that they encountered them. Thus, the Golden Lion found himself in a rather dismal predicament, as his airborne pirate crew had dwindled down to just him. Consequently, the unfortunate Golden Lion was apprehended by them. However, due to his unconscious state and the influence of the sea prism stone, the floating island began to descend slowly. Yet, they remained undaunted, after all. His strength had been somewhat diminished, but maintaining the Black Pearl's normal flight was still within reach. Let us depart. With Dino's commanding shout, the quartet swiftly returned to their ship, watching quietly from the sky as the massive floating island plummeted into the sea, creating tremendous waves. Ha ha ha. Ahem, ahem. This is truly spectacular. The marvel created by the Golden Lion is indeed remarkable. He truly lives up to his reputation. As Dio coughed up blood while laughing maniacally, Endur and Jess exchanged concerned glances towards Dino. Meanwhile, Nina disdainfully tossed the unconscious Golden Lion aside, rolling her eyes at Dino. What a despicable captain. He still has the strength to carry on, yet I have to bear the burden, dirtying my hands in the process. And that old man is so lecherous, honestly. I wish to avoid him altogether. With a look of utter disdain directed at the Golden Lion, Nina proceeded into the cabin, seemingly intent on taking a bath. Dino, however, paid little heed to Nina's remarks, recognizing her inherent Sundra nature. Although they had triumphed over the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, everyone was filled with joy. Yet, true to Nina's proud disposition, she would not let the moment pass without hurling a few jabs at Dino, even if she too felt a sense of elation within. Captain, are we truly going to become the 7 warlords? This position not only attracts numerous onlookers, but also entails being the Navy's lapdog on the seas. Is it truly worthwhile? Haven't many begun to denounce the 7 warlords already? Jess hesitated briefly before voicing his concerns, prompting Dino to observe Jess's conflicted expression, then glance at Endur before inquiring, Endur, what are your thoughts? Huh? Me? Endur appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to articulate a response. She settled for a common reply, her expression reflecting inner turmoil. I don't mind. As long as I follow the captain, that's all that matters, right? Ah ha ha ha. Exactly. Just stick with me. And who says being a 7 warlord means being restrained by the Navy? We merely exploit the identity of a legitimate pirate. Upon hearing this, Nina recalled, oh, right. You mentioned that you would be heading to Alabasta to seek out the Pluton, didn't you? I remember you saying that, my esteemed captain. Dressed anew, Nina emerged, disdainfully kicking the Golden Lion once more before approaching Dino to retrieve the medical kit. Don't move. Let me tend to your wounds. Huh. Your eagerness is quite unfamiliar to me. Dino observed Nina as she diligently applied the medicine to his wounds. He scratched the back of his head, then obediently settled himself on the deck. Meanwhile, Nina, her face devoid of expression, methodically tended to his injuries, wrapping the bandages around him as she spoke slowly. There is no question of initiative. I merely have a query. Since you intend to journey to Alabasta, do you aspire to usurp their royal lineage? Or is your motivation purely the pursuit of the underworld king? At this moment, Dino gazed at Nina, who appeared to be deeply troubled, and felt a surge of curiosity. He remarked, I hold no interest in royalty. My sole desire is to uncover the whereabouts of the underworld king. Yet, judging by your demeanor, it seems you harbor considerable concern for them. Princess Weiwei is a dear friend of mine. We have played together since childhood. Therefore, if we must go, I implore you not to harm them, for the people here are exceedingly kind. Having skillfully tended to all her bandages, Nina fixed her intense gaze upon Dino, her eyes radiating an unusual brilliance, which set her apart from the usual Nina, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Your expression reveals genuine worry for them. Fear not. Upon our return to the Grand Line, I shall only seek information about the underworld king and will not intrude upon their lives. However, It is quite surprising to learn that you have connections to the royal family. Are you perhaps one of their maids? Dino's curiosity about Nina's identity grew. For despite her adept disguise and carefree demeanor, her graceful movements, proficient bandaging skills, and extensive nautical knowledge hinted at a past that was anything but ordinary, suggesting she mingled among the nobility. Moreover, the music that resonated during the battle with the Golden Lion was clearly not produced by Jess's clumsy playing. With no one else aboard, only Nina remained. And Dino could discern that her musical prowess had been honed through professional training, far superior to his amateur attempts. Thus, Dino's intrigue regarding Nina's background intensified. What kind of environment could forge such resilience, paired with an unrestrained spirit and the poise of a stunning beauty? Please refrain from inquiring about my affairs. I understand you may have many questions, but I wish not to burden you further. The entity in question is not something we can contend with, Nina implored earnestly. Dino and the others exchanged knowing glances and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. In that case, when you are ready to share, feel free to do so. We shall await your words, for you are our companion, and you may rest assured. Indeed, Sister Nina, we are all comrades here. When you feel inclined to share, do so freely. If you prefer not to, no one shall press you. Jess chimed in, nodding in agreement, his expression mirroring the warm smiles of Dino and Indel. Thank you all. You are truly my friends, and I am grateful. However, I must request the captain's understanding. Princess Weiwei saved my life when I was young, and I wish to express my gratitude, although I realize that, as a pirate, such a notion may seem somewhat impractical. Ha ha ha. Did I not just say? Worry not about that. No need to overemphasize. Now, regarding the festivities, let us prepare for a banquet. Nina, I recall witnessing your delightful dance when you were tipsy during our last voyage. As a punishment for the awkwardness you've caused today, you shall perform a solo dance at the upcoming feast, Dino declared with mirth. Upon hearing his words, Nina's cheeks flushed crimson, and she rolled her eyes before retreating to the cabin with her medical kit. Once inside her room, an uncontainable excitement washed over her as she glanced at the lone, pristine white gown hanging in the wardrobe. Indel was right. I never expected there would come a day when I could wear this. But is it appropriate to don it? I fear I might become the subject of ridicule, Nina pondered, caught in a whirlwind of self-doubt. As twilight descended, Dino prepared a lavish spread. His culinary skills modest, yet edible, with Jess lending a hand to ensure the meal was a testament to their efforts. The flavors may not have been exquisite, but the sentiment was abundant. Indel had also spent the afternoon crafting pastries, honing her skills through frequent practice. Ha ha ha. Are we celebrating your capture of me? You truly are a band of little rascals. Is such an event worthy of a feast? Dino teased. Indeed, it is. You are a notorious pirate, renowned alongside Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Naturally, capturing you calls for a grand celebration. Care to join us? After all, the more, the merrier. In response to Dino's words, the Golden Lion chuckled derisively, yet Dino remained unfazed, casually grabbing a couple of pastries from Indel's plate as he passed by. Hey, Captain, you can't do that. Our feast hasn't even begun. But it's quite all right. If I don't offer this old-timer a bite to eat, I fear he might starve aboard this ship, and that would truly be unfortunate. As Dino spoke, two delicate pastries floated in the air, one landing in his hand while the other fell into the grasp of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion gazed blankly at the confection in his hand, squinting slightly before coldly uttering, "What are you up to, kid? This wouldn't be my last meal, would it? Senior, you certainly have a way with words. How could I ever entertain such a notion? That would be far too insulting," Dino responded. "Do you remember the underwater prison? The very place from which you escaped? I intend to send you back there. In doing so, wouldn't a position among the 7 warlords be mine as well? Oh, so that is what you're after, kid? TSK, I truly overestimated you. Is it merely to become a lackey of the Navy that you've chosen to wallow in such disgrace? What a spineless little brat you are." Dino paid no heed to the Golden Lion's derision, instead revealing a smile imbued with meaning. After savoring a delicacy, he departed, leaving the Golden Lion with a peculiar expression. Though he had intended to mock, he was also probing. This young man is rather extraordinary, possessing strength and composure, concealing his true intentions as if he were biding his time for something significant. Yet, it matters not. He has already become a prisoner, and there is no need to dwell on such matters. Ha ha ha. After a moment of self-reflection, the Golden Lion erupted into laughter while indulging in the treat. However, neither Dino nor Intil, nor even Jess, paid him any mind. They were fully occupied preparing for the banquet and had even constructed a stage for the performance. This stage was intended for music, as they had a pianist and a violinist, while Nina, though uncertain, could be considered an excellent dancer. As for Jess, he was the true brute, lacking in talent but proficient in commanding chaos. Yet, on this vessel, he played the role of a spectator, albeit one who was joined by the Golden Lion today. It was somewhat amusing that this pirate crew appeared rather unorthodox, resembling a group of musicians moonlighting as pirates, which struck a comical chord. "What are you laughing at, you lecherous old man?" Nina, having emerged from the cabin, was greeted by the Golden Lion's laughter and promptly rolled her eyes. Had her attire permitted, her fiery temper would have led her to kick him. Upon seeing her, the Golden Lion's laughter ceased, replaced by a look of astonishment. Before him stood a vision clad in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading elegantly behind her, and a subtle touch of makeup gracing her face, exuding an air of dignity and grace. Had she not spoken so boldly moments ago, one might have mistaken her for royalty. Even Dino and the others, upon hearing Nina's voice and turning to look, were momentarily taken aback by her beauty, until, with a conspiratorial smile, sprang toward her. "Sister Nina, see? I told you this dress suits you perfectly," she exclaimed, her excitement causing Nina's cheeks to flush with color, adding to her allure. All right, stop twirling. I'm getting dizzy," Nina laughed, embracing Until, and the two of them began to frolic joyfully. Dino and Jess, watching this delightful scene unfold, felt a profound sense of happiness. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, observing the camaraderie, slowly closed his eyes and savored another bite of his treat. Not bad. And so another monotonous day of sailing passed. However, their speed had significantly increased this time, for they were sailing earnestly across the sea rather than soaring through the sky. "Honestly, I need to visit Sky Island. With my abilities, flying is simply too slow. It's far better to use the pushback shells, and who knows, we might encounter something intriguing," he mused. "You've been to Sky Island? Quite the knowledgeable little brat," the Golden Lion remarked, taking a bite of his apple with a hint of sarcasm. Dino responded with a dismissive smile, retorting, "Golden Lion, don't get too arrogant. You are my captive now. Ha ha ha. And what of it? I could not care less. Defeat is defeat. Had I been in better form at the time, you might not have triumphed over me, young one." Dino smiled silently, choosing to disregard the Golden Lion, for his words held an undeniable truth. During their battle, Dino had just expended a significant portion of his strength to construct the floating island, nearly exhausting half his vitality. Consequently, when he later faced Dino, his moves became sluggish due to fatigue, ultimately leading to his defeat in a single strike. Both fell to the ground, requiring Nina and the others to assist in successfully placing the sea stone handcuffs on the Golden Lion, which underscored his relative weakness. This was Dino's current reflection. His strength was akin to a weapon. Yet in the presence of the ocean's formidable rulers, even one who was nearly incapacitated like the Golden Lion, he could only manage an even match when the opponent was at a disadvantage. This vividly illustrated the immense power of others, particularly that of Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world. Fortunately, Dino was not one to easily succumb to despair. His 2 years alongside Roger had exposed him to countless powerful figures. His mindset had evolved beyond that of a novice, allowing him to readily accept this reality. "Captain, there is a town ahead. According to the charts and compass, it appears to be Lobe Town. Should we dock?" Nina observed the outline of the town ahead and alerted them. Dino, noticing the silhouette as well, broke into a smile and replied, "Of course we should dock. It's fortuitous that the Navy is stationed here. We can make use of their transponder snail." Following Dino's words, the Black Pearl drew closer to the harbor. The four of them secured the ship and ensured its safety. Although they hoisted the Jolly Roger, the crew would watch over it as long as they were compensated. What happened after their departure was a matter for the Navy to decide. Subsequently, they began to roam freely within Lobe Town, with their first destination being Roger's execution platform. How nostalgic. 10 years ago, I stood right here, witnessing the captain's execution and the dawn of the great pirate era. Dino spoke with a tinge of sorrow, casting a glance at the Golden Lion. This formidable sovereign of the seas, who once rivaled Roger, now closed his eyes, and there, at the corner of his eye, one could discern a solitary tear, suspended yet unfallen. Is this truly the place where the pirate king Roger met his end? It appears so ordinary, devoid of any allure. How perplexing. Nina scoffed, her disdain evident in her tone. However, Jess was reluctant to let her comments slide. He turned around, glaring fiercely. Yet, upon meeting Nina's defiant gaze, he instantly faltered. "Well, this is merely a gallows after all. Should Captain Roger be honored with a grand palace? Would the Navy be so foolish? Truly, let us commence our freedom of movement now. We must return to the ship before nightfall." Dino waved his hand, and then Jess sauntered outside alone, while Endo continued walking alongside Nina, both heading towards the commercial street. At this hour, dawn was just breaking, and most shops had only just begun to open their doors. The time Dino spoke of was before nightfall, indicating that they would have an entire day to indulge in leisure. "Come along, Senior Golden Lion. I shall take you to meet an old friend," Emolyn said, leading the Golden Lion into a narrow alley. He followed Dino closely, lost in thought, perhaps contemplating Roger's execution platform or devising an escape plan. Regardless of his intentions, for the moment, he could only obediently accompany Dino, as his treatment as a prisoner was relatively favorable. At least Dino showed him considerable respect during their interactions. Meanwhile, within the naval base of Rogtown, a white-haired naval officer regarded his subordinates with a stern expression. He discarded 2 nearly extinguished cigars into a nearby ashtray and spoke gravely. "Are you certain it is the Black King pirates? You did not misinterpret?" "Admiral Smoker, I assure you, I did not err. Just 2 days ago, I meticulously examined a stack of bounties, and there was his notice, 300 million berries. Is this person truly that formidable? How could he possibly come here? Enough of that. Leave the rest to me. That individual is beyond your capacity to handle." and inform Tashigi not to involve herself either. I will personally confront this fellow to ascertain his intentions. With that, Admiral Smoker exited the room, transforming into a wisp of white smoke, his destination unknown. Smoker, a former admiral and disciple of the legendary ZF, was exceptionally powerful. Coupled with the abilities granted by the Smoke threat, he ensured that this area remained peaceful, free from pirate incursions. This year marked his first anniversary in this position, and he was brimming with confidence in his strength. Consequently, any pirate attempting to dock in Rogtown found themselves inevitably pursued and apprehended. These pirates shared a common trait, a penchant for the execution platform, allowing Smoker to capture them effortlessly, leveraging the advantages of his Logia powers. Yet, regardless of their capabilities, the highest bounty among them barely surpassed several tens of millions. Now, a pirate boasting a bounty of 300 million had surfaced. And while Smoker understood the dangers posed by such an individual, he still felt compelled to act in the name of justice. Though uncertain of the outcome, he deemed it essential to take action. As a Logia fruit user, he may not be invincible at sea, but at least in the East Blue, he reigned supreme. Thus, he felt emboldened. Few could harm him with haki, especially in the East Blue, and even among the Grand Line. Only a handful could pose a threat. Merely in the New World would he be considered outclassed. What he did not realize was that Dino's strength far surpassed the value of his bounty, rendering Smoker's plans destined for failure. Just as Smoker proceeded towards the execution platform, Dino had arrived at a quaint establishment known as the Little Bar. True to its name, it was exceedingly small, with no more than 5 tables, and at that moment, it had yet to open, exuding an air of desolation. Apologies, gentlemen, but our operating hours have not yet commenced. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard and neatly shaved head announced. He was robustly built, towering at least 2 meters tall, and his muscular arms suggested an explosive strength. Uncle Norson, it's me. Long time no see. Has it been nearly 8 years? You haven't changed a bit, still as serious as ever. Running a bar requires a cheerful demeanor. Dino approached the front desk without a hint of hesitation, while the Golden Lion glanced at Norson with mild surprise. Huh, isn't that the chef from Roger's ship? Who would have thought you'd end up here running a quaint little bar? It's quite unexpected, and tell me, does anyone dare to apprehend you in this place? Norson? Golden Lion? How is it that you two are together? Have you decided to follow him, Dino? The gentleman known as Norson raised his head at that moment, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Lacking the ability of observation haki, he understood that as a chef, his primary task was to prepare exquisite meals. Although his strength was not insignificant, having once sailed the seas with Roger, he possessed considerable prowess. While he may not have mastered observation haki, he certainly wielded armament haki. At that juncture, Norson enveloped his hands in armament haki and grasped Dino by the collar, lifting him off the ground. What brings you here, you rascal? Are you attempting to show off? I expected you to amount to something, yet here you are, following this old fool, the Golden Lion? Hey, Norson. What do you mean by that? What is wrong with being with me? True, I may have lost to your captain, but I am still a legendary pirate. And now I am but a captive. Though I loathe to admit it, it is the undeniable truth. The Golden Lion, witnessing Norson's menacing demeanor and the slander directed at him, was instantly incensed. He stood up, glaring with fury, yet felt powerless due to the Sea Prism stone handcuffs that restrained him. Sea Prism stone handcuffs? You've captured the Golden Lion? Indeed, Uncle Norson, I have captured him. I plan to negotiate with the Navy to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You know my dream, to succeed, one must proceed with caution. Hence, the Golden Lion serves as my stepping stone. Oh, is that what you call proceeding with caution? That injury of yours was surely a result of your encounter with him, right? Once a delicate fellow who would cry out in pain from a mere tumble, now transformed into a tough guy? But ISNT your stepping stone a bit too large? Aren't you afraid the Navy will crush you? Ah ha 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 ha. ISNT that just splendid? Norson released his grip and gazed intently at the scornful Golden Lion and the audacious yet composed Dino, breaking into laughter. In that case, pursue your ambitions, but do not expect our assistance. I am fully aware of your intentions in coming here. You wish to invite me aboard your ship? That is impossible. My journey has long since concluded, and I shall not accept your invitation. I offer you a meal, and then you may leave, return to the sea. With that, Norson turned and walked toward the back, leaving only the Golden Lion and Dino in the room. Dino, evidently disappointed, sighed. Alas, I did not succeed. What a pity. I truly miss Uncle Norson's culinary delights. Now I must seek another chef, which is quite bothersome. Observing Dino's extreme dismay, the Golden Lion found great amusement in this scenario. Laughing heartily, haha, look at you. Even you have your moments of defeat. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and a man clad in a white jacket, puffing on 2 cigars, strode in. Upon seeing the laughing Golden Lion and the despondent Dino, he arrogantly declared, Black Emperor Dino, you are under arrest. Huh? And who might you be? Dino did not raise his head, he merely posed a question. At that moment, Smoker realized that Dino was completely disregarding him, which ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Nevertheless, he responded, I am Captain Smoker of the Navy, the White Hunter. Consider this your final warning. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. You are under arrest. Dino's flat O caused Smoker's lips to twitch in frustration. Unable to contain himself any longer, he launched an attack. White blow. With a furious shout, Smoker's fist transformed into swirling white smoke, hurtling toward Dino with great speed. However, to his astonishment, his fists were abruptly halted by an unseen force before they could even make contact. What? Hey, you Navy brat, you better run. This guy is incredibly vicious, and his mood is quite foul. If you wish to live, just flee. Otherwise, you might end up utterly obliterated. Hey, Golden Lion. I'm not as cruel as you suggest. Besides, I actually need to find him later, Dino replied. You are Smoker, right? I know you must have Admiral Sengoku's transponder snail. May I borrow it? I have a matter to discuss with him. Humph, pirate. Don't presume that your fruit powers grant you the right to be so arrogant. Who are you? Young man, let me return that question to you. Do not think that your Logia powers render you invincible. The speaker was none other than Jorson, who had just entered the kitchen. Hearing the commotion outside, he stepped out to investigate, only to be met with this scene. Who are you? Smoker exclaimed, taken aback to discover that this unassuming bar housed someone capable of restraining him. He recognized the power at play, armament hockey. As a disciple of the infamous Black Arm Zephyr, he was well acquainted with it. Yet, he was astonished that the owner of this small establishment wielded such strength. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am not a pirate, and you have no right to lay a hand on me. Correspondingly, none of you are permitted to fight in my bar. If you wish to brawl, do so outside. Dinner is nearly ready, and if you do not leave, you shall forfeit your meal. After Jorson's booming declaration, he relinquished his grip on Smoker and retreated back into the kitchen, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Ha ha ha, Jorson still possesses that spirit. It brings back fond memories of the past. I recall Roger complaining about not being allowed to fight during mealtime. We always had to finish our meals swiftly before engaging in brawls, otherwise, there would be no food left. Roger? You just referred to him as the Golden Lion. Could it be? At that moment, Smoker took note of the sea stone handcuffs in the Golden Lion's possession, and his pupils constricted in shock as he instinctively stepped back. There was no escaping the fact that the name Golden Lion resonated with great significance, and it was evident that he had become a prisoner. Otherwise, he would never have willingly donned those sea stone cuffs. Ha ha ha, it seems my reputation still holds weight. Among this group of Navy personnel, there exists someone who recognizes me. It brings me a tinge of satisfaction. Humph. We recognize you because you are a pirate of great menace. We are determined to apprehend scoundrels like you, those who disrupt justice, and confine you within the depths of the underwater prison. That is the fate you deserve. As Smoker spoke, his hands transformed into smoke, indicating that he was about to strike. Yet, with remarkable speed, Dino charged forward and, before Smoker could even react, sent him crashing through the door. Hockey, indeed. I knew that someone capable of reducing the Golden Lion to a mere captive must be no ordinary individual. Dino gazed at Smoker, who was slowly rising from the ground. Before stepping out of the quaint tavern, he remarked, "Did you not hear Uncle Norson's words? Fighting is strictly prohibited within this establishment. If you wish to brawl, you must do so outside. However, I find no motivation to engage with you, as you are simply too feeble, so lacking in strength that I am devoid of any desire to raise my fists. Therefore, I suggest you hand over the phone snail belonging to Admiral Sengoku without further ado. I have matters to discuss with him, lest I be compelled to make a trip to your naval branch myself." Dino spoke, then turned his gaze towards Smoker, who was slowly rising to his feet. Instead of speaking, he aimed his jutty at Dino. Just as Dino was about to make a move, he noticed something intriguing, a woman, clutching a stack of papers, hurried towards him. This individual was none other than Smoker's assistant, Colonel Dashiji of the Navy. "Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp has arrived at the dock and has already disembarked," Dashiji exclaimed, breathless from her run. After delivering her message, she finally noticed Dino, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she rubbed her eyes. Subsequently, she pulled out a stack of bounty notices from seemingly nowhere and began to sift through them. This person appeared to be a pirate, but who could it be? Why had she forgotten? Dino gazed at the somewhat airhead Dasky and instantly lost any desire to take action. This naive girl, were she not a member of the Navy? And were it not for her own sense of justice, Dino would have been tempted to recruit her into his pirate crew. After all, Dasky had been a favored female character of his during his previous endeavors in anime. Though her abilities were rather average, her endearing clumsiness, unwavering spirit in the face of adversity, and her striking physique were undeniably captivating. Forget about Dasky. The person before you is Black King Dino, the captain of the Black King pirate crew, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Among my crew, there is another member with a bounty of 170 million berries, making our total bounty exceed 500 million, nearing 600 million. What? Dasky exclaimed upon hearing Smoker's words, her bounty notice slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. It was only then that she remembered to draw her shinsumi, Hanazoa. Though her arm trembled slightly, her eyes betrayed no hint of fear. This individual is quite intriguing. Despite being terrified, she still musters the courage to draw her blade. Her gaze is remarkably resilient, yet it is regrettable that she is a woman. Otherwise, her future achievements would undoubtedly be impressive. The Golden Lion commented from behind Dino, But before Dino or Smoker could respond, Dino swiftly turned and delivered a punch to the golden lion's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Hey kid, what are you doing? Humph. Is it appropriate for you to speak so freely about such a beautiful girl as Dasky? What of it if she is a woman? My Nina is equally formidable. Therefore, Dasky, dear sister, would you consider joining my ship? I am on the verge of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and aligning with me would be advantageous. I can certainly help elevate your strength to new heights. Dino, like a devil, incessantly tempted Dasky. Yet the resolute will of this enchanting lady remained unwavering. She positioned her sword before Molin, forbidding him to advance, her gaze betraying no hint of hesitation. Dasky, do not act impulsively. He is not an adversary you can contend with. Even I fell victim to his single strike, utterly disregarded by him. However, your days of arrogance as a pirate are numbered. Rear Admiral Karp has arrived, and there will be no escape for you. Smoker stood firm before Dasky, his expression stern as he spoke. Dino, however, merely nodded nonchalantly, his gaze wandering over Dasky, who stood behind Smoker. Truth be told, he genuinely yearned to whisk Dasky away. Yet he could find no justification or flaw in his approach. After all, he could not entertain the notion of forcibly abducting another. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would have no choice but to relinquish such thoughts. By the way, I previously mentioned that I intended to use the Golden Lion as leverage to ascend to the status of a warlord of the sea. Suddenly, Dino uttered a remark that left Smog and Dasky momentarily taken aback. He continued, now that Karp has arrived, things will be much easier. Although I am uncertain of his purpose here, at the very least, I have found someone with greater influence for future discussions. Hee, and as for you, Dasky, I am determined to have you. At first, Dino's words seemed somewhat reasonable, yet his final statement sent a shiver down her spine. Although Dino considered himself a paragon of virtue, the truth is, Dasky, one of his most cherished comic book characters from his previous life, although rarely featured, was precisely the type he adored. In this moment, he found himself compelled to engage in some reckless behavior. In other words, it was rather enticing. Subsequently, Dino hoisted the Golden Lion, who lay feigning death on the ground, and directed his remarks towards the tavern. Uncle Norson, I wish to pay a visit to Senior Cap. As for the meal, if you could kindly prepare it and leave it on the table, I shall partake upon my return. Very well, off you go. I have only just finished preparing the ingredients here. By the time you return, it will be nearly time to embark on our journey abroad, Norson replied from the kitchen. With a grin, Dino shouldered the Golden Lion and strode purposefully towards the harbor. His observation hockey was fully activated, allowing him to distinctly sense a formidable aura at the port. To his astonishment, his 3 companions were also present, leaving Dino momentarily bewildered. Well, what an unfortunate turn of events. Nina and the others have been spotted by Cap. That truly is bad luck. However, fear not, your captain is here to rescue you. Dino chuckled softly, then with a flick of his hand, a table from an unknown source soared into the air. He leaped onto it and swiftly made his way towards the dock, while Smoker and Tashigi exchanged glances before following suit. You 3, are you truly this unresisting? Is your will to survive so feeble? The elderly man, adorned with a dog-headed hat, gazed at the 3 individuals bound before him with a hint of bemusement. These 3 were none other than Dino's crew members, each displaying an expression of calm indifference. It's fine, really. Captain will come to our rescue. And we are about to become the 7 warlords, so being captured is no concern. After all, the one who apprehended us is the legendary hero of the Navy, Lord Garp. Thus, we harbor no worries, for you, sir, are most benevolent, as my mother has recounted. Is that so? Truly, the son of the sea monster, Inter, has a sweet tongue. But do not assume this will spare you. Your aspirations to become warlords do not concern me, so save your breath for Sengoku, that old fellow. However, your captain has indeed arrived, unafraid, I see. And this individual, TSK, no wonder you are so brazen. Garp, utilizing his observation hockey, sensed 4 figures swiftly approaching, 2 of which belonged to the Navy, one unfamiliar presence, and another he recognized all too well, the aura of the Golden Lion. Before long, Dino appeared, prompting the Navy personnel to assume a defensive stance, while Garp regarded the Golden Lion, slung over Dino's shoulder, with curiosity. Golden Lion. Is this how you choose to meet an old adversary? Being carried like this, shackled with sea-stone cuffs, how utterly disgraceful. Humph, Garp, you old coot. What brings you here instead of the Navy headquarters? Come to witness my misfortune? The Golden Lion wore a mocking expression, struggling to detach himself from Dino, only to tumble to the ground due to the height. He managed to rise, albeit with difficulty, as the sea-stone cuffs rendered him significantly weakened. Yet, his words were merely jest, his whereabouts had been unknown, and this was his first appearance before the Navy since Dino's defeat of him, leaving Garp oblivious to the circumstances. Why would I come specifically to see you? I was merely returning from a holiday, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was simply a coincidence that I found a pirate ship here, specifically the Black King Pirates, and thought to do Smoker a favor. But who would have guessed I would run into you, old man? Garp squinted, observing the slowly descending Dino, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him immediately. Long time no see, Senior Garp. A decade ago, you made us suffer immensely. I had intended to challenge you, only to be thwarted by a single punch. Had it not been for Uncle Rayleigh's assistance, I would have been captured without hesitation. With a smile on his face, Dino spoke, while Carp appeared to recollect something. His eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "You are a crew member of that Roger fellow, the one with the, what is it, the vector fruit ability? I thought you looked familiar. I had a sense of having seen you before when I was preparing your bounty. No wonder. Your name is Dino. And you are known as the Black Emperor Dino. Quite an ambition you have there. Ah, Carp-senpai, please do not mock me. I dare not harbor any such ambitions. I merely seek to navigate the seas in peace. However, as you know, we pirates are often scorned from all directions. Yet, without being a pirate, freedom of sailing eludes us, leaving us with no choice but to continue this way. Recently, I have heard that the Navy has introduced the Shichibukai plan, which means I can become a legitimate pirate. Such temptation is truly irresistible for me, which is why I sought out the Golden Lion for assistance." As if anyone would willingly accept such a foolish request. The Golden Lion scoffed, nearly convinced by Dino's audacious claims. Carp, however, shot a contemplative glance at the Golden Lion and nodded, which instantly provoked his ire. "Hey Carp, you rascal. You don't actually believe I would agree to his absurd request, do you?" No way." Carp scratched the back of his head, an awkward smile creeping onto his face, clearly having just been swayed by Dino's words. With the atmosphere remaining relatively amiable, Dino took the initiative to speak. "Since you, Rear Admiral Carp, understand our intentions, why not release my crewmates? It won't be long before I become a Shichibukai, after all, right?" Dino spoke and then directly employed his abilities to untie the ropes binding the three of them. Due to Carp's ignorance of until and just being devil fruit users, he refrained from using sea stone handcuffs. The trio seized the opportunity when the Navy was caught off guard, swiftly making their way to Dino's side and standing comfortably behind him. Even Nina, at that moment, maintained a serious demeanor without uttering a word. Carp, however, paid no heed to them. Instead, he observed Dino and his companions, casting a glance at the warship and the other Navy soldiers. With a hint of resignation, he shook his head and remarked, "To be honest, I truly wish to avoid unnecessary complications, but alas, I am a Navy man. So, what do you intend to do with these young ones, old man Carp?" Before his words could fully dissipate, Norsen, accompanied by a young man clad in a black chef's uniform, approached Dino and regarded Carp with a cold gaze. Norsen's sudden appearance startled Carp, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Thus, I have made my decision. I still wish to enjoy my vacation, having finally earned this break. I certainly do not want it to end abruptly. So, Smoker, contact that old coot Sengoku. And remember, do not mention my presence here, or I shall hold you accountable." As Carp spoke, he scratched his head and made his way back to his warship, leaving the other Navy personnel exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of Carp's intentions. "Why don't you take action, Carp? Just capture them all. It would save us a great deal of trouble." One inquired. "Do you know who that man is?" "He is Norsen, the chef from Roger's pirate crew. Although he may not be my match if I were to engage him openly. It could potentially attract unwanted attention from those who have long since retired. Should they perceive that we, the Navy, can no longer tolerate them, they might emerge to wreak havoc. Such a force could easily disrupt the fragile balance we have painstakingly established." Carp's words illuminated the minds of the Navy personnel. His voice, though not loud, was sufficiently clear for all present, including Smoker and Tashiji, to comprehend. It was apparent that this statement was directed toward Smoker, conveying the underlying message of the significance of Roger's cruise chef being present. "Humph. Pirates, do not be so arrogant. Tashiji, fetch my din mushi. We cannot allow this fellow to reach the branch base, otherwise, it would incite chaos." "Understood." Tashiji responded promptly, hastening away. Dino, meanwhile, observed Tashiji with a smile, then shook his head, stating, still lacking a suitable justification, "Very well, if it does not work out, then so be it." Dino whispered softly before turning to Norsen and saying, "Hee, thank you, Uncle Norsen, for your assistance. For the time being, let us quietly await in your little bar. But, Uncle, what brings you back? Are you not afraid of being bullied by that rascal Carp? Furthermore, this fellow, my apprentice, yearns to set sail in search of all blue. Yet I am unable to venture out. This stubborn little brat. I wish to seize this opportunity for you all to meet him and assess if he is suited to join your ship. J. Iluin, my name. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." He appeared to be a refined gentleman, slender in stature, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly harboring a deep desire to embark upon the sea. If he were to replace Uncle Norsen, it wouldn't he be a bad idea? Considering your culinary skills are top-notch, right? As for your apprentice, if his culinary prowess matches even half of yours, I would gladly accept him. Thank you, but rest assured, Dino, once you sample his culinary talents, you will understand. Although this lad is quite weak, having failed to grasp hockey after 2 years of my tutelage, he at least possesses the skills to safeguard his life, so there is no need to worry about his safety." The group, amidst laughter, arrived at Norsen's bar. Meanwhile, Carp's warship had already departed, but not long after, a dilapidated vessel approached the harbor. Upon this vessel, there was but a single figure, clad in tattered garments. Wielding a curved blade, gazing at the town with a maniacal grin before leaping down, creating a considerable crater upon impact. Heh, Rowtown, heh, Pirate King, heh. All lies, all lies. I, Jack the Toxic, could never perish here. I refuse to die, I refuse. The man, self-proclaimed Jack the Toxic, staggered toward the town, causing the residents to hastily retreat upon witnessing his erratic demeanor. However, before long, Dasky, clutching a transponder snail, recklessly dashed out from an alleyway, colliding with him. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Heh, Navy, I want you dead, I want you dead. The bounty of 76 million berries on Jack the Toxic. Meanwhile, oblivious to the commotion outside, Dino and the others were quietly relishing their meal, with Norsen preparing a delightful dish for Smoker as well, although he held disdain for pirate fare. The vivid memory of Dino's swift defeat of him lingered in his mind. He decided to indulge, taking advantage of the complimentary meal. For Dino had declared that he was treating everyone. Nina and the others were utterly captivated by the exquisite cuisine, all enthusiastically giving a thumbs up to Norsen's culinary skills. Though it pales in comparison to Uncle Norsen's artistry, it can still be deemed a delicacy. However, perhaps your culinary journey has only just begun? I believe Uncle Norsen mentioned he brought you here 2 years ago. Indeed, due to certain circumstances, I found myself adrift at sea. Had it not been for Master Norsen, who discovered me barely clinging to life while fishing, I would have perished long ago. Iloan responded truthfully to Dino's inquiry, smiling as he extended a hand, saying, "Congratulations. You have passed. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed chef of our Black King pirate crew. However, your strength must be enhanced. At the very least, you must learn hockey, or else you won't stand a chance against that fellow Jess." "Hey, Captain, that's rather hurtful. What do you mean I can't even compare to him? I have a bounty exceeding 70 million berries, and I am learning hockey, albeit slowly." Jess, with a comical expression of being caught in the crossfire, was amusingly stuffed with food, eliciting laughter from all. Meanwhile, Smoker furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "I should have informed Dasky to come here. I'll step out for a moment to find her." It seemed that the nature of one's superior was mirrored in their subordinates. Both were rather oblivious. "Let me assist you. Let us see. Dasky, other pirates wreaking havoc here? What a lack of respect. And they dare to harm my sister Dasky? They are courting death." As Dino activated his observation hockey, he immediately perceived the battered Dasky engaged in combat with an adversary. Without hesitation, he unleashed his abilities and dashed forward, with Smoker not far behind. Following Dino's declaration, he transformed into a white mist and surged ahead. The other crew members, momentarily taken aback, swiftly resumed their jovial banter, welcoming their new shipmate and chef. "Ha ha ha. You, beautiful lady, are soon to meet your demise. This is a specially concocted poison, and it has already seeped into your very marrow. How do you feel now? Lacking strength, I presume? Ha ha ha. In less than 10 minutes, you shall be dead, and I will relish the sight of you succumbing to my poison. Curse you, scoundrel. What have you done to my sister Dasky?" "Pseudo-calamity," Dino roared as he reached the harbor, delivering a powerful punch. In that moment of shock on the man's face, Dino struck, causing the ground to tremble and winds to whirl, while the sky darkened ominously. With a thunderous crash, Dino's blow obliterated nearly 2/3 of the harbor, and the dilapidated ship was reduced to mere dust, while the sea itself roiled in turmoil. Smoker, arriving belatedly, gazed in astonishment at the scene, his eyes landing on Dasky, who lay in Dino's arms. Clenching his fists tightly, he had never before perceived the depths of power and fury contained within this seemingly nonchalant man. As for the pirate, he was now utterly bewildered. Dino had spared his life only because he had heard of Dasky's poisoning. Witnessing her frail state, he attempted to use his abilities to staunch the bleeding, but the effect was negligible as his powers struggled to impact another's body. Dino, drenched in sweat and filled with urgency, was met with disbelief from Dasky. "Why, pirate, why are you saving me? Enough with the idle chatter. Conserve your strength." "Smoker, you fool, do you wish to witness your subordinate perish? Hurry and find the antidote. Seek a doctor." Dino spoke fervently, exerting his abilities with all his might. Gradually, his eyes became bloodshot, and a tempest swirled around him. However, the injuries afflicting Dasky showed no signs of improvement. Focus, you can do this. Since it is poison, it is an external entity, not a part of the body. Find it, locate it. You can do this, Dino, you can." As Dino murmured to himself, he suddenly sensed an anomaly within Dasky's blood. A glimmer of hope surged within him, and he exerted his strength to force it out bit by bit. Yet, while the blood could be dealt with, the internal organs posed a greater challenge. Dino could only suppress the poison deep within the body, feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, Dasky's complexion appeared somewhat more vibrant. With the right antidote, she would be entirely free from harm. "I do not intend to jest with you. Do you truly consider yourself the finest physician in all of Rogue Town, unable to remedy such a trivial poison?" Dino cast an irate glance at an elderly man with a white beard. Were it not for Nina and Indil's intervention, he would have undoubtedly approached the man, ready to land a couple of punches. However, had he truly struck the elderly gentleman, it is quite likely that the man would have perished on the spot. Meanwhile, Smoker stood nearby, his visage contorted in anger as he observed the barely conscious Poison Jack, who lay battered before him. The instigator of this chaos was now struggling to draw breath. Acknowledging that the poison he wielded was beyond even his control, which is precisely why it had become his lethal trump card. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the fatalities at his hands were seldom civilians, they were predominantly naval officers. This individual possessed remarkably feeble strength. And had it not been for his skill in toxin production, which instilled fear in others, he might have been outmatched even by Indel. What should be done next? After all, he is merely a naval officer. Do we really need to concern ourselves with him? Nina remarked somewhat nonchalantly, yet her expression belied her words, for they were all still quite young, harboring a semblance of kindness. Encountering such a sincere and naive girl naturally instilled a flicker of hope for survival within them. Despite the fact that Dasky belonged to the Navy. Oh dear, Sister Nina, at this moment, you ought to refrain from being so disingenuous. When will you ever amend this flaw of yours? Indil chided as she and Nina busily helped the barely conscious Dasky into the cozy confines of the Northern Tavern, ensuring she could rest as much as possible. What are your intentions, Smoker? Dino did not enter the house instead. He gestured for the finest physician of Rogtown to leave this place, and the farther away, the better, lest he succumb to the urge to kill. Only then did he inquire, what can I do? He had already become one of our Navy's foremost doctors, and if we were to seek someone higher up, with my authority as a Dasky officer, those individuals would hardly take action. In their eyes, there exists no notion of justice, only self-interest. Smog continued. As if recalling a certain matter, they are physicians dedicated to serving the celestial dragons, possessing exceptional medical skills. However, due to the influence of those rascals, the principles they once upheld have gradually begun to shift. Even if the upper echelons of the Navy were to intervene and attempt to solicit their services, it would require a considerable sum of money. Thus, you find yourself unable to set sail at present. It would be better to entrust this to me. I know of a place where the medical expertise is remarkably advanced, and without my intervention, the toxins will begin to spread anew within 7 days. This suppression must occur every 7 days, otherwise, Dasky will truly be left to await her demise. Dino spoke with a gaze full of sincerity, then cast a glance around the room, noticing that Dasky had already vanished, presumably taken to the backyard to rest. Moreover, I must confess, without fear of mockery, that the moment I laid eyes on Dasky, I found myself quite taken with her. Her clumsy yet endearing demeanor is truly captivating. When Dino uttered these words, a rare blush crept across his face, while Smoker's expression twisted into a grimace, his fists clenched tightly as his piercing gaze fixated on Dino. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, for the individual before him had the unwavering support of Carp, who was reluctant to engage in conflict. And in his possession lay the formidable leverage of the Golden Lion. The future undoubtedly pointed towards the 7 warlords. Thus, Smoker not only found himself unable to prevail in combat, but he also realized the gravity of the situation. He could ill afford to offend Dino, especially considering the paramount factor, Toshiki. Should he refuse Dino's counsel, Toshiki would ultimately face a bleak fate. Take this transponder snail and leave as swiftly as possible. When she is unconscious, you must carry her away. Otherwise, given her stubborn nature, she will undoubtedly resist fiercely. Once aboard the ship, that will no longer be an option. However, Dino, I must warn you, I will grow stronger, and one day, I shall reclaim Toshiki with my own hands. Just wait and see. I remain indifferent to your resolve, yet it is commendable. Truth be told, I had contemplated inviting you aboard, but considering your unwavering dedication as Zifa's disciple, such thoughts were merely fleeting and unvoiced. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to caution you. You may not realize it now, but is justice truly justice? You must have encountered enough instances, given your status as Zifa's apprentice. When Dino uttered these words, Smoker was already fading into the distance. However, in that fleeting moment, he paused, and although Dino could not discern the expression on his face, it was evident that he was momentarily shaken. Meanwhile, Dino smiled, a smile that was superficial, almost sinister in its appearance. Trust me, Smoker, you too are a steadfast believer in justice, much like Admiral Zifa and Akiji. In due time, you will inevitably distance yourself from the Navy. When that moment arrives, I shall embrace you, for the Navy cannot accommodate a person of your caliber of justice, especially after the war at Marineford. Following Akainu's ascension, none who defy him have met with a favorable fate. Dino spoke, then turned and entered the quaint tavern. However, he soon forgot something important and promptly smacked his forehead. Damn it, Smoker, you scoundrel, you took my transponder snail. You cannot leave just yet. What a rascal. Dino, speaking rapidly, dashed out of the room. Soon after, Smoker sat in the tavern, his expression one of deep frustration, while Dino fiddled with a snail phone adorned with a majestic white crane. Moshi Moshi, is this Smoker? What is the matter? Hey, Sengoku-senpai, it's been quite a while. Hasn't he it? Nearly a decade, I believe. It's Dino, the Black Emperor Dino. Do you still remember me? Humph. You rascal. Where's Smoker? Where is he? Why is it you who is using the snail phone? What have you done to him? Hey, don't worry, he is perfectly fine. You can speak with him. Rest assured, I'm a law-abiding pirate, not one to commit heinous acts. Dino spoke, then placed the din-din mushy beside Smoker, who took a deep drag from his cigar and, with a serious expression, stood up to say, to Marshal Sengoku, this is Smoker speaking. For the time being, I am a captive of the pirate Dino. Smoker wore a wry smile while Dino sat nearby, picking at the remnants of his meal. So, he is aiming for the position of Warlord of the Sea? Black Emperor Dino is indeed a contender. I have already secured my claim. If you are still contemplating. Ha ha. Marshal Sengoku, I have a rather significant surprise for you. If you are willing to relinquish the title of Warlord of the Sea to me, this surprise will serve as a bargaining chip. And oh, I previously encountered Captain Garp, who has also given his tacit approval. Is that so? Smoker, is it? Upon hearing Dino's words, Marshal Sengoku furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the overcast sky outside his window. Then, Smoker's voice resonated through the din-din mushy. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. You may contact Captain Garp to verify this rascal's words. He speaks the truth, and his leverage is the Golden Lion. Hey. Who told you to say so much? You rascal Smoker, get out of here. As Dino's voice echoed through the din-din mushy, a sound followed, as if something had been thrown to the ground. Clearly, Dino had struck Smoker, demonstrating that his strength far surpassed Smoker's. Otherwise, the Logia fruit wielder would not have been so utterly powerless. The Golden Lion, you say? Let him speak with me. I wish to confirm. TCH, Golden Lion. Someone is looking for you. Don't choke on your food, you glutton. Then came the clattering of dishes. Inside the tavern, Dino observed the Golden Lion devouring his meal with gusto. He had not realized before that this fellow possessed such a voracious appetite from the moment the food arrived. Even amidst various interruptions, he remained completely focused on eating. He was not like Luffy, that rubber man, who knew where he had acquired such an enormous appetite. Oh ha! It's that old geezer Sengoku, still alive and well. Humph, Golden Lion, it truly is you. I never imagined you would be captured by a junior. What a disgrace. Oh. Ha. What disgrace is there in that? Though I admit I was overly arrogant and in a less than optimal state, a loss is merely a loss. Nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, this kid is quite remarkable. When you meet him, you will surely be astonished. Is that so? The former crew member of the Pirate King Roger, possessor of the Vector Fruit, Black Emperor Dino, indeed possesses monstrous potential. Tell me, having sailed alongside Roger, why venture out to sea again? Are you, like red-haired Shanks, seeking to carve out a place in the New World? Sengoku spoke with gravity, aware of Shanks' formidable power. Like Shanks, Dino had accompanied Roger to Laugh Tale, but both were very young at the time, and given Roger's nature, it was unlikely he would divulge the secrets of that island to those who had not yet distinguished themselves. Thus, Sengoku felt no concern regarding any secrets being exposed. The first encounter had proven fruitless, and the second was destined to yield no different results. However, he was wary of Dino's ambition to become the Pirate King, for that would inevitably bring Laugh Tale into the public eye. Yet now, with Dino claiming his desire to become a warlord of the sea, Sengoku felt a sense of relief, although a lingering unease remained. For the time being, as long as Dino became a warlord, they would at least be able to monitor his movements. Though the warlords were affiliated with the world government, any significant actions they undertook would require coordination with the Navy. Otherwise, they risked being ousted and captured, a scenario decidedly unprofitable. Aha. So, Marshal Sengoku, what do you say to such a transaction? It would be advantageous for you, with no downside. This deal is indeed quite lucrative. Dino squinted his eyes, fixated on the din-din mushy, while on the other end. In the Admiral's office at the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku was equally engrossed in the conversation, seemingly contemplating the implications of the situation. After a brief moment of silence, Sengoku finally spoke, declaring, very well, however, I must insist that your identity will be revealed. You must bear the consequences of this decision yourself. As for the Golden Lion, he shall remain in Rogue Town under Smoker's watch, and I will issue a public announcement to inform everyone that you are the 5th Warlord of the Sea. Ha. I never expected that this position of Warlord would be so coveted. Including myself, there is actually a 4th candidate. Nevertheless, feel free to disclose my identity. I have no objections. However, I must insist on keeping the Golden Lion with me at all times. Here is my proposition. I will re-enter the Grand Line soon, and, upon passing Judicial Island, I shall hand over the Golden Lion to you there. What do you say? Hey. What do you mean by keeping him with you? I am not a mere commodity, you little brat. Dino disregarded the furious roar of the Golden Lion and spoke with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Warring States wore a sullen expression. However, he found it difficult to contest Dino's words, just as he was contemplating a refusal to such a request. Dino's voice resonated further. After all, you are the Navy, and I am merely an inconsequential pirate, hence I must remain vigilant. Should the news of my ascension to the 7 Warlords reach you, I would be compelled to inform you that upon my arrival at Judicial Island, I shall have liberated the esteemed Golden Lion. In Dino's eyes glimmered a cunning glint, while Sengoku widened his gaze, subsequently growling in a low voice, you little rascal. Do not overstep your bounds. Your news will surface within 10 days at most, and we shall be prepared. Thus, you had better refrain from any reckless actions. When the time comes, I will dispatch a high-ranking officer to you, and you must not cause any chaos, otherwise your demise is assured. Ha ha ha. Commander Sengoku. Rest assured, I am not an inexperienced little pirate who lacks understanding of propriety. Upon receiving the news, I will hand over the Golden Lion to you. In doing so, your Navy's reputation will be magnificently elevated, will it not? I am well aware of the Golden Lion's escape from the underwater prison, and thus, his worth surpasses that of the 7 warlords. You may ponder on that, and also inquire about the identity of another warlord. Humph. Just wait and see for yourself. The news regarding the 2 of you will appear in the newspapers simultaneously. Be patient, little rascal. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call, leaving Dino with a grave expression. This shouldn't be. I expected them to be furious upon hearing my words. After all, I had escaped from a great prison. How peculiar, indeed. A rather unsettling possibility dawned upon Dino, and a bitter smile crept upon his face. If that were the case, I have indeed dug a pit for myself and jumped right in. After departing from Low Town, the Black King pirates gained 2 new crew members, a chef named Erland and another named Dasky. At this moment, they had been sailing the seas for nearly 3 days. Their current destination being the Upside-Down Mountain as they sought to enter the Grand Line. Besides the doldrums, it also serves as a passage. However, given Dino's capabilities, traversing the doldrums would have been more convenient. He chose this route solely because he was acquainted with an elderly man, a physician of considerable skill. Though not the absolute best, he was certainly among the most proficient. This individual was none other than Kurokus, with whom Dino shared a close bond. His modest medical knowledge was acquired under Kurokus's tutelage, thus he immediately thought of him. As for the island, if Kurokus could not manage, then they would have no choice but to venture to the legendary sanctuary of medicine, Drum Island. It is said to house dozens of highly skilled physicians and is rumored to be where Kurokus once studied, as well as the birthplace of Chopper. However, at this moment, it should not yet have fallen under Walpole's dominion, and in terms of age, it seems a bit too early. According to the timeline of the manga, Princess Vivi should be merely a teenager, and Walpole would have just reached adulthood, indicating that Drum Island had yet to be ruled by him. Thus, Dino confidently asserted that he could secure Dasky's safety, as she was one of his greatest loves from his past life, aside from Robin, the mature and wise woman who undoubtedly served as a goddess to many. Yet, thoughts of Robin were futile, as Dino had no inkling of her whereabouts, and could only watch Dasky unabashedly indulge in sweets. Humph, why are you staring at me? Do not harbor fantasies of my joining your ranks. I am merely seeking a remedy for my poison. Once I am cured, I shall return, for I am a Navy officer, not a pirate, Dasky exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed with food, speaking without a hint of hesitation. Dino found himself curious about how she honed such a skill, yearning to learn it as well. Nevertheless, he said nothing, allowing Dasky to devour her meal, for she had been unconscious for 3 days and had only recently awakened. Starving for 3 days. Coupled with their previous battle and the toxins, combined with Dino's strenuous effort to expel the poison from her bloodstream, had left her quite weakened and in need of nourishment and recuperation. However, while assisting Dasky, Dino sensed a breakthrough in his fruit abilities, as if he were on the brink of awakening. Yet, in recent times, he had felt none of that prior sensation. At that moment, he had been too preoccupied to attend to other matters, thereby missing this opportunity to enhance his strength. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that although the moment had passed, he could still cultivate his abilities gradually. After all, time was in abundance. What troubled him was that during their departure, Norsen had escorted them to the dock, where a cloaked figure had briefly appeared at the execution platform, vanishing in an instant, his eyes exuding a chilling aura. Dino was aware of the identity of that individual. However, had it not been for the fleeting glance he cast, he would have remained completely oblivious. At that moment, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he had deliberately activated his observation haki, yet he still failed to perceive that presence. This clearly indicates that the strength of that individual is undoubtedly formidable, and in comparison to Carp, he is not significantly weaker. When confronting Carp, Dino experienced a similar sensation. He could see with his naked eye, yet his observation haki yielded no insight, rendering his perception utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, it is premature to engage with him now. That presence is beyond my current reach. However, having Dasky aboard this time is undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Hee hee. Dino's laughter now resembled that of a simpleton. Yet his gaze soon reflected a tinge of disappointment as he recalled a matter of significance, the 3 articles of agreement recently drafted by Dasky. The first stipulation was to refrain from taking lives and engaging in conflict with the Navy. This was a reasonable condition, considering they were soon to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Fighting the Navy held no necessity. As for killing, Dino found such actions beneath him, a disgraceful endeavor he would only entertain for those he deeply loathed. The second stipulation was Dasky's refusal to acknowledge her affiliation with the Black King pirates, a source of mild exasperation for Dino. Thankfully, her interactions with the crew were amicable, which alleviated some concerns. However, the third stipulation truly vexed Dino. It seemed Dasky was acutely aware of his feelings towards her, hence she resolutely refused to be in his presence alone. If ever they found themselves without company, he was strictly forbidden from approaching her, or she would resort to self-harm. Indeed, she was that resolute. When Dasky awakened, she had struggled to throw herself into the sea. And had it not been for Dino's timely intervention with a rope and his gentle reminders of Smoker's words encouraging her to hold on, she might have succumbed to despair. It was through the combined efforts of Nina, Jess, and Dino, alongside the soothing melodies of Endure's devil fruit ability, that her emotions eventually stabilized. Leading to the curious scene before them, Dasky appeared intent on devouring all the food prepared by Iron, incessantly requesting more rice and dishes, consuming voraciously without pause. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion seemed equally inspired, indulging in his meal with gusto, leaving Iron overwhelmed. When Iron sought Dino's assistance, he merely muttered a resigned acknowledgement of the situation. And with a face resembling a sour lemon, he dutifully returned to the kitchen. How much longer until we reach Reverse Mountain? Dino pondered. I fear our provisions may not last more than a few days. We must replenish our supplies. How could no one have reminded me in Logue Town? Is it not the fault of our unreliable captain? He cast a glance at the captain, who wore a foolish grin, clinging to Dasky while urging them to depart. Oblivious to their lack of provisions, Nina, with a frosty demeanor, seated herself before Dino, her unwavering gaze compelling him to blush with embarrassment, which finally softened her tone. We shall arrive in no more than 2 days. The winds are favorable, and the weather will remain so for the next 5 or 6 days. Our speed will exceed normal rates by 2 to 3 times, so rest assured, Miss Dasky will be fine. Haha, truly, Reverse Mountain is a sight to behold. Especially the torrents of converging rivers, they are nothing short of breathtaking. It is a wonder that ordinary folk could navigate these waters safely. Doltish Captain, cease your idle banter and lend a hand, otherwise, we shall all drown. The formidable current surged forth, rushing towards the mountain summit. Due to the unique magnetic forces and the overwhelming strength of the oceanic currents, the waters defied gravity, flowing upwards. Consequently, Nina found herself unable to control the helm, merely allowing the vessel to drift along with the current. Fear not. Should any obstacles arise ahead, I shall intervene. For now, consider this a practice session. Once we reach the new world, you will discover that such turbulent waters pose little challenge. TCH, we still have a long way to go. Despite Nina's dismissive eye roll and retort, she remained focused on steering the ship. Dino, meanwhile, relished the thrill of the moment, using his abilities to deftly adjust the ship's course just before it collided with a rocky outcrop, alleviating some of Nina's burden. Fortunately, Reverse Mountain was not particularly towering. After surfing the waves for over half an hour, the group finally arrived at a calm expanse of sea, spotting a lighthouse and a massive whale, resembling a small island, resting nearby, marked by a substantial scar. Ah, how nostalgic it was to traverse Reverse Mountain once more and return to the Grand Line after nearly 40 years. Oh ha! I never imagined this whale would still be here, and grown so large. The Golden Lion stood at the edge of the vessel, his eyes betraying a rare hint of nostalgia as he gazed at the colossal whale. Moo! The enormous creature stirred as if awakening, spotting Dino and the others, and unleashed a massive spout of water, hurtling towards them. Ah, it's the same as ever. It sees people and immediately seeks to charge, intent on colliding with the red Earth continent. One wonders what this colossal whale truly desires. It's utterly mad. The Golden Lion's words dripped with sarcasm. Yet he displayed no fear, while Dasky and Jess both exhibited signs of alarm. Nina, on the other hand, readied herself for battle, and Dino sighed softly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the whale, reminiscent of Laboon's plight. Captain, I can hear it. It seems so sorrowful. My devil fruit ability allows me to listen. Upon hearing Yintier's words, Dino turned to look at her, only to find her eyes brimming with tears, continually wiping them away. This spectacle took Dino by surprise, not merely due to the capabilities of the sound fruit, which had not previously manifested so effectively, but because it resembled the awakening of observation hockey. However, the nuances of observation hockey are distinct, perhaps once Yintier's ability truly awakens and harmonizes with the sound fruit. She may possess the power to hear the voices of all things. Should that come to pass, Dino would undoubtedly reap great rewards. Even the Golden Lion, upon hearing Yintier's remarks, was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Dino and then at the others before shaking his head and saying, "The captain is a monster, and beneath him lie 2 crew members with monstrous potential. I cannot fathom the tempest you shall conjure upon the seas. I find myself rather intrigued. Alas, our era is drawing to a close." The Golden Lion's reflections were unvoiced, merely whispered in his heart. Otherwise, in this moment, with Dino's observation hockey fully awakened, he would have easily overheard. Yet, even if Dino had caught wind of it, he would likely have been too preoccupied to respond, as Labu's speed was swift. And in an instant, he collided with an invisible barrier. HMPF. Rise. Labu immediately struck the air wall and was sent flying back. After all, he was merely a whale. Despite his size, he could not compare to the Sea Kings, thus failing to breach Dino's defenses. Yintier, try using your song and the powers of your fruit to soothe its pain and bring it tranquility. Do you see its wounds? I suspect they were inflicted during its collision with the red Earth continent. Therefore, to prevent us from being attacked and to avert its own demise, please assist it. Dino commanded with an air of authority, and without a moment's hesitation, Indel responded. Then, like a celestial melody, a song emerged from Indel's throat. The once ferocious whale. Those still spouting jets of water had ceased all other movements. With a resounding moo, the whale released a colossal plume of water, and then fell silent, submerging half of its body beneath the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, Indel, her face awash with tears, halted her song, lamenting, "Oh, Captain, Lab is so pitiable, truly so wretched." "Enough of the tears, my dear girl," he consoled. "Your emotions run deep. Pray, tell me, what has transpired?" Though Dino has perused the original work and possesses knowledge of Labu's origins, the majority of individuals here remain oblivious to such details. They are not traversers of time and thus lack a profound understanding of the matter. Particularly, the Golden Lion, during his passage through this area, was equally uninformed and simply overlooked the whale. Given his nascent strength upon setting sail, he was unable to compare himself to the colossal creature. Alas, this whale, named Labu, awaits a certain individual known as Brook. He claims that his song bears a striking resemblance to Brook's melodies, and thus he is willing to momentarily remain silent to allow us passage. Have you inquired further? What precisely is the matter? If possible, we shall assist him. For Brook is no ordinary figure. Dino spoke with a piercing gaze directed at Labu, quietly absorbing a tale that was both astonishing and heart-wrenching. This was the story of a pirate named Brook and his crew, the Rumbar Pirates, and their fateful encounter with the whale Labu. Meanwhile, a man donned in a floral shirt and shorts, wielding a harpoon, stood atop a towering lighthouse, observing the scene before him, shaking his head in disbelief. "Dino, how did you come to be here?" The onlookers had come ashore, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of sympathy for the colossal whale. Understanding dawned upon them. It was no wonder this creature was in such a state. Even the formidable Shiki felt a pang of emotion upon hearing Labu's story, recalling his own initial aspirations of sailing freely across the vast ocean. Yet, as time passed, his ambition swelled, ultimately leading to his downfall. How tragically pitiable. Desbones was equally vulnerable, embracing his companion Shiyu and weeping softly, appearing delicate and fragile. Although Dino had been aware of the general outline of this tale, it was only through Inter's translation that he grasped the entire narrative. At that moment, the terrifying three-masted ship was likely still embroiled in battle with Kaido in the New World, leaving Brook in a state of uncertainty regarding his whereabouts. Dino found himself increasingly intrigued by Brook's existence, particularly given that he had set sail for the Grand Line 50 or 60 years ago, before venturing into the New World. His crew had succumbed to food poisoning and a surprise attack, which led to the demise of the assailants, yet ultimately resulted in their own poisoning. Their prowess was evident. Otherwise, they could not have vanquished their attackers single-handedly despite their weakened state. It seemed they had once been a formidable pirate crew, yet their early demise rendered them obscure. Dino had previously researched this crew and inquired about them with Roger, but found little useful information. The only noteworthy detail was that Baroque Works Redfield had once shared a tidbit of admiration for the Rumbar Pirates during a conversation with Roger. The sole revelation was that the Rumbar Pirates were a grand musical ensemble sailing the seas, perpetually holding concerts as they traversed the ocean. This aligned with Inter's dream of sharing his music with every corner of the world, a dream that ultimately had to be abandoned. As for Brook, he likely had only recently regained his corporeal form. The sight of a skeleton was indeed intriguing. Thus, one of Dino's aspirations was to locate Brook and invite him to join his crew. Ideally, this would come to fruition. However, he was not overly concerned, believing that everything should unfold naturally. "Dino, my boy, I never anticipated your arrival here, and with Shiki no less. Quite remarkable. Are you planning something grand? Otherwise, keeping Shiki by your side requires vigilant oversight." An elderly voice rang out from a distance. Aside from Dino and Shiki, everyone else was taken aback, having not realized the presence of another. Especially Nina, who prided herself on her observation hockey, felt a twinge of unease, having failed to detect someone so nearby. "Oh, Uncle Coloccus, I wondered why I hadn't noticed you before. You must have been off fishing elsewhere." Dino gazed at the newcomer and the iron bucket behind him, teeming with flopping fish, clearly indicating he had just returned from a fishing expedition. "Is he the ship's doctor, Coloccus Roger? How intriguing that he has chosen to reside here, now serving as the current lighthouse keeper." The Golden Lion cast a contemplative glance at the man. Yet Coloccus did not bestow even a cursory glance upon the former maritime sovereign. For this once mighty ruler of the seas had now diminished into a mere shadow of his former self, much like Coloccus. In that moment, Coloccus fixed his attention solely on Dino, then closed his eyes. Without any forewarning, the harpoon slipped from his grasp and lunged directly toward Dino. "Uncle Coloccus, your actions seem to underestimate me rather gravely. If you wish to test my mettle, then I implore you to demonstrate your true prowess." Dino, with an air of nonchalance, made no movement at all. He simply deflected the harpoon, which landed precisely at his opponent's feet. Meanwhile, Coloccus seized the harpoon. His arm enveloped in the aura of armament hockey and swiftly appeared before Dino. "You fool, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? With such a frail physique, Venturing into the sea is nothing short of courting disaster. Dino did not evade. He remained completely still, utilizing the power of his fruit to ward off Kuroka's assault. However, beneath his feet, a pit had formed. Yet, Dino paid it no mind, instead revealing a smile and joyfully exclaiming, "Ah, Uncle Kuroka's, I understand your intentions. But I must pursue my dream, even at the cost of my life. I am willing to face it all. Moreover, Uncle Rayleigh is very supportive of my endeavors." Dino spoke with fervor, and Kuroka's felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. In a swift motion, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a profound crater that had suddenly appeared where he had just stood, while Dino remained seemingly unperturbed. "Is that scoundrel Rayleigh involved?" Kuroka's mused, coming to terms with the fact that under such tutelage, one's strength could not be insignificant, at least sufficient for self-preservation. "Enough, lad. If you have no other business here, be gone. I have no intention of hosting you for a meal." Kuroka's, with no reservations, contemplated expelling them, but Dino approached with a cheerful demeanor, wrapping an arm around Kuroka's. Despite a flicker of displeasure on Kuroka's face, he did not resist much. "Uncle, I need a favor. There's a girl here. The toxins within her body must be continuously suppressed by me, or else she risks a fatal poisoning." "Ah, I see. You seek my expertise for healing, is it? I can assist, but I have a condition. If I cure her, you must help me gather information on the Rumar pirates. You know how long I've been searching for them." "All right, not a problem," Kuroka's replied. "However, I must admit I am at a loss regarding this toxin. If it were a common poison, I could remedy it given a few days. As it stands, I can only concoct a few antidotes, each effective for merely 3 days. Bah, uncle, 3 days is unnecessary. With my abilities, I can assist Dasky in suppressing it for about 7 days. Let us not dwell on that. Once we hand over the Golden Lion to the Navy, we shall set sail for Drum Island, where we can find ample supplies and numerous doctors." Kuroka's regarded Dino thoughtfully before casting a glance at Dasky, whose face bore a faint flush yet whose gaze was resolute. He shook his head. The group did not linger. But Dino, in a jesting manner, snatched the fish Kuroka's had diligently caught for dinner, leaving him exasperated yet smiling. Shanks had been at sea for quite some time, having now garnered the title of one of the 4 emperors. One could only ponder what accomplishments awaited young Dino as he ventured forth. Utilizing the Golden Lion as leverage to become a warlord of the sea and ascend the world stage was undeniably audacious. At that moment, Kuroka's, who had been perched atop Laboon's head, vanished without a trace, leaving no one to discern his whereabouts. Laboon, however, emitted a joyful sound, for prior to their departure, Dino and his companions had made a pact with Laboon to return with news of the Rumar pirates, which is why he now appeared tranquil and somewhat jubilant. Indeel played a pivotal role in this, for without her melodious voice, their efforts would have been futile, as none among them could communicate with Laboon. Dino began to recognize the significance of Indeel's abilities. Indeel, for the time being, ceased her training in armament hockey and redirect her focus entirely to observation hockey. "I wish to conduct an experiment to observe the chemical reaction that occurs when your sound fruit powers are combined with observation hockey." "A chemical reaction? What is that?" Dino spoke earnestly on the deck, yet Indeel's adorably bewildered expression left him at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it was understandable. In this world, apart from the scientists, few comprehend the essence of chemical reactions. Moreover, he was merely making an analogy. Let us not dwell on that. What I intend to convey is my desire to observe whether the voice of all things and the observation hockey can harmoniously intertwine, resulting in some extraordinary transformations. To be candid, your armament hockey is not as inherently gifted as that of Jace and myself. It would be far wiser to focus on the development of your observation hockey. Dino spoke and then glanced at Jess, who was tirelessly training nearby. He shook his head. Jess's abilities were, to be frank, merely at the level of an ordinary pirate lackey. Without the enhancement of the Gomu Gomu fruit, he would possess no real strength. Even now, he was only capable of dealing with minor foes, and his future potential appeared quite limited. Moreover, Jess's mastery of hockey was disappointingly inadequate. As for observation hockey, there were no signs of awakening whatsoever. His armament hockey was barely learned to the extent of basic application, yet he could not achieve the level of hardening. He was at best comparable to Smoker, if not weaker. On the other hand, Nina's strength pleasantly surprised Dino, although she currently maintained a low profile. Her serious demeanor during the encounter with Kalokas had astonished others. Clearly, despite the unexpected appearance of Kalokas, her reaction indicated her combat proficiency. The ability to respond instantly to a threat is not something just anyone can accomplish. At the very least, Jess, Indel, and Dasky lacked such reflexes. Furthermore, Nina's mastery of armament hockey was rapidly approaching Dino's level, although her observation hockey still lagged behind, given that a third of Dino's strength stemmed from it. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Nina, and her abilities certainly rivaled those of notorious pirates with bounties of 200 million. While she might not completely overpower Smoker, defeating him would pose no challenge. Smoker's strength was merely around the 200 million mark, not exceedingly formidable, but he possessed significant potential. After all, if he were to fully develop his Logia fruit, combined with armament and observation hockey, his power would undergo a qualitative transformation. Dino even contemplated that if the smoke could expand rapidly, enveloping an area with potent armament hockey, it would create a perfect prison, ensnaring all within and subjecting them to continuous pressure and assault, an exceptionally advantageous strategy for a smoke-based fruit. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Smoker had considered this. Moreover, Dino had many thoughts regarding the seemingly weakest of Logia fruits, the smoke fruit. However, contemplating such matters proved futile. For Smoker would not abandon the Navy at least until Akinu's ascension, and he was already in possession of a fruit deemed one of the three calamities, the vector fruit, nearing awakening. Thus, he would naturally not covet another fruit. In summary, Dino's current strength was commendable. He could not be bested by a vice-admiral. Yet he was outmatched by an admiral, able only to exchange a few blows before retreating. This encapsulated Dino's present capabilities, neither here nor there, rather awkwardly positioned. Subsequently, their time at sea had exceeded 10 days, during which they replenished their supplies on a bountiful island for nearly a month. Their finances had grown somewhat meager, prompting them to entertain thoughts of raiding other pirate ships. Thus, a formidable, flying pirate crew appeared on the seas, swiftly plundering weaker pirate factions. They did not take lives or captives. Their sole aim was wealth. Fortunately, as they neared Justice Island, they unexpectedly acquired a devil fruit, albeit without a guide, leaving them uncertain of its nature. Cuckoo, cuckoo, ahahaha. The news bird has arrived. It seems the information we awaited has come. TSK, TSK. Just as I thought, that old warhorse Sengoku had no good intentions in inviting me to join the warlords of the sea. While there is certainly no fault in that, what he wrote is rather exaggerated. Dino scratched the back of his head and gazed at the three prominent sections of the newspaper, the largest of which was dedicated to him. The headline proclaimed, the notorious pirate Black Emperor, with a bounty of 300 million berries, has officially joined the Seven Warlords, having also captured the infamous Golden Lion who previously escaped from the Navy. The specifics of the escape were not detailed in the article, leaving those unaware of the truth merely to gawk at the spectacle. However, the publication aimed to rejuvenate its reputation and bolster the Navy's prestige. It was the line beneath the news that truly troubled Dino. Black Emperor Dino, wielder of the vector fruit, aged between 19 and 20, was once a fearsome member of the Roger Pirates, well connected with Roger's crew, and possesses formidable strength. Yet, in a bid to pledge loyalty to the Navy and the world government, he has apprehended the Golden Lion. The bounty on Dino has been revoked, and he is officially appointed as the fifth warlord of the sea, granted legitimate maritime authority, thus proclaiming this to the world. Sengoku's strategy had been executed flawlessly. With the release of this newspaper, he had little choice but to accept the situation, and indeed, the Navy had gained considerable honor. Dino, as passed as a member of Roger's crew, particularly as a formal crew member, held far more weight than that of Shanks as a mere trainee. However, this notoriety would likely render him a target of scorn among many pirates, who would see him as a prime adversary to challenge. After all, Dino's status as a formal member of Roger's crew overshadowed the title of a warlord, far surpassing it in notoriety. Otherwise, Shanks would not have sailed so smoothly. This distinction, in turn, burdened Dino while simultaneously benefiting the Navy. They not only recaptured the Golden Lion but also reaped a reputation boost, as it was Dino who had apprehended him. Dino's interrogation of Roger's crew and his ascension to the warlords exemplified the Navy's formidable strength, at least enough to suppress considerable pirate unrest. Thus, Dino found himself not only stripped of his reputation, but also inadvertently accruing significant advantages. Sengoku, known as the wise strategist, proved his reputation well-founded. Dino had witnessed the depth of Sengoku's cunning and vowed that should he act again, he must conceal his intentions and devise appropriate countermeasures. Otherwise, he would find himself in a similarly passive and uncomfortable position. Nevertheless, Dino maintained a grand demeanor. This notoriety bore little significance to him. Those who truly understood him, be it Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, or Roger's crew, were aware of his ultimate purpose. While not everyone might be privy to this knowledge, they certainly would not settle for mediocrity. This was Dino. Thus, he would inevitably betray the warlords' alliance, a fact well understood by others and himself alike. For the time being, however, it would suffice to comfortably play the role of the scorned warlord, for he now possessed a legitimate pirate identity, significantly expanding the resources at his disposal. Kid, the Navy played you for a fool, didn't they? That old man Sengoku is not so easily deceived. You have much to learn. All right, Golden Lion, please spare me your jests. My spirits are already low, and if you continue your mockery, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Dino squinted at the Golden Lion, who remained unfazed, grinning mockingly. The derision on his face was unmistakable. Dino could only shake his head in resignation, for he needed the Golden Lion as leverage and thus dared not take any drastic action against him. After all, a pirate of such formidable stature was the least fearful of death. Captain, will it be all right if this matter becomes public? Indel inquired with some trepidation. Dino gently ruffled her hair and replied, Do not worry. Although we have been outmaneuvered, it is still within the confines of my plan. It is not of great consequence. At worst, our reputation will remain tarnished until the dawn of the new era. I hope you can overlook this. I must express my apologies. I am sorry for dragging you all into this predicament. Dino sincerely offered an apology, and at that moment, everyone aboard the Black Pearl was momentarily taken aback. Whether it was Dasky, who was polishing her sword, Jess, who was engaged in his exercises, Nina, who was steering the ship, or Aylin, who was bringing up the meals. They all stood frozen in place for nearly 10 seconds, their actions halted. Haha. Little brat, you were truly amusing. As the captain, you dared to apologize to your crew. Haha. How delightful, truly delightful. Boy, I am increasingly impressed by you. Such demeanor, such strength, such talent. Although I do not know your aspirations, I am certain that in the new world ahead, there will be a place for you. Grateful for the praise from the Golden Lion. Dino acknowledged it and turned his gaze towards the others. They soon resumed their tasks, some continued their training, others navigated the ship, while a few prepared the meals. At first glance, nothing seemed different. However, upon closer observation, there was a subtle shift, as if the atmosphere had grown more harmonious. Especially in the corner, Dasky, polishing her sword, pushed her crimson eyes, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought, while the spot she was cleaning remained unchanged, indicating her distraction. Captain, why did you apologize? You did nothing wrong in this matter, did you? Until, still youthful at around 16 or 17, struggled to grasp the meaning behind the apology. Dino smiled and explained, some responsibilities extend beyond one's actions. This is one such instance. I have inadvertently implicated everyone in this unfortunate reputation. So it is only right that I offer my apology. Otherwise, would I not appear excessively authoritarian? Oh, I don't fully understand. But I recognize that it is akin to the Solid family, which is undesirable, right? Well, that interpretation is not entirely incorrect. Dino was momentarily taken aback by Endur's innocent expression, soon managing only a bitter smile. He then watched as she skipped joyfully to the side of the legendary Golden Lion, engaging him in conversation. The sound of their laughter resonated in the air, revealing a surprisingly amicable relationship between them. Observing the cheerful banter between Golden Lion and Endur, Dino shook his head, choosing not to intervene. It was perplexing. Golden Lion, who often exhibited disdain for others and directed scorn towards Dino himself, displayed an unexpected kindness towards Endur. It was a rarity that left Dino bewildered. Moreover, he discerned a flicker of tenderness in Golden Lion's eyes that seemed out of place, though it was deeply concealed. Initially unnoticed, this subtlety became apparent to Dino as Endur spent more time in Golden Lion's company. Regardless, he decided to leave them be and turned his attention to other news. The tyrant Kuma has destroyed a pirate-controlled stronghold, resulting in the massacre of tens of thousands, over half of whom were pirates. Subsequently, he has earned the title of the 4th Shichibukai. Remarkable indeed. I wonder if you have joined the Revolutionary Army by now, Kuma. It seems I must find an opportunity to connect with you soon. Dino spoke, then turned his attention to the subsequent news segment, the final report of which was of utmost significance. The captain of the Fishman pirate crew had been slain by the Navy. This individual was none other than Fisher Tiger, who had once ascended the Red Line with his bare hands. This brief report, though lacking in words, bore great importance. For he was a man who had liberated numerous slaves and had severely infringed upon the interests of the Celestial Dragons. Every time Dino recalled the term Celestial Dragons, he was consumed by the obsession of this body, igniting a surge of fury within him. Though he managed to suppress it well, it was not a viable solution. Matters that needed resolution must ultimately be resolved. Thus, the Celestial Dragons remained Dino's ultimate target. There was also another piece of news. Curiously, it appeared to be presented on 2 separate newspapers. Dino gazed at the accompanying newspaper and soon unfurled its contents. This particular newspaper was rather diminutive, even smaller than a standard publication, and contained far fewer articles. However, it featured 2 headlines deemed significant, though in reality, they bore little weight. Both stories unfolded within the New World, having minimal repercussions for either pirates or the government. One of the articles reported that the Golden Emperor, Tesalo, had officially seized control of 70% of the underground world's financial flow and had established a maritime paradise known as Golden City. Having perused the original narrative, Dino was well aware of the nature of this so-called paradise. It was nothing short of a colossal vessel, constructed entirely of pure gold, resembling a small island more than a mere ship. Tesalo, a formidable figure, stood at least on par with Doflamingo, and while aboard, he was nearly invincible, possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate gold. Dino then turned his attention to the second piece of news, which caused his pupils to constrict and a cryptic smile to grace his lips. It appeared that he was beginning to formally cultivate his own influence. In such a scenario, it seemed likely that Don Quixote Rosanani and Trafalgar Law had encountered misfortune. Although the exact timeline was hazy, it was roughly around this period that such events were likely to transpire. Dino gazed at the newsprint, which merely reported that Doflamingo had announced his ascension as the king of Dressrosa, while offering no further information. It was truly vexing. That fellow, Law, possessed considerable potential. But never mind, I shall deal with that when the occasion arises. It is indeed difficult to encounter him now. His inaugural appearance was in the Sabaody archipelago, and that was quite some time ago. Perhaps I shall venture to the North Sea for a stroke of luck. One might just catch a glimpse of him. Captain, Our unreliable captain, Dino mused. Ahead lies Justice Island, and I can see numerous warships. It seems they have spotted us and are swiftly approaching. Among those vessels, I sense many individuals whose strength rivals my own, if not surpasses it, and there is one whose capabilities remain entirely elusive to me. As Dino continued his soliloquy, Nina, who had been steering the ship, suddenly called out to him, her demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. It was evident that those warships were far beyond their capacity to confront. Fear not, Dino reassured. The individuals we are dealing with are relatively amicable, and we have officially become warlords of the sea, thus they have no justification to engage us. Just as Dino uttered these words, the warships seemed to respond, aligning themselves to obstruct their path forward, yet remaining motionless. Nina seized the moment to halt the vessel. Then, a figure descended from one of the warships, stepping onto the water's surface and advancing towards them. Nina was taken aback, soon realizing that with each step the man took, the seawater froze beneath him, prompting her to become alert. Is that Admiral Akiji? A user of the ice fruit, capable of freezing even the ocean? Captain, you cannot achieve such a feat, can you? Haha. Indeed, I cannot. For to influence the sea requires more than mere ability. One must at least be in a state of awakening. And Akiji has undoubtedly reached that level long ago. At this moment, Dino arrived at the scene, bringing along the illustrious Golden Lion. Simultaneously, Admiral Akiji approached beneath the Black Pearl, utilizing his moonwalk technique to gracefully ascend and land securely on the deck. Ah, indeed, it is the esteemed Golden Lion. You must be the Black King Pirates, a formidable crew indeed to have captured such a legendary figure. Your reputation has undoubtedly soared several levels. Akiji remarked with a hint of jest. Admiral Akiji, you jest. How could we ever hope to confront the Golden Lion? It is he who, out of benevolence, has chosen to assist us, and out of remorse, seeks to return to the great prison, Dino explained. Akiji paused, taken aback by Dino's words, while his crew stifled their amusement. The Golden Lion, unfazed, was merely intent on reuniting with old friends, an inevitable conclusion that could not be altered. Very well. In that case, surrender the Golden Lion to me. I shall escort him back to the headquarters and await his judgment. As for you, it would be wise to avoid provoking trouble. Your title as Warlords of the Sea will remain intact, though I must admit, I harbor no fondness for the warlords. Akiji stated, as he seized the Golden Lion without regard for any resistance. With a swift motion, he encased him in ice, leaving Dino momentarily speechless. After all, the Golden Lion was a legendary pirate of his era, a figure who had endured much, only to be frozen by Akiji's hand. How pitiful it seemed. Wait a moment, do you have Navy personnel here? Das Bonas? Is that Smoker's subordinate? Akiji had intended to depart, but his gaze caught sight of Das, concealed behind the deck, instantly recognizing her presence. How is this possible? Das, you have not made an appearance nor issued any indication of your presence, Akiji queried, having instinctively activated his observation haki to sense her existence. Akiji, this matter concerns us alone. I kindly ask you not to interfere. At this moment, Dino's expression turned grave. For the matter at hand concerned the life of Daski. He had to ensure that Akiji would not vie for the talent, lest Daski succumb to the poison before they could locate a physician. Due to his abilities, he was required to administer them once every 7 days. Today marked the 6th day, and tomorrow he would need to commence suppression. As for any attempts to preemptively suppress the poison, they would prove futile, for the toxin remained regardless of the measures taken. It was only when the poison began to spread slightly that successful suppression could commence. Your affairs? Has Daski betrayed us? Smoker had received no reports back, nor any information suggesting she had been abducted by them. So could he presume that Daski and Smoker had shockingly defected to the pirate faction? No, we have not. I will not allow you to say such things. Our sense of justice, both mine and Lord Smoker's, is unwavering. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Daski hurriedly emerged, clutching her sword, appearing quite pitiable. Her face pallid yet her gaze resolutely steadfast. Is that so? Then I demand an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for detaining all of you to seek clarity. While I shall not take your lives, I will certainly confine you for a time, as you are warlords of the sea, and we the Navy cannot act too excessively. Ah. It's not for me to say, Akiji, why concern yourself with such matters? But to speak truthfully, there is little to report, merely that Miss Daski has been poisoned. A toxin with no antidote. I can only rely on my own abilities to suppress it until I discover a solution, after which I shall return her to Logtown. Therefore, should you insist on taking her away to question her, I must firmly oppose you, Akiji. Dino spoke, then clenched his right fist and struck out to the side. Instantly, visible fissures manifested in the air, and the once tranquil sea erupted into towering waves that surged outward, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Ah, what a headache this is. Truly. The vector fruit lives up to its reputation as the foremost of the calamity fruits, a remarkable amalgamation of the float and quake fruits, indeed deserving of its acclaim. Well, I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Feel free to proceed as you wish. I have faith that rascal Smoker will not deceive me. I shall inquire with him personally. As Akiji spoke, he leapt off the ship, utilizing his moonwalk to swiftly traverse the air toward the battleship. Before long, the row of warships pivoted and headed back toward Judicial Island. Meanwhile, Dashki wore a complex expression, staring blankly at the departing vessels. Though she contemplated leaving, the kindness shown to her by Dino and the others over time made her hesitate to voice her desire to depart. Enough of this staring. They have already gone far away. By the way, after we finish our meal, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall continue to assist you in suppressing the toxins. As Dino spoke, he made his way into the cabin, soon inhaling the enticing aroma of the meal, which caused his stomach to rumble. Nina, having adjusted the ship's bow, followed him in to partake in the feast. Dashki observed everyone present, their faces adorned with smiles and laughter, yet she always felt somewhat out of place. Moreover, she had no desire to blend in, as she firmly believed herself to be a sailor, choosing instead to eat alone at the side, detached from the lively atmosphere surrounding Dino and the others. Captain, Dashki's sister. Take it slow. It has only been a few days. In time, we shall win her over. Even if she is not one of our crewmates, she can at least be a comrade of sorts, so let us not worry. Let us continue our meal in celebration of our official induction into the Seven Warlords. After satisfying their appetites, Nina and Dino reclined on the deck, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Despite their constant bickering throughout their lengthy companionship, they shared one commonality, a fondness for lying on soft surfaces while admiring the vast expanse of twinkling stars above. Dino gazed at the starlight, hoping to discern constellations reminiscent of those from his past life. Yet, it was evident that none were to be found. Gradually, however, he cultivated a fondness for this pastime. As for Nina, the origins of her own passion remained known solely to her, for such moments of tranquility are rare for her. By the way, what was that technique employed by Akiji when he soared from the sky? Ah, that was the moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles. Alas, if only Tashiji would divulge the secrets, I would be inclined to train in it, for these techniques significantly enhance one's strength and provide remarkable agility. Dino spoke, then closed his eyes, reflecting upon the animated series he had watched in his past life. The strength of the Navy, while perhaps not as formidable as that of pirates, boasted an unparalleled tenacity among its ranks. The prowess of a Navy Vice Admiral could effortlessly dispatch a supernova, while a Rear Admiral, though comparatively weaker, could still stand toe-to-toe with the likes of the then-emerging Luffy, if not surpass him. This was the advantage of the Navy's 6 forms, which allowed for systematic training, resulting in strength levels comparable to that of pirates possessing bounties in the range of 100 million to 200 million. While the strength of a Vice Admiral may not rival that of the 4 emperors or their commanders, they would not be easily defeated, capable of exchanging blows for a time. This is where the might of the Navy lies. Their foundation is profoundly solid. A single pirate crew, no matter how powerful, be it the likes of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or Roger, would find themselves at a disadvantage against the Navy. Thus, Dino had long coveted the Navy's 6 forms, though he had never found the opportunity to learn them. Now, with the presence of the lovely Dashki, he was determined to see if he could extract some knowledge. Do not move. I have no intention of causing you any harm. However, should you fidget, any consequences that arise will be solely your responsibility. In the end, I stand to gain, hee. Dino and Dashki sat facing each other on their chairs. One, with flushed cheeks, fidgeted restlessly, while the other, with a knowing demeanor, appeared to be engaged in something rather dubious. Please. Be gentle. All right. I'm not doing anything wrong. Dino observed the reluctant, yet helpless expression on Dashki's face, feeling somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Nina, standing nearby, continuously rolled her eyes at the two of them. They were nearing magnetic Drum Island, having sailed the seas for over a month. Dashki had begun to acclimate to life aboard the ship. Additionally, Dino had been diligently treating Dashki, seeking that elusive sensation reminiscent of awakening. However, over a month had elapsed, and this marked the 5th time he had suppressed the toxins within her body. Including the initial attempt, it was the 6th time. Yet, no matter the experiments or positions he employed, he could not recapture that original feeling. Consequently, he had no choice but to cultivate gradually. Although this sensation did not confer any advancement upon Dino, he believed that if he experienced it once more, he could discern a direction and subsequently develop his fruit abilities along that path. Nonetheless, fortune had not favored him thus far. On a brighter note, during the last session of assisting Dashki in suppressing the toxins, she finally relented and shared the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles with everyone. However, she refrained from detailing how to practice or the precautions necessary, as she herself was in a rather half-hearted state. Throughout this month, her strength had hardly progressed, not due to a lack of talent, but because this enchanting young woman had not focused her thoughts on it. Fortunately, Dino and the others had managed to uncover a training method suited to themselves by analyzing the Navy's 6 styles. Dino's aspirations are relatively straightforward. He aims to master the moonwalk and iron body techniques. The former enhances his agility, allowing him to traverse the air without relying on external objects as he did in the past. Thus, until his devil fruit abilities awaken, the moonwalk serves as his means of stepping through the void. As for the iron body, it is fundamental for learning the Busashoka haki. For Dino, whose foundational skills are lacking, This knowledge is of utmost importance. Without it, advancing his Busashoka haki would require an inordinate amount of time. Concerning the technique of paper drawing, it acts as a prerequisite for learning Kinbunchika haki. Although not mandatory, acquiring this skill significantly eases the process of awakening Kinbunchika haki. Consequently, both Dino and Nina grasped the concept of paper drawing almost instantaneously upon their first encounter. In contrast, Endur took approximately a week to learn it, as she had already begun to awaken her Kinbunchika haki. Thus, she no longer needed to rely on the sound-based abilities of her devil fruit to mimic Kinbunchika haki. Next came the techniques of shave and gale kick. However, these two techniques offered minimal enhancement for Dino. His devil fruit abilities far surpassed the power of shave in close combat. Even against Blackbeard, who possesses the Yami Yami no Mi, Dino believes that with prior preparation, he would face no issues. As for gale kick, its offensive power is somewhat feeble. Among them, only Erlen decided to learn it. As he primarily employs kicking techniques in combat, he adheres to the teachings of Norsen, who asserts that a chef's hands are precious, meant solely for cooking and never for sully deeds such as killing. Regarding shave, its speed is indeed remarkable, making it essential for everyone except Dino, whose speed with his devil fruit far exceeds that of shave. Thus, he found no necessity to learn it. Essentially, each individual pursued their development, selecting techniques from the Navy's 6 forms that were pertinent to them. The must-learn techniques include shave, moonwalk, paper drawing, and iron body. Gale kick was solely adopted by Erlen, while no one took to shave, possibly due to its peculiar nature. After all, prodding someone with a finger can be quite painful if one fails to apply sufficient force. This is something Jace has experienced firsthand. After attempting shave, his finger swelled within 3 days, prompting him to abandon the technique, much to the amusement of his peers. Ultimately, everyone found a training method that suited them, which brought Dino great joy. He was never particularly adept at teaching. His role was primarily that of a sparring partner. His own strength was honed on a deserted island, where he faced colossal beasts. One might reference the formidable creatures that Luffy encountered during his 2-year training period. Additionally, Dino used various small mountains as his training targets, having flattened several peaks. While these mountains may not compare to the might of the strongest individuals capable of obliterating a massive mountain or an island with a single strike, such strength is still adequate for survival at sea. However, to prepare for potential crises that may arise, Dino issued a stern command. Each member must dedicate 5 hours daily to training, regardless of the discipline, as long as it enhances their strength. Aside from Nina and Dasky, everyone complied with this directive. Dasky refrained from participation, believing that Dino had no authority over her. Yet, this was her initial mindset, since she relented last week. Her perspective has gradually shifted, and she is beginning to accept the gentle nature of this pirate crew. As for Nina, she declined to train, citing her need to navigate the ship. Dino found this reasoning difficult to counter, for Nina is truly a prodigy. Within a month, her Kinbunchika haki may not have advanced significantly, yet her mastery of Busashoka haki has reached a level comparable to Dino's. This is quite astonishing, revealing the extent of Nina's talent in martial arts. Unfortunately, being female, her physical stamina is inherently less than that of males. Otherwise, she could rival a figure like Garp. Imagining a female Garp is certainly a curious notion. Despite claiming she does not train, Nina secretly dedicates time to her practice. However, her prideful nature prevents her from admitting it. We must be nearing Magnet Drum Island, Dino mused. Dino gazed at the faintly discernible islands and towns ahead, along with the bustling individuals at the dock. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift gracefully from the sky, igniting a sense of curiosity within him. The climate here is indeed peculiar. While the waters nearby bask in clear blue skies and warmth, this very place is enveloped in a thick, icy haze. Had we not prepared our winter garments in advance, we might have succumbed to the bitter cold. Dino wrapped himself in his thick cotton coat and made his way to the port, where he beheld the vigilant guards of the kingdom. He then leaped off the ship and proclaimed, "There is no need for alarm. We, the Black King pirate crew, harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek a few physicians to attend to my ailing companions. Could you kindly guide us?" Dino spoke, and then Until and Dashki disembarked. As for Nina, she was accompanying Jess to procure supplies, leaving Island alone on the ship, which was more than sufficient. The kingdom's guards, observing the substantial handful of belly that Dino had produced, swallowed hard and nodded, approaching him with smiles. "Ah, esteemed pirate. Our kingdom harbors no aversion to the presence of pirates, provided that no harm comes to our national interests. We are quite willing to engage in trade with pirates. Is that so? Then please lead me there." After Dino entrusted the considerable sum of belly to that individual, he paid no heed to the latter's name and simply instructed him to lead the way. The adage that wealth can move mountains holds true. Having disbursed over 100,000 belly, 5 members of the National Guard promptly escorted them to the finest medical establishment in the entire realm. Upon their arrival, the personnel within the clinic, upon spotting the guards, immediately cleared a path and saluted. Who were those 2 women and 1 man? The presence of an escort suggested they were either individuals of high status or affluent patrons. It is worth noting that these proud individuals would not have extended such courtesies without monetary incentive. Not even a minister could compel them otherwise. As they entered, The local residents began to murmur amongst themselves. Opinions varied widely. Some speculated they were relatives of the guards. Others claimed one was the offspring of a minister from a neighboring country, and some audaciously declared one to be the heir apparent of the nation. This was undeniably amusing. However, Dino remained oblivious to these discussions, for they had already ascended to the upper echelon of the clinic, where an elderly man with a white beard was meticulously examining Dasky's condition, occasionally sighing with a grave countenance. Enough with the sighing. Speak plainly. One of the guards had already departed, having successfully brought Dino to the nation's finest physician. Yet, Dino felt increasingly dissatisfied. The old man, in addition to his frequent exhalations, had offered no diagnosis or indication of what ailed Dasky. Old man, do enlighten me on the situation. Can she be cured? My money is here, 1 million belly. Should you succeed, it is yours. Should you fail, beware for your own safety. As Dino observed the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the other party when money was produced, he promptly resorted to his management skills, shattering a potted plant onto the floor. The sudden commotion startled the man, who, drenched in sweat, stammered, Your Excellency, rest assured. We will certainly find a way to cure this young lady. However, I must ask for your patience. As the toxins within her body are exceedingly intricate, over 100 types of potent poisons mingle together. It is indeed a challenging predicament, and I need to confer with someone. With a shiver of trepidation, the elderly man cautiously made his way past Dino and exited the room. After a brief interval, he returned, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and said, Your Excellency, please accompany me to the consultation room. The space there is more ample. As the elder spoke, he led the way, followed closely by Indel and Dashki. Dino, however, carried the 100,000 belly openly upon his person, unburdened by the confines of a bag, striding with flamboyant confidence. This audacious display drew the attention of those around them. Yet, having previously encountered the kingdom's guards who escorted them here, the onlookers remained oblivious to any sinister intentions. This lack of intrigue left Dino feeling somewhat disenchanted, for his ostentatious demeanor was intended to elicit a modicum of amusement. Regrettably, the spectators offered no such opportunities, leading Dino to reflect, it seems these individuals are not as foolish as I had presumed. Rather, it is I who have acted unwisely. Dino silently expressed his grievances within, and then entered the hall. This was not a consultation room, but rather resembled the conference rooms he had encountered in his previous life. Upon a cursory count, including the elderly man he had just seen, there were a total of 20 physicians present, all appearing to be at least in their 40s. Exuding an air of authority. Esteemed sir, these are the finest doctors in our hospital, each one a leading expert in their respective fields. I have specifically summoned them to attend to this young lady's ailment, so please rest assured. Subsequently, these individuals took turns examining Dasky, whether through pulse-taking or other diagnostic methods. For over 3 hours. As the sky darkened, Dino began to feel drowsy, while Endur sat at the table, bored, swinging her legs. Dasky, too, appeared fatigued, after a yawn. She seemed to drift into a light stupor. Yet, despite the lengthy duration, the 20 doctors had failed to devise a solution. They proposed that Dasky try a newly formulated medication, but Dino firmly declined the suggestion, wary of potential side effects that could cause her further suffering. If the medication indeed bore adverse effects, it would be preferable to maintain the current state of affairs, with no experiments to conduct. They resorted to drawing a few drops of Dasky's blood, which amounted to no more than what is typically required for a modern blood test. They continued to enter and exit the room in succession, yet with no information to relay, Dino's irritation mounted. I ask you, are you capable of this? Esteemed sir, we kindly request an entire night to devise a solution. Very well, I shall grant you 1 night. However, if there are no results, I will seek assistance elsewhere. I have heard whispers of a healer named Dr. Correja atop the mountain. Dino squinted his eyes and uttered a name that sent a shiver through everyone present, prompting them to hasten their tasks. Naturally, Dino and Dashki would not spend the night in the city. They returned to their ship. The night passed peacefully, devoid of any incidents. The following morning, Dino took Dashki to a hospital. This time, Indil did not accompany them, opting instead to go shopping with Nina, while Jess stayed behind to keep watch. As for Ireland, he had gone ashore to procure ingredients. As a chef, he was particular about his selections and intended to choose high-quality ingredients for the upcoming banquet, aware that once Dashki's health was restored, it would be his time to shine. Ireland mused to himself, the cooking utensils on the ship are rather mediocre. However, the captain has instructed me to spend 1 million berries today, so I shall not be stingy. I will reserve 200,000 berries for some fine kitchenware and use the rest for ingredients. He then shouldered a large sack and entered the market for supplies. Unbeknownst to him, he was being followed by a group of individuals, as he had not activated his observation hockey, rendering him oblivious to their presence. Pack these up and deliver them to the black ship at the dock. A man will come to collect them. Here is the payment, Ireland instructed as he moved through the market, selecting ingredients. Within just an hour, he had spent nearly 700,000 berries on the finest foods, enough to last them for over half a month. Meanwhile, Nina had already procured ingredients sufficient for nearly a month, totaling a supply that would last them a month and a half. Fortunately, the ship's lower deck housed a freezer, installed by Dino specifically for storing provisions. With so much food, he pondered where to store it all. Well, after following me for so long, shouldn't you show yourselves? My funds are nearly depleted, yet you persist in your shadows. I truly wonder what your intentions are, he remarked as he stepped into a secluded alley, gazing at the overcast sky. Today was fortunate in that it had not snowed, and the weather had improved slightly. Hee. Kid, I know you're not wealthy, but as a member of the Black King Pirates, once we capture you, we can demand any ransom we desire. Pirates are never short on money. One of the assailants laughed. It's your fault for being alone, and it appears your strength is lacking. Yesterday, when I followed that woman, she sensed us immediately, and we were terrified, especially by the power behind her punch that shattered stone. She must be your strongest fighter, right? No matter. Once we capture you and receive our ransom, we can part ways amicably. Sounds like a brilliant plan, doesn't it? Haha. Such naivety was amusing. Yet reality was often harsh. This was a phrase their captain relished using against those who were oblivious to danger, and now it was echoed back to them. Ireland, having set down the sack on his shoulder, vanished in an instant, utilizing a technique known as soru, and appeared before the boastful man, delivering a swift kick. Bone removal. With a light exhale from Ireland, the man was sent flying, his body contorted, eyes rolling back in his head, unconscious. The others, witnessing this, were filled with rage and rushed at him, brandishing their weapons. Truly unaware of their own mortality, Ireland muttered. Storm foot, precision bone removal, he shouted, lifting his right foot, and with no visible motion, unleashed a powerful, slashing strike toward the three attackers, who promptly collapsed, rendered motionless. Alas, my lack of combat experience is evident. I should have been able to unleash more power with that last strike. Did I instinctively hold back? That will be a disadvantage when facing formidable foes. How foolish of me to take nearly 40 minutes to notice I was being followed. I shall delay my training in armament hockey. First, I must master observation hockey. After all, my paper drawing technique is far superior to mere iron blocks. Otherwise, the next time I am ambushed, I won't even know why. Ireland's self-reflection was astute. He had utilized two techniques that were nearly identical, but he felt unsatisfied, having unconsciously restrained his strength. While no fatalities had occurred, he aspired to perfect his control over his power rather than resort to unmanageable restraint. His future training would require considerable improvement. Interestingly, within Dino's pirate crew, 3 individuals wielded hockey: himself, Nina, and Indel. The soon-to-awaken users were Ireland and Jess. Given Jess's lack of innate talent, he focused on mastering one aspect and, upon learning the Navy's 6 styles, first tackled paper drawing. He was on the brink of awakening his observation hockey, while Ireland exhibited some talent, quickly grasping the technique, though still lacking in refinement. Through this, he had nearly touched the threshold of observation hockey within just a week, demonstrating greater aptitude than Jess. Should Norson also awaken his observation hockey, Ireland would likely be on par with Nina. As for Nina, her proficiency in armament hockey was formidable, and her observation hockey was equally strong. Then there was Indel. Her sound fruit greatly facilitated her awakening of observation hockey. Thus, Dino's ship exhibited a remarkable phenomenon. Nearly all his crew members had a penchant for or innate talent regarding observation hockey. This was a curious sight, one that Dino himself had yet to recognize, as he remained in the hospital awaiting the 20 doctors to treat Dashki. After nearly 2 days, you dare to tell me there is no cure? And this is the consensus of all 20 of you working together? Truly, what a bunch of inept fools. A gaggle of incompetent quacks. Dino was at a loss for words. Just yesterday afternoon, he gathered a group of individuals and subsequently spent 3 hours investigating Dashki's physical condition, followed by an entire day and night dedicated to comprehending the structure of this toxin. Dino and Dashki waited here for an entire day, only to receive a verdict of an incurable condition, one that could only be managed with medication. Even with pharmaceutical intervention, the regimen required a daily pill, and the cost of this medication was exorbitant. 1 pill equated to 10,000 berries. The 1 million promised by Dino would suffice for merely 100 days. It becomes evident that these individuals are entirely ensnared by the allure of wealth. Before his arrival, Uncle Kalokas had informed him that the esteemed physicians of this world had been marginalized, while these inept practitioners, who are utterly incompetent, hold dominion over various elite resources yet fail to cure any ailments. However, the doctors on Magnetic Drum Island at least demonstrated some degree of capability, utilizing numerous instruments and devoting an entire day and night to reach a conclusion that Kalokas could ascertain in merely an hour. The medications employed were identical, seemingly adjusted in dosage either for illicit financial gain or deliberately misrepresented, under the assumption that Dino was oblivious to such matters and lacked pharmacological knowledge. While Dino's understanding may be limited, he was certainly aware of the basic principles of dosage, which fueled his indignation. In contrast, Dashki appeared remarkably composed, as if she had come to terms with this grim reality, which inexplicably intensified Dino's anguish, leading to an even greater fury. A collection of incompetence. Were it not for certain circumstances, I would have ensured your heads rolled long ago. Let us depart. There is no need to squander any more time here. Dino took Dasky's hand and directly smashed a large hole in the window of the conference room, preparing to leap down. Since these individuals intended to treat them as gullible victims, he felt no need to show them any mercy. If they were unable to present any effective treatment methods, that would be one thing, but the audacity of their plan to exploit this opportunity to deceive Dino and his companions was truly remarkable. Little did they realize that Dino possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, thus they were merely digging their own graves. Please, sir, do not rush us. We can conduct further research, just grant us a bit more time. Time for you? You are nothing but a group of incompetents. When I previously mentioned the name Dr. Kalea, you reacted with considerable alarm. I will seek her out. So do not even think about causing me trouble or trying to restrain me, for you will find yourselves facing dire consequences. Dino threatened ominously, then leaped directly into the abyss, carrying Dasky despite her protests, with his sights set on the direction of the Black Pearl. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he retraced his steps. Director, what shall we do? Humph. Unappreciative fool, thinking that a modicum of strength grants him the liberty to act as he pleases. He even dares to seek out the shaman Dr. Kalea. We are merely a group of defenseless physicians, utterly powerless against him. Notify the Royal Guard at once. Remember to state that this pirate crew attacked our hospital, disrupted our operations, and absconded with a substantial amount of wealth. Specify the amount yourself. Approximately this figure will suffice. The middle-aged man known as the director extended 5 fingers. While the remaining 19 doctors shed their previous timidity, their faces now alight with smiles and avarice. 50 million berries, is it? Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. No, it is 500 million berries. This time, we must ensure that the Royal Guard suffers a significant loss. Otherwise, how shall we profit? Dino remained oblivious to the thoughts of the already corrupt doctors. At this moment, he was carrying the blushing Dasky back to the Black Pearl. As twilight descended and nearly everyone had returned. You scoundrel, why must you carry me? Dasky's voice was barely a whisper, slipping into Dino's ears. However, with everyone on the ship gathered together, her subtle movements could not escape the notice of others. Each person's expression as they gazed upon the two was distinctly different. Nina rolled her eyes and promptly dismissed them, while Jess wore a curious look. Indil appeared perplexed, and surprisingly, Erlen remained calm, as if this were a commonplace occurrence. If I'm not carrying you, would you prefer me to embrace you instead? With your beauty, don't harbor such fanciful thoughts. Expecting me to hold you is utterly unreasonable. Dino's brazen words left the somewhat naive Dasky at a loss for a response, causing her to crouch down, hands covering her flushed face. Strangely enough, Dasky's position on the ground exuded a certain charm, resembling a bullied kitten that evoked a sense of compassion. Dino recalled their earlier conversation when Dasky had revealed her age. At merely 14, she was 2 years younger than Indil. It was no surprise that she radiated an air of innocent exuberance. Such a figure. TSK. Truly precocious. Faced with such an adorable girl, Dino found himself utterly defenseless. At this moment, Dasky had undoubtedly become the darling of their group. As long as she displayed a hint of grievance, no one could resist her charm, except for the proud Nina. Nina's words rang true, as she possessed the keen observation skills of a conqueror's hockey, the strongest on the ship aside from Dino himself. She could distinctly perceive the anger and helplessness hidden within Dino's gaze. Indeed, it seemed they would need to seek out that elusive figure, Dr. Kalea. I wonder if you were present in that small cabin at this moment. Dino spoke, then raised his gaze towards the towering, snow-capped mountains that loomed behind the kingdom. Darsky, rise and shine. Dress warmly, for our destination today is undeniably frigid. Suddenly, an exclamation that pierced the morning tranquility erupted from Darsky's room. Ah, perverted scoundrel. Lecherous rogue, get out of here. The astonishing cry shattered the early morning calm, awakening everyone from their slumber. Even Jace and Ireland reacted with remarkable swiftness. Hastening to the door of Darsky's chamber, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they regarded Dino, who stood awkwardly outside. Meanwhile, Nina, clad in a refreshing nightgown, leaned against the doorframe, a disdainful smile gracing her lips, while Indira appeared in a state of delightful disarray, clearly still ensnared in the realm of dreams. What transpired? What is the matter? Cough. It's nothing. Everyone return to your business, go back to sleep if you wish, or indulge in some shopping. It's merely a minor incident. Dino wore an expression of embarrassment and impatience as he shooed everyone away, leaving only Nina behind. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "What are you still doing here? Go back to your sleep." That hint of springtime allure must be quite captivating, wouldn't you agree? After all, neither I nor Endur possess such a figure. Captain, you are becoming increasingly unreliable. Upon hearing Dino's words, Nina cast him a flirtatious glance. Dressed in nothing but her pajamas, with little to conceal her form, she exuded a charm that made Dino's heart skip a beat. Giggling like a triumphant victor, she tousled her golden locks before bestowing upon Dino a disdainful look as she turned to return to her room. Honestly, to be scorned by my own crew member, this must be a first for me. No, wait, it must be Shanks who has experienced this before. He is even more oblivious than I am. Yes, that must be it. Deep within, Dino encouraged himself, yet he remained unaware that the crew under Shanks, though somewhat unruly and free-spirited, held a profound respect for their captain. As for being scorned by the crew, it is likely that only after Luffy set sail will he realize that he is not the first captain to endure such disdain. Humph. Insolent rogue. When the door to Daski's room swung open, she instinctively blushed upon seeing Dino at the threshold, taking a step back. However, in the next moment, she clenched her teeth and promptly stomped on Dino's foot before striding away. Ouch. Dino was utterly perplexed by what Daski meant, and when she stepped on him, it truly hurt. Perhaps aware of Dino's capabilities, Daski showed no restraint and exerted her full strength, directly stepping on his foot. Had it not been for Dino's instinctive reaction to envelop himself in a layer of his fruit abilities, her force could have easily left his foot swollen. However, the fact that Daski was able to break through the protective barrier of his fruit abilities left Dino somewhat astonished. Just yesterday, Daski had no grasp of even the most basic application of hockey, yet today she had miraculously mastered the fundamentals of Conqueror's hockey. Otherwise, Dino would not have been so easily breached. Could it be that the fright he gave her had awakened some latent potential? Should he provoke her further? Perhaps not. He feared that she might genuinely seek retribution. Dino stepped outside with a wry smile. The predicament he found himself in was entirely due to Daski's late-night training session, which led her to forget to secure the door properly when she finally retired for the night. Dino had merely come to rouse her for a visit to the doctor. However, upon knocking and calling for Daski to wake up, he was taken aback when the door swung open, revealing a groggy Daski clad in a simple nightgown. Their eyes met for a brief 3 seconds, after which Daski instantly regained her composure, leading to an awkward situation. Thus, the blame for this incident lay squarely on Dino's shoulders. While he delighted in teasing Daski after all, her innocence and bashfulness were endearing traits admired by many. This playful banter was typically confined to mere words. Consequently, Dino felt a hint of embarrassment over the unexpected encounter. As they strolled through the city, he bore an expression of discomfort, glancing around nervously. Daski, on the other hand, was adorned in a thick hat and swathed in layers of heavy clothing, concealing her remarkable figure entirely. A scarf wrapped around her face left only her eyes exposed, a clear indication of her desire to shield herself from Dino. The situation resembled Dino wandering the streets with a rather rotund companion, drawing curious glances from passers-by. There was little he could do, as Daski's excessive attire rendered her appearance far from dignified, much to Dino's dismay. Sir, it is indeed them, and their pirate ship is docked at the harbor. Understood, came the response. A group of 10, accompanied by a man unknown to Dino, approached, engaging in conversation. Upon spotting Dino, the unfamiliar individual pointed at him, uttering a provocative remark before departing. The group then intercepted Dino and Daski on the bustling street. I am Rod, captain of the patrol. It has come to my attention that you disrupted the hospital's operations yesterday and made off with 1 billion berries. Do you truly believe you can consume such a sum? The man slowly drew a long sword, directing it at Dino, while his comrades advanced to encircle the two. Upon hearing this, Dino sensed something was amiss. While he might have caused some structural damage and issued threats, when had he ever resorted to robbery? The accusation left him momentarily bewildered. However, his intellect was sharp, and within moments, he retorted, Ah, so that is the tale you weave. 1 billion berries, you say? I would love to have stolen them, yet I have not encountered a single coin. It appears your reasoning is rather rehearsed. Do you often resort to such excuses when things go awry? You do well to keep your thoughts to yourself, or you may find yourself facing dire consequences. Men, seize these 2 pirates. The captain's expression shifted dramatically at Dino's response, and he barked orders in a low growl. Daski, ever the innocent and kind-hearted soul, failed to grasp the implications of Dino's words, consumed by her own bewilderment and indignation. One to you investigate? I am a member of the Navy. How could we possibly steal from you? The Navy? In this day and age, pirates dare to impersonate the Navy? How laughable. Seize them. After mocking her, the man lunged forward. Yet neither Daski nor Dino exhibited any signs of fear, for their adversaries were pathetically weak, so feeble that even Daski outmatched them. One could only wonder how Daski would feel upon realizing her status as a formidable combatant. As the group charged, Dino merely scoffed, activating his abilities with minimal effort. The 10 men were sent sprawling, crashing into nearby fences and the stalls of small vendors yet to commence their trade. A bunch of incompetent leeches, solely focused on profit while neglecting their duties. Now I comprehend the fate that awaits this nation. Yet, why should I bother voicing such thoughts? Allow me to impart a crucial piece of information. Even if you dispatch men to my ship, it will be futile. Furthermore, I harbor a secret to share. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Black Emperor Dino, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. And this is my comrade, Lieutenant Daski of the Navy. We are here on a mission, and your kingdom happens to be one of our targets. Therefore, you would do well to tread carefully. Dino's words instantly terrified the captain of the Royal Guard. This individual was not the same as the one Dino had encountered previously. He appeared to be a dedicated patrol officer, while the former was responsible for managing the port. At this moment, Dino had no faith that anything significant could emerge from this place. The 7 warlords. As the figure gradually receded, the captain felt a shiver run down his spine. It was then that he seemed to recall something and swiftly retrieved a stack of newspapers from his clothing. These were reports he had recently collected but had yet to peruse. Indeed, among the articles was information about Dino, complete with his pirate emblem and photograph prominently displayed. The captain broke into a cold sweat, disregarding his injuries and subordinates as he hurried toward the palace. I will inform the king. You all head to the dock and take this newspaper with you. With that proclamation, the man barreled through the crowd, heedless of those he collided with, his face a mask of terror as he raced toward the palace. The soldiers, upon seeing the news, were equally astonished and wasted no time rushing toward the dock. Damn those wretched doctors. They have truly led us astray. Indeed. We must find a way to hold them accountable. Absolutely, they shall not escape our wrath. As this group sped toward the dock, the Black Pearl was already surrounded by over 100 individuals. The leader, the very captain who had escorted Dino to the hospital, looked arrogantly at those aboard the ship and declared, "Your captain has been placed on our wanted list for stealing 10 billion berry. Therefore, I shall arrest all of you on charges of being accomplices to robbery, and this ship shall be seized as our property. You are all to disembark and submit to our arrest. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what fate awaits you." As he spoke, he brandished his spear, creating a small crater in the ground. Though modest, it demonstrated a measure of strength. If Dino were present, he would easily discern that this captain was significantly more formidable than the one wielding the sword. Yet, he now faced the Black King pirates, one of the 7 warlords, where even an ordinary member, such as Dashki, could effortlessly overpower him. Poor Dashki had once again become a unit of measurement for combat prowess. A mere band of foot soldiers dared to boast so brazenly. How oblivious they were to their own mortality. Who will take them down? I am loath to engage. Lest I inadvertently kill them, such a misstep would be disastrous. Especially since we have just ascended to the rank of 7 warlords and do not wish to attract unwarranted scrutiny by spilling blood in a kingdom. Nina, showcasing a rare moment of cunning, subtly alerted the others, who exchanged glances, each harboring a desire to engage. How about this? I shall wait in the back to seize any opportunities while you choose your opponents. Indil, who was not particularly fond of violence, decided to let the opportunity to showcase their skills fall to Jess and Erlen. I wish to test my abilities against that captain. Would that be acceptable, Jess? I have no objections. It is a chance for you to gauge your strength, though I doubt he will prove a worthy adversary. However, while that man may not be a match for Erlen, complacency could very well lead to injury. Nina's timely caution caused Erlen's expression to turn grave. Without hesitation, he leaped down, causing cracks to splinter across the ground. Lacking proficiency in moonwalk, he resorted to a more straightforward approach to make his entrance. You are the captain, correct? I am your opponent. Erlen, typically reserved, preferred to act rather than speak when the opportunity for combat arose. He swiftly utilized his yet-to-be-mastered skill, shave, to appear beside the captain. So fast, the captain gasped, raising his spear to block the sudden kick. Bone removal. Bang. Erlen's kick collided with the spear, resulting in a sharp crack as the weapon shattered, leaving the captain visibly startled. I did not expect your pirate crew to harbor such formidable talent. You are not to be underestimated. Do not jest. I am the weakest among our crew. Have you seen that young lady? Her strength surpasses mine by far. Is that so? It seems I have underestimated you all. Soldiers, advance. Bang bang. I cannot allow you to pass. Jess, standing nearby, casually blew the smoke from his gun as he took position beside the captain. He fired off a series of shots, easily forcing back the advancing soldiers. Each bullet struck true, all aimed at the knees of various foes, illustrating Jess's remarkable marksmanship. Clearly, he was on the path to becoming a sniper. And paired with his fruit ability, he could unleash a barrage of shots in an instant, an advantage most snipers could only dream of achieving. Yet, his moniker remained Quick Blade Jess, a title he relished, for his swordsmanship had also improved considerably, especially during his sparring sessions with Dashki. With Jess's prowess alone, he instilled fear in the soldiers, who dared not take further action. He then spotted several individuals in the distance, breathlessly approaching while clutching newspapers. Captain, do not engage. They are members of the 7 warlords, the Black King pirates. Oh, is that so? Even so, the presence of this individual has ignited my competitive spirit. Since you are the world government's 7 warlords, I suppose I cannot harm you. However, may we consider this a friendly spar? The second in command, a person of both pride and humility, spoke earnestly after his gaze fell upon the newspaper's content. His pupils dilated, and he brandished a large sword from his back, transforming into a powerful black bull, embodying strength. I am Dalton, the captain of the Royal Guard, a user of the bull fruit. Though I do not consider myself a virtuous man and am quite avaricious, I have no reason to flinch in the face of pirates. Who knows what your true intentions are in coming here? If I cannot defeat you, then let you defeat me, this way. I will not regret my inaction after the fact, for I remain loyal to this kingdom. Dalton's words rang with righteousness, his gaze resolute. However, Erlen paid him no heed and swiftly delivered a kick. Bone removal. The same technique, yet with a different outcome. This time, Dalton was directly thwarted by a broad blade. I have stated clearly, regardless of your intentions, you must first defeat me. Thus, show me your true abilities. Dalton bellowed, before delivering a powerful cleave towards Ireland. At that moment, Ireland executed a technique known as paper drawing, deftly evading the strike. What? Without affording Dalton a moment of astonishment, Ireland unleashed a direct kick that struck forcefully against his opponent's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. This move is called bone chopping. Indeed, it is the prowess you sought. Hiss. I must say, Ireland, the name of your technique is rather unsettling, isn't it? With terms like bone picking and bone chopping. Those who are unaware might mistake you for a butchering fiend. Do you have any say in this? Ireland remained reticent. Yet a provocative glint emerged in his gaze directed at Jess, raising an eyebrow and igniting his ire. Oh, you little rascal, when did you become so audacious? Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but you lot, stay put. I have no desire to sully my hands with blood. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of gunshots, Jess felled several individuals, their bodies collapsing in identical positions, causing the remaining soldiers to halt in their tracks. Do not engage. They are not foes you can contend with. Do not throw away your lives needlessly. Furthermore, if his strength were to increase even slightly, it would not merely result in a few broken ribs, but rather a loss of life itself. Dalton, regaining his human form, approached, sweat glistening on his forehead, clutching his chest. What? Do you wish to continue fighting? No. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire about one matter. What is your purpose for coming here, 7 warlords? Oh, nothing much, just here for a consultation. Rest assured, we shall not engage in any actions that would harm this nation. Is that so? In that case, I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Dino was oblivious to the events transpiring at the dock. Accompanied by Inter, he had ascended to the snowy peaks of magnetic Drum Island. The climate here was far more severe than that of the city, and even Dino felt a piercing chill that no amount of clothing could mitigate. Meanwhile, Dasky had huddled into a shivering heap, resorting to her abilities to create a vacuum zone. Though termed a vacuum, it was essentially a temperature-controlled space, devoid of snowflakes, biting winds, and that relentless cold. This respite allowed Dasky to feel somewhat better. Otherwise, she feared she might freeze to death in this hostile environment. All right, I believe it's warm enough now. We still have a distance to traverse, as I am uncertain of our destination. Even my observation hockey is subdued in this climate, which is indeed quite remarkable, Dino remarked. To be frank, this place is exceptionally conducive to cultivating one's physique. Anyone who can endure such frigid conditions will undoubtedly emerge with enhanced strength, at least reaching the threshold for mastering armament hockey. How long would that take? Dasky inquired, carefully adjusting her pace to match his. That question caught me off guard. I was uncertain. After all, I had never lived here. However, based on the circumstances, I estimated that with a sincere commitment to training, it would take at least 5 to 6 years, but that was merely a rough approximation, given the lack of precedence. Was it not? Dino spoke, his expression somewhat peculiar as he glanced to the side, where a woman dressed in light clothing, exposing her navel, with flowing long hair and an alluring figure, strolled past. In this vibrant atmosphere of the university, Dino discerned her presence through his observation hockey, while she, evidently devoid of any such perceptive ability, remained oblivious to Dino and Dasky's presence in this tranquil, yet visually limited environment. What is the matter? Nothing much. We've simply found the person we were looking for. Have we? That is wonderful. Let us hurry over. Upon hearing Dino's words, Dasky felt a surge of joy, realizing that she was saved. Dino, observing Dasky's expression, nodded in agreement and led her toward the figure. Unbeknownst to them, Dasky had already begun to accept Dino, gradually disregarding the so-called rules they had established. After all, they were now alone together, and the decisions ahead rested solely with Dasky. Whether she chose to remain with the Black King pirates or return to the Navy was entirely her prerogative. Dino held profound respect for others' choices and would not impose his will. Yet, reflecting on the month they had spent together, a gentle smile would grace his face. In contrast to Nina's disdain and arrogance, Dasky had transitioned from initial aversion to gradual acceptance, ultimately placing her complete trust in Dino, who had meticulously opened her heart with sincerity and affection. Though he had merely pried open a small crack, it was nonetheless a victory. Eventually, the two caught up to the figure, which took considerable time, leading them to a structure resembling a domed ice house. The shadowy figure they pursued had likely entered there. Due to Dasky's limited strength, their pace was not swift, and she was reluctant to allow Dino to carry her, citing embarrassment. Thus, they progressed together, step by step. At that moment, Dino was unperturbed, but Dasky's face was flushed from the cold. Had it not been for Dino's shield against the snowflakes, she would have long since succumbed to the biting chill. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone inside? Dino arrived at the entrance of the ice house with Dasky. Suddenly, with a click, the door swung open, revealing an elderly figure, marked by age with numerous wrinkles adorning her face. Yet, despite her years, she wore attire reminiscent of hip-hop fashion. Her flowing long hair and the smoke curling from her lips hinted at a vitality that belied her age. Dino was well acquainted with this individual in his previous life. She had been a renowned, mysterious woman, her identity and powers shrouded in secrecy, yet undoubtedly formidable. In a later encounter, she had narrowly escaped from the clutches of Blackbeard during his invasion of Drum Island, further attesting to her strength. At that time, she had been a remarkable 141 years old, and now, she was approximately 130, undeniably a venerable matron. Her catchphrase, however, was, "Would you like to know my secret to eternal youth?" Upon hearing this, Dino, while sipping water, nearly choked, and now, standing before Dr. Correja, he was filled with respect. "Dr. Correja, I presume? I am Dino, the Black King, captain of the Black King Pirates. You must have heard of me." "Black King, you say? Very well. If you have nothing of consequence to discuss, spare me your bravado. Whether or not I have heard of you is of no concern to me. Speak your piece swiftly. I have liquor to enjoy." Dino, taken aback by Dr. Correa's bluntness, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He managed a polite smile and respectfully replied, I am here for medical assistance. This is Dasky. She has toxins within her that I have been suppressing using my fruit abilities. But I am unable to eradicate them entirely. That is why I sought your expertise." After being reprimanded, Dino lowered his guard, not due to a lack of strength. For Dr. Correja's medical skills are indeed exceptional, earning his respect in that regard. "Is that not so, Doctor?" Correja glanced at Dino and then at Dasky before beckoning them to enter. She then remarked, "I must inform you that neglecting the townsfolk is a grave mistake. My fees for treatment are quite steep." "No matter," replied Dino. "We are not short on funds and have specifically come to seek your expertise. Should you be unable to assist us, we would find ourselves at an impasse, for the practitioners in town are nothing but charlatans, blinded by greed." Dino shook his head with a hint of disappointment and then settled by the hearth, showing no semblance of courtesy. Nevertheless, in such a frigid locale, this quaint little cabin exuded warmth, entirely devoid of chill. One can only wonder how this ice house was constructed. "Indeed? It seems you have located that group of individuals. However, I must admit, I particularly enjoyed your remark about the useless and the inept. Haha. It is settled then. I shall assist you with your treatment and offer you a discount of 20%. Dino gazed at the diminutive Dr. Correja, feeling somewhat speechless. For her discount offered little more than a trivial reduction in the payment of berries. "Come now, my dear, lie down, and I shall examine you. Drink this concoction. I intended to use it for myself to ward off the chill, but if you do not mind, please partake." Darsky harbored no reservations, promptly consuming the entire bowl of liquid before reclining upon the bed. Meanwhile, Dr. Correja commenced her diagnosis, her expression shifting intermittently. This process lasted approximately half an hour, notably shorter than the time taken by Coloccus for his assessment. Throughout this duration, Dino remained quietly contemplative, refraining from disrupting Dr. Correja's examination. Alas, this is a lethal brew composed of over 100 toxic substances. The individual who combined these poisons certainly possesses a rather imaginative mind. This presents quite a challenge indeed. Upon hearing Dr. Correa's words, Dino opened his eyes, a note of urgency in his voice as he inquired further. However, she did not meet his gaze, instead extending 2 fingers as a projection emerged. Upon witnessing this, Dino spoke directly, stating, "Money is not an issue. Whether it is 20 million or even 2 billion belly, I have ways to procure it. No, the monetary aspect is trivial. When the time comes to cure her ailment, I shall demand it from you. What I am referring to is time. I require no less than 2 years to restore her health. I can prescribe a remedy that she would take once a month to suppress the toxins, yet to completely eradicate them will necessitate a minimum of 2 years. And even then, I cannot guarantee the upper limit. Is that so?" Dino, upon hearing the words from the other party, hesitated for a moment before turning to Dasky, shaking his head as he inquired, "If we wish to cure her, does it truly require your unwavering treatment for more than 2 years? Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of taking me aboard the ship to administer her care. Firstly, the vessel lacks the necessary tools I require. Secondly, the presence of sea breezes will significantly prolong the medical process. And thirdly, I absolutely refuse to board the ship. Otherwise, do not expect me to provide treatment. Having lived for so many years, I possess a few tricks up my sleeve." As for 7 warlords Dino, Dr. Correja recognized who Dino was, as she frequently perused the newspapers and thus was aware of his identity. The initial banter was merely a reflection of her character. Fortunately, Dino was not one to hold grudges, and given that he sought her assistance, he did not retaliate. Had he encountered another tempestuous pirate, Dr. Correja might have found herself in grave danger. Nevertheless, the individual before him possessed considerable strength. During Blackbeard's assault on Drum Island, this old woman remained unscathed and lively. Hence, Dino held a profound respect for her capabilities. In light of this, I must consult Dasky's intentions further. Dino and his companions naturally could not remain on magnetic Drum Island for an extended period. Thus, if Dasky was willing to stay for treatment, Dino might extend his stay by a few months, allowing the crew to train and enhance their skills. Should Dasky choose not to remain, he would allocate a month for Dr. Correja to develop a sufficient supply of suppressive medication, at least a 2-year dosage. Dino had his own plans for the subsequent 2 years, which could only be postponed by a maximum of 6 months. Otherwise, the risk of complications would increase significantly. Consequently, his time was rather constrained. Well, if I were to express my desire to live and undergo treatment here, would you then depart, leaving me behind? At this juncture, although Dasky was innocent and exuberant, it did not imply foolishness. She discerned Dino's intentions and understood that he could not possibly remain here for 2 years, or even longer solely for her sake. Rest assured, despite your continual denial of being my crew member or our camaraderie, we are at least friends. Should you decide to stay, we will accompany you for a while before departing. Subsequently, I will seek an opportunity to inform Smoker, enabling him to escort you back. No, I wish for you to personally return me. Dasky's intentions were unmistakably clear, despite only a little over a month of acquaintance. She had developed a bond with Dino and his companions. We are indeed friends, but I am a Marine, and you are pirates. This fact cannot be altered. Therefore, after 2 years, if you personally escort me back, it would serve to sever the ties between us. What do you think? Ah ha ha. Words spoken now may not necessarily materialize in the future. Are you certain? After all, people can change. I cannot guarantee that I will fulfill today's promise. Nor can I be sure you will remain as resolute as you are now. After Dino finished speaking, Dasky remained silent, fixing a determined gaze upon him. After a prolonged moment, Dino offered a wry smile and scratched the back of his head, then turned to Dr. Correja and said, "Well, I am entrusting this to you. We will be here for approximately 2 to 4 months. If there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. Although we are uncertain about the exact duration of our stay, it will not be brief, as I still need to spend time with him." When Dino uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment lingered within him. Yet, there was no alternative. He felt compelled to voice them. At that moment, Dasky smiled, her joy evident, for aside from Smock, she had encountered yet another individual who genuinely cared for her. Subsequently, she sat up, squinting her eyes with a smile, and declared, "Old lady, do not show any mercy to this fellow. You must ensure he pays dearly. All his wealth is ill-gotten, seized from those pirates. Please, give him a thorough reckoning. And I entrust my health to you as well." The gravity of Dasky's words left Dino in a state of despair, yet upon hearing her final statement, he fell silent, rose, and bowed deeply to Dr. Correja, saying, "Dr. Correja, I appreciate your assistance. Do not hesitate to discuss the financial matters. I entrust Dasky's health into your capable hands. Haha. Rest assured, my medical skills are indeed exceptional, so there is no need for concern. However, to be on the safe side, a deposit is required, nothing excessive, merely 10 million berries. As for the subsequent expenses, that will depend on the duration of treatment and the value of the required medicinal supplies. The deposit was steep, typically, even in severe cases. 10 million berries would suffice for a complete cure. Nevertheless, Dino willingly accepted the terms and retrieved a small backpack that had been concealed behind him. He placed a sack of gleaming gold upon Dr. Correa's desk, causing her eyes to sparkle. The gold was worth 15 million berries. The 10 million deposit was accounted for, leaving the remaining 5 million as her living expenses. Haha, this is more than sufficient. Young man, would you like to know the secret to my eternal youth? Given your generous disposition, I can share it with you free of charge. Dino, taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He promptly declined and made his exit from the icy chamber. "Excuse me, I need to notify Nina and the others. I shall return shortly." As Dino spoke, he promptly departed with a graceful moonwalk, neglecting to close the door behind him. A chill swept in, causing Dasky to shiver. How careless of this young man, forgetting to secure the door. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that this little lady's constitution leaves much to be desired. TSK, it seems I must resort to more potent measures, otherwise not only 2 years, but even 4 may prove insufficient for recovery. Elderly lady, did you not mention that 2 years would suffice? Bah. If healing could be achieved in 2 years, those quacks in the towns would have succeeded as well. Were I to voice such a claim, I fear I would invite dire consequences upon myself. Did you not notice the hidden malice in that young man's gaze? Yet, fret not, although I may be deceiving him. If I exert my utmost and employ some vigorous methods, in less than 2.5 years, I shall not only restore you to health but elevate your strength to new heights. 3 months swiftly passed. On Magnetic Drum Island, Dino accompanied Dashki while assisting Dr. Correja in gathering a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. During this time, their group commenced their cultivation amidst the vast expanse of snow. Furthermore, Dino was summoned by the aging king of Magnetic Drum Kingdom for a private audience, the details of which remained a mystery to all. However, some ministers observed Dino emerging with a substantial number of gold bars, and the king appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, displaying joy for several days thereafter. Yet, one individual, Valpo, maintained a somewhat sullen demeanor. This young man, the son of a minister often characterized by his brutal and disdainful expressions, was now rarely seen lost in thought. Yet, his contemplative state went unnoticed by those around him. After departing from the royal palace, Dino accompanied Dasky while simultaneously honing his skills and searching for useful medicinal herbs. Over the course of 3 months, Dino effectively integrated the Navy's 6 techniques: iron block, paper drawing, and moonwalk. While perhaps not matching the prolonged diligence of seasoned Navy personnel, his mastery was sufficient to augment his current capabilities. Consequently, his agility improved significantly, and his strength was slightly enhanced compared to before. If he were to confront the likes of the Lion King now, he could at least engage in a stalemate until exhaustion set in, although he still lagged behind an admiral's prowess. This was Dino's preliminary assessment of his abilities. Nina, on the other hand, had also become quite formidable. In a real confrontation, her strength could be likened to that of a Navy vice admiral. Excluding those like Carp who possess the strength of an admiral, as well as those like Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, T-Pig, and Peach Rabbit who exhibit quasi-admiral capabilities. Although there was no direct comparison, Dino found that subduing Nina during their sparring sessions required considerable effort, indicating her standing among vice admirals was indeed substantial. As for Jess and Ireland, they were now on a similar level, slightly below that of vice admirals but significantly stronger than rear admirals. Particularly, both had mastered observation hockey, which accelerated their growth. However, Jess's talent in armament hockey was somewhat lacking. He had only managed to grasp the basics of rapping. Ireland, while not on par with Dino and Nina in talent, surpassed Jess considerably and had learned to cover, allowing his combat capability to catch up to Jess in the absence of devil fruit powers. During this period, Jess was quite frustrated and began to work diligently to reclaim his standing. As for Indil, her strength had not seen significant improvement. She had been focused on researching how to merge her observation hockey with the abilities of her sound fruit. Currently, her close combat skills were lacking, even inferior to Jess and Ireland, but her path was not one of brute force. After all, as a captivating performer and vocalist, engaging in violence was not her inclination. Nevertheless, she had developed her sound fruit to a high degree, allowing her to instantly comprehend her surroundings when combined with observation hockey. While her abilities might not offer much in solitary combat, they would prove immensely advantageous in the event of a war, functioning almost like a humanoid radar, and importantly, she could continue to train. Indil believed that if her sound fruit could awaken, she could temporarily control sound waves. Although she could already manipulate sound waves for both offensive and communicative purposes, doing so as an attack would drain her stamina and mental energy considerably, making it a viable means of self-preservation. Time could not be delayed any longer. I apologize, but we must leave now. I will return for you in 2 years. And at that time, I will respect your choice, whether to join us in the Black King pirate crew or return to the Navy. By then, you should have reached a conclusion. Dino spoke and then departed from the domed ice dwelling. As they parted ways, their conversation was minimal. After all, their relationship, while not one of companions, was at least that of friends. Over the course of these 2 years, Dasky had much to ponder. Old woman, what choice should I make? Why do you ask me such matters? You ought to consult your own heart. And as for the Navy, such a ridiculous notion. Young ones, it is time for us to embark on our journey to Gaia Island, in search of the legendary Sky Island. Dino spoke, then directly commanded Nina to set sail. The enormous Black Pearl gradually departed from the harbor of Magnetic Drum Island, much to the relief of the patrolling guards, and allowing the fishermen to joyfully venture out to sea. For 3 months, they had been anxious, fearing that they might attract the attention of Dino and his crew. Thus they had operated covertly. Unbeknownst to them, their every move had been observed by Dino and his companions, who held no interest in their activities. After all, Dino and his crew were not mere petty pirates. They were members of the Warlords of the Sea. It was utterly inconceivable that they would engage in actions unbefitting their status. Thus, it was merely a case of self-importance on the part of those fishermen. Captain, will Dasky still sail with us? She inquired. Her beliefs and aspirations are unwavering. We must honor each individual's convictions and respect their dreams, just as I respect yours. Therefore, even if we cannot become companions, once we shed our respective identities, we can still consider ourselves friends, don't you think? Yes, perhaps. Dino was also unable to ascertain Dashky's thoughts, yet he maintained his mantra of letting things unfold naturally. To commemorate their renewed voyage, Dino gathered everyone for a grand feast, marking the occasion with an indulgent celebration. At the banquet, everyone partook in libations, including Indil, who, despite only having a modest cup, wore a visage tinged with inebriation. Hey, unreliable captain, this time, could you please be a bit more dependable? Since we're heading to Sky Island, just hand me the map and compass. We could go directly without the need to detour to Gaia Island, which is notoriously chaotic. If I knew where Sky Island was, I wouldn't be exerting myself so much. What? You truly are as unreliable as ever. We've arrived at Gaia Island. Up ahead should be the town of Magic Valley. But speaking of which, Captain, does Sky Island really exist? Nina maneuvered the ship alongside the dock. And once they disembarked onto Gaia Island, each member of the crew could feel the palpable chaos that permeated the air. Let us not forget that my former captain was Roger, and if he claimed it existed, then it undoubtedly does. I too wish to witness this so-called historical text. Have you not noticed that I brought along my rubbing tools, even though I cannot decipher them? Dino spoke, gesturing towards the ship, which housed numerous tools capable of imprinting text, acquired from Magnetic Drum Island. He had devoted an entire month to mastering these instruments, achieving a remarkable proficiency. After all, The Sky Island harbored historical texts, a matter that must remain concealed from the world government, lest it incite global upheaval. Even with their status as the 7 warlords of the sea, they would still fall prey to the relentless pursuit of the world government's elite force, CP0. Confronted by such an enigmatic and formidable intelligence organization, Dino harbored little confidence in his ability to contend with them all, drawing from his previous life's experiences. He suspected that the ranks of this intelligence agency likely included more than just a couple of individuals possessing the strength of a Marine admiral. As the highest intelligence body of the world government and the pinnacle of combat power outside the 5 elders, their might was not to be underestimated. Thus, Dino resolved to first imprint the texts regarding their content as secondary. He could later consult Robin or, perhaps upon awakening his ability to hear the voices of all things, discern their meaning. Ah, you lot, are you new pirates in these waters? This ship seems rather decent. Why not relinquish it to us? At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals, each with a menacing demeanor and armed weapons, approached Dino and his companions. Indeed, this chaotic area is as dreadful as the rumors suggest. Dino remarked, "Yes, I harbor a grudge against this place. It was here that I was abducted." Nina's voice resonated with indignation. Dino and the others were taken aback. While they were aware of the circumstances surrounding Nina and Dino's meeting, they had never learned of the location where Nina had been taken aboard the pirate ship. Now that they understood it had occurred here, Nina's anger became evident. "Very well, in that case, shall we allow you to vent your frustrations on these individuals? Whether you choose to slay them or not is entirely up to you. I have no stake in your decision. However, bear in mind, they are pirates, not innocent civilians." In Dino's eyes, there was a glimmer of murderous intent. His principle was to avoid harming the innocent, yet it was evident that these fierce and malicious pirates, each radiating an aura of hostility and bloodlust, belonged to the category of those who kill without hesitation. These ruffians were not deserving of meeting their end at my hands. With a single strike, I could easily dispatch them, and whether they lived or died was a matter of fate. Nina spoke as she advanced, while the pirate crew, oblivious to the peril that awaited them, continued their insolent banter. A few of the pirates, upon seeing Nina, even dared to make lewd remarks. "Hee. With such a beautiful girl, why not join us? We promise to make you exceedingly happy every day. Ha 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 indeed. Our skills are top-notch and will surely provide you with immense pleasure. Oh, look over there, there's another girl. She seems to be a gem as well. TSK. What a stroke of luck." The pirates were unabashedly vulgar, while Nina's eyes blazed with ferocity. Her hands transformed into a shadowy hue, evidently enveloped in the powerful aura of hockey. "You filthy wretches should not dare to call yourselves pirates, for you lack the merit." Nina assumed a combat stance, her form reflecting the training she had undergone, which was not in vain. Lacking professional guidance, she had adapted her innate talent and physicality to develop her own combat techniques. At that moment, she was ready. "Haha, this girl has some fire in her. I like it. Bring her to me unscathed." Captain, it seems they are from the 7 warlords, and the bounty on that girl is, a subordinate gulped nervously, stammering, 300 million. "What? And that bounty belongs to the captain. This woman must be the violent woman Nina, with a bounty of 170 million berries." Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Upon hearing these words, both the onlookers and the pirates fell silent, for the subordinates' own bounty barely exceeded 50 million berries. Even if the entire crew's bounties were combined, they would not surpass 100 million. Not to mention their inability to contend with the Black King. Upon hearing the golden-haired beauty's bounty, they were already trembling in fear. Sister, can I call you boss? Spare our lives. I beg you, I implore you." With no shred of dignity, the pirates knelt down, wailing and pleading for mercy. Nina felt a wave of nausea at the sight, while Dino, observing from behind, shook his head in disapproval. "Act according to your own will. Such scum of the seas are abundant. Not everyone can rightfully call themselves a pirate. Those without dreams ultimately meet such a fate." Hearing Dino's words, Nina took a deep breath and delivered a punch into the air. In an instant, a massive crater appeared behind the 10 or so pirates, a testament to the formidable power of Nina's punch. Dino shook his head, aware that Nina had shown restraint. After all, these individuals had begun to plead for mercy. Despite her formidable nature, she was not inherently cruel, and he understood that they had narrowly escaped this ordeal. Had Dino intervened, he would have undoubtedly inflicted severe harm upon them, yet this was Nina's decision to make, and he felt no right to interfere. For he was not a man of excessive ruthlessness. In this world, where survival often necessitates a certain degree of heartlessness, it is equally vital to preserve the remnants of compassion within oneself. Thus, Dino felt a sense of satisfaction with Nina's choice this time. His shaking of the head was merely in response to the ferocity of her punches, without the aid of a devil fruit ability. Even the most powerful of strikes would merely resemble that of carp, capable of collapsing a room, but unless one could deliver a blow with true precision, sheer power would ultimately be futile. Therefore, while martial artists possess great strength in isolation, they cannot rival the destructive capacity of those endowed with devil fruit powers. It was indeed unexpected that a distinguished warlord of the sea would grace our humble tavern. What an honor! The proprietor is exceedingly gracious with such delectable offerings. How could I possibly miss this opportunity? I have long heard tales from others, and thus, my visit to Gaia Island serves two purposes, one of which is to savor the culinary delights here. As Dino savored his meal, he remarked that his crew shared the same contentment. The dishes here, though lacking the finesse of Irish cuisine, offered a delightful variety, and the occasional change of flavors proved quite enjoyable. So, my guest, what is your second objective? He inquired. His curiosity piqued. After all, the presence of the 7 warlords here is quite a significant affair. However, if it's a matter of confidentiality, consider my question forgotten, he chuckled. The second objective is to seek the upward currents, leading to the Sky Island. Without these currents, the coordinates to the Sky Island remain elusive, which poses quite a challenge. Dino expressed his ambitions without the slightest hesitation, deeming it an inconsequential matter. However, as soon as his words left his lips, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The glass that the proprietor had been meticulously polishing slipped from his grasp, shattering into a myriad of fragments upon the floor. Excuse me, dear guest. Are you referring to the Sky Island? Dino took a final bite of his meal and then, with a wide grin, remarked, Indeed, it is the Sky Island. A deathly silence enveloped the tavern. The patrons, including the proprietor, dared not speak above a whisper. Most bore expressions of shock, while a few discordant chuckles reached their ears. The laughter, though not loud, was unmistakably clear to the members of the Black King Pirates, all of whom had mastered the art of observation hockey. They could discern the mocking remarks from the shadows. Ha ha, did you hear that? They wish to visit the Sky Island. What a fanciful notion. One scoffed. Indeed. Do they believe themselves to be the 7 warlords, capable of anything? Even the emperors do not dare to speak of the Sky Island, yet here they are, claiming they will go. How utterly laughable. Shoo, keep your voice down, lest they hear us, another cautioned. Bah, I refuse to believe they can hear us from this distance, came the retort. As this group of pirates continued their jesting, the table suddenly splintered into fragments, while Dino remained seated, utterly unmoved. His expression, though seemingly jovial, betrayed a simmering anger that the others could sense. Not only Dino, but had he not been restraining Nina's hand at that moment, she would have charged out in fury. Given her temperament, she could hardly endure such ridicule. As for Indel, Jess, and Erland, though they too felt varying degrees of indignation, they suppressed their outrage under Dino's silent command, refraining from confronting the mockers. Perhaps it was time. Dino rose, gently squeezing Nina's soft hand. She shot him a brief glare before pulling away, yet Dino paid her no mind and continued, What you deem non-existent may very well exist. Just as you dismiss the existence of Laugh-Tale, leading you to forego any desire to seek it. As for the Sky Island, your disbelief renders it non-existent in your minds. But who knows? Who can say whether anyone has ever reached the Sky Island? This world is vast, and your narrow perspective prevents you from truly appreciating the grandeur of the sea. When Dino spoke these words, he was enveloped in tranquility. His anger had dissipated completely. After delivering his remarks, he promptly exited the tavern, gazing at the overcast sky before meandering away. Meanwhile, his crew cast fierce glares at the gossiping pirates, providing a subtle warning. The pirates fell silent, stricken with fear, unwilling to utter another word. At that moment, the tavern owner, after a brief contemplation, called out loudly, Lord Black Emperor, if you truly wish to inquire about the Sky Island, seek out the united forces of the Monkey Mountain. They may possess knowledge of when the ascending current will manifest. Ah, thank you very much. Dino had long departed, yet he still heard the voice of his employer. He expressed his gratitude, his tone resonant and deep, startling those who harbored ulterior motives. They could only smile wryly as they resumed tidying up the remnants of food and drink before them. The united forces of Yenshan, is it? It seems I must seek them out after all. At this moment, Dino had arrived at the dock, seeking the whereabouts of the Ape Mountain Coalition. His purpose for being here was to ascertain their precise location and, incidentally, to acquire some gold bars as a form of remuneration. Those familiar with the original narrative are well aware that the members of the Ape Mountain Coalition have a profound affection for gold. This is not merely avarice. It is a genuine admiration, devoid of ulterior motives. Furthermore, Dino possessed a faint recollection of the Ape Mountain Coalition, albeit one that was not particularly vivid. Alas, how is it that we still cannot locate them? With both my and Indel's observation hockey, it seems futile. Where could they possibly be hiding? Dino was not merely inquiring among the local residents about the matters concerning the Mountain Alliance. Through his collaboration with Intil, the entire situation of Gaia Island unfolded vividly in his mind. At this moment, both he and Intil felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. After all, this was their inaugural joint utilization of such formidable observation hockey, and having sustained it for 2 continuous hours, their physical stamina remained relatively intact. Yet their mental exhaustion was considerable. At this juncture, Dino began to grasp why some individuals, despite possessing the capability of observation hockey that could envelop an entire island, chose not to employ it. In short bursts, it posed no issues, but over extended periods, the mental toll was profoundly draining, a common affliction among many. Consequently, Dino grew increasingly curious about how Enel cultivated his observation hockey, which he referred to as MindNet. Enveloping the entirety of Skypiea was no small feat. Although the amplification from the rumble fruit played a role, the disparity was still significant. Ultimately, it boiled down to innate talent. Some individuals awakened their observation hockey with vast ranges, while others remained confined to smaller extents. As for Dino, while his observation hockey was indeed remarkable, he belonged to the third category. Similar to Inel, his hockey's intensity and range were enhanced by the devil fruit powers, combined with his natural aptitude. This enabled him to attain such a level of observation hockey. Ah ha 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 ha. It appears those fellows are nowhere to be found. Truly. Where could this group from the Monkey Mountain Alliance be? They surely must not be on Gaia Island. Well then, if that is the case, let us activate Plan 2. With great vigor, Dino proclaimed, gesturing grandly for everyone to board the vessel. However, his crew, taken aback, followed him onto the ship only to find themselves in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to do next. Captain, do we have a plan B? Just inquired hesitantly. For their previous strategy had relied on the ascending currents to ascertain the true location of the Sky Island. Doubts crept in as Jess wondered if he had missed any mention of an alternative plan. It was not just him. All the crew members wore expressions of confusion, eagerly awaiting Dino's response. Ah ha ha ha. As for Plan B, I just conceived it moments ago. After all, I am the user of the vector fruit. Why not simply ascend with the ship? Perhaps the speed may be a tad brisk, and the exact location might elude us, but if we circle around a bit, we are bound to spot something, are we not? Ah ha ha ha. Dino felt a twinge of embarrassment under the gaze of so many people, as this was an unexpected circumstance for him. His purpose in coming here was to find someone capable of guiding them to the location of the rising currents. Unfortunately, the entirety of this day had been squandered without uncovering any useful leads, which is why Dino had resorted to this approach. Indeed, your unreliability persists. Yet I have grown accustomed to it over time. Standing beside Dino, Nina gently tousled the ends of her golden hair before securing it neatly, casting a smile in his direction. Ah, it's quite a rarity to see you, little one. Now, everyone, pay attention. The Black Pearl is ready for takeoff. Ha ha ha. With a joyful smile, Dino watched as the Black Pearl soared into the sky, leaving the inhabitants of Gaia Island in astonishment. Oh, why did I ponder so much before? How ridiculous that seems. He chuckled, while Endur's emotions were a blend of tension and exhilaration. For she had often heard tales of the Sky Island. In her childhood fairy tales, such stories were abundant. Jace, flushed with excitement, looked as though he might be gasping for air. I shall prepare a midnight snack, he declared. Ireland wore an uncontainable smile, readying herself to celebrate with the others as they approached the Sky Island. In contrast, Nina appeared rather calm, remarking, at times, you proved to be quite useful. You unreliable captain. As the night wore on, their journey to the Sky Island continued, though they had yet to arrive. After all, the heavens have never been a realm easily traversed by humanity. Although the sky seemed within reach, its vast expanse remained a distant allure. It mirrored the ocean in its elusiveness, a domain that humans longed to conquer, drawing them into its enchanting embrace. This was the aspiration of the pirate crew, to transcend the ocean and ascend to the skies, a journey from the depths of the sea to the heights of the heavens. Wow, this is incredible. The ocean stretches endlessly below, and the sky is simply breathtaking. Endur exclaimed, gripping the railing to prevent herself from falling, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed around. Not just she, but everyone, including Nina and Dino, shared this sentiment, for they had never reached such heights. Even during their encounter with the Golden Lion, they had only been about 3,000 meters above sea level. Yet now, they were nearly 10,000 meters in the air, where the ocean appeared as an expansive blue. And Gaia Island and ships had vanished from sight. This lofty altitude filled them with longing, as soft, moist clouds enveloped them, and birds soared freely at this great height, seemingly welcoming their presence as they drew near. It seems the sky indeed welcomes us, Endur mused. Dino sat at the bow of the ship, his hands immersed in the clouds, reveling in their soft embrace, feeling utterly at ease. However, in the blink of an eye, a sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering the clouds like wisps of smoke, only to be replaced by ominous blackness. Huh, Captain, did you cast a spell with that mouth of yours? How can you be so unreliable? At that moment, Jess could not help but voice his disdain. Previously, like everyone else, he had been admiring the picturesque scenery, but now, in an instant, the pristine clouds had vanished, giving way to the foreboding dark clouds ahead. Meanwhile, Dino scratched his head, gazing at the encroaching gloom, and abruptly rose to his feet, shouting, everyone, return to your cabins. We are about to face a tempest of rain and lightning, and to ensure no one gets injured, I must accelerate our escape. Dino had not yet finished speaking when his crew had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, he resembled a fool. Awaiting a response from his crew, he refrained from utilizing his observation hockey, and after nearly 10 seconds of silence, he turned to look back, only to discover that the deck was entirely deserted. These scoundrels, do they truly disregard their captain so? He scoffed. Just wait until I deduct your wages. Oh dear. The captain is going to dock our pay, how terrifying. One might jest, though truth be told, had the captain ever actually compensated them? It seemed not. Employing his observation hockey, Dino could distinctly hear Nina's voice from the lounge, filled with various jabs and mockery directed at him. Haha, indeed, it appears we haven't, chimed in Jess. Is it truly appropriate for us to speak of the captain in such a manner? Questioned the innocent Minty. Fear not, he possesses a magnanimous spirit. Unperturbed by a few words, and besides, he cannot. Oh, my observation hockey and the captains have collided. He heard that, remarked Ireland, initially maintaining a light-hearted tone that gradually shifted to one of discomfort. Let them amuse themselves. However, this storm has arrived quite opportunely. I shall charge forth to prevent any further mishaps. Ha. Truly remarkable. I never anticipated I would be this formidable. At this moment, Dino gazed at the tempest of dark clouds below, his laughter reminiscent of a child's, hands resting on his hips, seemingly unbothered by his tattered attire, disheveled hair, or the singe patches on his skin. He stood at the bow of the ship, surveying the storm with an awe reserved for nature's formidable power. The might of the elements, particularly in conjunction with the fierce storms of the Grand Line, was not to be underestimated. Dino had exerted considerable effort merely to emerge from the chaos. Though the duration was brief, it had drained a substantial portion of his strength. Akin to engaging in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, contending with the forces of nature felt like resisting a grand general. However, human strength has its limits. While nature knows no bounds, the upper threshold of natural power remains an enigma. With those who dare to defy it often facing defeat, a lesson echoed in the history of the Golden Lion's fleet during its clash with Roger. Over 100 vessels were obliterated by the storm, a loss that compelled the Golden Lion to withdraw from the competition against Roger and Whitebeard. This tempest was even more severe than the volcanic eruption Dino had previously encountered. In that instance, he merely needed to maintain a defensive stance. But this time he had to charge through, sustaining significant injuries. For instance, 2 of his ribs were fractured. Although they could be healed later, the pain was excruciating. The force of the lightning was immense, leaving Dino to ponder how it compared to Enel's rumble fruit. Ultimately, the raw power of nature was beyond his capacity to withstand entirely through his fruit's abilities, allowing him to counter only about 70% of it. His fruit's defensive capabilities, while formidable, were not solely dedicated to protection, and typically, he would retaliate after absorbing such damage. Yet, faced with the storm clouds, he could only adopt a passive defensive stance, a torment he never wished to experience again. He had attempted to harness the power of thunder for a counterattack, but his efforts had resulted in nothing more than dissipating into thin air. For nearly 15 minutes, Dino had devoted himself to fully utilizing his fruit's powers, not only to safeguard himself but also to protect the Black Pearl, his crucial companion. The thought of the ship sustaining damage weighed heavily on him, given the exorbitant repair costs. Alas, you do look quite bedraggled. You should wash up. You've earned it, Nina said, appearing gently behind Dino with a large coat, draping it over his shoulders. Dino regarded her silently before stepping inside. Little did he know, he looked rather dashing in this state. Nina, watching him enter the room, recalled the striking image of him standing amidst the lightning, a sight that had captivated not only her, but also Endil, as well as Jace and Erland, who admired him greatly. As the Black Pearl ascended into the sky, the distance from the sea became immeasurable, yet they had reached an altitude of nearly 20,000 meters. At this point, Jace and Endil were suffering from altitude sickness, lying in their beds, while the others, though also feeling the effects, managed to endure due to their superior physical conditioning. After all, Jace and Endil possessed the least robust physiques among them. Endil fared better, but Jace was the subject of much teasing from Erland. Initially, Erland's strength had not matched Jace's, but over time, they had reached parity. And now it was evident that Jace's physical prowess paled in comparison to Erland's, further impacting his morale. Thus began another lengthy, yet engaging, flight. Dino and his companions found themselves beneath a blanket of white clouds, with Nina and the others looking at Dino with exasperation, while he wore an expression of deep contemplation. I had forgotten. I recall there being a stretch of white sea here. This could spell trouble. I need to devise a plan to navigate through this white sea. Dino stroked the back of his head, wearing an expression of deep contemplation, while the others collectively sighed, culminating in Nina's sarcastic remarks. Truly, it was no surprise that their unreliable captain had managed to create several predicaments in just a day. Nina and her companions felt utterly despondent, yet they found themselves powerless. For Dino was indeed their captain. Consequently, they could only await Dino's ingenuity, as they knew they could not navigate this place on their own. The group had relied on Intel's abilities to extend their Conqueror's hockey, but the vast expanse of white clouds appeared to stretch infinitely. Even Dino found himself at a loss. The endless white ocean was precisely what inspired its name, the White Sea. This cloud sea was a first for them, an astonishing spectacle, and it was no wonder the captain sought an updraft. Without such a force, one could hardly tread upon the realm of the Sky Islands. The cloud sea served as the first natural barrier. Jesse pondered aloud, and the others nodded in agreement, subsequently casting their gazes back at Dino. Hey, why are you all looking at me? Let us brainstorm together, shall we? Otherwise, we might have to spend the night up here in the clouds. You've brought this upon yourself with your unreliability, so you can figure it out, our dear captain. Intel stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, while Dino truly appeared troubled. Indeed, this was a genuine cloud sea. He had only heard tales of these bizarre formations where volcanic salt crystals amalgamated at high altitudes, possessing characteristics akin to the ocean. Captain, your abilities will be of no use here. Nina chuckled mischievously, which only served to further aggravate Dino. However, her subsequent words sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, we could deliberately leverage your powers for a surge. Since your abilities cannot manifest in water, the ship will naturally come to a halt midway through the thrust. But I can utilize the energy stored in the lower deck as a propellant to launch the Black Pearl above the surface. Though Nina often teased Dino, her suggestions were invariably practical. Dino hastened to charge the energy systems in the ship's lower deck. All right, are we ready to set sail? Remember, have all the sails prepared. Stow the pirate flag, and ensure all doors and windows are secured. Otherwise, we might face a deluge. Dino methodically organized the tasks for everyone. After approximately half an hour, once everything was meticulously arranged, they returned to the cabin. Dino gently maneuvered the Black Pearl a short distance backward. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his hands were enveloped in armament hockey as he exerted his abilities through the ship's hull. This marked his inaugural attempt, for he had never tested his powers through an obstruction before. It was akin to striking a cow across a mountain. It did not harm the object in front of him in the slightest, yet he could deliver a powerful blow to whatever lay beyond. Focus, concentrate, Dino murmured to himself. Alone in the quiet, for he sought tranquility. Otherwise, should he damage the bottom of the cabin, it would surely lead to a tumultuous situation. After about 10 minutes, Dino suddenly sensed an inexplicable feeling emanating from his abilities. This sensation was beyond verbal description, akin to the moment he rescued Dasky, albeit without the intensity of that experience. Indeed, could this be a harbinger of the awakening of his powers? It seems that my training has borne some fruit, however, at this pace. It may still require at least 3 to 4 years for the full realization of my abilities. But for now, I must focus on getting the ship moving. Dino spoke, unmindful of the surging energy within him, for this method indeed tested the extent of his control. Although his abilities had reached their zenith, leaving only the path of awakening ahead, he soon realized that meticulous control of one's powers was the very essence of cultivating the awakening of his fruit abilities. While he remained uncertain about other paths to awakening, he was acutely aware that he had discovered a means to further his training. Thus, disregarding the potential for injury, he focused solely on preserving this sensation and, with unwavering determination, unleashed a powerful strike to propel the Black Pearl skyward. It was time to test out a new technique, air burst. After much contemplation, Dino's lips bled profusely. He then crossed his hands, placing them together before him. No immediate transformation occurred, yet blood began to pour from his hands. Remarkable, indeed. This technique rivals even the full-force strike of that old coot, carp, capable of shattering mountains. However, for me at this moment, this maneuver can only serve as a trump card. Dino, his strength utterly depleted, gently lowered himself to the ground, a smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, Nina and the others remained in the room, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they gazed at the colossal crack that gradually manifested in the air at the ship's stern. Was this the captain's power? It felt perilously ominous. Intuitively, Endur shrank back, while Jess and Erla nodded in agreement with her sentiments. Nina, however, wore an expression of complexity before departing from the scene. Jess, you take the helm of the Black Pearl for a moment. I shall investigate the captain and the ship's lower deck. Just as Nina opened the doors to the lower deck, she suddenly felt unsteady on her feet. The immense tear had collapsed in an instant, and the tremendous backlash propelled the Black Pearl directly into the sea of clouds. This maneuver, executed in the air, lacked any reference point to gauge its true power. However, those on Gaia Island below sensed the sky darkening ominously, soon witnessing the emergence of a gigantic whirlpool nearby. This whirlpool appeared without warning, claiming the lives of numerous pirates, and its manifestation coincided precisely with the moment Dino unleashed his air burst. You reckless fool, you've injured yourself again. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Nina, steadying herself against a nearby support beam, approached Dino, who lay on the ground with wounds marring his arms, yet a smile gracing his lips. Ah ha ha ha. I've discovered a method to advance my strength. These injuries are mere trifles, nothing but superficial wounds. My fruit abilities will awaken within 4 years at the latest. Just wait. Ha ha ha. I'll be fully capable of contending with admirals and the 4 emperors, Dino declared with unwavering confidence. Nina paused momentarily, then shook her head as she helped him to his feet. Together, they leaned against the support beam in silence, one lost in foolish laughter, while the other revealed a rare, tender gaze. For years, you say? How long would it take to grow strong enough to defeat or even kill her? I cannot do it myself, so I must rely on you, my captain. Nina's mind churned with thoughts unknown to Dino as she contemplated her next move, eventually closing her eyes. Yet, just before doing so, a fleeting glimpse of a previously unseen malice flickered across her features. Dino, however, oblivious to her turmoil, remained unaware of the extent of her inner conflict. His current state was that of a wounded soldier, physically and mentally drained, incapable of even standing. With the ship's stability still in question, he could do nothing but rest for now, awaiting the moment when the Black Pearl would burst forth from the sea of clouds, at which point, all would return to normalcy. Although they could not perceive the force of Dino's maneuver, the resultant reaction was indeed formidable, propelling the Black Pearl to a distance perilously close to the ocean's surface. Despite a deceleration in speed, they were greeted by a glimmer of light. Heh, Sky Island. Here we come. Jess bellowed exuberantly, subsequently activating the jet propulsion feature of the Black Pearl, soaring into the heavens and reaching the expanse of the White Sea. However, despair soon enveloped them as they beheld yet another layer of cloud cover above. At that moment, Dino sensed the Black Pearl had come to a halt. His eyes widened in trepidation as he stammered, there's something I neglected to mention. Please convey this for me. I am currently unable to move. Nina, perplexed by Dino's expression, soon grasped the situation and gave him a disdainful eye roll accompanied by a middle finger gesture. You see, at this altitude of 3,000 meters above the White Sea, there exists a sky ocean. Only by traversing that expanse can we reach the true Sky Island. Truly an unreliable captain you are. Very well, I shall assist you up there, lest I ascend alone and be accused of personal vendetta for leaving you behind. Hey? How could you think such a thing of me, Nina? I am, after all, remarkably charming, beloved by all, immensely capable, and still youthful. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? Hey, don't just laugh. Speak up. I'm not that kind of person. ISNT at you who knows yourself best, my reliable captain. Bang. The Black Pearl burst through the ocean's surface, crashing down heavily and sending up a cascade of water. Due to the instability of the vessel, it swayed precariously. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall overboard. Should you do so, it would truly be the end. Dino cautiously grasped the railing at the edge of the boat, his face adorned with a wild and unrestrained smile. The scenery here was breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that he felt an urge to burst into song. However, he held back, fully aware that his own singing was a torment to the ears, even to his own. Thus, while Dino may lack many virtues, he possessed a commendable self-awareness. This must be the true Sky Island, our reliable captain, Nina remarked as she approached, her gaze sweeping over the stunning landscape and the magnificent buildings in the distance. Her expression one of wistful admiration. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, she could not help but be enchanted by the beauty surrounding her, especially in this ethereal realm where the scenery was nothing short of splendid. Consequently, she found no inclination to criticize Dino. Higi, that ahead must be the gate of heaven. It truly appears to be a remarkably beautiful door. It is aptly named. Dino gazed towards the island ahead, where a grand door stood as the sole passage to the Sky Island, vigilantly guarded by an elderly woman. She was of considerable age, long past her youthful days. Her hair fashioned into two peculiar little buns atop her head, and her diminutive, stooped figure was further accentuated by a pair of tiny wings sprouting from her back. Captain, could that old woman be an angel? One queried. An angel? How could she be so old? Do angels truly exist in this world? Intel's questions hung in the air, soon joined by the astonished expressions of Jess and the urban denizens of Ireland, who also noticed the old woman. Even Nina, typically aloof, was momentarily taken aback. Though she merely cast a fleeting glance to maintain her proud demeanor, yet her ears perked up attentively. Angels? There are no such beings. She is merely a resident of the Sky Island, endowed by nature with her little wings, exclaimed another with a hearty laugh. As Dino laughed heartily, the boat finally arrived at the shore. Is there truly a vessel? How remarkable. It appears that you all are also destined for the realm of the gods, remarked an elderly woman. The realm of the gods, you say? How amusing. Indeed, we are bound for the realm of the gods. Dino laughed heartily, and the eyes of Nina and the others sparkled with excitement. Is it the heavenly realm? I want to go. Endure, being but a child. Upon hearing the name of the divine kingdom, could not contain her imagination and began to shout exuberantly about wanting to go. Meanwhile, the elderly woman squinted her already small eyes and remarked, Is that so? Then it will be 1 billion Agus coins for each person. What? 1 billion? Nina, do not be overly excited. Dino seized Nina, who was on the verge of losing control, while the others stood in astonishment. For the sheer magnitude of the situation was truly staggering. It is important to note that the combined bounty on all the individuals aboard their vessel amounted to a mere 500 million, and that was merely the original bounty. Furthermore, their ship's assets were only a few hundred million berries, far from the colossal figure of 1 billion. Thus, Nina, with her vacant stare, fixated on Dino, eager to discern his intentions, while the others mirrored her sentiment, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed at him. Do not panic, everyone. Remain calm, Dino reassured, clapping his hands with a smile. Agus coins are not the same as berries. 10 billion Agus coins equate to merely 100,000 berries. In total, the 5 of us amount to 500,000 berries. But what? Dino paused momentarily, revealing a mysterious expression that initially relieved them but soon rekindled their apprehension. Yet, we are pirates, after all. Why should we pay to enter? Would it not be more fitting to stride in boldly and openly? Oh. Nina and the others were taken aback, astonished that Dino would utter such words, especially in the presence of the elderly woman. They watched as Dino waved his hand and, after a moment's hesitation, they decided to follow him inside. However, upon entering, they discovered that nothing seemed amiss. The elderly woman merely picked up a peculiar object that shimmered briefly before she disregarded them entirely. Is it truly acceptable for us to have entered like this? Miss Endur felt a twinge of unease, aware that others might not recognize the object in the elderly woman's hands. Yet, she knew all too well that it was a camera, the very device responsible for capturing the photographs that adorned the newsprint. Dino and Nina were certainly aware. And as for Erlen, he was well informed too, but it was Jess who remained oblivious, believing that the photograph on the wanted poster was a hand-drawn illustration. This revelation was gradually disclosed to Jess later. Rest assured, all is well, and our ship will be looked after meticulously. However, one thing, have you all locked the doors and windows? Yes, everything is secured, worry not. Indil proudly patted her modest bosom, beaming with confidence. Dino chuckled heartily, and soon the group set forth towards the destination known as the Isle of Gods, albeit with heightened vigilance. For not far from them, a multitude of figures had emerged. Were they invaders? Wingless? Were they akin to that creature, Eniro? Most likely. But Eniro had foolishly attempted to challenge the divine and was probably meeting his demise at the hands of the priest by now. What a deluded individual. Indeed. These wingless monstrosities disregarded our god entirely, a truly pitiful lot unworthy of sympathy. There were over 10 individuals, all mounted on a peculiar vehicle capable of traversing the sea of clouds, resembling a motorbike, in the Sky Islands. This contraption was referred to as Weba, and it soared across the clouds with remarkable speed. Are they foes? Nina inquired, observing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the approaching figures, each brandishing weapons and advancing with menacing intentions. While they could be deemed adversaries, there was no need for idle chatter, since we had gathered intelligence. It was prudent to head directly towards our objective and avoid unnecessary entanglements with them. Well, what is this contraption? It moves so swiftly. Indil exclaimed with exhilaration as she piloted the Weba, easily outpacing everyone else, even leaving Dino and Nina feeling somewhat inferior. It must be said, Indil exhibited remarkable talent in maneuvering the Weba. Her ability to drift, accelerate, and execute stylish turns was impressive, leaving Dino, who intended to showcase his skills, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is called Weba. But, Indil, slow down, don't fall into the water. You are a fruit user, take it easy. Dino initially believed that with his fruit abilities, he could showcase his skills. However, he was taken aback to discover that his driving prowess was still abysmal, rendering him incapable of impressing anyone and nearly leading to a disastrous overturn. Had it not been for Nina's quick reflexes in realigning his Weba, he would have indeed toppled over. Meanwhile, the others drove with utmost caution, fearful of veering off course. Yet, only Indil exhibited a carefree demeanor, maneuvering with a level of skill that belied his novice status, leaving the onlookers in a state of trepidation. Ultimately, despite the harrowing experience, they all arrived safely at the Island of the Gods. This island is a forbidden territory for the inhabitants of the Sky Island, a realm where the angels dwell, and entry is strictly prohibited. Despite the existence of unique land therein, the ground has evolved into an object of reverence within the Sky Island, where its residents worship the deity known as Earth. Nonetheless, this is a place they would never dare to tread, for it is the abode of the divine ruler of the entire Sky Island, Gonfol. The prowess of this god is commendable, comparable to that of a naval rear admiral or midshipman in strength. Presently, Gonfol stands at the zenith of his power. Unlike the year when Luffy set sail, when he was already in a state of decline. Back then, Gonfol may have even been weaker than a rear admiral. But now, apart from lacking the ability to wield haki, there is little to criticize about him. At least, in the Sky Island. There exists no rival to him aside from Inaru. Moreover, this elder possesses a relatively kind heart, far more benevolent than Inaru in later times, for under Inaru's reign, the Sky Island would descend into turmoil, not due to any other reason, but because the former residents scorned him, labeling him a monster, which incited a pure desire for revenge that ultimately distorted his character. Dino and his companions had previously overheard the guard's remarks and were aware that Inaru had successfully attained his goals. Initially, they had intended to seek out Inaru after discovering the historical texts. However, it appeared they had saved considerable effort, thanks to the unconscious guards stationed near the gates of the Divine Realm, who provided both transportation and intelligence. Otherwise, locating Inaru would not have been a simple task. The scenery was indeed magnificent, yet there was an unsettling sensation of the ground trembling beneath them. Suddenly, as Indil spoke, a thunderclap erupted from the sky, startling them all. What is this? Thunder from a clear sky? This is truly ill-timed. I nearly fell into the sea. Jess exclaimed, visibly irritated. For the thunder had disrupted his cautious descent from the Weba, almost causing him to plunge headfirst into the ocean. Thankfully, Erlen's quick action saved him from such a fate. This was no ordinary thunder. They could sense a powerful presence engaged in battle nearby. Remember my words about the existence of a deity in the Sky Island? The individual wielding thunder seeks to claim that title, but this time he shall undoubtedly fail, for we have arrived, and that person is my chosen companion. As Dino laughed heartily, the others activated their observation haki, feeling a surge of astonishment as they beheld an individual transformed into lightning, wreaking havoc upon the island. In the vicinity of his assaults, a figure mounted upon a terrifying, flying pink-spotted horse charged at him. Yet each attack proved futile against the strength derived from the most formidable Logia-type devil fruit, the Rumble fruit. Is this a Logia-type devil fruit? Just like those wielded by the three admirals? Jess questioned incredulously, turning to Dino with exaggerated disbelief. Is this fellow truly the companion you have chosen, Captain? With such immense power, can he be persuaded to join us? He possesses the same abilities as the three admirals. Oh, ha. Fear not. For I possess a method to recruit him onto my ship. Our immediate goal is to approach him and deliver a thorough beating. For this fellow certainly took me by surprise. Dino spoke, then swiftly ran towards that direction, employing the moonwalk technique. The others quickly followed suit, as the Navy 6 styles, including both paper drawing and moonwalk, were fundamental skills they had all mastered first. This made their progress considerably more convenient. However, shortly after Dino and his companions departed, a group arrived, riding a variant of the Wibba, a vessel capable of traversing the sea. Unlike the traditional Wibba, their craft was more visually striking, capable of both ground movement and aerial flight, albeit not as swift on land. Hey, Weebo, did you hear that sound just now? It sounded like thunder. But it's a clear day. Where could that thunder be coming from? Kamachili remarked, sensing something amiss. Indeed, we should exercise caution. Those priests are formidable opponents, and we must conserve our strength to confront Gonfol. Today, while their divine guardians are incapacitated by unknown forces, presents a perfect opportunity to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. At that moment, Weebo appeared serious, preparing to lead the team forward when a colossal mountain peak suddenly emerged before them, startling everyone. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing their eardrums to ache as they exchanged incredulous glances. What was that? Is that Enel? I acknowledge your power. How about becoming my grand priest? This way, you would hold the highest authority on this sky island, second only to me. An elder, fearsome in appearance, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, sat atop a vividly spotted pink steed. His face was flushed, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, indicating his exhaustion. Haha, Gonfol, I, Enel, am the true god. You, a mere pretender, should have stepped down long ago. I possess the genuine power of divinity, and thus, you and your despicable mortals shall be ruled by me. Prepare to die, you lowly false god. Blasphemer. Accept the divine retribution from me, 3 million volts. A towering figure, bare-chested and with a menacing visage, wrapped his head in a white scarf, which concealed dreadlocks and elongated earlobes adorned with earrings. He carried a thunder drum on his back, donned golden rings on his fingers, and wielded a golden staff. His lower half was clad in lantern pants, with bare feet adorned by toe rings. This seemingly outlandish individual sent the island's god fleeing in panic. Let me deliver the final blow, 30 million volts. A deafening thunderclap erupted, enveloping Gonfol in a blinding light, leaving him with no means of escape. Oh, are you two enjoying yourselves? Just as despair settled in, a somewhat flippant voice interjected between the two. Enel's 30 million volts were effortlessly neutralized by an unknown force, leaving him utterly bewildered, as it was his first encounter with someone capable of countering his powers so effortlessly. Fortunately for him, Dino had no intention of ending his life. Otherwise, Enel, at just over 20, would have been swiftly defeated due to his lack of combat experience. Meanwhile, Nina and her companions arrived at the scene. In the sky, a total of 7 individuals stood between Gonfol and Enel, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Is this unrefined individual truly the companion you vouch for, Captain? He seems rather lacking. Nina couldn't help but scoff. Enel, upon hearing Nina's words, was instantly enraged as he loathed being mocked, having grown up in an environment that bred such resentment. What did you say, woman? How dare you insult me? Allow me to demonstrate my divine might. 3 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel bellowed, and with a crackling sound from the sky, an enormous thunder beast manifested behind him. Without hesitation, the colossal creature charged towards Dino and his group, until Jess and Iron, feeling the overwhelming force of the attack, turned pale. The pure support crew member, Until, was clearly outmatched. Jess and Iron compared their strengths and realized they could not withstand such an onslaught, as both its speed and the might of the lightning were formidable. Humph, a god? Merely that. Nina snorted, her right hand darkening as she struck the thunder beast, causing it to dissipate into nothingness, leaving her hand only slightly singed. Dino, however, noticed the barely perceptible surprise in her expression and chuckled. So, the taste of thunder is not pleasant, is it? Haha, this fellow is the user of the thunder fruit. A natural type. If one were to endure it head-on, even with hockey, one would still sustain injuries unless their hockey were on par with carps. Otherwise, it's prudent to avoid direct confrontation. Nina, unusually, nodded in agreement without retort. It wasn't that she did not wish to dispute, rather, her hand had gone numb from the electric shock, and inexplicably, her tongue felt the same. To maintain her pride, Nina opted not to embarrass herself publicly, choosing instead to compromise with Dino. Dino, somewhat surprised by Nina's silence, understood her disdainful glance but refrained from addressing it, wary of provoking her wrath. Impossible. I am Enel, the god. How could my divine power be thwarted by you, lowly mortals and despicable blasphemers? Prepare to perish. 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel, incredulous, unleashed a grand attack. A massive dragon of lightning materialized, coiling in the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura as it surged towards Dino and his companions. Your strength is at least on par with a Navy Rear Admiral's. Given your youth, you likely acquired your fruit not long ago. This means your potential for growth is vast, and since you claim to be a god, allow me to show you the feeling of a fish striking you once more. Dino declared, charging directly towards the colossal thunder dragon, even though the user of the thunder fruit might not possess strength surpassing his own. The might of thunder was something he had previously endured, an excruciating sensation that left one feeling numb and sore. Thus, he unleashed his own abilities, delivering a powerful punch in midair, which caused the entire thunder dragon to dissipate. In the midst of Enel's astonished expression, Dino approached him, exclaiming, "Experience this punch. I hope it allows you to perceive reality." Destructive fist. Dino, with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful punch, causing Enel to spew forth a mouthful of blood and be sent hurtling through the air. In the midst of his flight, Enel transformed into lightning, dissipating some of the force of the impact. Dino observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment. Enel's combat prowess was commendable, for despite his initial unpreparedness, he managed to mitigate the damage through his transformation into lightning upon receiving Dino's assault. This alone indicated that Enel possessed a combat talent of considerable merit, at least on par with that of Erlen, and there remained potential for further enhancement. How is this possible? My mantra has proven utterly ineffective. Mantra? That is merely a manifestation of observation hockey. You possess it, as do I, but my level surpasses yours, thus I have the means to obscure your observation hockey. Albeit partially. This is more than sufficient to contend with a deity such as yourself, who is not adept in battle. Damn it. I am a god. How could I be vanquished? This is preposterous. You, a mere mortal, shall perish. Enel, enraged by the blow to his corporeal form, transformed into lightning, moving with such velocity that Dino's naked eye could scarcely track him. Yet, all was not lost. Dino's formidable observation hockey came to the fore. With a deft motion, he reached into the void, causing ripples to emerge beside him. Subsequently, a surge of lightning was violently repelled, sending Enel reeling backward in shock, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. How is this conceivable? Ah, Enel, you are still young. Do you wish to remain here? Content in your small dominion as a lesser god? There are countless individuals of my caliber upon these vast seas, and many who surpass me. Therefore, align yourself with me. I assure you that when you return, you shall rightfully reclaim your title as the god of Skypiea. Ah, you, a mere mortal, are delusional. To think you could entice a deity like myself. Should I be swayed by your words, I would merely become the laughingstock of the heavens. Why not serve as my chief priest instead? Together, we could seize dominion over this world. You are but a frog in a well. It seems I must teach you a lesson. The old adage rings true. Unruly children often deserve a good thrashing, and you, Enel, are that unruly child. Pseudo-skyquake. Dino spoke and then unleashed a powerful punch. Enel instinctively sensed an impending danger approaching him, yet he found himself unable to transform into an element, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. This technique, though not particularly formidable within my repertoire, was a product of gradual exploration and collaboration with my mentor. In Dino's gaze, there was a glimmer of mockery, and with a slight upward curl of his lips, he continued, "This device is only effective against those endowed with the powers of natural-type fruits. For others, it is utterly ineffective. This void shock can effectively prevent natural-type fruit users from elemental transformation. Thus, your abilities are rather mediocre. Without the thunder fruit, you would struggle to even contend with Jess. Therefore, once your fruit abilities are curtailed, you become completely powerless, Enel." As Dino spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a tremendous tremor reverberating towards Enel. Unable to transform into his elemental form and lacking the armament hockey, Enel bore the full brunt of the blow. Fortunately, while the strike disrupted his abilities and prevented him from successfully elementalizing, it did not inflict significant damage, which left Dino somewhat perturbed. This technique was derived from the capabilities of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, yet it was evident that beyond restraining the elemental transformation of Logia-type fruits, its overall potency was rather inadequate. It could be said that for formidable opponents, once armament hockey is activated, this move essentially becomes ineffective. Clearly, further development of fruit abilities must be expedited, otherwise, my currently powerful techniques either require excessive charge time or lack sufficient power without it. This is quite a dilemma. Nevertheless, for the time being, engaging in a contest upon the vast ocean is entirely sufficient. Dino murmured to himself, shrouded in mystery, for no one could comprehend his actions. To the onlookers, it appeared that after delivering a powerful punch, he was lost in a daze, fixated on his own fist. Seizing the moment of Dino's distraction, Enel launched a swift counterattack. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Dino gazed at Inaru, who had transformed into a giant, and shook his head with a hint of disappointment. How utterly unyielding, he remarked. In that case, I shall resolve this matter in one fell swoop. Faux earthquake. Dino initially employed a technique to fend off Enel's assault, after all. With a staggering 200 million volts of power, it was not something he could easily endure. The sensation was reminiscent of the tempest he had previously experienced. Thus, he had no intention of braving the attack head-on. Instead, he executed a counter-strike, seizing an opportune moment that caused the colossal thunderous figure conjured by Enel to dissipate. Following this, two whirlwinds collided forcefully with Enel, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the Busashoko Haki could not envelop the abilities of his devil fruit, Dino had devised a method to entwine a layer of Haki around his own powers. Admittedly, the farther the distance, the weaker the impact would be. However, this technique was sufficient to assist his devil fruit capabilities in striking Enel's physical form. This notion had been conceived in his mind previously, but due to the absence of adversaries wielding Logia-type fruits, he lacked a reference point to ascertain its feasibility. Today, however, Dino discovered that this approach was indeed viable. Yet, as anticipated, the extent of Haki coverage was severely inadequate, resulting in only minor injuries to his opponent. Had Dino possessed Busashoka Haki comparable to that of Carp or the formidable Black Arm Zephyr, this strike would have incapacitated Enel entirely. Consequently, aside from diligently honing his devil fruit abilities, Dino recognized the necessity of training his Busashoka Haki. After all, the three forms of Haki served as an unimpeded passport within these vast seas. Ultimately, the abilities of the devil fruit were merely supplementary. No matter how potent they may be, there exists a limit. Even Whitebeard, without the Tremor fruit, was a formidable contender against Carp, and his devil fruit merely amplified his already formidable strength. Indeed, the title of the world's strongest man is not one to be taken lightly. Dino may not possess the formidable prowess of Whitebeard, yet his ambition is to surpass not only Whitebeard but also Roger, reaching heights they never attained. Thus, Dino's journey is indeed arduous and lengthy. However, being young and with time on his side, he remains unhurried. Presently, Enel serves as both a stepping stone and a subject for his experiments, though it is rather unfortunate that this subject must continue as a crew member after the experiments conclude. Let us test a new technique. Explosive. Seizing the fleeting moment, Dino gathered his energy for a formidable strike, unleashing it with fervor. In an instant, the entire island of gods began to tremble, and Gonfal's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Not far away, the battle-hardened warriors who had just arrived but remained concealed were equally struck with disbelief. What on earth is happening? The ground quaked, and the clouds above vanished entirely, while the forest before Dino lay utterly flattened. With trees obliterated and the earth churned multiple times, the devastation extended significantly, from Dino as the epicenter. A fan-shaped radius of at least 100 meters transformed into a barren desert, with sand swirling upwards at the slightest breeze. The might of a single strike was terrifying indeed. However, Dino did not envelop the entirety of his attack in Haki beforehand, not merely due to consumption concerns, but primarily because the level of his Haki was insufficient to sustain such a powerful technique. Upon being struck by this move, Enel utilized his elemental form to dissipate a considerable amount of damage. Otherwise, he would have been rendered incapable of standing. Aware of the immense power and consumption of this technique, Dino wisely chose to reserve some strength for himself. Thus, although Dino's power may not be at its zenith, overwhelming the currently incapacitated Enel poses no challenge whatsoever. How do you fare, Enel? Though my attack's coverage may not rival yours, its potency far exceeds yours, and I can strike your physical form directly. Hence, your divine title is indeed a misnomer. Furthermore, I must inform you that I hail from the sea, known to you sky dwellers as the Blue Sea. In that vast ocean, countless individuals possess strength comparable to mine, and many exceed it. So what say you? Dino approached with a smile, gazing at Eniru, who was evidently engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He stood motionless, fists clenched tightly, fixated on Dino. He dared not move, for his strength had nearly evaporated. A mere shift would send him spiraling into unconsciousness. After all, he was the divine Eniru. How could he allow himself to succumb? Thus, he bore the burden, resolutely resisting the urge to faint, yet he would not acquiesce to Dino's demands. This was his line in the sand, a matter of his own reputation at stake. The title of God was almost within his grasp, yet the individual before him had intruded, threatening to render his efforts futile. How could Eniru, who fancied himself invincible in the realm, possibly endure such indignation? Captain, we have apprehended a few petty thieves who were covertly observing us. They have been lurking behind for an unspecified duration, which we acknowledge as our oversight. However, it is of little consequence. They arrived not long ago, and the commotion I caused has inadvertently overshadowed your observation abilities, which was unavoidable. Dino waved his hand, not accepting the apologies from Jess and the others, instead shouldering the responsibility himself, deeming the incident trivial. However, this scene became particularly intriguing in the eyes of Gon 4 and Enelu. Speak, who are you? From Qinghai? Why should I tell you? Oh, still defiant? The war demon, confronted by Dino's inquiry, dismissed him with disdain. This did not infuriate Dino, rather, it incensed Jess, who retaliated by delivering a kick to the opponent. His companions glared at Jess and Dino with expressions akin to those of sworn enemies, making Dino quite uncomfortable. This esteemed pirate, they are from Sandia. This is War Demon Weber, and the others are his companions. Their purpose here is quite simple. They wish to reclaim their right to live on this land. However, due to certain reasons, outsiders are not permitted to linger here, prompting their repeated incursions. At this moment, Gon 4 interjected, stepping beside Dino to explain. Deep down, he was one of the kinder deities, disliking senseless slaughter. Thus, he was also the weakest among the gods. For while previous deities may not have matched Enilu's strength, they were certainly stronger than Gon 4 and could at least hold their ground against Enilu, unlike him, who was swiftly defeated. Yet, with strength comes weakness. Powerful deities tended to be self-serving. Although not overly cruel, they lacked the wisdom of Gon 4. As for War Demon Weber and his companions, if even Gon 4 could not best them, the prospect of reclaiming their homeland seemed utterly bleak. At this moment, the group wore expressions of defiance, as if they were prepared to embrace death. Humph. Gon 4, do not think that by speaking here, we will forgive you. We swear to return to our ancestral land, even if it costs us our lives. Dino gazed at the individuals before him, feeling an immediate headache arise. While Enilu remained silent, having no acquaintance with these people and thus disinterested in engaging in conversation. Go ahead and perish wherever you please, just do not obstruct my view. He muttered. Nina, keep a close watch on these individuals, particularly that rascal Enilu. Should he escape, I shall hold you accountable. Therefore, as your unreliable captain, I shall now proceed to make the necessary arrangements. I shall return shortly. Dino, feeling somewhat agitated, waved his hand dismissively. After conveying his instructions, he retrieved the backpack that Ireland had been carrying and activated the moonwalk, heading towards the ruins of a city, as perceived by his observation hockey. All right, everyone. Take a moment to rest. Keep an eye on these individuals. Ensure they do not become a nuisance. If they wish to leave, let them. But just keep this one subdued, Nina remarked, before nonchalantly sitting cross-legged on the ground, her expression lifeless as she fixed her gaze intently on Enel. The others, too, remained idly at the sight, yet they subtly encircled Enel. Given his current state, even until, without utilizing her armament hockey, could temporarily restrain the suddenly explosive Enel using her voice fruit abilities. Humph. Gon 4, it is time for you to accept your demise. At that moment, the battle demon, Weeb, believed that everyone had relaxed, and he hefted the cannon on his back, pulling the trigger. Utilizing the Sky Island S specialty, the repelling shell, which unleashed a powerful air cannon, it shot forth from the cannon S barrel. Gon 4, realizing the attack too late, found himself unable to evade. However, neither he nor Weeb anticipated that this sudden, swift, and most powerful strike would be thwarted. The one responsible for this was none other than Jess, who had been vigilantly observing the battle demon. Having been irked by Weeb's earlier arrogance, Jess had kept a close watch on him throughout. Hiss, that truly stings. Kid, are you being a bit too brazen, stirring trouble under my very nose? Let me remind you, I am a user of the swift fruit. Your movements appear to me as if in slow motion. Thus, should there be a next time, your life will be mine. As Jess uttered these words, he glanced at Nina, who shook her head, indicating that they could not easily resort to killing here. However, his words only served to bolster the arrogance of the battle demon. Pa, encountering a bunch of you surface dwellers is indeed unfortunate. A pack of parasites. Mere rubbish of the sea. What did you say? Jess exclaimed, instantly enraged. Not only him, but even the usually composed Until and Ireland couldn't tolerate it, both rising to glare fiercely at Weeb. Surprisingly, it was Nina, known for her fiery temper, who seemed indifferent to Weeb's taunts, her gaze fixated on Enel. Her observation hockey notified her that Enel was subtly shaking his head. You scoundrel, do you truly wish for death? Humph, can you even kill me? You worthless fool. Oh, my temper is flaring. Truly, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand your own insignificance. Humph, a bunch of lowly mortals. 10,000 volts. Suddenly, Enel unleashed a vast expanse of lightning, enveloping the area. Given his current power, this was the extent of his capabilities. Yet the surprise attack almost overwhelmed Jess and the others. Thunder, calm yourself. Just as Enel stood, preparing to fly inward, Nina appeared before him in an instant, startling him, as he had not sensed her approach within his observation network. How could this be? The unreliable captain turned out to be unexpectedly reliable this time. I see you're dazed now. How do you plan to cause trouble or escape amidst the chaos? Not a chance. Nina landed a punch on the already weakened Enel, knocking him unconscious. She then scanned the Sandia people, noting their bewildered expressions, before tossing her hair and returning to her spot on the ground. See? This is our big sister. If she strikes, you 1T leave unscathed. So, behave yourselves. Ouch, who hit me? Quiet down, no noise. Nina's calm yet authoritative statement resonated with power. Dino, typically unreliable, only provided sound decisions in crucial moments, leaving most decisions to Nina. Thus, she effectively functioned as the vice captain. Though not officially designated as such, her strength, every decision, and her very demeanor commanded respect, ensuring compliance from Jess and the others. As expected, upon her command for silence, Jess immediately fell quiet, though his gaze towards the Sandia people was laced with menace. The atmosphere thickened with tension, particularly for the Sandia folks. Is this truly the lamp of Shandora? It is indeed grand, spectacular, and resplendent, yet not quite elegant, a golden bell of remarkable stature. Dino gazed upon the magnificent golden bell before him, lost in profound contemplation. The tale of Pandora's lamp. Whether through the animated tales of his past life or the spoken words of Roger, had instilled in him a deep understanding of its poignant and aspirational narrative. Approximately 4 centuries ago, during a time when the island now known as the Isle of Gods did not exist, there was only a simple, ethereal island formed of clouds. Referred to as Earth, an entity overlooked by the people of Qinghai, yet coveted by the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. One fateful day, however, an island composed of land emerged amidst a tremendous upheaval, rising above the pristine sea, an event that sent waves of joy among the residents of the Sky Islands. Although the island was home to indigenous people at that time, it mattered little. The allure of the land proved irresistible, and the determined natives could not stave off the onslaught of the Sky Islanders. The northern Sky Islanders expelled their own disciples in their fervent quest to reclaim their homeland. And thus began a relentless series of wars against the Isle of Gods, a conflict that endured for over 4 centuries, with the blood of generations cementing their legacy. They were known as the Sandia people. Dino was well aware of the legends surrounding this place, which further deepened his reflections. As he approached the colossal golden bell, he noticed a historical inscription etched nearby. Though he could not comprehend the ancient text, he recognized it as a fragment of the elusive century of history. Should the Navy discover this lost piece of historical documentation, they would surely be driven to madness. For it chronicled the fabled location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King. Yet, Dino's interest lay not in this, but rather in a particular line inscribed at the bottom of the historical text. There, adjacent to the golden pedestal, was a phrase that he could decipher. I have come to this place. Lead this passage to the final destination. Pirate, Gold, Roger. Dino reached out to caress the line of text, feeling the robust and vigorous imprints. Each character exuded a boldness that revealed the extraordinary demeanor of the sculptor. Indeed. This is truly your style, Captain Roger. Dino's lips curled into a subtle smile, which swiftly transformed into a hearty laugh. Ah, ha ha ha. What remains now is to imprint this historical text. To be honest, the lamp of Pandora is rather enticing. I am tempted to take it away. However, it is best to refrain from complicating matters for myself. Let us commence our work in earnest. Dino meticulously arranged the tools he had prepared, and then began to imprint each character one by one. His technique was far from adept, yet he approached his task with unparalleled seriousness. Utilizing his keen observation hockey and remarkable control, he ensured that every character was impressively clear. As time ticked by, darkness began to envelop the sky, and Nina and the others remained in place, quietly awaiting Dino's return. However, instead of his arrival, they were greeted by a series of melodious, ancient, and exquisitely beautiful chimes. Ding! What is that? The sound of the lamp of Chandora? The bell tolled, causing all the inhabitants of the Sky Island to look up towards the direction of God's Island. Gonfal, the deity, sighed, lost in thought. While the people of Skypea were already streaked with tears, in the past, the Scypians had lost their homeland and the Golden Bell, leaving them unable to notify the friends they had been searching for. Without the Golden Bell to ring, the experiments of the past continued to echo through generations. At this moment, the enchanting sound of the bell resonated through the clouds, filling the sky with the sound of the immense golden bell that had been silent for 400 years. It was indeed mesmerizing. Ah, Grandfather Chief, is this truly the legendary lamp of Chandora? It sounds so beautiful. An elderly man adorned with feathered decorations looked at the children surrounding him, smiling as he bent down to lift one child into his arms, gazing into the sky. Indeed, it is beautiful, isn't it? This is the treasure our ancestors have sought for 400 years, and it finally resonates across the heavens. Treasure? Is it something like the earth, Grandfather Chief? The little girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Yes, just like the earth. For us, the lamp of Chandora is even more significant than the earth itself, and it has been lost for 4 centuries. Oh, has it been that long? We must take good care of it, so it doesn't get lost again. The little girl shook her tiny fist with determination, her face beaming with joy. At that moment, the chief also gazed at the clouds, a smile gracing his features. His eyes filled with deep emotion. Indeed, treasures must be fiercely protected, and today we finally see it. We finally see it. Thus, for a full 400 years, the warriors of Skypea had fought desperately for their treasure, studying abroad and battling against all odds, already 4 centuries late from their original promise. What is that sound? Below the Sky Island, on the surface, some were filled with uncertainty. What a beautiful sound, exclaimed one. Indeed. It is incredible that such a sound exists in the world. Some were in awe, some skeptical, some nostalgic, while others echoed, yes. It reminds me of the time I was fortunate enough to hear Miss Indle singing. This is no less than that. But, wait, is it coming from the sky? Someone swallowed hard, their face a picture of disbelief, while the hotel owner continued to wipe down the bar, filled with nostalgia. I never thought it truly existed. Roger, you were not lying. I misjudged you. Hey, is anyone interested in going up to take a look? Haha, we are pirates. Now that we know such a place exists, we must go see it. Yo ho ho. That's right, we are pirates, yearning for freedom. To the men who chase freedom, today's drinks are on the house. Set sail for your dreams. Thank you, boss. On the mountaintop, 2 men resembling gorillas ran while shouting, Boss, did you hear that? The sound from the sky, boss. Quiet down, don't make a fuss. A man with a peculiar diamond-shaped face stood at the shore, arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Smiling. I can barely hear it. Oh, all right. The two gorillas stood to the side, looking forlorn as they listened to the sound emanating from above. This is it, the man murmured. Is this what you have been searching for? No wonder, with such a beautiful sound, how could one deny its existence? Yes, Rolando. So it is in the sky. Skypea, friends, we have finally found it. I can hear it now. Tears streamed down the man's face like a torrent, dripping from the eagle emblem on his face. Although 400 years too late, he had indeed heard it. The man's name was Montblanc Cricket, a descendant of the legendary Montblanc Rolando, and the promise made 4 centuries ago had now echoed through his lineage. The man wept yet smiled. What a romantic promise. A vow that has endured for 4 centuries, having traversed through time, is finally fulfilled. This is a pact between 2 men. Such a beautiful sound. Hearing this makes me want to compose something. In the midst of the Sky Island, Indel waved her fingers gently in the air, like a conductor's baton, slowly following the melody of the bell, recording and mimicking as if to immortalize this exquisite tune. Moreover, in the space where battles had once raged, there was a profound silence. Whether it was the newly arrived priests, the tear-streaked Scipians, gone fall, or the awakening Enel, no one spoke, fearful of disrupting the beautiful melody. This enchanting sound was undeniably a remarkable existence. It is truly marvelous. I, a god, had no idea such beauty existed here. Gonfall, you false deity. Are you withholding such splendor from me to retain your divinity? If so, then I shall assert my claim to the divine status. Enel, enveloped in crackling lightning, glared with murderous intent, while the 4 priests exchanged glances, hesitating on the sidelines, unsure of how to proceed. As for the former deity, he sighed and removed his helmet, ignoring Enel entirely. The thing you Scipians seek is within. I am no longer a god, and neither is Enel. That pirate from the blue sea is the true god. He possesses unparalleled strength and the ability to ring the lamp of Shandora. Hence I intend to pass the divine role to him. What? You old fool. How dare you deceive me? Enraged, Enera transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Gonfall. Yet, in the next moment, Nina appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Damnable woman. As I previously stated, I will not allow you to act recklessly here. Enera seethed. If you wish to avoid demise, step aside. Despite his fury, Enera hesitated to strike Nina, for he was not at his peak performance. Thus, he assessed his chances against her as rather slim, especially considering her allegiance to Dino. Having just endured a severe beating from Dino, Enera possessed a keen awareness of his predicament. He knew that provoking Dino would likely result in another brutal assault. What is the commotion here? I overheard your conversation. Gonfall, since you wish for me to assume the role of the god of Sky Island, I shall reluctantly accept, as it has indeed been my intention from the outset. Dino stood atop the magnificent golden pedestal, directly upon the legendary Pandora's bell, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to transport this mythical treasure to its current location. The onlookers were utterly astounded by the sight before them, for they had never encountered such a grand and awe-inspiring golden bell. They could scarcely fathom that such a melodious sound emanated from within. The captain inquired, "Are we to move this golden bell onto the ship? It is so immense that our vessel may lack sufficient space." Indel's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Dino leaped down from the golden pedestal, his mouth wide in a grin as he exclaimed, This simply won't do. There are historical texts inscribed upon it. Should we place it aboard our ship, we would likely incur the wrath of the global authorities. That is certainly not my desire. Dino elucidated to the crowd. While behind Weber, a member of the Shandians could no longer conceal the weapon in his grasp. His expression was one of sheer terror, for a golden bell, colossal enough to be likened to a house, had been effortlessly transported to this location by Dino. It appeared he had exerted little to no effort. The Shandians, already not well versed in the extraordinary, were initially stunned to witness Enera transform into lightning. Now, they were utterly petrified by Dino's display of power. Cursed wretch. Hand it over to us. That is the lamp of Shandora, our sacred relic. And you, pitiful fools, gather your weapons. For our honor, for our pact, for the land our ancestors once inhabited, we shall declare war on this new god. We Shandians shall never relent. Weber was overwhelmed with excitement. The golden bell, sought after by the Shandians for 4 centuries, now lay before him. His eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, as he declared fervently, his gaze fixed on Dino, as if he were about to transform into a ravenous wolf, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Foolish mortals, your god is here, and I am the god. I am the embodiment of lightning. Enera, listen well. With a resounding crash, Enera summoned a thunderous display from the heavens, instantly altering the atmosphere of the battlefield. Humph. A group of insufferable miscreants. If you seek battle, we shall oblige to the very end. Do you wish to fight? How frightful. He scoffed. A mere group of inconsequential beings, I could easily handle them alone. Jess, Until, and Island were all prepared, while the Shandians were also readying their weapons for a desperate fight. Yaha. What a splendid bunch. Are they your comrades, O blasphemer? Enera taunted. Are you referring to me? They are indeed my finest allies, and if you desire, you may join us. Came the reply. I refuse. I am the god of Skypea, and you, blasphemer, should hasten to depart. That is your rightful course. Million volts, Thunderbird. Inner roared, launching an attack towards Dino. However, before he could close the distance, Nina stealthily approached Eneru. In his astonished gaze, a familiar scene flashed through his mind. Fist of the Inch, mountain moving. Elementalization. With a thunderous boom, a circular pit approximately 10 meters in diameter formed around Nina as she stood unharmed at its base. Wiping the dirt from her hands before leaping out, Eneru, filled with trepidation, retreated several meters, his eyes wide with apprehension as he beheld the chasm before him. Can mere mortals possess such power? Are you all blasphemers of the sea? Due to Eneru's recent acquisition of the rumble fruit, he had yet to develop significantly powerful attacks. Most were broad in range, yet lacking in lethality. Even years later, when encountering Luffy, Eneru's capabilities would remain largely unchanged, illustrating that while he possessed immense talent, he squandered it through inaction. Ah, let us cease hostilities. Grant me this favor, will you? Dino began, but Weber interrupted him. Hoisting his weapon, aimed squarely at Dino, disregarding the awkwardness of the moment, seething with fury. You surface dwellers, parasites of the sea. I shall not permit our Shandian treasures to fall into your hands. Therefore, perish. Triple barrage shell, maximum power. Weber bellowed, and with a tremendous explosion, he was violently propelled backward, the recoil injuring his arms and causing him to spit blood. Yet, the force of the triple barrage was considerable, nearly matching Nina's earlier strike. Truly, I had intended to return you to your rightful place, but in light of your current demeanor, I cannot in good faith return the lamp of Shandora to you. Dino, having withstood the impact of the Banshee, emerged unscathed. However, the remaining members of the Sandian tribe, initially poised for confrontation, were taken aback by Dino's words. The former deity, somewhat uncertain, inquired, Are you implying, my lord, that you consent to the Sandians returning to their ancestral homeland? This revelation seemed to present a harmonious solution, as Gon Full remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Dino nodded in affirmation, while Weber and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Only Enel cast a sidelong glance, prompting Nina to fixate on him with her lifeless gaze. Clutching her garment, Nina harbored a profound animosity towards Enel, not solely due to Dino's remarks, but also because of the slight she had suffered at Enel's hands earlier, which fueled her disdain. Indeed, Enel smirked, now that I am the new god, and you are collectively no match for me, you must heed my words. Therefore, I hereby decree that you Sandians may return to the land where your ancestors once thrived. Dino proclaimed loudly, but then he continued, however, that place has now turned into a desolate ruin. Therefore, you must take your people and rebuild it. This responsibility lies solely with you. Really? Weber, still in disbelief, managed to rise with the support of his companions, uncertainly questioning Dino. Yet, before Dino could respond, Enel erupted in fury. He seemed to embody thunder itself. Regardless, Enel was undeniably furious, transforming into lightning and charging at Dino. However, as expected, Nina stood resolutely in front of him, preventing his advance. Ugh, so noisy. Nina. Incapacitate him. Do not let him buzz around like a bothersome fly. Understood, Captain. Nina acknowledged Dino's command, skillfully gathering her hair into a bun at the back of her head, her expression radiating confidence. So, you are Enel, the wielder of the rumble fruit. Since mastering hockey, I have yet to engage in a proper battle, so allow you to be the measure of my current strength. Prepare yourself. Fist of the Thousand Waves. Her audacious technique, true to its name, gradually intensified in force, catching Enel off guard. Although he could transform into lightning, Nina always managed to seize him, leaving him with no escape. Fortunately, Enel had regained about 60% of his strength. Otherwise, the previous two ferocious strikes would have rendered him unconscious. Thus, this battle concluded with Nina's overwhelming dominance. Given her current prowess, even a confrontation with Enel at his peak would result in a near equilibrium of strength. This exemplifies the current level of Enel's capabilities. Yet, he remains the possessor of the most formidable Logia devil fruit, the rumble fruit, coupled with an extraordinary mastery of observation hockey. With the right guidance and training in hockey, he could easily become a force comparable to a Marine admiral. While he may not necessarily match his opponent, he could certainly hold his own for a few exchanges. As the battle drew to a close, Dino turned to Weber and stated, This is my intention. Allow you to reside freely. I shall not interfere. My only request is your acknowledgement of me as the god of Sky Island. Furthermore, should any troubles arise concerning you, I will provide appropriate compensation or other forms of recompense. It was rare to witness Dino so earnest, and Nina, having just bested Enel, approached Dino while dragging Enel by the ankle. Observing his serious demeanor, she couldn't help but steal a few glances. Yet, this small detail went unnoticed by others. Weber remained silent, still hesitating. The eyes of the nearby Shandians were filled with expectation. Weber glanced at them, then at Dino, who awaited his reply, gritting his teeth. He knelt partially on the ground. The other Shandians were initially taken aback, then elated, following suit and kneeling. Warrior leader of the Shandians, Battle Demon Weber. Leading all Shandian warriors, pledge our loyalty to the god of Sky Island. Please accept us. Please accept us. Please accept us. The Shandians' voices grew louder. culminating in nearly 7 calls before they finally quieted down. Although Dino did not comprehend their loyalty ritual, he understood that these people had completely submitted. Ahahaha. With this, we are truly unparalleled. We now have our own stronghold, Sky Island. I wonder how the Navy, the world government, and even CP0 will infiltrate us. Dino's laughter was undeniably boisterous, and his crew had begun to grasp his intentions. From the very start, he had planned to claim the Sky Island as his own. All his previous actions were merely preparations for this endeavor. The captain displayed remarkable foresight, proving to be unexpectedly reliable this time. It seemed you must have known about the Golden Bell affair well in advance, coming here to seize territory and even recruit a crew member. What a clever strategy. Nina let out a soft whistle, exuding an alluring charm, yet Dino remained oblivious, casting her a sidelong glance before speaking. Honestly, must you be so careless with your image? As a young lady, dragging a man by his ankle is hardly proper. To this, he added, with a surprising twist, well done. He promptly gave her a thumbs up, leaving Nina momentarily stunned, while Endur and the others were equally taken aback before erupting into laughter. Giggling, Captain, that joke of yours was rather dry. Fortunate it isn't winter, or we might freeze to death. Endur mercilessly exposed Dino's awkward cold joke, and the sight of his flustered expression sent the crew into fits of laughter. Observing Dino in this light, Weber and the others slowly rose, exchanging glances. Perhaps such moments were not so bad after all. At least our cherished light of Chandra had been reclaimed. The colossal, once again expanded, dark hull of the Black Pearl now cleaves through the heavens, heralding that Dino and his companions have arrived at Sky Island after a year's passage. The inhabitants of Sky Island remain largely unchanged. They continue their daily lives as they always have, eating, playing, and working without significant alteration. The new god, Dino, differs greatly from his predecessor, Gonfall, as he is entirely indifferent to governance, delegating all matters to the Shandians, the former god, and the various priests. Overall, little has transformed since the past, save for the fact that the currency circulating in Sky Island has gradually shifted to berries, and the events concerning the Blue Sea have begun to permeate the collective consciousness of the people. The denizens of Sky Island have also come to realize that beneath their island, shrouded in clouds, lies an expansive ocean and what they perceive as sacred land. However, due to various constraints, the inhabitants are unable to descend, relegating them to mere admiration from afar. They dare not risk venturing down, not due to rules set by Dino, but because they are over 20,000 miles above the surface, making descent virtually impossible, regardless of any vessel's modifications, without the requisite skills and technology. A fall to the Blue Sea would result in utter annihilation. This conclusion stemmed from Dino's numerous experiments to modify his ship, leading to the creation of the newly named Helios Black Pearl, symbolizing the Black Sun and denoting the arrival of the Dark Emperor upon these waters. While Dino takes great pride in the name he has bestowed, the other crew members regard it as rather pedestrian. Yet, they reluctantly accept its auspicious connotation. Throughout the year, Dino, like a dragon with its tail unseen, has rarely made an appearance before the people of Sky Island, leading to a rather shallow impression of him among them. In contrast, the goddess left hand, Enel, known privately among the islanders as the god of judgment, is a well-known figure. Though his appearance is rather unremarkable, his demeanor is undeniably fierce. While he does not seek out conflict, anyone who dares to offend him typically faces severe repercussions, receiving the baptism of his lightning powers. Fortunately, Enel has adhered to Dino's command not to kill, for should he defy this edict, Dino would not hesitate to eliminate him and seek out the rumble fruit for another. Enel, a man who values his life, would not have survived the judgment of being deemed a monster had he not been willing to endure humiliation for the sake of survival. Presently, Enel has grown significantly stronger compared to a year ago, nearing the strength of a rear admiral, merely lacking in mastery of hockey to reach the threshold of a vice admiral, as Enel has yet to formally commit to joining Dino's crew. He has not been instructed in hockey or the 6 powers of the Navy. Dino has only shared how to harness his own powers and some martial arts techniques. Enel is acutely aware of this, and Dino has assured him that should he join, the means to grow stronger would be provided, a rather blatant temptation. Aside from the god of judgment, there is the god's right hand, Nina, who typically remains in the background. However, when Endur plans to hold a concert, she appears to accompany on the piano. Initially, the people recognized only Endur, the musical deity in their eyes, but during a tumultuous event at a concert where rioters infiltrated, Nina's prowess became apparent as she swiftly dealt with them, revealing her status as the god's right hand. Next are the god of speed, Jess, and the culinary god from Airland. These two frequently appear before the public. One searches for craftsmen and materials, while the other seeks to enhance his culinary skills by traversing the streets to learn from various households and restaurants. Ultimately, he has crafted several signature dishes to his satisfaction, drawing closer to the standards set by his master. However, there is a humorous subplot involving the culinary god, who, being affable and unable to refuse requests, has become the object of many mothers' and grandmothers' matchmaking schemes for their daughters and granddaughters, often leaving him overwhelmed. On one occasion, Jess and the culinary god found themselves in a similar predicament, and after Jess's loose tongue spread the news, the entire God Island became aware of the situation. After an intense day of sparring, both men exhausted their energy to a standstill, their strength having notably increased since the previous year. They now surpassed the strength of a Navy commander, able to contend with a vice admiral without facing swift defeat, particularly against those from the headquarters. During this period, the public has shown great enthusiasm toward the culinary god, with many sharing little-known secrets and folktales, even those unknown to the gods. It was through one such tale that Enel discovered the rumble fruit, found within a wrecked pirate ship washed ashore by powerful currents, filled with skeletons and corroded treasures. Among the debris, a well-preserved tome wrapped in oilskin caught his attention. It was a comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia. Coincidentally, Dino possessed an unappetizing devil fruit that could serve as a reference. Indeed, this was a paramecia-type fruit, the door fruit. Might anyone be inclined to partake? Dino presented the illustrated compendium of devil fruits, along with a particular devil fruit that he had kept sealed away for a year, before the two individuals present who lacked any fruit abilities, and inquired with a sense of curiosity. The power of the door fruit can be deemed exceptionally formidable. When fully developed, it allows one to conjure a door at will within the range of their sight. It is undeniably a highly practical devil fruit. Furthermore, upon reaching the stage of awakening, it possesses the remarkable ability to open a door from any location, provided the distance is appropriate. Even if it lies beyond one's line of sight, this capacity would be indispensable for both assassination and escape. Dino gazed upon the fruit with palpable excitement, for its abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Had the subordinates of the Golden Lion possessed such a devil fruit, they could have easily rescued him without resorting to self-mutilation. Furthermore, if Dino ever contemplated an assault on the Red Continent or Mary Geos, the strategic significance of this fruit would be undeniably paramount. However, among the two individuals present, Nina held a complete disdain for consuming devil fruits, while Alan exhibited some hesitation. Yet, due to his need to venture into the sea for provisions, he ultimately relinquished his claim to the fruit. Thus, Dino was left to store it away, as his current crew consisted of only a few, most of whom were already devil fruit users, leaving him somewhat disheartened, should disaster strike. Only Nina and Alan would be capable of rescuing him from the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, the Helios Black Pearl was a colossal ship capable of flight, and aside from Dino controlling it with his abilities, it was equipped with a substantial number of cannonballs, more than sufficient for their needs. Moreover, since the Black Pearl already possessed a propulsion system, the installation of the cannonball propulsion system was remarkably straightforward, with minimal alterations required. The significant modification lay in the installation of the cannonballs that enabled the ship to hover. This was the crux of the enhancement, and the reason for the ship's newfound bulkiness. While it may seem awkward, it did not detract from its appeal. After all, the adage the fatter, the better aptly described the Black Pearl. If the original vessel resembled a sharp sword, exuding a sense of piercing brilliance, the newly robust Black Pearl now resembled a formidable beast, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Both sensations had their merits and drawbacks, yet overall, a larger vessel would better withstand unforeseen calamities. Furthermore, due to the naval presence in Water 7, its weaponry system had not been installed, leaving merely vacant spaces. Now, amidst the Sky Island, everything had been meticulously integrated, featuring a total of 6 secondary cannons and 1 main cannon. Despite their seemingly modest number, each of the 6 secondary cannons boasted distinct power enhancements, derived from the unique shellfish of the Sky Island. Among the ordinary cannonballs, there were 2 standard, while the others comprised a combustion cannon, an ice cannon, a smoke cannon, and a high-pressure water cannon. As for the main cannon, it operated on a charging mechanism. If charged with electrical energy, it would unleash a lightning cannon, while if charged with Dino's abilities, it would become an air cannon. Notably, this charging process had no upper limit, allowing for continuous storage across 5 large containers. Once fully charged, each container could fire 5 charged shells, resulting in a total of 25 specialized projectiles. This transformation can only be deemed supremely perfect. I am utterly astonished by my own brilliant intellect. Helios Black Pearl, our esteemed companion, shall once again carry us forth to traverse the vast seas. Dino stood at the bow of the ship, calling out loudly, while simultaneously hovering above the temple. They had been on the Sky Island for a year, during which numerous events had transpired. For instance, Jinbei had joined the 7 warlords, and Fishman Island became part of the world government's coalition, thus increasing the number of seats within the 7 warlords. Moreover, a significant event unfolded. The heavenly gold destined for Mariawa was intercepted by Don Quixote da Flamingo. This was indeed explosive news. However, since Da Flamingo was one of the 7 warlords and had connections with the world government and the celestial dragons, they expressed their generosity by bestowing the heavenly gold upon him. They planned to source the heavenly gold from elsewhere. This time, Da Flamingo had merely seized a shipment worth approximately 3 to 4 billion berries. To the average person, such an amount is monumental. Even Dino was taken aback upon seeing the figure. Yet, upon reflection, considering the boundless wealth of the celestial dragons, this loss likely amounted to nothing more than a day or two without entertainment for them. Nevertheless, given the proud and arrogant nature of the celestial dragons, their disdain for ordinary pirates, and the fact that Doflamingo dared to act in such a manner, it was evident he sought to convey to the world that the celestial dragons could be challenged. In this regard, Doflamingo's disdain for the celestial dragons was palpable. He seemed perpetually eager to create trouble for them. However, this time, he had inadvertently created a predicament for himself, as the news reported the heavenly gold had been stolen. Yet all the vicious beasts had been slain, with Doflamingo himself being the executor of this act. The shipment of heavenly gold had been directly gifted to him. Although discerning individuals understood the true circumstances that the scoundrel had attacked the celestial dragon's vessel, the narrative quickly shifted, leaving Doflamingo feeling quite vexed. Nonetheless, Dino was indifferent to such matters. His attention was drawn to a minor piece of news. A prohibited drug known as dancing powder had emerged in Alabasta, exacerbating the severe drought already afflicting the region. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, had begun his brazen advance towards Alabasta. Dino had no recollection of this from his previous life, as Crocodile's dealings in Alabasta were not even known to Sengoku, perhaps deemed too inconsequential to merit attention. Prepare to set sail, everyone. Dino packed his belongings and, accompanied by his companions, engaged in battle on the deck. As he gazed at himself and the crew, the distance from the island of the gods grew ever greater. Yet his face radiated with smiles as they departed from this place. Captain, I must ask, will that fellow truly follow us back? Dino is currently in a state of exhilaration, as the voyage of the Black Pearl has commenced remarkably smoothly. Consequently, his attention to the crew's issues appears somewhat scattered. Sigh. I wonder if that guy Anilu will return? Indo mused, feeling somewhat helpless. After a year of companionship, she has come to fully comprehend why Nina often refers to Dino as the unreliable captain. Indeed, this fellow is genuinely unreliable. There was a previous incident that exemplified this. On a secluded island, Dino and Nina diligently honed their skills, yet Dino frequently engaged in various reckless antics, such as plunging into the sea to catch fish not just once or twice, but repeatedly, each time requiring Nina's rescue. His capricious nature manifested itself vividly during their time on the Sky Island, where the pristine waters remained a mystery in terms of aquatic life. Dino, ever eager to be of use, would have surely plunged into the waters had it not been for Endur's vigilant supervision. He even concocted flimsy excuses, claiming he was merely training his resilience against the sea. Nina, upon hearing this, often contemplated binding him, yet their lack of sea stone handcuffs rendered such a notion futile. Thus, she found herself frequently compelled to assist him whenever he entertained such reckless ideas. Ireland scarcely spent a day on the divine island, while Nina had ample time, leading her to ponder whether Dino was deliberately tormenting her. However, after much contemplation, she could discern no rational motive for him to endanger her life. Fortunately, during her time attending a concert with Endur, Dino would occasionally find solace in quiet meditation. Yet, his unreliable antics extended far beyond this singular episode. More often than not, he would interject during the construction of houses, offering unsolicited advice as if he were an expert, only for the structures to collapse unexpectedly. When it came time to remodel the Black Pearl, he employed his so-called expertise and began engaging with the shipwrights on the Sky Island, including Jess. However, due to Dino's notorious past and Jess's awareness of their captain's nature, Jess firmly rejected Dino's numerous peculiar requests. Despite Dino's attempts to express his frustration, Jess remained unmoved. Dino's ire had flared once over such matters, leading him to contemplate punishing Jess, only to have others catch wind of it and collectively turn against him. That day, a chaotic uproar swept across the Divine Realm and the Sky Island, with Inul, finding amusement in the commotion, joining the fray. It was unclear who initiated the idea, but a reward of 1 million berries was promised for capturing Dino, transforming it into a nationwide endeavor. The inhabitants of the Sky Island, well aware of the exchange rate between berries and aguous coins, eagerly participated, with only the elderly and a few busy Sandians abstaining. As more ordinary citizens joined the pursuit, Dino had no choice but to employ his abilities to escape, mindful of the potential harm to innocent children. This event unfolded from dawn until dusk, proving to be even more exhausting for Dino than engaging in a brawl. He had to restrain his strength and evade capture continuously, leaving him mentally drained rather than physically fatigued. As evening approached, he sought refuge in a secluded, abandoned wooden cabin, its entrance securely locked. With ease, he used his abilities to gain entry, intending to hide momentarily. However, fate had other plans. He encountered a child playing hide-and-seek, who emerged from an unseen hole beside him. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares until Dino ultimately succumbed to the boy's enthusiastic calls. The victor, of course, was the young child. News of Dino's folly spread throughout the Sky Island, revealing to the inhabitants that their new deity was not as aloof as they had imagined, but rather quite approachable. This connection fostered a sense of ease and comfort among them, for who would not appreciate a down-to-earth god? Thus, Dino's carefully cultivated image of a distant deity crumbled within a single day, even provoking several jests from Inul regarding Dino's missteps. Yet, whenever Dino reflected on this incident, a sense of melancholy washed over him, while others found joy in the memory. "Captain, I'm speaking to you," Endur exclaimed, slightly irritated as Dino had been lost in his thoughts, oblivious to her question. Although the Sky Island would not be their last visit, after a year spent there, the prospect of returning to the vast sea filled him with a sense of reluctance. "Ah, my dear Endure," he chuckled, "the one you mentioned earlier. The one who discharges electricity? No need to worry. He will surely return, for I possess something he holds dear." Dino affectionately patted Endure's head, allowing her emotions to settle somewhat. Otherwise, he often felt as though he were being scrutinized by an overly eager puppy. While it is true that puppies possess an undeniable charm, their bites can be quite painful. Reflecting on recent days, Dino recalled a lengthy conversation he had with Inilu that stretched through the night, but the exchange consisted of little more than a few remarks. "Do you not aspire to become a deity? If that is your ambition, then follow me into the depths of the ocean, become my crew member, and strive to enhance your strength. Only when you have reached your peak should you dare to challenge me and seek to usurp my title, rather than remaining sequestered in your own world. With your current abilities, while I cannot say defeating you would be effortless, I could certainly overcome you within 20 exchanges. Your prowess has not progressed significantly since our initial encounter. Here, take this method for cultivating hockey and the Marine 6 styles. In 6 days, we shall set sail. It is time for you to reassess your own potential." Dino uttered only a few words before succumbing to a lengthy silence that extended for over an hour. Eventually, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, he departed prematurely. Meanwhile, Enel remained engrossed in his study of the cultivation techniques, which contributed to the palpable stillness between the two. At the bow of the ship, as they gazed upon the diminishing silhouette of God's Island, Dino and the others began to stir. Intil, however, continued to gaze towards the horizon, for Enel had yet to board the vessel, and his whereabouts remained a mystery to them. Yet, as the crew busied themselves, a sudden exclamation of welcome home erupted above them. Enel, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared on deck, clutching the golden staff crafted for him by the inhabitants of Sky Island. He half sat atop the ship's cabin, observing his companions with a bemused expression. "Ah, is this not our new crew member? How delightful to see you, though you seem rather unwell," he remarked. Dino was the first to behold Enel's arrival on the ship, yet he remained silent, allowing Nina to speak first. Over the course of a year, Nina and Enel had developed a rather amicable relationship. Both possessing somewhat proud dispositions, they chose to challenge one another rather than engage in conflicts. It was precisely due to Enel being her formidable rival, with abilities almost on par with her own, that Nina had made remarkable progress over the year, reaching the threshold of a quasi-admiral, albeit still a tad short of that esteemed rank. Now that everyone had gathered, the time had come to embark. Ha ha ha. The sea awaits as the Black King pirate crew set sail once more. The feast is about to commence. With Dino's exuberant call, the ship surged forward at twice its previous speed, hurtling towards the boundless expanse of clouds in the distance. Dino possessed a thorough understanding of how to navigate out of Sky Island, and there was no need to enter through the White Sea. He had devised a method to approach from the outside. Although the year had been filled with playful skirmishes, he had also diligently worked on essential matters, researching the intricacies of entering and departing from Sky Island, practicing several times until he was confident in his approach. In a short span, they exited the confines of Sky Island. Though the Black Pearl had grown in size, the newly installed propulsion system, combined with Dino's fruit abilities, rendered it over 3 times faster than before, equivalent to the speed of a conventional vessel sailing at full throttle across the sea. This did not even factor in any superacceleration settings. Thus, Dino was exceedingly pleased with the modifications made to the Black Pearl over the year. Although the process had taken slightly longer and involved the integration of numerous new components, the wait had proven worthwhile. That night, Dino and the others congregated on the deck, surrounded by empty bottles and remnants of their meal. Nearby, a violin and piano suggested that a celebration had already taken place, and each individual bore an expression of profound contentment. With a flourish, the Earth Bull waved his hand, placing a barrel of wine before them, leaving them puzzled as to its significance. While I am uncertain if we shall gain more members in the future, since we are gathered here now, we must support one another going forward. Most importantly, I vow as your captain that should any of my comrades find themselves in peril, I will spare no effort to bring them back." Dino directly utilized his abilities to open the wine barrel, filling a bowl for himself and downing it in one swift motion. The others, witnessing this spectacle, wore smiles and eagerly followed suit, indulging in their own cups of wine. However, Enel hesitated. His purpose for boarding this vessel was abundantly clear: to reclaim the title of god that rightfully belonged to him. Yet, over the past year, he felt the chasm between himself and Dino widening. Initially, upon their first encounters, he could glean some insights into Dino's strength. But now he found himself utterly unable to discern Dino's true capabilities. Compounding this was the fact that just a few nights prior, Dino had presented him with a manual for cultivation. In the days since, Enel had scarcely slept, pouring all his energy into his training but making little progress. He contemplated the grim possibility that with his current level of strength, it was only a matter of time before someone even stronger than Dino appeared to usurp his divine status. If that were to happen, he would be left with no chance to resist. After much deliberation, Enel resolved to join Dino aboard the ship, temporarily becoming one of his crew, though he had no intention of forming bonds with the others, except for Endure, of course. After all, this adorable girl was simply enchanting, especially when she sang. Her voice was like a celestial melody, rivaling even the sound of the lamp of Sandora, making it the most exquisite tune he had ever heard. Thus, he declared, "I must apologize. I am not one of your companions. My first objective here is to encounter those stronger than myself, to engage in battle, to enhance my strength, and ultimately to defeat you, the one who has taken my divine position. My second objective is to ensure that the lovely Endure does not have to partake in your violent escapades. I wish for her to return safely to Sky Island, where she can continue to sing." A hearty laughter erupted. "Is this a declaration of sovereignty?" Enel chuckled. "Miss Endure, I had no idea your charm was so profound that even this Lord of Thunder has taken notice of you. It seems I owe you my gratitude." Endure attempted to clarify, I didn't, but as she saw the knowing expressions on the faces around her, she quickly realized that any explanation would be futile. Having never consumed alcohol before, Enel was now slightly inebriated, speaking without a filter, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. "Humph. This is infuriating." Endure pouted, her adorable demeanor inciting further laughter from the group. Once the mirth subsided, Dino clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, since we are all in such high spirits, why not share our dreams once more? We, the Black King Pirates, are sailing toward our aspirations amidst this boundless sea, where we can express our emotions freely. Allow me to begin," Dino continued, his smile growing ever more exuberant. "My dreams are grand and consist of 3 steps. You may deem them unrealistic and mock me, but this is the path I intend to tread. My pursuit of dreams shall never cease. The first step is to amass strength and vie for the position of one of the 4 emperors. The second step is to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King, achieving the status of my former captain, the Pirate King Roger. As for the third step, the celestial dragons have ruled this world for far too long. Their decayed reign must come to an end, and I shall be the one to tear down their sacred and untouchable faade." Silence enveloped the group, a deathly quiet that ensued after Dino articulated his dreams, transforming what could be seen as mere aspirations into necessary steps toward the culmination of his ultimate goal. Thus, apart from Nina and Jess, who had previously heard Dino's words, the others were rendered speechless. "Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous dream." One laughed. "It isn't the typical ambition of world domination, but rather something else entirely. Although I know not who these celestial dragons are, it is evident that they are not virtuous beings. Otherwise, with your disposition, how could you utter such words?" Yet, the silence did not linger for long, as Enel soon joined in the laughter. He was unfamiliar with the celestial dragons, the 4 emperors, or the Pirate King. But he understood that since Dino had proclaimed these as his goals, everything encountered along this path would need to be vanquished. Otherwise, his dreams would be mere empty rhetoric. "Now it is my turn. Ha ha ha," Enel exclaimed, livening the atmosphere as he tilted his head skyward, casually filling his cup with wine. Slightly dazed, he declared, "My dream is to journey to the infinite land, where true land resides. My parents told me that I am originally from the infinite land, as are my people. Yet, they were slain and exiled by the ignorant denizens of Sky Island. Out of fear, I endured, and to avenge them, I obliterated the entire island. However, this has revealed to me that the infinite land truly exists, for I have seen it. I have truly seen it." In his inebriated state, Enel became increasingly incoherent, eventually collapsing to the ground. Over the past year, he had never dined with Dino and the others, remaining oblivious to the effects of alcohol. This marked his first experience with drinking, and he proved to be quite the drinker, downing 3 or 4 bowls in quick succession. Remarkably, Enel's constitution was resilient. Most would be incapacitated by such consumption, especially Dino, whose body was prone to allergic reactions from excessive drinking. Thus, although he was the captain and often initiated toasts, Dino drank with moderation and purpose, never exceeding 20 bowls in total, which was even less than Nina's consumption. An admirable dream, albeit marred by tragedy, Dino mused. But I must say, is this fellow truly such a heavy drinker? It seems we may have another drunkard aboard. Dino instinctively cast a glance at Nina, who was incessantly sipping her drink. She typically did not strike one as a person prone to imbibing spirits, and under normal circumstances, she abstained from alcohol altogether, only indulging during meals with an entire barrel. Indeed, even when consuming a whole barrel, it was treated more like water, accompanying her meals, which could be deemed rather alarming. Dino often teased Nina about this habit, and ultimately, due to the overpowering scent of alcohol, she reluctantly agreed to limit her consumption to nightly rituals, ensuring it did not exceed 1/3 of a barrel. Though it appeared minimal when converted to conventional-sized cups, it amounted to 30 or 40 servings. With the commendable initiation from Dino and Inalu, the others began to speak freely, sharing their thoughts and experiences without much reservation. However, Nina remained engrossed in her solitary drinking, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing discussions. "Hey, let me share. My dream is to have my voice resonate across this vast ocean, to be heard by the world. I aim to use my songs to cleanse the hearts of those lost in confusion, to rescue all the lonely souls in this world." This was Nina's aspiration, a noble yet profoundly pure dream. From the island of music, she had embarked on this journey, and the empty island was merely her first stop. Haha, my dream is to traverse every island. I wish to leave my mark on all the islands in the world, including Marin Vondo, the Red Earth continent. And Lavdril. Jess's ambition was equally grand. Were it not for his position as Dino's subordinate, his subsequent words might have posed as obstacles. Nevertheless, when the time came, the outcome would be apparent, devoid of suspense. Ilblue, a place said to harbor the finest ingredients unattainable in the seas of Xuchong. This is the dream destination for every chef, myself included. Hence, my aspiration is to arrive here and create my own exclusive recipe. Aylin's dream was rather conventional, yet this authenticity rendered it significant. Each person's dream is uniquely theirs, embodying the essence of humanity and normalcy. Hey, Nina, it's your turn, Dino reminded everyone. While Nina cast a glance at the others and took another sip of her drink, I initially wished to remain silent regarding this matter, as it pertains to my origins. However, we have been comrades aboard this vessel for over a year now, and perhaps you are unaware of my true identity. To be precise, my name is not Melinda Nina, Nina continued, letting out a belch before gazing at the bewildered faces around her, breaking into a wild grin. My surname is Charlotte. My original name is Charlotte Nina. The name Melinda was merely bestowed upon me by my adoptive parents. When Nina uttered the name Charlotte, her eyes burned with resentment, every syllable punctuated by a clenched jaw, making it apparent to anyone that her tone was laced with hatred. So, you are one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling's daughter? Dino, hearing Nina's background for the first time, was momentarily stunned, then revealed a knowing smile. The others, except for Enel, who was already drunk and unconscious on the floor, were expressions of shock. Such a background? No wonder she is so formidable, Erlen remarked candidly. Truly, the big sister has such a remarkable identity. Jace chimed in with his usual flattery. However, Indel appeared worried, observing with great sensitivity, Sister Nina, do you have a conflict with that 4 emperor? Did you run away from home? Indel's words snapped everyone back to reality, and they began to understand the depth of Nina's hatred. Without such ties, it was unlikely they would have encountered Nina at all. Indel truly understands me, unlike these brutish fellows, Nina said, smiling as she affectionately patted Indel's head. Though her expression soon turned serious and somber. I have just mentioned that my family background is quite complex. I am the 47th daughter of Charlotte Lingling, and the most insignificant among them, for my father was once a king. However, when I was 5 years old, our kingdom fell. My father sought salvation from Charlotte Lingling, only to meet a tragic end. That mad woman devoured my father whole. On that fateful day, Charlotte Lingling was afflicted by a bout of pica. I witnessed my father, in an attempt to save me, disguise himself as a cake and rush towards her, leading her away. I stood helplessly as I saw my father. Just like that. As Nina spoke, she lost control of her tears. This once resilient woman now wept freely, her emotions overwhelming her, casting a heavy pall over the previously jubilant ship. Here, let me help you wipe away those tears. Dino stood beside Nina, offering her a tissue, which she accepted without hesitation, dabbing at her tears. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he crying? What is there to cry about? Drink up, continue drinking. Haha. This nectar called alcohol shall henceforth be my exclusive beverage. It is truly delightful. Haha. You, the drunkard, just keep on sleeping. Dino observed Inela waking up at the most inopportune moment and, without a second thought, used his abilities to unleash a compressed air blast imbued with a hint of armament hockey, striking Inelu. The force was mild, yet in his half-drunken state, Inela succumbed to the impact and fell back to the ground, slipping into slumber once more. What Dino had just demonstrated was the culmination of his training over the past year, integrating armament hockey into his fruit abilities. Contrary to the notion that one could not fuse armament hockey with fruit abilities, it seemed this limitation was exclusively applicable to the Logia type. His powers allowed for the addition of armament hockey, albeit not with overwhelming strength, yet sufficient to rival a Logia fruit user. Dino was also aware that Don Quixote da Flamingo possessed similar capabilities, indicating that he was neither the first nor the last to achieve this. It ultimately depended on the level of fruit development and one's mastery of hockey. Continuing the conversation, Nina had regained her composure. Her eyes slightly misty as she gazed at the others. She now exuded a quality that evoked sympathy, resembling a homeless little girl, utterly pitiable. I apologize for my earlier outburst, Nina murmured, pouring herself another drink, while Dino and the others paid it no mind. Hee. I see you're merely seeking an excuse to sip some more, so tell me, what is your dream? Vengeance for your father? The downfall of Charlotte Linlin's pirate crew? In response to Dino's inquiry, Nina chuckled softly, nodding as she elaborated. My adoptive parents are ordinary folk. They remain unaware of my true identity, which is why I absconded. After all, at the age of 8, I fled aboard Katakuriya's ship, though I call it fleeing. It was more of a banishment to an ordinary island. Her bittersweet smile tugged at the heart, causing Dino to furrow his brow, feeling an ache in his chest as if his heart were being clutched. Afterward, I encountered my adoptive parents, who were wonderful, yet I had to part ways with them, driven by my thirst for revenge. Indeed, Captain, you are entirely correct. I seek to avenge myself upon Charlotte Linlin. I shall dismantle the Big Mom pirates. She continued, however, I understand that I cannot achieve this alone. Thus, I contemplated joining a pirate crew or perhaps forming my own. Regardless, I yearned to traverse the vast seas. But who could have anticipated being kidnapped along the way? Ha! And then, I crossed paths with a shameless captain like you, who dragged me into this adventure. Dino abruptly interrupted Nina's words. However, she remained unperturbed and offered a serene smile. She continued, indeed. I never anticipated that a captain as shameless and unreliable as yourself could harbor such grand ambitions. As for your capabilities, they are barely adequate. At that time, my stance was clear. If you succeed, that would be splendid. If not, it bears no consequence for me. I see now why you were so decisive back then. I had thought it was my charismatic charm that influenced you. So, pray tell, what are your thoughts now? Dino posed a seemingly ordinary question with a smile. Yet Nina understood that this was a challenge from him, a means for her to solidify her future path. Charisma? Do you possess such a trait? Nina cast a sidelong glance at Dino and continued, who knows these days? Regardless, you are my unreliable captain, and you all are merely my companions. My dream is to defeat the Big Mom pirates and avenge my enemies. Suddenly, Dino's boisterous laughter erupted, startling everyone, except for Enel, who was sound asleep. What a splendid dream! Although our current strength is far from sufficient, I assure you that within a decade, we shall embark on our journey into the New World. At that time, we will take on the 4 emperors, starting with the Big Mom pirates. We are the Black King pirates, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of piracy. I, Black Emperor Einbel Dino, am fated to claim the title of Pirate King, and in this era of tranquility, I shall be among the first to ignite the flames of rebellion. Cheers. As Dino's words resonated, each person, filled with their own aspirations, drank from their cups. After finishing their drinks, Nina and Erlen exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Einbel, isn't that a surname associated with the celestial dragons? I believe I've heard of it before. They questioned in unison. Dino merely smiled in silence, and after a moment, he spoke softly amidst their inquisitive gazes. Indeed, when I was young, that was the case. Thus, I seek to overturn this world, for like Nina, I too yearn for revenge, my target being the celestial dragons in this world itself. With that, he took another swig of bitter liquor. The Grand Line, the Paradise, I, Black Emperor Dino, have returned. Haha. The first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, is a realm shrouded in mystery, one that has swallowed countless ambitious adventurers in search of their dreams. For the denizens of the seas, the Grand Line resembles a veritable hell, a purgatory where only the strong can survive. Even in a place like Paradise, there exists a location that strikes fear into the hearts of pirates, the Devil's Triangle. This area, perpetually veiled in thick fog, poses an insurmountable challenge to all navigators. One misstep could lead to unseen currents sweeping them away or vessels crashing upon hidden reefs. Navigating through such treacherous waters is far from a pleasant endeavor. However, these tales are mere echoes of the past. In recent years, the infamous reputation of this area has escalated. What was once merely a confusing sea has transformed into a domain that devours lives, as if a demon had taken residence there. In the past few years, over 100 ships have reportedly gone missing annually, and while some of these incidents have made headlines, the unrecorded losses remain a mystery. No one knows how many vibrant lives have perished in these waters. Gradually, the number of vessels attempting to traverse this region has dwindled, and unbeknownst to many, the Devil's Triangle has become a forbidden zone among pirates. Its notoriety has only grown, and unless absolutely necessary, few dare to sail these waters in search of fortune. For those who navigate the seas deeply cherish their lives. Yet, despite this hellish reputation, a ship is currently making its way toward this very location, a massive black vessel soaring through the skies. Is this the Devil's Triangle? The fog is incredibly dense, Nina, piloting the Black Pearl, furrowed her brow as she gazed into the mist. Had it not been for her mastery of observation hockey, she would never have chosen to enter such a perilous locale, regardless of her exceptional navigational skills. Indeed, this is the Devil's Triangle, a sea known as the Sea of Demons. Dino spoke as he unfurled a summons in his hand. It was an official inquiry from the Navy, prompted by his mysterious disappearance during this period. The Navy had been unable to reach him, and without a din mushy, his sudden appearance in the Paradise Sea was immediately reported to the naval headquarters. To be fair, the Black Pearl had descended from the sky onto an unknown isle for resupply and investigation, totaling no more than 3 hours. Yet, even within this brief time frame, the highly efficient Navy had spotted him. Consequently, he had acquired a din mushy that allowed direct communication with Admiral Sengoku, along with a mission to investigate the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Rumors had long circulated about demons infiltrating the area, accompanied by a formidable 3-masted ship, which had heightened Sengoku's concern. Few possessed such a terrifying vessel, the most notorious being Gecko Moria, a notorious pirate who once vied with Kaido for the title of Yonko, but suffered a crushing defeat. Despite his failure, Moria's strength had once been formidable enough to contend with Kaido, who, for reasons unknown, had subsequently experienced a dramatic surge in power, effortlessly annihilating Moria and his entire crew, with Moria being the sole survivor. Dino was well aware of the reasons behind this summons. He knew that Moria had recently established himself in the Devil's Triangle, and the recent terrifying events were undoubtedly his doing. Moria was not the mythical figure portrayed by outsiders. His strength was that of a typical formidable pirate, firmly situated at the peak of his capabilities, comparable to a top-ranking vice-admiral. In contrast, Dino's current strength vastly surpassed Moria's, even Enel being of similar caliber, and if Dino so desired, Nina could easily overpower Moria, reflecting the true extent of his prowess. The reason Moria had once stood toe-to-toe with Kaido was likely due to Kaido's lack of a devil fruit and mastery of haki. Dino, having followed the manga in his past life, was aware of the events leading up to Luffy's confrontation with Kaido, and thus understood the nature of Kaido's devil fruit. The dragon fruit was not merely any devil fruit, it represented the strongest mythical Zoan type, justifying Kaido's title as the world's strongest creature. Though Moria's strength, lacking the mastery of haki or a devil fruit, could be considered top tier, it still fell short of elite status, let alone the extraordinary caliber of the Yonko. Even Dino, in his current state, remained distant from such heights. Over the past year, while he had made strides in developing his devil fruit abilities and improving his haki, he had yet to awaken the full potential of his devil fruit, nor had he shown signs of evolution in his observation haki, much less the elusive conqueror's haki. How about you, Enel? Have you found anything yet? I'm feeling quite bored and would love to find someone to spar with. It's been a year since I last truly fought. Dino lay languidly at the bow of the ship, while Enel, utilizing the abilities of Intil's fruit, encompassed the entirety of the Devil's Triangle with his observation haki. Beads of sweat adorned Enel's brow. The magnitude of this amplification, though formidable, was immensely taxing. Nevertheless, it was manageable for him, as observation haki was his forte. Spare me your trivialities. The individual you seek has been located, Enel exclaimed with palpable impatience, gesturing toward a specific direction. Just ahead, a mere 1,300 meters away, lies a rather peculiar entity alongside an equally bizarre three-masted sailing vessel. Few were aware that within the waters of the Devil's Triangle, a colossal and terrifying three-masted ship had emerged in recent years. While many speculated it to be a habitation of sorts, Dino knew all too well that it belonged to Moria. This formidable vessel, akin to an island in size, left the group in stunned silence. All eyes, including Dino's, were fixed upon the astonishing sight of the immense ship, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. Is this truly real? Could such a colossal ship exist? Is this really a ship? It surpasses our Black Pearl in size. No, this is exhilarating. I must hold a concert here. Intil exclaimed, her excitement palpable as this was her first encounter with a three-masted ship of such extraordinary dimensions. This phenomenon was also the primary reason behind the mysterious disappearances of vessels in the Devil's Triangle over the past few years. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Dino's observation haki sensed the terrifying three-masted ship. Apart from Moonlight Moria, there were others who had intruded. Yet these individuals were engulfed in sheer terror. Captain, a few of them brandished weapons. Confronting a man with a lion-like mouth and a round hat pursed atop his head, unable to suppress their expressions of dread. For the abyss of fear had thoroughly invaded their very souls. Who on earth are you? Ha. How pitiful. Such exquisite material is truly rare. Fear not. You shall live. I have no intention of killing you. The man with the lion's mouth laughed heartily and then parted to create a pathway, through which a massive, spherical figure emerged from the dense fog. He. The towering, corpulent figure, reminiscent of legends, wielded a large pair of scissors. Gazing at the pirate captains exposed under the harsh glare of light, I shall take your shadow, proclaimed the man known as Moonlight Moria, with a swift motion. Moria's hand reached down, astonishingly pulling the shadows of the pirates upwards. A malevolent grin spread across his face as he slowly moved the scissors toward the shadow of the pirate captain, while the lion-mouthed man had already blocked their escape route from behind. You too, remain where you are, or you shall perish. What on earth is happening? The pirate captain was utterly stunned, his eyes vacant, as if he had resigned himself to his impending fate. Meanwhile, the devilish Moria continued to chuckle, his scissors inching closer to the shadow of his victim. What a truly twisted sense of humor, Moonlight Moria. Just then, an unexpected tremor caused Moria to falter, and the shadow slipped from his grasp. The source of the sound descended from the heavens, gracefully stepping down as if walking upon the moonlight. Little brat, who are you? Moria exclaimed, vexed, as his rare moment of amusement was so rudely interrupted, a sentiment quite understandable for a pirate nearing the age of 40. Who am I? You ask. Why not take a guess? A correct answer comes with a prize. With a hint of temptation in his voice, Dino addressed Mariah. Suddenly, his ears perked up as he sensed the wind nearby. He shook his head and delivered a powerful punch, sending the man with the lion's mouth hurtling backward, his blood splattering against the wall. Truly, is this the power of a transparent fruit from the superhuman category? What a convenient ability it is. For those unskilled in observation haki, battling someone with such a fruit is akin to facing a Logia user. Both are exceedingly challenging encounters. You actually know observation haki? Are you a pirate from the New World? No, wait. You just employed the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 forms. Are you a Marine? What business does a Marine have here? Are you seeking death? One cannot help but admire Mariah's imagination. Otherwise, after his defeat by Kaido, he would not have retreated to this place to indulge in crafting various zombie figurines for over a decade. Dino truly respects this fellow's patience. However, much like Crocodile, he fell victim to underestimation, ultimately defeated by the fledgling Luffy. Yet, the Mariah of today is not one to underestimate others, having recently faced defeat. He now gives his all, as evidenced by the complete lack of resistance from this group of pirates. Had Mariah been a few years down the line, he would have toyed with them for a while before unleashing his zombie army to capture them, rather than taking matters into his own hands. Ha ha ha. To think you would mistake me for a marine. You truly lack discernment. I am indeed a bona fide pirate, although I bear the title of warlord. I remain a pirate at heart. I am Dino, the Black King, captain of the Black King Pirates. As Dino laughed uproariously, he introduced himself, and with his self-introduction, a massive black vessel, though not as formidable as a three-masted ship, descended from the sky before Moonlight Moria. Following him, his crew materialized behind him. Among them was Nina, with her golden hair exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. Enel, the wielder of the rumble fruit, encased in crackling lightning, and Endure, who appeared hesitant yet bore an unwavering gaze. Additionally, there was Jess, nonchalantly brandishing dual pistols, and the elegantly poised Erlen. The presence of this entourage filled Moonlight Moria with astonishment, disregarding the impression Dino left on him. The mere sight of Nina and Enel was enough to instill considerable pressure. Endure's presence was momentarily overlooked, but Jess and Erlen also contributed to the weight of pressure Moria felt. Although neither of them could match Moria in a one-on-one confrontation, their combined strength posed a significant challenge. And Master Moonlight Moria, it seems they are one of the newly appointed 7 warlords from last year, with a bounty of around 300 million berry. The entire pirate crew together barely amounts to 500 million. Ha ha ha. Is that all? The strength of this 7 warlord is so feeble? A bounty of merely 300 million allows one to ascend to such heights? It makes me want to join. If I defeat you, I could apply myself, right? That would make my presence here all the more justified. Boss, do not underestimate him. This fellow has defeated the Golden Lion, the very legend who escaped from the underwater prison and was a pirate of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, shouted the man known as the Lion's Mouth. However, Moonlight Moria dismissed the warning and chose to take action instead. If that is the case, then all the better. I eagerly anticipate the shadows you can provide me, the power they will bestow. Prepare to face my Shadow Master. With no hint of underestimation, Moonlight Moria unleashed his most formidable technique upon Dino. Yet, when his Shadow Master emerged before Dino, it was effortlessly captured in Dino's grasp. With a single forceful motion, the Shadow Master trembled violently. As this tremor coursed through, Moria's expression transformed dramatically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shadow Master, return, he cried, summoning the Shadow Master back into his being, only to cough up another spurt of blood. What in the world just happened? Armament Haki, you should be familiar with it. Though I am puzzled as to why a pirate from the New World has yet to master Haki, you must have encountered it before. Which is why your Shadow Master could be captured in physical form. As for your injury, well, that is a secret I shall keep, for it pertains to the abilities of my Devil Fruit. Dino, remaining firmly in place and with no intention of launching an attack, produced his investigative dossier. He marked a check on it and began to scribble notes, musing to himself, well, if that is the case, I should consider this matter thoroughly investigated. Should I call the Warring States now? Perhaps not. This fellow is rather unreliable. It would be wiser to administer a good beating first. Dino was initially poised to sign the investigative order. Yet Moria was evidently incensed by Dino's disdainful gesture and swiftly allied with the Shadow Mage to launch an assault from 2 directions. Pseudo-airquake. This technique had become increasingly effortless for Dino, even more so than the air cannon, leaving Moria utterly unprepared for the fact that Dino could create fissures in the atmosphere and inflict such damage upon him. Without a doubt, the Shadow Mage was dispersed by Dino's attack, and Moria once again found himself gravely injured on the ground. It must be noted that Moria's physical constitution was remarkably lacking. All his strength relied solely on the abilities bestowed by his Devil Fruit. In the face of Dino, the Shadow Mage possessed no counterattack prowess, let alone Moria himself. Thus, without any suspense, Moria collapsed right there. Curse you, brat. You have successfully ignited my fury, Moria exclaimed as he struggled to rise, then bellowed, causing his body to swell. Shadow convergence. In the midst of Dino and his companion's astonishment, countless shadows surged from all directions into Moria's mouth, and his form transformed into a colossal being. What a truly immense physique. Is this the entity that once stood toe-to-toe with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido? It indeed appeared rather formidable. Humph, ignorant mortal. Should I intervene, neither the 4 emperors nor this fellow before me would pose any challenge to me, Enel scoffed, while Nina remained indifferent to him. Her gaze fixated intently on Dino and Moria. Hey, Captain, do you think you can handle this fellow alone? If not, don't overexert yourself. Just surrender and let us teach him a lesson. Nina jested, leaving the others somewhat puzzled by her words. Sister Nina, what do you mean by that? Will the captain lose? Lose? How could that be? Just that bloated fellow? I could handle him myself, though it might take some effort. I merely seek an opportunity to tease the captain a bit. Nina whispered to Indel. Upon hearing her explanation, the others felt reassured and began to relax. Dino, who had been maintaining his observation hockey, couldn't help but find their commentary amusing. How could they so lightly jest about their captain? He resolved to ensure Nina received a proper reprimand later. Hee. Boy, I am now in my most formidable state. Resistance is utterly futile. Hand over your shadows to me. Moria roared, then unleashed a punch imbued with an overwhelming wind pressure aimed directly at Dino. Yet, he remained rooted to the spot, effortlessly blocking the attack with his devil fruit abilities. What sort of power is this? Moria, initially skeptical, quickly shifted his tactics, conjuring a gigantic spear formed from shadows that surged towards Dino. No matter your ability, Parrish, your current strength is indeed commendable, certainly superior to that of a vice admiral, though it has yet to reach the level of a rear admiral. Meanwhile, I have already attained that stature, and even against an admiral, I could exchange a few blows. For you, one strike will suffice. Dino spoke as he swiftly grasped the approaching shadow horn spear with his right hand, then yanked it backward. In an instant, Moria's immense form was seized by a powerful force. Amidst his astonishment, Dino harnessed his abilities and vanished from sight. How could this be happening so swiftly? Come to terms with reality, Moria. Your strength is truly mediocre. If I am not even a match for you, how could you possibly seek vengeance against Kaido? Prepare to face my attack. Air burst. Dino's figure manifested before Moria, or more accurately, before Moria's face, as the latter had grown to a staggering height of over 10 meters, while Dino's stature merely equated to the length of Moria's visage. With the execution of Dino's technique, Moria was instantly propelled backward, his shadow forcefully expelled from his mouth. Moria's form gradually diminished, his eyes rolling back in evident unconsciousness, while behind him, what once resembled a castle had been utterly obliterated. This exemplifies the formidable power Dino now wielded. Just as Nina had articulated, Moria exhibited no capacity for resistance. Swiftly dispatched in a mere instant. Ah, how splendid this life is. Hey, that's my meat. Do not seize it, Captain. Come, Miss Inter. Would you grace us with a song? Burpum. Mr. Enel, could you please refrain from encroaching so closely? Also, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. Yahaha. I'm a god. Intoxication is but a myth. Truly, what an unreliable bunch. Within the moonlit castle of Moria, Dino and his companions commenced a lavish feast, for Dino had a penchant for seizing every opportunity to celebrate, and Inter was equally exhilarated. At this moment, she had already held her own concert aboard the terrifying trireme, resembling a miniature island. Utilizing her fruit abilities, she had provided solace to everyone aboard, subsequently granting them freedom under Dino's command. During this revelry, he stumbled upon an amusing sight. A younger Perona, trembling as she sat timidly at the round table, having consumed a fruit, too frightened to make any sudden movements. Meanwhile, Hogback, the so-called genius surgeon, and Absalom, the master of the transparent fruit, exhibited no reservations. For if Dino had intended to eliminate them, he would have done so long ago, rather than allowing them to linger. Moria, too, sat silently nearby, quietly consuming his food. Ah, how delightful this feast nears its conclusion. So, what say you? Have you given due consideration to my proposal? Dino approached him with a smile, effortlessly levitating an unoccupied chair beside him. As he savored his meat, he cast a glance at Moria. Are you attempting to flaunt your power before me? Reducing us all to your subjugated prisoners. Heh. Such a remarkable tactic, Black Emperor Dino. Is this the caliber of the 7 warlords? Well, I would consider my strength to be beneath that of Hawkeye. Aside from him, I have yet to encounter anyone who could truly challenge me. And do not misunderstand me. Mr. Moria, I harbor no desire to gloat over the vanquished. My interest lies solely in the once mighty figures of the West Blue. In truth, I am quite curious about how someone of your prowess managed to contend with Kaido on equal footing. What transpired during your struggle for the position of Emperor? Why did you suffer such a humiliating defeat? The inquiry posed by Dino momentarily left Moria in a daze, subsequently plunging him into the depths of his own reminiscences, rendering him speechless. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then answer me this. Moria, do you intend to hoist my banner? Or are you preparing to report to the undersea prison? After all, a bounty of 300 million berries is indeed a tantalizing amount. Moria refrained from a direct response, instead allowing his characteristic grin to surface as he remarked, who does not yearn for the freedom to sail the vast oceans? However, as one who has faced defeat twice in succession, do I still hold any value for you? I am merely a pawn, readily disposable. His tone resonated with a palpable lack of confidence, and his gaze swept over Dino's crew, his expression and demeanor growing even more ominous. Kiki, your companions are formidable. And you yourself are strong, but what does that amount to? There are countless individuals on this sea who surpass you in strength. Do not presume that besting me grants you a claim to a place in these waters. You are still too young, Black King Dino, former crewmate of the Pirate King. Roger. This segment serves as a sword. Moria had gleaned all of Dino's identity from the newspapers, for Sengoku had no qualms about exposing every detail, including his fruit abilities, moniker, and previous identity. Fortunately, Sengoku remained oblivious to Dino's other identity, that of the fallen Ibel Scion. Had Sengoku been privy to this information, he might well have lost his mind, For one Doflamingo was already a significant headache. The addition of a 9 bell would have been insurmountable. Ah, the warlords of the sea are not my ultimate ambition. I am striving for the title of Pirate King, with Kaido being one of my targets. And you certainly haven't forgotten that name, have you? Kaido, that scoundrel. Upon hearing Dino's words, Moria seemed to recall something, almost howling the name. How could he possibly forget that monstrous man? No matter how confident the techniques employed against him, none could pierce his defenses, regardless of the injuries inflicted. He would heal instantaneously and charge forth without hesitation. With a physique akin to a beast and unprecedented strength, Moria had never before tasted such despair. Initially, he had held his ground against Kaido, leveraging his fruit abilities to suppress his opponent. Yet, Kaido had somehow mastered techniques that countered Moria's devil fruit, able to seize the Shadow Sorcerer and rend him asunder, rendering him unable to summon his powers for a time. Moria's strength was contingent upon the shadows he consumed. The more formidable the shadows, the mightier he became. It was only later that he learned this power was known as Haki. In earlier encounters, Kaido had fought him to a standstill, but eventually, Kaido had discerned Moria's vulnerabilities and commenced a massacre of his crew. Thus, the once mighty Moria found himself no match for Kaido. Unsurprisingly, Moria could only watch helplessly as the lives of his crew slipped away, one after another, leaving him utterly powerless. This sensation was nothing short of despair, perhaps the greatest despair known to humankind. It seems that even after all this time, you have yet to escape the shadow Kaido cast upon you. Would you care for my counsel? I am not that hulking brute. I possess boundless potential and an infinite future. Allow me to be your captain, and I shall impart to you the methods of Haki cultivation. Such a bargain is indeed advantageous, is it not? Dino smiled as he gazed at the somewhat deranged Moria, while his 3 minions looked on in horror at the frenzied figure before them, whose bloodshot eyes sparked memories of their first encounter with Moria. At that time, he was a broken soul, marooned on an island, bearing the visage and presence of a demon, with eyes that gleamed with a thirst for blood. What do you know? You little brat! Moria bellowed, a hint of madness in his voice. How could someone like you, who knows nothing but the freedom of sailing the seas, comprehend the meaning of powerlessness? The cruelty of the ocean is far beyond the imagination of a child like you. Bang. Indeed, the ocean's cruelty is not so simplistic. Yet do you truly believe that I am ignorant? Is my identity merely a fade? Dino retracted the foot he had previously used to kick Moria against the wall, and with a solemn expression, he remarked, "This is quite enough." Dino rose to his feet, gazing at the cracks in the wall, shaking his head in disbelief. Fortunately, his impulsive action had not been executed with excessive force. Otherwise, the room would have collapsed, and the meal would have been lost. His crew stood in stunned silence, for they had never witnessed Dino's fury since their acquaintance began. "Enough is enough, Mr. Moria," Dino declared, crossing his arms as he approached Moria. "It seems you have outdone yourself in terms of disappointment. Is this all you can do now, but wail in despair?" Dino's demeanor was decidedly grim, and the very atmosphere around him seemed to thicken, instilling a sense of unease within one's heart. "Hey, Moria, where's your audacity? What happened to the bravado you once displayed when standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaido? This is truly enough. In this state, do you even deserve to be called a pirate? I somewhat regret having wasted so many words on you. Oh well, let the underwater prison serve as your final destination." Dino spoke, then glanced around. The 3 peculiar subordinates of Moria looked at him with expressions of sheer terror, while his crew wore looks of confusion and uncertainty. For it was the first time they had witnessed him in such a furious demeanor. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, we set sail under the cover of night towards the nearby G8 branch, the closest naval facility to our location. Keep a close eye on this fellow. Ensure he does not explode. I shall take a stroll and will await your return on the ship shortly. Dino spoke, casting a glance at Moria, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. He then retrieved the phone bug from the Wano period, preparing to make his exit. At that moment, however, Moria sprang to his feet with an agility that belied his stature, blocking the doorway. "What? Do you wish to fight?" Dino narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Moria's gaze transformed. The previous despondence and despair began to fade, replaced by a burgeoning trust. "No, I merely wish to avoid the underwater prison," he replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Anyone knows that once one enters the underwater prison, the chance of escape is utterly non-existent. Hence, I am inclined to accept your proposal. I understand I have disappointed you. Yet did you not provide me with a choice? Surrendering to you is not without its merits. I cannot believe that a person of your caliber would refuse a request from a notorious pirate. Ah, now your demeanor is fitting. This is the expression that a great pirate, Gecko Moria, ought to possess. I take solace in your newfound perspective. It is indeed heartening. However, truth be told, I rather wish that you would choose to conclude your journey here. At least, such an exit would have a semblance of grace, while not particularly grandiose. It would be far more dignified than fading away in an obscure corner. Isn't that so, Moria? A vanquished figure of an era, yet in this age, there are no old ships left for you defeated once to board. If you aspire to set sail anew, you must seek a new vessel. Old ship? New ship? Defeated? Loser? Moria chuckled. You truly enjoy grandiloquence, don't you, Dino? But I must admit, I find your spirited demeanor quite appealing. Though reluctant to concede, it is evident that you possess a force I cannot resist. This is precisely why you feel emboldened to speak so freely here. Had you been the one to suffer defeat today, would you still have the audacity to lecture me? Indeed. It is precisely because I am the loser that you have this opportunity. Huh, have you just defined your own position? The defeated Moria? Dino observed Moria's reaction with amusement, intrigued by the challenge of coaxing an arrogant individual to acknowledge his defeat. Yet, Moria had reached this juncture. Though it had taken him an extensive period to descend into ruin, the time since Kaido claimed dominion was merely 7 or 8 years. Hence, his epiphany may not be too tardy. Moria, I must say, you are rather deserving of a reprimand in your current state. Nevertheless, I retract my earlier statement. You do not yet seem to be a total failure. Black King hereby formally accepts you as a crew member. So attend to your duties and continue to hone your skills. Should I learn of another failure on your part, I shall impose severe penalties. And take this. It will greatly aid your development. Dino spoke, entrusting the cultivation methods of the 6 forms and Haki to Moria. Upon receiving these 2 tomes, Moria was taken aback, casting a glance at Dino that was no longer filled with disdain, but rather infused with newfound respect. The cultivation method of Haki had been meticulously compiled into a single volume, which attested to Dino's considerable skills. After all, even the Navy did not mass-produce such texts. And the ability to compile them oneself indicated that Dino possessed a notable level of writing prowess. As for the 6 forms of the Navy, Moria was genuinely curious about how Dino had acquired them, yet he restrained his inquisitiveness, burying the matter deep within his mind. Whether Dino would choose to answer such a query was one issue, but the implications for Moria's attitude were another entirely. Thus, a wise individual understands what inquiries are appropriate and which are not, and fortunately, Moria was not a fool. By the way, you may allow your subordinates to study these 2 books. On my ship, I cannot tolerate incompetence. If they cannot master even the most fundamental techniques of iron body, paper drawing, and shave, I shall have to officially declare that individual unfit to remain a member of my Black King pirates. As Dino spoke, he cast a sweeping glance around the room, his eyes landing on the youthful figure of Perona. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Of course, Miss Perona is an exception, he chuckled. After all, such an adorably soft and cute girl could hardly be involved in any violence, right? Haha. Nina, who had been listening to Dino, initially thought he had shown a moment of unexpected resolve. However, she soon realized that his true nature remained unchanged, still as unreliable as ever. Hey, Nina, Dino protested. This is merely a display of respect for the young and the elderly. How old is Perona? Just a mere child, barely in her teens. How could she possibly exude any form of intimidation? Her body is still developing. So, dear Miss Perona, you may simply serve as a charming mascot. Dino revealed a smile as he gazed at Perona, who regarded him with a look akin to that of a frightened child observing a peculiar stranger. Oh dear, what a weirdo. Please go away, I'm terrified, she exclaimed, punctuated by her laughter. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, an unusual gathering took place, with the 3 highest-ranking admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, assembled in one room. It was a rare occurrence, as they were typically occupied with their respective missions. Sengoku stood before his desk, as if presiding over a meeting, while Vice Admiral Tsuru was also present, and Garp sat in a corner, munching on donuts. Is this Sengoku? I've completed my task over here. Can I now expect you to lower your guard? The voice on the other end exuded a flippant tone. Sengoku furrowed his brow and replied, Is this the Black Emperor? Dino? Very well, since you're calling, do report on what exactly exists in the Devil's Triangle. Evidently, Sengoku was deeply concerned about the Devil's Triangle, a treacherous area where both pirates and marines reportedly vanished without a trace. This situation necessitated vigilance, especially with such significant tasks at hand, which explained the presence of all 3 admirals. The vice admirals were tied up with their own duties, and the rear admirals lacked the requisite strength, leading Sengoku to contemplate the warlords of the sea. However, among the 6 warlords, one remained unassigned. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, was known for his solitary nature and preferred to navigate the seas without interference from the marines, rendering the title of warlord meaningless to him. As for Doflamingo, Sengoku was well aware that he could not be commanded. Jinbei was a commendable choice, yet he was currently preoccupied on Fishman Island. Crocodile was summoned by the king in Alabasta, making him unavailable. Thus, Sengoku was left considering the options of Bartholomew Kuma and Dino. Given Kuma's recent contributions to the Marines and Dino's timely appearance, Sengoku had issued this mission to gauge Dino's strength. Haha, Sengoku, you could never guess who is here with me. This is quite the surprise, and he happens to be a formidable pirate, though far inferior to me. Dino's boastful voice crackled through the transponder snail, prompting Sengoku to lose his temper. His disdain for the warlord system made it challenging for him to engage amiably with pirates, and Dino's arrogance only fueled his irritation. You are merely the scum of the sea, daring to speak to the fleet admiral in such a tone. One day, I shall personally incinerate you all. Akainu interjected coldly, causing Dino's raucous laughter to falter, replaced by a more somber tone. Akainu? I did not expect to hear your voice. It brings back memories of that encounter where you nearly condemned me to the depths of the sea. Your twisted sense of justice, one day. I shall sever your head from your shoulders. Dino's expression turned menacing, reflecting a darkness that unnerved his crew, who had never witnessed him in such a state. As Dino recalled the painful memories associated with Akainu, he felt an awakening of his powers, both from his devil fruit and the Conqueror's haki. Though he remained unaware of this transformation, in those early days after his arrival in this world, he had been small and frail, driven to despair until the Marines sparked a flicker of hope within him. Yet, when that hope turned to despair once more, his hatred fueled his survival. The source of Dino's animosity was none other than Sakazuki, who pursued a warped sense of justice, indiscriminately punishing even innocent civilians. Although steadfast in his beliefs, Akainu's outlook was merciless and fundamentally flawed. To the Marines, Akainu bore no stain upon his character, and his convictions were among the strongest of the three admirals, which justified his position as fleet admiral. Such grandiose words, pirate. Were it not for your title as warlord, I would have apprehended you long ago. You are nothing but scum. Enough, Sengoku exclaimed. Dino, report the situation. If you wish to retain your title as warlord, you must comply. Disappearing for a year without contact is a violation of the rules. If you wish to continue as a warlord, you would do well to heed my words. Very well. I understand, Fleet Admiral, Dino replied nonchalantly. He valued the title of warlord, for it afforded him a degree of convenience in his endeavors. However, losing it would not be catastrophic. He would merely become a target. All right, I shall divulge. Do you recall Gecko Moria? Once a contender for the title of emperor. He now occupies the Devil's Triangle, Dino said with a smirk. Is that so? In that case, bring him to the nearby G8 branch where he will face justice. Sengoku commanded. That won't do, Fleet Admiral, Dino chuckled. Moria is now one of my subordinates, and as a warlord, my crew should not be imprisoned in the underwater prison. Correct? You little brat, don't push your luck. Sengoku fumed, astonished by Dino's boldness, reminiscent of Roger's former crew. After ending the call, Sengoku gazed out the window, burdened with an unshakable sense of worry. The sound of munching donuts filled the room, and Sengoku, feeling increasingly agitated, turned to Garp. You rascal, stop eating. Can you not be quiet for even a moment? Haha, I can't stop eating. Otherwise, you'll just come and steal my food. And if you get angry, don't blame me. Who would vie for such trivialities? The yellow monkey, standing nearby, wore a somewhat lewd expression. He glanced at the red dog, then looked back at Sengoku, who seemed on the verge of anger, yet found no outlet for his frustration. Sengoku remarked, this kid, didn't Kazan have prior contact with him? What is your assessment of this individual? Me? Don't jest. How could I possibly discern? A hint of evasion was evident in Akiji's tone. For this query was indeed challenging to answer. After all, only he had previously interacted with Dino, and their encounter had merely been a clash of wills, devoid of any real confrontation. Thus, he found it difficult to evaluate this person's strength. At this juncture, Karp ceased his habitual munching and, with a grin, stated, that lad, as long as he doesn't meet an untimely demise, will undoubtedly become someone capable of great deeds. Such high praise, Senior Karp? The yellow monkey expressed surprise. For Karp rarely bestowed such commendations upon anyone, given his notoriously mischievous nature. Then let that fellow known as Black Emperor stir the waters of this sea. After all, he bears the title of a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, and his future will not be without challenges. Now, let us resume our meeting and redistribute everyone's tasks. Captain, is this truly wise? By proceeding this way, have we not severed ties with the Navy? Calm down. Calm down. The current state of the seas is not as tranquil as it appears. Therefore, we still hold value for the Navy, as we are akin to a pawn in their hands. Although this pawn is ungovernable, our presence here serves to bolster their morale significantly. Dino elaborated to his crew that previously, the warlord, Sengoku, had issued a stern command to transport Moria to the underwater prison. However, Dino outright rejected the order. What a jest. Although Moria may currently appear weak, he possesses the strength of a vice admiral. If he were to learn haki and the 6 powers of the Navy, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a rear admiral, nearing the prowess of an admiral. Should he awaken his devil fruit powers, attaining the strength of an admiral would not be an impossibility, albeit a slim chance. This incident provided Akainu with an opportunity to threaten Dino with demotion. How absurd. Moria is a warlord. Albeit appointed by the Navy, he is directly affiliated with the world government, the 3rd largest organization at sea. It is impossible for the Navy to simply demote him at will. Consequently, Dino retorted fiercely. His animosity towards Akainu is profound. If there were anyone in the Navy he wished to see perish, it would undoubtedly be Akainu. Thus, a heated exchange ensued between them until Sengoku intervened. However, in a moment of distraction, Dino, still riding the wave of anger, even directed his ire towards Sengoku. Seizing the moment before a direct confrontation could arise, Dino declared that he would not surrender Moria to the Navy and promptly hung up the phone, oblivious to the reaction on the other end. To be frank, Dino was somewhat impulsive this time. Ignoring Akainu would have been the wisest course of action. Yet, whenever Dino recalled the near-fatal encounter he had with Akainu, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. This led to the unfortunate circumstance of him chastising Sengoku as well. Nevertheless, as a pirate, he would not apologize for mistaking his targets. Instead, he chose to retreat, hanging up the phone in a hasty manner. He harbored no concerns about losing his title as a warlord. Currently, there remains an open position among the warlords, and should he truly be demoted, it is unlikely anyone would want to assume the role, rendering the title meaningless. The Navy would consequently lose all credibility. They could easily appoint a pirate as a warlord, summon them for a meeting, and then apprehend them all at Navy headquarters, followed by demotion. While such actions may not be executed, it is evident that some would entertain the thought and propagate it widely. This is a scenario the Navy would prefer to avoid. Thus, Dino did not engage in any egregious behavior. He merely resisted a moderately significant order and chastised Akainu and the fleet admiral. It was not an egregious matter at all. Therefore, he was certain that the Navy would not truly escalate the situation to the elders to seek his demotion, as there was no necessity for such measures. My observation hockey seems to have sensed something peculiar approaching. Nina's expression was rather strange. Not just her, but Endur and the others also displayed odd expressions, subsequently entering a state of alert, especially Miss Endur, whose complexion turned pale, clearly exhibiting signs of fear. That moving skeleton, how terrifying. Truly terrifying. Is it an enemy? The adorable Miss Endur was evidently frightened, clinging to Enel's side. The proud god of thunder, in this moment, felt a flush of embarrassment, his gaze turning fierce. How dare someone instill fear in Miss Endur? Whoever it is, they deserve to perish. Ah, fear not. They are not an enemy, not an enemy. Ha ha ha. Dino observed the performances of Entur and Enelu intently, subsequently signaling them to remain calm. He too had perceived the existence of this enigmatic being through his observation hockey. Before them stood a figure adorned with an extravagant afro, donning a high-crowned hat, clutching a peculiar weapon, and dressed in a somewhat tattered yet surprisingly unblemished suit. His polished shoes gleamed with an immaculate shine. Were this attire to be worn by a living person, it might well represent the garb of a once noble but now fallen aristocrat. Yet, at this moment, the one clad in such apparel was a skeleton that could walk, run, leap, and speak. Ho ho ho. I never anticipated that someone would actually arrive. My apologies for my abrupt entrance. Might I have the pleasure of seeing your undergarments, my dear ladies, despite my lack of eyes? The skeleton cackled. Humph. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to face my wrath. Divine punishment. Enelu, still seething with fury, unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the skeletal figure before him. However, it was evident that despite being startled by the sudden strike, the skeleton bore no injuries. Ho ho ho. A thunder fruit, is it? What a frightful surprise. My heart is racing, though I lack a heart, of course. Enelu's incredulity was palpable as he realized his lightning had no effect, and the skeleton continued to frolic about. Observing this, Nina sprang into action, unleashing her full power without hesitation. Mountain-crushing fist. She enveloped her fist in a layer of black armament hockey. For the skeleton before her had proven immune to Enelu's lightning. Utilizing her observation hockey, she sensed the skeleton's form fluctuating, elusive, and indefinable, making it challenging to gauge its true strength. Thus, she resolved to exert her utmost effort. Ho ho ho. Is that truly the extent of your power? Armament hockey. How nostalgic. But I assure you, I am not your enemy. Must we truly resort to violence? The skeleton exclaimed, though its words were undermined as it suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing in a different location, evading Nina's attack. Tailcoat slash. How swift. Nina could scarcely comprehend how the skeleton had moved or struck, yet she felt a prickling sense of danger. Fortunately, she had anticipated this, raising her arms defensively in front of her chest to block the assault. Who is this fellow? Such an uncanny presence. Jace, possessing the capabilities of the swift fruit, had enhanced vision that allowed him to perceive the skeleton's movements with clarity. However, such agility was impossible for him to replicate. The skeleton moved as if unburdened by weight, merely pushing off the ground to glide swiftly aside, its blade's speed equally astonishing, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Impressive. You must be Brooke. That flamboyant attire, the explosive afro, and the signature sword-drawing style of a swordsman and musician. I have indeed seen your bounty poster. Ha ha ha. Though it is merely a relic from before your demise. What? As Dino's words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone once more. The skeleton in question could only be Brooke. Upon hearing Dino's voice, he momentarily appeared dazed. Yo-ho-ho. I never imagined there would still be someone who remembers my name. It truly moves me to the point of tears, though alas, I possess no tears to shed. His characteristic offbeat humor remained intact. Yet Dino understood that this peculiar demeanor stemmed from Brooke's prolonged solitude. To stave off madness, one must seek amusement, even if it is of a trivial nature. Furthermore, having perused the manga, Dino recognized that Brooke was arguably the most significant foreshadowing element within the entire narrative. At nearly a century old, Brooke regarded Roger merely as a newcomer to the pirate world, and the infamous pirate rocks who predated Roger, seemed to bear Brook's shadow as well. This was during the nascent era of piracy, a time when the Navy lacked the formidable strength it boasts today. Yet figures like Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr rose to prominence during this age, with Garp earning the title of Hero of the Navy for apprehending the great pirate rocks. During that era, bounty amounts were considerably modest. The Navy did not possess the vast resources it wields now. For instance, Brook's bounty was a mere 30 million berries, which, when adjusted for today's standards, equates to an estimate of 200 to 300 million in strength. Notably, he was neither a primary combatant nor a leading figure, but merely a musician and swordsman. Thus, it is only natural that Brook's strength would have diminished over such a lengthy period. However, his true power remained an enigma, both in the manga and in Dino's first-hand experience with him, leaving Dino utterly confounded. This uncertainty began to sway Dino's initial intentions of recruiting Brook, as the strength Brook displayed appeared to rival that of Moria. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance against Nina. As for Enel, it was simply a matter of misfortune. After all, bones do not conduct electricity, and it seemed Brook had also lost his sense of pain and other sensations. Dino could not recall the specifics clearly, but Brook had once mentioned in the original narrative that his shadow had been stolen. Although this may have been due to negligence, there was no way Brook could have been bested by the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Ryuma. The power exhibited moments ago was already astonishing, and Ryuma, possessing Brook's shadow, would likely match him or perhaps even surpass him slightly. Brook's reluctance to reclaim his shadow likely stemmed from a desire to toy with his opponent. After all, in his lengthy existence, few things had piqued his interest. He was probably waiting for someone capable of defeating Moria, allowing him to infiltrate the pirate crew. Beyond this, Dino struggled to fathom why Brook would conceal his true strength so profoundly that even Moria, with whom he had coexisted for an extended period, remained oblivious. The motives of this enigmatic individual eluded comprehension. Yo-ho-ho, please do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. I am merely curious as to who could have vanquished such a formidable foe as Moria. My shadow was taken and entered the body of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Ryuma. I have attempted to reclaim my body several times, but have failed. I simply wish to witness the might of the individual who defeated Moria, as I have come to express my gratitude. Therefore, I assure you, I am not an enemy. Yo-ho-ho. Please, everyone, relax. Dino nodded, confirming his suspicions. Indeed. Brook began with such a preamble, which mirrored his expectations almost perfectly. Thus, the true identity of Brook remained a mystery to Dino. Yet a flicker of curiosity ignited within him, for this individual was undeniably enigmatic. A talking skeleton. How amusing. At that moment, Endur approached, gently touching Brook's hand bones and ribcage, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Be cautious. This fellow is also a formidable adversary, she warned. Fear not, Sister Nina, my voice fruit has awakened, and I can distinctly sense that Mr. Brook poses no threat to us. Is that so? Dino contemplated Endur's words, hesitating for a moment. Meanwhile, Enel appeared increasingly agitated, as Brook had seemingly usurped the most significant person in his life. Yet, he remained oblivious to how deeply he cared for Endur. You wretched skeleton. Keep your distance from our musician, Miss Endur. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, sending Brook flying, and then cast a glance at Dino, only to find him unresponsive, prompting Enel to pursue Brook immediately. What a splendid opportunity this was to gauge Brook's true strength. After all, it seemed Brook possessed knowledge of hockey, yet lacked the ability to wield it, rendering him harmless to Enel, who himself was also incapable of using armament hockey. Thus, the two were evenly matched. Dino quietly assessed the current disparity in strength between the two, and then broke into a smile as he said, Enel, if you can defeat this fellow, I shall personally instruct you in the art of hockey for a month. During this time, I will practice with you without retaliating, so you must give it your all. Dino, with a hint of malicious humor, spoke provocatively, directly irritating Enel. At that moment, the disparity in their strengths was as vast as heaven and earth. Enel, still grappling with his explorations, had yet to uncover any path to mastering the armament hockey. His disdain for the Marine's 6 powers stemmed from his belief that they were beneath him, so he ambitiously aspired to cultivate hockey instead. This lofty ambition, however, was soon to be challenged. It is crucial to note that Dino had spent 4 arduous years mastering the basics of armament hockey, while the exceptionally talented Nina required nearly half a year to fully master it as well. The others were no exception. Their learning curves were even longer. Jess, for instance, had yet to grasp it, and Erlen had been studying for 3 years, including his time with Uncle Norsen, before finally achieving proficiency. Thus, such mastery is not merely a matter of desire. Even the protagonist Luffy dedicated a year to honing his armament hockey. It becomes evident that this formidable power of the seas is not easily acquired. However, the observation hockey, due to its unique nature, can be cultivated at a significantly faster pace than armament hockey. Damn skeleton, behold my move. Million volts, Thunderbird. The thunder roared, emitting a bird-like cry, and transformed into a colossal thunderbird, soaring directly towards Brook. Oh ho ho ho, how terrifying. It nearly made my eyes pop out, though they didn't, of course. Brook's skeletal quip sounded to Enel like mockery, prompting him to amplify his electric charge from 1,000,000 volts to 10 million, causing the Thunderbird to swell dramatically. Thunder Sword, Revolutionary Dance, Charge. Brook grounded himself, bending his legs and tossing aside his damaged high-top hat, revealing his full, explosive hair. He then rushed forward, sword pointed at the Thunderbird. What? Enel, incredulous, watched as Brook pierced through the Thunderbird's barrier, his observation haki fully activated, letting out a cold chuckle. You startled me. I thought you wielded armament haki. Enel sensed that Brook's sword was devoid of armament haki, allowing him to pass by unscathed, the point of impact transforming into lightning. Yet, in the next moment, Enel felt something amiss. Even Dino and Nina sensed the peculiarity, for Enel's face twisted in discomfort, as if he were experiencing pain, gripping his waist tightly. Damn, what is this ability? Oh ho ho ho. My power is feeble. In my former life, I could indeed channel haki, but now, without the support of a corporeal form, I can hardly manifest it. Yet do not underestimate me. After all, I was once a pirate. Melody of the nose, tail cut. Brook landed on the deck, ignoring Enel and turning his focus to Dino. His earlier comments had been directed at him, and now he instantaneously appeared beside Dino, only to be astounded when Dino countered his move. Perhaps you were once formidable. I can sense the confidence and pride of your past as a pirate in your tone and technique. But what transpired to cause such a rapid decline in your strength? Ignoring those thoughts, Brook stated, as the captain of the Black King Pirates, I now extend an invitation to you. Would you graciously consider accepting? Dino grasped Brook's arm, which held the sword, with a remarkable strength, as he employed his abilities to withstand Brook's advance, thereby showcasing his prowess. After a moment, he finally released his grip. Phew. I thought I was done for. Though I've already faced death once, he chuckled heartily. Brook sheathed his twin blades back into his cane, given his skeletal visage. It was nearly impossible to discern any expression. However, inexplicably, Dino sensed a flicker of excitement emanating from Brook. How delightful it is to be invited by a pirate crew. I am truly touched. Yet, alas, I must decline your offer to set sail, for I have a promise to keep with Laboon, the whale, who is also our companion. I must search for him. Laboon. Is he the whale from Twin Cape? How do you know about him? Have you met him? Ah, so you are the renowned Brook. Indil's countenance darkened, for she was aware of the pact between Laboon and the Rumbar pirates, a 50-year span of separation that was exceedingly cruel for Laboon. Ho ho ho. I cannot believe someone has encountered Laboon. So he still resides at Twin Cape? How extraordinary. I had thought he would have long departed. Tears streamed down Brook's bony face. A perplexing sight, for he possessed no tear ducts. Due to certain circumstances, he was unable to sail alone. Even if he were to defeat the formidable Don Quixote, he would still be relentlessly pursued by the Navy. Given Brook's current state, escape was utterly impossible, which is why he awaited someone to assist him in returning to Twin Cape. Yet suddenly, a thought struck Dino. What if Brook truly could not defeat Don Quixote? Brook's strength was comparable to that of a weakened Moria, lacking the power of his shadow. If his shadow represented his former strength, then Don Quixote's prowess was far beyond that measure. I will assist you with Laboon. In due time, I shall take you back to Twin Cape. There is nothing amiss in that. However, I must pose a serious question. With the power you have displayed, you seem no different from Moria. Yet why is it that you cannot reclaim your own shadow? The issue concerning Dino is indeed quite grave, for Brook's response will ultimately determine whether he harbors ulterior motives or if he has spoken the truth. This is a pivotal question. Ah ha ha ha. My prowess has waned with the passage of time, yet as my shadow shifts towards Longma, I catch a glimpse of my former self, back when I was a formidable swordsman. Longma himself is also an elite swordsman, and when our strengths combine, coupled with my current inability to utilize haki, the outcome becomes rather evident, does it not? Ah ha. Ha ha. Thus, it can be inferred that the Longma you are set to battle possesses strength that may even surpass Moria, nearing the caliber of a quasi-admiral. This certainly provides a plausible explanation. Dino nodded, and then spoke accordingly. As Dino perused the comic, he encountered a peculiar battle between the Dragon Slayer and Zoro. The dynamic felt oddly unsettling. Initially, the Dragon Horse had been suppressing Zoro in every conceivable aspect, yet then proposed a decisive move to determine the outcome. An unusual approach indeed. Zoro found himself confronted by an adversary, arguably the most formidable one aside from Mihawk, which proved to be quite daunting. Faced with such an opportunity, he readily accepted without hesitation. At that moment, the Dragon Horse's demeanor was evidently nonchalant, as both the narrative and his tone suggested a disinterest in combat, a desire to no longer exist in such a manner within this world. Ultimately, what appeared to be a grand display of power was, in fact, a deliberate concession, culminating in the bestowal of the Black Blade, Shusui, upon Zoro. The motivations behind this enigmatic gesture remain a mystery, likely known only to him. Moreover, Brook, at that time, displayed an air of calm amidst adversity, skillfully evading all foes without engaging in direct confrontation. Even later, his strategy remained consistent, apart from his earnest efforts against the pacifists. He relied solely on his skeletal strength, which proved insufficient against his opponents. Thus, he was effectively subdued. As the narrative progressed, Brook became increasingly inscrutable. Despite lacking rigorous training, he acquired the powers of the Yomi Yomi Nomi and withstood Big Mom's might, cleverly buying time while securing the historical text's imprint, which undoubtedly attested to his remarkable capabilities. Consequently, Dino found himself deeply intrigued by this skeletal figure, particularly regarding his enigmatic origins. Additionally, it is noteworthy that in the spin-off game, Brook engaged in a 3-day battle against Mihawk, with no clear victor emerging. Well, if that is the case, then I am most grateful. But should I grant your request? Brook exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise and a hint of exuberance. Let us tentatively settle on this. We shall set forth now to Alabasta. I have pressing matters to attend to there, and subsequently, we will proceed to Twin Cape. How does that sound? Dino smiled as Brook readily agreed, and soon the Black King pirates soared from the maritime region of the Devil's Triangle into the sky. Their speed was not swift, and remarkably, for an entire month, the sea remained tranquil, save for a minor incident when Dino and his crew encountered the Moby Dick, belonging to Whitebeard. Sailing from the Twin Cape towards the Sabaody archipelago, this formidable vessel was nearly as grand as the Black Pearl, resembling a massive blue whale. A prominent white crescent moon pirate skull flag billowed proudly in the breeze as the colossal ship glided gracefully over the ocean. As they approached the skies near Alabasta, Dino decided to lower their flight altitude. However, by sheer coincidence, they brushed past the Moby Dick. The towering figure of Whitebeard sat calmly, his gaze meeting Dino's across the distance. No confrontation ensued, yet Dino felt utterly drained, his body instinctively leaning back, his face flushed with an unusual hue, appearing rather fatigued. Not only he, but his crew members also seemed overwhelmed, gasping for breath on the deck. While Nina and Inel fared slightly better, the others displayed discomfort in their postures. What was that? Jess, sprawled on the deck in disbelief, gasped for air. Nina looked gravely serious, pondering, Captain, is that the might of Whitebeard? I've witnessed Big Mom's strength, but it pales in comparison. Yet indeed, the overwhelming conqueror's haki of Whitebeard was palpable, surpassing even that of Shanks. And he appeared significantly stronger than when they last met over a decade ago. It was only natural. At over 60, Whitebeard was at the pinnacle of his power. Rest assured, Whitebeard is a magnanimous individual. Although Big Mom is also a formidable force, she seems like a mere child beside him. Edward Newgate is renowned as the strongest man in the world, a figure on par with Captain Roger, unlike the decayed Golden Lion who cannot be compared. Ha ha ha. What an interesting little rascal. After all this time apart, he has developed his devil fruit abilities to such an extent, truly remarkable. A tall man with a white crescent beard, seated in an enormous chair, displayed a hearty grin. This man, brimming with charisma and vigor, was none other than Edward Newgate, the legendary Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the seas. That old man. Isn't he Black King Dino, the newly appointed warlord from a year ago? His power seems rather underwhelming, struggling to withstand even your conqueror's haki, and he dares to aspire to be an emperor. How absurd, remarked a rather ordinary-looking man. Adorned with a Whitebeard pirate emblem tattoo on his chest, his disdain evident in his tone. Ha ha ha. Marco, do not underestimate him. While he may lack conqueror's haki, I have witnessed this lad's ambition firsthand. He is not to be trifled with. Moreover, he is still in his growth phase, and in comparison to you, his strength is merely a notch below. Is he truly that formidable? Marco questioned, somewhat skeptical of Dino's capability to rival him, yet he could not dismiss Whitebeard's words. Ha ha ha. Very well, let us return to the New World. This journey has been rife with intriguing encounters. First, a challenge from a warlord, and now this lad. What a delightful day. Indeed, that warlord was somewhat overconfident. Were it not for your mercy, he would have perished long ago. Cheers. Cheers. As the Moby Dick and the Black Pearl sailed further apart, Dino found himself hovering over Alabasta, discreetly making his way into a desolate, uninhabited expanse of desert. This area, once a thriving locale, had succumbed to drought due to the dancing powder, forcing its inhabitants to relocate, leaving behind only the forlorn elderly. What a sweltering place. I wish I didn't have to come here, but there is no alternative. The historical texts lie beneath the palace, do they not? What Dino refers to as the historical text is none other than the monumental stone tablet, which bears the inscriptions leading to Raftel. Upon this grand stone tablet, information regarding the underworld king is inscribed, which is precisely why Dino has ventured here. His purpose mirrors that of his time on Sky Island. He is here solely for the acquisition of this historical text. As for the kingdom of Alabasta, he harbors no interest whatsoever, not merely due to Nina's casual request, but because Alabasta is one of the member states of the world government. Furthermore, it was once a founding nation in the establishment of the new era. Thus, Dino possesses no inclination towards this country, for otherwise, he would surely find himself pursued by the world government, jeopardizing his reputation as a warlord of the sea. Very well. Everyone, you may disperse now. Pursue whatever you desire. However, remember to contact until promptly should any issues arise. Nina, you shall accompany until to discuss matters with the theater here. We are set to host a concert, and Mr. Brooke is welcome to participate as well. Ah, how splendid. The harmony of Mr. Brooke S. violin, Miss Until S. singing, and Nina S. piano is a perfect combination. Let it be decided then. The 3 of you shall endeavor to utilize our existing resources to secure the largest theater available and commence the concert. This time, I expect the scale of the performance to rival that of our musical extravaganza on Music Island. Dino spoke and then burst into hearty laughter. Although they had held no fewer than 30 concerts thus far, it must be said that, apart from the initial occasion when they invited Endure aboard, they had yet to conduct a proper concert upon the vast ocean, while Endure had performed over 20 times in the Sky Islands. And though those events were not insignificant in scale, their essence was entirely distinct from that of the sea. Therefore, Endure was particularly exhilarated this time, and Nina felt a sense of joy for her. This somewhat proud young lady had already begun to envision the resplendent attire she would don for the upcoming concert. Oh, can I truly be part of it? Is it possible for me? Of course, my soul king, the master of performance, Mr. Brooke. As a talented vocalist and violinist, you are certainly qualified. However, on this occasion, you may find yourself relegated to a supporting role. For you are well aware that Miss Endure's voice far surpasses yours in beauty. Dino, somewhat enraptured, remarked that during this period, the trio of Endure, Nina, and Brooke had truly produced a celestial harmony. Even the proud Enel, who had always held reservations about Brooke, could not help but sing praises of him, let alone the others. Furthermore, Dino had no other passions aside from music, which made his inability to sing a source of great sorrow for him. Yet, the presence of 3 accomplished musicians brought him immense satisfaction. He was uncertain whether this concert would be the last, especially since Brooke had yet to officially join their ranks. To avoid any regrets, he had specially procured nearly 1,000 phonograph shells from Sky Island as backups, treasures to be cherished indefinitely. Thus, this concert must be nothing short of magnificent. Now, my friends, let us embark, he exclaimed with exuberance. Under Dino's enthusiastic encouragement, everyone leapt from the ship to the ground, startling the few remaining elders in the city. They were bewildered by the sudden appearance of Dino and his companions, only aware that they had descended from the skies. Gentlemen, what brings you here? One elder inquired. Ah, dear elders, we mean no harm. We simply wish to ask where we might find Crocodile. Crocodile? That warlord? What do you seek him for? He is exceedingly dangerous, young man. You would do well to steer clear of him. Thank you, kindly elder, but fear not. For I am quite formidable myself. I too am a warlord. My name is Dino. A warlord? Dino? The Black Emperor, Dino. Dino's reputation, at least within these vast seas, holds considerable weight. After all, he is currently one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And those who frequently peruse the newspapers in the great kingdoms are likely to be aware of significant events in the world. Possessing powers rivaling those of the Trimmer and Float Fruits, he successfully apprehended the Golden Lion, who had escaped from the underwater prison. Moreover, he was once a crew member of the legendary pirate king, Roger. At just over 20 years of age, he stands as a prominent figure among the 7 warlords. Such an individual would likely be unknown only to reclusive personalities like Moria. Otherwise, even the commoners who regularly read the newspapers are cognizant of his existence. Furthermore, not long ago, news surfaced of Dino emerging unscathed from the treacherous Devil's Triangle, having vanquished the demon Moonlight Moria, a notorious pirate who once stood toe-to-toe with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Consequently, his renown has soared even higher, making it entirely reasonable for this elder to be well aware of his name. As for the reason for your esteemed presence among us, might I implore you not to trouble us frail old souls? Our remaining days are already numbered. Dino regarded the old man with a look of resignation. Although a flicker of apprehension danced in his eyes, there was little fear to be found within them. It seemed he was simply aware of his impending demise, knowing that his time was limited. Consequently, Dino felt no need to comment further, allowing his demeanor to gradually soften. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, venerable elder, my sole purpose here is to seek out Crocodile, while also contemplating the possibility of holding a concert near the royal palace. Should you possess knowledge of any grand theaters, I would greatly appreciate your recommendations. The old man sighed, continuing, the thoughts of you pirates are beyond my comprehension, so I shall be direct. Crocodile resides within the southern rainforest, where he has established a rather sizable casino, his abode within its confines. As for theaters, I must be candid. Such venues are not in vogue in Alabasta. However, the Royal Theater, built under the king's auspices, is a somewhat acceptable option, if you wish to conduct your concert there. It could serve as a splendid choice, provided the funding and promotion are adequately arranged. Thank you ever so much, venerable elder. Ha ha ha. My companions, take your positions. Feel free to explore, as our time in Alabasta is limited. We must endeavor to accomplish everything within a fortnight. The concert must be magnificent. If it could last an entire day, that would be absolutely perfect. Dino spoke boldly, and his crew echoed his enthusiasm with cheers. Subsequently, Nina approached Dino and, with a hint of concern, inquired, if you were to seek out Crocodile on your own, would it not pose a danger? After all, he is one of the 7 warlords. Rest assured, I shall be perfectly fine, Dino replied confidently. I am well aware of his capabilities. He wields the powers of the Sansant fruit. While he is indeed formidable in this arid region and his abilities are nearing awakening, there remains a slight disparity between us. Dino spoke with a remarkable confidence, his smile unwavering. Nina, at that moment, exhaled deeply. Subsequently, their group divided into 4 teams. Dino ventured alone into the southern rainforest, while Enelu also embarked on a solitary journey, having discerned through his observation hockey the presence of an excellent bar, where he took some money and went to indulge and drink. Meanwhile, Jess and Erlen formed a pair, planning to meander about, searching for distinctive local ingredients to procure and store on their vessel. As for Nina, and Till, and Brooke, they naturally heeded the elder's guidance and proceeded to the capital city of Alabasta, known as Alubarna, for they were the only ones among the group tasked with a specific mission. Although, in essence, this mission bore little distinction from mere leisure. What a truly joyous place this is. Is this Rain Banquet? It appears to be quite a grand casino. Dino stepped into the casino, immediately enveloped by an opulent array of decorations, accompanied by the cacophony of indulgence and excess. Yet amidst this lavishness, there lingered a dissonant sound, the cracking of bones and the anguished cries of pain. How many times must you default? I have broken your left arm. Yet here you are again. You might as well relinquish your right arm as well. Teach him a lesson. This scoundrel owes our casino 10 million Bailey, a debt that cannot be repaid in his lifetime. Soon, he shall feed the crocodiles. Understood, Mr. 11. A man, adorned with a bowler hat and marked by 2 downward-pointing arrows on his face, was commanding his subordinates to mercilessly beat a man. Dino, witnessing this scene, paid it little mind. He merely passed by, his expression slightly displeased, yet he was no saint and chose to ignore the unfolding events. However, his curiosity piqued upon overhearing how the men addressed the victim. Excuse me, you are Mr. 11, are you not? Do you know where your boss, Crocodile, is? I have matters to discuss with him. Dino remarked, surveying the area with his observation hockey, yet he detected no trace of Crocodile, which left him perplexed. In the original manga, he was aware that the sand crocodile typically secluded himself in his lair, contemplating the whereabouts of the legendary figure known as the King of the Underworld. The absence of Crocodile in this location aroused Dino's suspicion. Who do you think you are? Daring to utter the name of Mr. Zero? Are you seeking death? A man unsheathed his sword, casting a disdainful glance at Dino as he approached with an air of arrogance. However, upon getting a closer look at Dino's face, his bravado swiftly dissipated. Black King Dino, what brings you here? Dino looked at the man, taken aback that he recognized him. He had intended to maintain an air of superiority, but unexpectedly found himself exposed. Although this recognition made things more convenient, it also diminished the element of intrigue. I am here to seek your leader, he stated. I have matters to discuss with him, so please report to him promptly. Yes, I understand. The subordinate, Mr. 11, wasted no time and swiftly departed, heading towards Crocodile's office. His obedience was remarkable. After all, it was no laughing matter. The fate of those who defied such authority was often dire. Dino, after all, was one of the 7 warlords. While they might be unaware of the full extent of his power, anyone bestowed with such a title was at least on par with their leader. Thus, a person of his caliber was not someone they could afford to offend. Without hesitation, Mr. 11 rushed out, leaving the 2 henchmen momentarily stunned, unsure whether to continue their assault on the battered figure lying on the ground. You 2 carry on. Do not mind me. I shall wander at my leisure. Dino spoke as he strode into the casino, leaving the 2 henchmen utterly bewildered. Before long, Mr. 11 returned only to discover that Dino had vanished. Panic surged within him. Where could he be? That esteemed individual has gone to peruse the casino. The 2 henchmen swallowed hard, intimidated by Mr. 11's now menacing demeanor. Incompetence. You 2 have failed to keep watch over him. This is dire. We must locate him swiftly. If someone foolishly crosses paths with our esteemed guest, it will spell disaster. Mr. 11 was in a state of utter urgency. The arrival of the 7 warlords at their location had come without any forewarning, leaving their intelligence network completely in the dark regarding the whereabouts of the Dark Emperor. This was an utter failure. Thus, Dino must not be allowed to wander aimlessly. He needed to stabilize the situation before Crocodile returned. Even though he was unaware of Dino's intentions. Damn it, Mr. Zero, why have you not returned? It has been 5 days since you mentioned needing to step out. Yet we have heard not a whisper from you. Where could you possibly be? Meanwhile, in a small desert town, a man clad in a dark cloak, cigar dangling from his mouth and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, bore a scar across his face that only accentuated his already fierce gaze. He sat alone upon the sandy ground, facing a town that had succumbed entirely to the sand, beneath which lay countless buried bones. What a formidable man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his charisma was exceptional. He even sought to have me as his son and captain of his 2nd division. Such fanciful notions. He even demanded a hand from me. If it weren't for the need to forge this poison hook, these men would not have met their end. It is fate's cruelty that in this world, weakness is a sin. You are weak, thus compelled to obey me, and I shall slay you. I am weak, having lost a hand to Whitebeard, but I shall grow stronger. Once I possess the Pluton, this world will bend to my will. Crocodile refused to succumb to defeat. Rather, this setback ignited his competitive spirit anew. This distinguishes him from Moria, who, after a single failure, became despondent and retreated into a hermit-esque life, fantasizing about revenge against Kaido. Had Dino not appeared, Moria might have waited years until Luffy set sail, only to fall to him once more before grasping reality. Though arrogant and haughty, Crocodile displayed remarkable composure in the face of formidable foes. Otherwise, Whitebeard would not have merely claimed a hand, but sought his life. The dignity of the four emperors is not to be trifled with. His survival attests to his strength and composure, having earned Whitebeard's recognition, thus sparing his life. Were it a different man, one as insufferably proud as Enel or lacking in grace like Moria, there would be no doubt that Whitebeard would not only refuse an invitation but would also eliminate them without hesitation. It is precisely this quality that allows Dino to wield his words effectively, securing the most vital aspects of their hearts within his grasp, compelling them to obey him, gradually expanding his crew. For Dino, this is an exceptional talent. The ability to capture hearts is not possessed by just anyone. Once, Roger had such a gift. Now, Shanks and Whitebeard exhibit the same, and in the future, even the seemingly simple-minded Luffy will embody it. Yaha, why has this place changed so? Hick, you look somewhat familiar. Regardless, do you know where the bar is? I recall hearing there is a splendid one here. Enel, transformed into lightning, stood holding a bottle, gazing down arrogantly at Crocodile. Who was resting below? Who are you? Crocodile, taken aback by the figure flying above, felt a shift in his expression. He recognized this individual resembled a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, which posed a potential threat. Hick, why do you care who I am? Just tell me where the tavern is. I shall reward you handsomely. Such an arrogant fool, claiming to be a god? How laughable. Crocodile, too proud to endure such disdain, rose, transforming into sand and charging at Enel. Arrogant one, meet your doom. Sandstorm, suspecting his opponent was also a Logia user. Crocodile seized the moment to unleash a lethal attack. Any ordinary person might have been caught off guard and suffered the consequences, but Enel, possessing observation haki, foresaw the assault. His expression darkening. Truly, I merely sought directions, yet I encounter the insolence of mortals. How foolish. Thunderfall, divine punishment. What a troublesome adversary. Who exactly are you? Enel, now somewhat sobered, realized he was facing another user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Given that both lacked haki, they found themselves unable to strike at each other's physical forms. However, due to the nature of the sand fruit, Enel had to maintain his elemental state. Otherwise, he would easily be affected, especially since this desert expanse was Crocodile's creation. From the extent of his fruit's capabilities, it was clear that Crocodile had awakened his powers, whereas Enel had not reached that level, lacking even basic haki. Save for observation haki. Thus, while their confrontation appeared fiercely intense, neither sustained any real injury. Such strength from a nameless individual. The seas remain as tumultuous as ever. I have no time for this. I have matters to attend to. Crocodile declared, transforming into sand and departing from the scene. Having the foresight of observation haki, Enel sensed where he was headed but refrained from pursuing, recognizing the presence of their captain. Is this the sand crocodile my captain spoke of? Quite unexpectedly strong. Though still inferior to me. I wonder if my captain can contend with him. No matter, since the tavern is gone, I must head to the capital. Hopefully. There I shall find a fine wine to satisfy my palate, as I initially intended this to be my final stop. The expression on Enelu's face remained one of haughty pride, before he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the desolate expanse of sand. Viewed from above, one would observe that nearly a 10-mile radius had succumbed to a barren desert. Although this area was once ensnared by the sands, it was known for a small town famed for its ironwork. Yet now, it lay in utter desolation, concealing beneath the gravel countless tormented souls. The architect of this misfortune was none other than the sand crocodile. Crocodile, you scoundrel, are you cheating? How is it that you are always so accurate? Do not make a move. I warn you, should you choose to strike, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Dino stood before a gaming table. Having amassed nearly 10 million berries, he had only placed 4 bets in total, and with each wager, he flawlessly claimed the chips on the table. While 1 or 2 such victories might not raise eyebrows, by the 3rd and 4th, suspicions began to emerge. However, most merely attributed his success to luck. Among the onlookers, one individual, having lost everything, gazed at Dino with eyes filled with despair and a fierce glint, approaching him with a gun drawn. I don't care. I'm taking all your chips. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Do you understand the rules? Indeed. Everyone here was accustomed to the principle of gambling and accepting losses, yet the man's behavior was rather unbecoming. Silence. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. With no hesitation, he fired a shot into the air, startling everyone present. The henchman and Mr. 11, who had been searching for Dino, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden gunfire and began to move towards the source of the sound. Such audacity. You truly have no sense of danger, Dino mused. Dismissing the reckless man without a desire for further dialogue, his hands still buried in his pockets as he cast a glance at the chips on the table. Suddenly, the chips flew into the air, a spectacle he had previously demonstrated, leading others to suspect he had manipulated the dice. However, would he truly resort to such tactics? That would be beneath him. He merely used his observation haki to discern the dice's outcomes. Dino, initially prepared to leave, felt a twinge of guilt over his winnings. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of the would-be robber, leaving him in a rather bemused state. As Mr. 11 arrived, he found a bloodied figure sprawled on the ground, covered in chips, lifeless. Ah, you've arrived. This man was a persistent nuisance, so I dealt with him. Hope that that's not a problem. Not at all. He was a notorious troublemaker around here. If not for his family's wealth, we would have disposed of him long ago. Mr. 11 remarked, suppressing his disgust as he carefully cleared the chips from the dead man's face, finally recognizing him. Glancing nervously at Dino, Mr. 11 spoke with caution, fearing that any misstep might provoke a catastrophic response from him. This man seems familiar, perhaps one of the 7 warlords. Indeed, he is the Black Emperor, Dino. As the patrons of the gambling den regained their senses, they began to recognize Dino's face, feeling an unsettling familiarity. They had overlooked him during the betting. But with the death of one of their own, clarity emerged. None dared approach, they silently retreated. This place, known as Rain Banquet, was the domain of one of the 7 warlords. And the arrival of another could only herald misfortune. Thus, they collectively chose to vacate the premises. The mere presence of such individuals instilling a profound sense of dread among them. Lord Black Emperor, if you would accompany me, Mr. 1 has been waiting for you. Shouldn't it be Crocodile? Dino inquired, puzzled, as he had yet to sense the whereabouts of that individual. Mr. 0 is currently away on urgent business and will return shortly. For now, Mr. 1 is in charge of the Baroque works. Please, Lord Black Emperor, follow me upstairs, Mr. 11 said, bowing deeply. Dino nodded, following him. Though his curiosity remained unquenched, what he did not know was that Crocodile was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Inel. Mr. 1? Dino entered the room, his gaze falling upon a bald man clad in a striking black and yellow attire, who stood with his back turned to him. A smile crept across Dino's lips. The individual before him was none other than Das Bonus, a senior agent of the Baroque works, known as Mr. 1. Slowly, he turned to face Dino, his expression tinged with disdain. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for Mr. 11 to take his leave. Speak, Black Emperor Dino, Mr. 1 intoned, his voice devoid of courtesy, resonating with a deep, almost ominous undertone. What brings you here? If your visit lacks significance, we are not inclined to welcome the arrival of the 2nd warlord. Ah ha 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 ha. You hardly possess the standing to engage in dialogue with me. This was once the office of Crocodile, was it not? I observe you lack the courage to occupy your rightful place. How utterly revealing. From this vantage point, surveying the casino is indeed quite convenient. Dino spoke, and amidst Mr. 1's astonished expression, he approached the semicircular table at a speed that eluded comprehension. Taking a seat with nonchalance, his gaze fell upon the expansive casino below, where he could observe everything with remarkable clarity. You insufferable fool, get down from that position. Mr. 1 exclaimed, his anger palpable, for Dino's audacity was, to him, utterly presumptuous. He had audaciously seated himself in Crocodile's rightful place, an act Mr. 1 deemed unthinkable. Yet, Dino displayed no concern, even daring to jest. Oh come now, it's merely a seat. Is such fury truly necessary? If Crocodile is particular about cleanliness, I can always procure a new chair for him. That wretched scoundrel should have perished. As he spoke, Mr. 1's hands transformed into twin blades, his gaze sharp and menacing, reminiscent of a solitary wolf stalking its prey. Ha ha ha. What manner of fruit is this? It is indeed amusing. Dino laughed heartily, then inquired, having momentarily forgotten the nature of this fruit's power. After all, the man before him possessed rather mediocre strength, hardly worthy of note in the vast ocean. Thus Dino had failed to recall his abilities or fruit. Humph. I wield the power of the chop-chop fruit, my body as resilient as steel, and I have yet to be harmed by any swordsman. You, Black Emperor Dino, shall meet your demise at my hands. Accept your defeat, the man declared, stepping forward with haste. Yet, Dino remained unmoved, as if oblivious to the impending threat. I've got you now. Is this truly your strength? How is that possible? The man, once brimming with confidence, now found himself immobilized atop the table, realizing that Dino had not stirred an inch. Atmospheric control, an extension of my fruit's abilities. As for the nature of my fruit, I needn't repeat myself. It is clearly detailed in the papers. Your strength pales in comparison. At best, you are merely an elite pawn. Each of my crew members surpasses you in power. It baffles me that Crocodile has failed to cultivate a subordinate of your caliber. Such a waste of potential. Dino felt a degree of sympathy for Das Bonus. His strength had not significantly improved since consuming the devil fruit. Crocodile had taken him under his wing, recognizing his latent potential, which explains why, even after the Marineford War, Crocodile continued to invite him to follow. Das Bonus possessed immense potential. Had he mastered the armament hockey, his physical resilience could rival that of diamonds. Furthermore, his hands, akin to dual swords, would allow him to swiftly adapt to swordsmanship with a slight shift in his offensive strategy. Regrettably, such a gifted individual remained overlooked, with no one inquiring about the extent of his powers. Consequently, Das Bonus was decisively defeated by Zorro later on. However, the singular advantage of this encounter was that it enabled Zorro to grasp the essence of cutting through iron, a preliminary manifestation of armament hockey. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Mr. 1 evidently harbored doubts about Dino's formidable prowess. Yet, he could unmistakably feel the pain of 2 broken ribs within him. Had Dino not shown mercy, he had no doubt that Dino would have eliminated him instantaneously, without any chance of resistance. Oh, ha, ha, ha. I'm finally back. It hasn't been easy, but it seems I've just been through a fierce battle. Mr. One, your boss has returned. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? Dino leisurely played with a remarkably lifelike crocodile model on the table. Meanwhile, it was evident that Das Bonus was perplexed about how Dino knew that Crocodile, his employer, would return. Thus, he regarded Dino with a hint of skepticism. Do you think I would deceive you? What benefit would I gain from that? Dino replied, casting a bemused glance at him. His observation hockey had already perceived Crocodile approaching the casino from the back entrance, swiftly nearing this location in an area devoid of passersby. Before long, Crocodile arrived outside the door but did not enter immediately. Although he lacked the ability of observation hockey, he could distinctly sense that the atmosphere here was somewhat amiss. Moreover, there was a small crack on the wall beside the entrance. As the owner of Baroque Works, he naturally adorned his office with the finest and most opulent decorations. Such a fissure was inconceivable, leading him to suspect that someone had intruded into his office. Mr. One, are you inside? Crocodile, ever cautious, displayed his shrewdness. His arrogance was undeniable. Yet it could not overshadow the fact that his vigilance had played a pivotal role in his rise to power. He recognized that something was amiss, lowering his voice to probe the situation, for he was unaware of who had breached his office. Caution was paramount, otherwise, he might have already fallen into the hands of the Navy, who would seize any leverage over his control of Alabasta. Boss, I am here, Das Bonus responded, astonished. For he had not anticipated the truth in Dino's words. Crocodile had indeed returned. Struggling to rise, he opened the door, revealing the room's condition to his employer. I apologize, boss. I lack the strength to stop him. I will take a moment to rest and recuperate. This is not a place for you to engage. In a surprising turn of events, Crocodile, known for his stern treatment of subordinates, refrained from reprimanding Das Bonus. Instead, he permitted him to rest, indicating that Das Bonus was held in some regard by Crocodile. After all, this man was one of his capable subordinates. Although his strength was slightly lacking, he was undeniably loyal, dependable, and not overly ambitious for power. Furthermore, he possessed significant potential, qualities that endeared him to Crocodile, thus sparing him from blame. However, it was imperative to note that Dino was not someone Das Bonus could contend with. After all, a being of the Seven Warlords caliber could not be easily vanquished by a mere subordinate. Moreover, Dino's reputation was bolstered by 3 significant achievements. The first merely showcased his devil fruit abilities, yet the second revealed that his strength was on par with that of an admiral. While he might not necessarily defeat one, he certainly possessed the prowess of a vice-admiral. Otherwise, the Golden Lion would not have succumbed to him. The third achievement involved effortlessly defeating Moria, who once stood toe-to-toe with the Yonko Kaido, subsequently incorporating him into his pirate crew. With only 3 notable feats, 2 of which were extraordinary, Dino was undoubtedly regarded as a formidable individual by Crocodile, compelling him to remain vigilant. What an unexpected guest. I never imagined the illustrious Black Emperor, Dino, would grace this humble establishment. Quite astonishing indeed. It has come to my attention that you possess a crew member wielding the powers of the Rumble fruit. Surely, he is not one of yours? Crocodile expressed, unfazed by Dino occupying his seat. With poise, he pulled up a chair and sat down, maintaining an air of arrogance, yet devoid of any domineering demeanor. After all, both were powerful figures, and mutual respect was essential among the strong. Dino, observing the slightly tattered condition of Crocodile, was taken aback. While it appeared as if Crocodile had engaged in a fierce battle, he did not anticipate that he had clashed with Enel, sustaining injuries in the process. Curiously, Dino wondered if Crocodile had indeed been wounded by Enel. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, his aura seemed less imposing than the legend suggested. Particularly telling was the venomous hook in Crocodile's hand, evidently a recent addition, crafted within the last month. Indeed, Enel is one of my crew members. However, from what I understand, he does not possess the ability of armament hockey. His observation hockey is merely stronger. Logically, as both wielders of Logia-type devil fruits, he should not have been able to inflict such damage upon you, Dino remarked. Bang! Crocodile slammed his hands down on the table, producing a thunderous noise. Dino, however, remained unperturbed, redirecting his gaze to Crocodile's left hand. It was worth noting that when Dino first encountered Crocodile, he had been in female form. Yet now he had transitioned to male and lost a hand in the process. Dino understood that this injury stemmed from Crocodile's failed challenge against Whitebeard. But he was unaware of the timeline regarding Crocodile's encounter with the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov, which led to his gender transformation. I am curious about your injuries and the state of your hand. It appears to be severed. When did this occur? Dino inquired with a hint of curiosity, while Crocodile, at that moment, found himself at a loss regarding Dino's intentions. Thus, he chose to indulge him temporarily, responding coldly, 5 days ago, Whitebeard happened to pass nearby, and I seized the opportunity to challenge him. As you can see, I was utterly defeated, losing a hand in the process. As Crocodile recounted this incident, his voice brimmed with fury. He had never before experienced such a profound sense of despair. It was merely a single blow, one that lacked genuine intent. Yet it left him gravely wounded, forced to spit blood at the hands of the world's strongest man, a testament to the sheer terror embodied in that punch. Fortunately, Crocodile was no ordinary individual. Despite suffering severe injuries and acutely feeling the chasm between himself and the mightiest man on earth, he remained undeterred, repeatedly charging at Whitebeard, seeking to provoke him further. It was precisely this indomitable spirit that caught Whitebeard's attention, leading him to consider inviting Crocodile to become his son. However, it was evident that the proud Crocodile would never acquiesce to such an offer. As a consequence of rejecting Whitebeard's proposition, his hand was severed by Edward Newgate himself and cast onto a small boat, leaving him to fend for himself in a state of half-life. Fortunately, the route of the Moby Dick was not far from Alabasta, allowing his small vessel to drift ashore. After approximately a day, he regained his strength and subsequently made his way to the village he had previously ravaged. 5 days ago, you say? Indeed, I did witness Whitebeard at that time, and he exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. I was momentarily startled, believing he intended to attack me. Little did I know, it was you who instigated the confrontation, only to be soundly thrashed. Quite surprising indeed. Dino's tone, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, greatly irked Crocodile. What on earth do you want, you rascal? If there is nothing of importance, I kindly request you to vacate Alabasta. We do not welcome another warlord here. Now, there is no need to rush me out. Dino replied. I have come for 3 matters. The first is to hold a concert. The second is to obtain a rubbing of a historical text. Or I could undertake the task myself. As for the third, he chuckled. Dino, with a lewd grin, remarked, hee. The third question I wish to pose is to you, Miss Crocodile. Do you find yourself accustomed to your current appearance? You insolent brat. Do you have a death wish? Crocodile rose abruptly, her expression menacing, her gaze fixed intently on Dino. Her eyes resembled those of a predatory crocodile, ready to devour its prey, truly befitting her title. Indeed, Crocodile, known as the sand crocodile, bore the countenance of a fierce beast poised to strike. If my heart were not somewhat resilient, I would surely be terrified to the point of death by such a gaze. Dino appeared genuinely startled, his eyes glassy and his expression exuding a rather irritating petulance. As he pounded his chest, resembling a victim of some injustice. This exaggerated display elicited an involuntary twitch from Crocodile's eyelids, his face betraying a barely concealed fury. As a fellow warlord of the sea, I initially held a modicum of respect for you. However, your current demeanor is profoundly exasperating. It seems that today, one of the positions among the warlords of the sea shall soon be vacated. Sandblade, no proud individual can remain composed in the face of such provocation. And Crocodile was no exception. Witnessing Dino's antics ignited his rage, compelling him to strike. Calm yourself. We are both amidst the rain feast, and it is entirely inappropriate for us to engage in combat here, unless your intent is to obliterate this place. I have come to discuss a partnership, not to usurp your heroic stature. Dino, unfazed by Crocodile's assault, effortlessly utilized his fruit abilities to dissipate the attack, simultaneously transforming Crocodile into sand, rendering him in an elemental state. Even so, a skirmish is inevitable. Crocodile had not anticipated that his attack could be so effortlessly countered, and throughout the exchange, Dino had made no move to retaliate. Though this was merely a preliminary probe, it was evident from this maneuver that Dino was not a foe to be underestimated. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. When I have rendered you unrecognizable, a mere caricature of yourself, we may then easily discuss our collaboration. Dino spoke, then shook his head and snapped his fingers, causing the ceiling of the office to vanish into thin air. Upon witnessing the destruction of his own domain, Crocodile's countenance darkened to an ominous hue, rivaling even the intensity of his haki. Had it not been for Dino's awareness that Crocodile would not resort to such powers, he might have truly believed it. TSK. Does your expression look so grim? If you desire a confrontation, this is hardly the appropriate venue. It would be all too easy for the Navy's spies to capture a photograph of our altercation, leading to undesirable repercussions. Our positions would likely be jeopardized. Therefore, it is prudent to seek a desolate, uninhabited locale for our clash. Dino, speaking, rose to his feet and employed the moonwalk technique, soaring into the sky. In contrast, Crocodile, being a user of the sand fruit, effortlessly executed a low-altitude flight. Thus, the two of them, one after the other, arrived at a desolate desert plain. At this moment, it was the height of afternoon, with the sun's rays blazing fiercely. Standing beneath the sun, one of them bore a grave expression, his eyes ablaze with an infinite fury, while the other appeared utterly relaxed, save for the occasional gesture of fanning himself. Aren't you hot dressed like that? I am already sweltering in just this single layer. And yet you don such layers, truly a peculiar sight. Dino expressed his bemusement with a sarcastic remark, yet Crocodile paid no heed to his words. Instead, he transformed into a colossal sandstorm, advancing menacingly towards Dino. Desert Sword. With a casual utterance from Crocodile, a massive blade forged from sand surged forth to strike Dino. However, Dino remained unmoved, still wearing a smile as he stood his ground. Crocodile, spare me your tentative techniques. I am uncertain of your formidable presence. But if this is all you possess, it hardly aligns with the caliber expected of a warlord of the sea. Dino spoke, his hands pressed together, and then he slowly spread them apart. Behold this technique, the compressed air cannon, with a mischievous grin. Dino conjured a small bubble of air that visibly floated from his hands toward Crocodile's attack. In the next instant, the two techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a crater approximately 5 meters in diameter between them. Dino remained steadfast in his position, while Crocodile found himself 5 meters away. Undoubtedly, as one of the 7 warlords, his strength should not be underestimated. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Crocodile pressed his hand against the ground, his gaze turning fierce. I shall ask you one last time. How do you know so much? If you refuse to answer, do not blame me for silencing you. Is that so? Do you possess the capability to carry out such a threat? Higi, let us settle this battle first, and then I shall decide whether to reveal anything to you. Dino spoke, his hands turning black as a serious expression overtook his gaze. His observation hockey had sensed the flow of sand beneath the earth, gradually moving towards him. Could it be the awakening of a fruit? This was indeed the power of armament hockey. Both combatants sensed each other's abilities, exchanging a glance before commencing the next round of battle. Giant sandstorm, Dino muttered. This is truly troublesome. As their dialogue concluded, a colossal desert storm erupted, soaring into the sky. Dino, recognizing the threat, dared not underestimate it. For every awakened fruit user possessed formidable strength, and the desert terrain subtly augmented Crocodile's power. To be frank, even just the giant sandstorm technique indicated that Crocodile's prowess was enough to suppress the likes of Moonlight Moria, rivaling even that of Enel. Yet, after Luffy set sail, he remarkably lost to Crocodile. Dino could not help but marvel at the protagonist's halo, allowing a being of such caliber, not inferior to a vice-admiral, to be defeated by a fledgling. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Airburst. As Dino observed the escalating desert storm, he felt the challenge intensifying. The sands were beyond his control, birthed from Crocodile's fruit abilities, making it impossible for Dino to intervene. It must be noted that the priority of natural-type fruits indeed surpasses that of the Paramecia type. Nevertheless, Dino had numerous strategies to counter the desert storm. With a fierce shout, the entire desert began to collapse, the storm dispersing in all directions. Scatter. With another commanding roar, the tempest surged into the heavens, ultimately transforming into a rain of sand. Meanwhile, the clash between Dino and Crocodile was fully underway. The surroundings remained vibrant, albeit the palace guards appeared notably fewer. Following the dancing powder incident, the Alabasta royal family faced scrutiny. Crocodile's emergence resolved the dancing powder crisis. And although he was hailed as a hero, he subtly insinuated knowledge of the true mastermind behind the events. However, he refrained from direct revelations, gradually expanding his influence and steering public opinion against the royal family. This gradual indoctrination left the royal family oblivious to any underlying issues. They could hardly confront Crocodile, given their inability to defeat him. Capturing civilians would only tarnish their already faltering reputation, leaving them in a quandary, striving to maintain their image. Fortunately, Crocodile had yet to discover the location of Pluton, and Demon Child Robin had not arrived in Alabasta, preventing him from making any overt moves against the nation. Thus, while the royal family's credibility waned, they still retained their status as rulers. As long as they could uncover the past, Nina could successfully leverage the Grand Theater. Sister Nina, I recall you mentioning that you had visited this country before, correct? Indeed, I have. It was 4 years ago when I was merely 15. At that time, Alabasta had not yet encountered the dancing powder incident, making it far more prosperous than it is now. Moreover, the king was genuinely approachable. Nina spoke, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia, crossing her arms and reveling in her memories. And Princess Vivi was absolutely adorable. Back then, she was just 5 or 6 years old, I can't quite recall. But she was such a whiny little child, simply adorable to the core. For someone as proud as Nina to express such admiration, it was evident that Princess Vivi must have been an extraordinarily charming little girl. Ho ho ho. In that case, I truly wish to catch a glimpse of this beautiful little girl. I wonder if she... Bang. No. Ho ho ho. How painful. Though I hardly felt it. Brooke, accustomed to his catchphrase, was abruptly interrupted as Until and Nina combined forces to send him crashing to the ground, drawing the attention of onlookers. Who are you? Why are you openly engaging in combat here? A figure clad in armor approached, riding a yellow duck, flanked by a troop of yellow ducklings. This man, wearing a serious expression, stared at Brooke, who was slowly rising, visibly shocked. Hey, skeleton. Who are you? Enemies, prepare for battle. Upon seeing Brooke's appearance, they immediately fell into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Nina's face lit up with joy. Is that Uncle Jaka? I didn't expect you to remain so flamboyant. Didn't Uncle Bell accompany you? Nina recognized the newcomer as Jaka, one of Alabasta's 2 guardians, possessing the Inu no Mi, wolf form, with considerable strength surpassing that of ordinary pirates, roughly equivalent to a junior admiral. The other guardian, Eaglebell, was slightly stronger but not by much. Together, they were formidable figures on the high seas. Upon hearing Nina's words, Jaka rubbed his eyes, dismounted from the peculiar yellow duck, and approached with a look of surprise. It's you, Nina. I can hardly believe how much you've grown in the 2 years since we last met, and you look splendid. By the way, didn't you say you were going to become a pirate? Are you regretting it and returning to serve as a guardian of our nation? Jaka, excited to reunite with an old acquaintance, was met with Nina's dismissive expression, clearly unimpressed by his lack of awareness regarding maritime affairs. How little you pay attention to the news. I'm now a member of the 7 warlords, with a bounty of 170 million berries. I'm a formidable pirate. And these two are my friends. Brooke, a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, and this one, Until, the son of the sea, a talented musician. Nina stepped forward, introducing herself, while the jackal Gaka suddenly realized that he had been preoccupied with training in Alabasta, thus had little interest in external matters. Unless there was something particularly noteworthy, he would not have mentioned it. Yet, it was evident that they were all aware of Nina's reputation. I knew it. About a year ago, there was a bounty on the violent woman Nina. I thought I must have been mistaken. How could such a gentle and lovely beauty like Nina be violent? Don't you agree? Gaka's demeanor appeared somewhat comical, his head tilted back in disbelief, while the group he brought along exchanged glances. Though they nodded in agreement, their expressions betrayed their true feelings. Perhaps apart from Until, who could claim that Nina was gentle, Gaka now joined this exclusive group. All right, enough of this idle chatter. How have Princess Vivi and the king been? Are they doing well during this time? Nina broke the awkward atmosphere by directly asking, wrapping her arms around Gaka's neck without hesitation. As she caught a whiff of Nina's faint fragrance, Gaka's old face flushed, and he promptly moved her arms away, clearing his throat before responding seriously. Ahem, Princess Vivi is well, but the king has been working tirelessly day and night, and his face has developed quite a few wrinkles. Upon hearing this, Nina furrowed her brow, knowing that the king was genuinely a good ruler, always thinking of his people. However, following the dancing powder incident, she had been concerned about the country's subsequent developments. Unfortunately, she could glean no useful information from the news, only the emergence of the hero crocodile and the royal families in action. All right, bring your 2 companions with you to the palace. Princess Vivi has missed you dearly these past few years. Thank you for your kindness. It has indeed been a long time since we last met, Princess Vivi. How have you been? Nina exclaimed, lifting the petite princess, who barely reached her waist, into the air and spinning her around, causing the little princess to tear up. Humph, you enjoy bullying me. I'm going to tell father. Wait a moment. Weren't you just begging for a hug? Why does it suddenly feel like I'm the bully? Come here, let me pinch your cheeks, still as adorable as ever. Nina seemed to have transformed, showering affection on Princess Vivi, who had been filled with excitement, but now appeared teary-eyed. If it weren't for the knowledge that Nina meant no harm, the little princess would have likely burst into tears. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards nearby wore expressions of wry amusement, unwilling to intervene. Woo, Sister Nina, you're being mean. I won't play with you anymore. Princess Vivi protested, breaking free from Nina's embrace and running outside, only to bump into a kindly-looking, somewhat aged man. Vivi, what's wrong? Why are you crying again? If you keep being so emotional, how can you be the princess of Alabasta? You must change this habit. The man spoke sternly, yet his tone carried an undeniable warmth. This man was none other than the current king of Alabasta and Princess Vivi's father, Nefertali Cobra. He was a true king for the people, always considering their welfare, diligently striving for the development of his nation. Thus, at the young age of 40, he bore the appearance of a man well into his 50s. Ah, isn't this the beautiful Nina? And who is this lovely young lady? I've seen your bounty. You must be the daughter of the sea monster, Until, right? TSK. In terms of figure, Nina surpasses you. You seem rather flat, remarked Nefertali Cobra, the king of Alabasta, commenting on the adorable beauty, leaving her utterly astonished. And even Brooke was taken aback. Click. This was the sound of Brooke reattaching his jaw after it had dropped in shock. Ho ho ho. I didn't expect the king of Alabasta to be such an amusing character. It truly brings us great delight. Bang. Why are you so delighted, you skeleton? Go find a shadow and draw circles. Nina showed no mercy to Brooke, recalling that his first words upon seeing Princess Vivi had been to inquire about her underwear, which had scared the little princess to tears. Without hesitation, Until and Nina had promptly tossed him aside. As luck would have it, Brooke had just returned and coincidentally overheard Nefertali Cobra's comment, hence his reaction. And who might this be? True to his royal status, Nefertali Cobra, though surprised by a talking skeleton, did not react with the same fright as Princess Vivi. Unlike his 2 bodyguards, who were overly tense, mistaking Brooke for a foe, he instead maintained his composure and inquired with poise, truly admirable qualities for a king. Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. This is my companion Brooke, a user of the revive fruit. He died once and returned in this form. He harbors no malice. It's merely that his long solitude leads him to make inappropriate remarks. I hope you won't take offense. It was rare for Nina to be so earnest. But this king was her savior, so she maintained a serious demeanor in front of someone she respected deeply. However, as the saying goes, beauty fades after 3 seconds. This notion held true for women, especially for Nina. At that moment, Nina had already dashed to the king's side, whispering something that caused his face to turn beet red. That was quick. I didn't even get a notification. Do these people not want me to go? Never mind. I cannot afford to waste any more time. I shall be off. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll be back shortly. Nefertali Cobra exclaimed, finally revealing his playful side. His cheeks flushed as he held his head high and shouted, dashing off in a hurry. Princess Vivi, as if anticipating something, placed her hands on her hips and pouted. My father is truly something else. Isn't there an underwear fashion show starting over there? Why is he so excited? He has lost all sense of decorum. Yet he calls me the one who cries too much. I truly question how my mother ever came to choose him. The grievances expressed by one's own daughter can indeed be the most piercing. Fortunately, the king did not overhear, otherwise, it would surely have caused him great sorrow. Perhaps the burden of kingship weighs heavily upon him, as the responsibilities are manifold and leisure activities are scarce. It is only natural for a dedicated monarch to seek solace in a few personal interests. Nina affectionately ruffled Princess Vivi's hair, much to the dismay of the little princess, who was visibly upset. Now, esteemed guests, since you have graced us with your presence, we shall not allow you to perceive the meager state of our Alabasta, although we typically harbor a strong aversion to pirates. Your esteemed status as warlords of the sea and the friendship of Miss Nina compel us to make an exception this once, declared the serious-faced Belle, who, despite his stern demeanor, was known to possess a tender heart, evident in his unwavering affection for Princess Vivi. Let us set aside the matter of hospitality for now. We shall return to our pirate ship by nightfall, so there is no need for extravagant accommodations. We are here to inquire about renting the, what is it called? The Royal Theatre, to hold a grand concert. Indeed, a magnificent concert, Nina exclaimed. We three are musicians, and this performance will be nothing short of astonishing. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at the guardian of Alabasta. Though Brooke, the skeleton, lacked eyes, the fire of his soul burned brightly within his gaze, sending shivers down the spines of Belle and Jaka. So, you wish to borrow the Royal Theatre? Very well, but we must discuss the rental fee in detail. Rest assured, the promotion will be thoroughly executed. Meanwhile, in the midst of a barren desert, under the blazing sun, fierce winds whipped through the desolate expanse. Yet, amidst this arid wilderness, two towering figures intertwined in a fierce struggle, their movements conjuring colossal tornadoes that ravaged the landscape. Not only that, but a massive sandstorm also descended, shrouding the area in darkness, rendering the sun's brilliance powerless to penetrate the gloom. Pseudo-tornado. Cycle of erosion. The titanic whirlwinds collided with the swirling sandstorm, producing a thunderous cacophony. In this contest, the disparity between the two combatants became evident. One was hunched over, gasping for breath, while the other, though somewhat disheveled, bore no injuries. TCH. The sand fruit truly offers a significant advantage in this terrain. The air is thick with sandstorms. Do you not realize the environmental impact of your actions? Had I not deliberately suppressed your storm, the royal capital would have long since succumbed to your tempest. Dino's words were filled with righteous indignation, as his companions remained within the royal capital. Therefore, he was naturally cautious in his confrontation with Crocodile. A moment's negligence could lead to a sandstorm surging into the heart of the city, resulting in dire consequences. The fate of those people is of no concern to me. Were it not for the intelligence regarding the underworld king, I would not have come here at all. Crocodile straightened his posture, yet his condition was far from favorable. Lacking mastery over hockey, even with his devil fruit powers developed to their zenith and reaching the state of awakening, he was at best comparable to a rear admiral, noticeably inferior to Dino. Thus, he was indeed battered and bruised. Fortunately, Crocodile was adept at utilizing his fruit's abilities, skillfully evading Dino's lethal strikes. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the ground. Now, can we engage in a proper discussion? After all, do you not wish to keep your secret from being revealed? Ms. Crocodile. Dino continues to provoke his opponent with a taunting tone, a deliberate tactic to test Crocodile's limits of patience. If Crocodile were to endure such provocations, it would genuinely give Melon pause about collaborating with him. A true hero embodies boldness and an unyielding demeanor, and only resorts to humiliation when absolutely necessary. However, should one aspire to be a cunning villain like Doflamingo, Dino would vehemently refuse any partnership, especially considering the animosity that exists between them. After all, the extermination of his entire family is directly linked to this individual. You wish to discuss collaboration? Very well, but do you truly think yourself worthy? Desert Greatsword. With Crocodile's words echoing, without any forewarning indeed, even Dino's advanced observation hockey failed to sense any disturbance in the sands. A colossal sword forged from sand pierced through Dino. What? Dino found it somewhat incredulous, for his observation hockey had not anticipated that such a strike could yield such an effect. This left only one possibility. His opponent had also awakened the observation hockey. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to momentarily neutralize his own. Perish beneath my sandstorm. Sandblade. Crocodile, witnessing his technique strike true against Dino, became increasingly arrogant. He summoned the full extent of his power, transforming his arm into a razor-sharp blade composed entirely of sand, and swung it fiercely towards Dino. Really, do you think this will secure your victory over me? It appears I must demonstrate the chasm that lies between us and make you aware that the strength of the 7 warlords is not as trivial as you might presume. Dino, with determination, summoned his strength to free himself from the binding desert sword. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. With a thunderous roar, Dino unleashed a powerful strike, devoid of extravagance or resistance. The overwhelming force of his attack shattered Crocodile's desert sword. In an instant, the tremendous impact coursed through Crocodile's body, forcing him to kneel upon the ground, clutching his abdomen, blood spilling from his lips. Now, do you comprehend the disparity, Crocodile? Dino took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. This maneuver had drained a considerable amount of his strength. To ensure his opponent's defeat, he had resorted to unleashing his ultimate technique, exhausting nearly half of his stamina to inflict severe injury. This demonstrated the undeniable prowess of Crocodile. Moreover, through their confrontation, Dino found himself perplexed as to how, in the future, Crocodile could be vanquished by Luffy. One must concede, the protagonist's aura is indeed formidable. Coughing softly, he mused on the disparity in strength. Crocodile, observing Dino's steady demeanor, began to comprehend what he meant by disparity. The level of strength displayed bore a resemblance to the immense pressure he had felt when battling Whitebeard, leading him to realize that he was not Dino's equal and thus had no intention of continuing the skirmish. Little did he know, however, that Dino was also operating on borrowed time. While it would not be an insurmountable task to defeat him again, the toll on his stamina was considerable. What a monstrous individual. It was unfathomable to compare him to Whitebeard. Hey, let us not equate me with that true monster. While it is indeed a joy to stand alongside such an entity, I have witnessed firsthand the might of that beast, an awe-inspiring power that even Roger admired. Though I am confident that I will catch up to him in a few years, for now, I shall refrain. Dino's lack of confidence was not the issue. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Yet, the more self-assured he felt, the more he recognized the multitude of figures in this world deserving of reverence. Particularly having followed Roger, he understood clearly that a variety of monsters lurked across these seas. Is that so? Such confidence. Very well, speak on. What collaboration do you propose? However, let me remind you, regarding my transformation into a man, it is a topic that must not be broached by anyone. Otherwise, even if my strength pales in comparison to yours, I am still capable of dragging you down with me. Very well, no problem at all, Dino replied nonchalantly, while Crocodile glared at him with evident fury. Now, you shall tell me how you came to know this. Crocodile's tone was both forceful and enraged. Upon hearing this, Dino shook his head, then pointed towards the sky and subsequently to the sea, leaving the other party in a state of utter bewilderment. Lowtown, the birthplace of this era. Captain Roger, I witnessed it firsthand, and not just myself, though I am uncertain whether they took notice. I, however, certainly noticed you, a stunning beauty with an impressive physique, who astonishingly transformed into a hardened warrior. This revelation was the most astonishing aspect for me. Do not inquire why I did not mistake you for another. My observation hockey had already awakened at that time. Dino's earlier statements were undeniably accurate, devoid of any errors. Yet it was evident that his final remark was merely fabricated. After all, his observation hockey had only awakened during his training, and he merely recalled a striking beauty from his past life as comic books. Initially, Dino was skeptical, but upon recognizing the distinctive slicked-back hairstyle, the coat reminiscent of the current fashion, and the cigar perched in your mouth, he finally dared to confirm that he had not mistaken you for someone else. Is that so? Crocodile replied, somewhat dubious. Nevertheless, Dino's assertions were indeed correct. He had only encountered the king of the transvestites after departing Lobetown. Thus, aside from the king, few had witnessed his true gender since then. Indeed, let us discuss cooperation, Dino said, subtly steering the conversation away from that topic. He then plopped down beside Crocodile, who, noticing this, also sat up. Thus, the two larger-than-life men sat closely together, creating a scene that appeared slightly incongruous. Aren't you in search of the Dark King? Dino inquired. I do not seek the Dark King. Rather, I desire the historical texts. I intend to make a copy. Together, we shall embark on this quest, and upon its completion, both the historical texts and the clues regarding the Dark King shall belong to you. What I seek is merely a copy. However, I possess an additional condition. You must refrain from any actions detrimental to the Alabasta royal family. Why is that? Crocodile responded, somewhat perplexed, for his original plan was to seize control of Alabasta upon discovering the Dark King's location. After all, his strategy was to transform this place into a military stronghold. The royal family here is a benefactor to one of my crew members, hence my necessity in this matter. While I may not be well acquainted with them at present, they are not my adversaries, but rather my allies. Therefore, my additional condition stands. Should you be unwilling to accept it, I regret to inform you that our negotiations will collapse, and you shall be compelled to vacate Alabasta. When Dino uttered those words, a palpable aura of menace surrounded him. Crocodile recognized that the other was not jesting, for there was no reason to do so. Dino genuinely sought collaboration. He was not omniscient and could not possibly recall every intricate detail of the narrative. His knowledge of the New World was relatively comprehensive due to the rapid updates of the manga in his previous life. Yet the events of the Grand Line had largely faded from his memory. Thus, he approached Crocodile in search of partnership. Otherwise, he would have had to expend time searching aimlessly. Upon understanding the connection between Dino and Alabasta, Crocodile's gaze turned contemplative, and he was about to voice his thoughts when Dino abruptly interjected. Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to use such matters as leverage against me. The essence of the matter is this: you cannot defeat me, and I possess the capacity to dispose of you in the ocean. Furthermore, our collaboration is not limited to this instance. Are you not eager to challenge the four emperors? Coincidentally, do you know Moria? He is currently under my control. Kaido is one of my targets, and one of my crew members has a vendetta against Charlotte Linlin. Thus, this individual also becomes a target of mine. There will be ample opportunities for our cooperation in the future. Do not box yourself in. Dino spoke with profound sincerity. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of enlisting Crocodile. Yet due to the latter's haughty disposition, such an endeavor would be futile. Thus, Dino was compelled to seek alternative collaborations for the greater the number of partners. The smoother his future path would become. Is that not so? It appears your ambitions are quite substantial. Indeed, you are worthy of having defeated even the Golden Lion. However, I have one final inquiry. Why not ally with Whitebeard or Shanks? He chuckled. Please refrain from posing such a naive question. My rapport with Shanks is amicable. Should I choose to engage him, he would be my last resort. As for Whitebeard, do you truly believe that his frail body will be in any condition a decade hence? By that time, consider how much our powers will have escalated. Reflect on that. Dino revealed a cold smirk before speaking. Although he expressed such sentiments, he still harbored a degree of respect for the Whitebeard, after all. He was a pivotal figure heralding the dawn of a new era. Thus, he would not be absent from the monumental event of the Marineford War. As for why he did not challenge the four emperors beforehand and chose to wait until the conclusion of the war, the reason is quite simple. The current influence of the Navy is overwhelmingly formidable. Even if he were to orchestrate a significant event, it would be swiftly suppressed by the Navy. Have you not observed that the Revolutionary Army has seen little substantial progress in recent years? It was only after the Marineford War that they experienced rapid development. That is the crux of the matter. Now, pray tell, how did you come by the knowledge of historical texts and the information concerning the King of Underworld? My source of information is none other than Captain Roger. And what about you? I find it hard to believe that you simply inquired of a passerby, and they divulged such crucial information to you. Dino's inquiry pertained to the purpose of his desire for collaboration. He was eager to discern how Crocodile had come upon such information. Ah, I see. Crocodile replied with a chuckle. You wish to know how I acquired this knowledge, do you? Well, let me tell you. I once passed through a certain place called Olaha. There, I stumbled upon a notebook, most of which was illegible. However, the discernible portions pointed towards the existence of the underworld, right here. As Crocodile spoke, he gestured towards the ground and then, with a wide grin, added, Forget about that notebook. I have already destroyed it. Now, let us converse in detail. I can offer you some clues, but what can you provide in return? Dino tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding with a smile. I have nothing to offer. You little rascal, are you attempting to deceive me? No, do not misunderstand me. Since I propose collaboration, I would never play tricks on you. What I seek is far more precious than the underworld itself. Dino spoke, a silent smile breaking across his face as he produced an imprinted text. Crocodile's eyes widened in surprise. Is this another historical document? Bingo, you are correct. Now, all of you, tidy up this place properly. It has become quite a mess. Do you not know how to clean? Or is it that my father's funding is merely an indulgence for you? Princess Vivi stood atop a chair, hands on her hips, her pouting face exuding an uncommon charm as she directed the busy staff on the stage. We don't want this either. After all, there are only a few of us left working here. And when did the king provide funding? It seems we last received it 6 months ago. But, you cannot treat it this way. Humph. You simply cannot behave like this. At this moment, Princess Vivi appeared somewhat adorable, though her anger was genuine. As the so-called royal theater was indeed in disarray, the curtains were thickly layered with dust, enough to form small clumps when touched. And various items lay scattered across the stage, both useful and useless, haphazardly strewn about. Moreover, only 3 individuals were busy in this space: the curator, the deputy curator, and the host. Due to the theater's prolonged closure and the dancing powder incident, no one was eager to visit, especially given the visible drought outside. For an entire year, the entirety of Alabasta had been affected by dancing powder, resulting in no theater troupe willing to perform here. Thus, the so-called royal theater had languished in neglect for 2 years. Had it not been for Nina and her companion's arrival, the place would have continued to deteriorate until demolition, as most people were unwilling to come here. Humph. You continue your work. The dust here is overwhelming. I shall step outside for a moment. Take care, Princess Vivi. After her departure, the 3 individuals in the theater released a collective sigh of relief. The plump curator waved his hand, summoning the other 2, and inquired, Have you received any news? Why are we reopening the theater? I distinctly remember the king stating it would be demolished in no more than 3 years. I am not certain. Perhaps it was merely Princess Vivi's whim. After all, the king and the 2 guardian deities dote on her excessively. Yet, this indulgence seems a bit much. Reopening the theater requires substantial funds. Does the kingdom truly have the resources for such expenditure? The speaker was the slender host, while the rather tall and poised deputy curator adjusted his glasses and added, I personally believe a theater troupe has arrived, seeking to perform. I just wonder if they are of notable repute. I heard rumors that the warlord Black Emperor Dino has come to this place. He is a pirate and may very well be inclined to watch a performance, which is not entirely improbable. However, isn't the king the most averse to pirates? The plump curator appeared perplexed, but the host seemed to grasp something and replied, but he is a warlord, akin to Crocodile, a legal pirate under the world government. Even if the king dislikes them, he cannot expel them. Otherwise, he would offend the world government. Thus, this must be an effort to appease them. The three exchanged knowing glances, perhaps conjuring some epic narrative in their minds, their expressions betraying a flicker of sympathy and indignation. One cannot help but admire these artistic souls. Relying solely on their imagination, they conjured countless scenarios far removed from reality, rendering their labor in moving items and cleaning the theater quite a disservice. Outside, Princess Vivi furrowed her brow, observing Nina and others, and then shrugged her shoulders. It is far too chaotic inside, and with only 3 individuals present. It seems that rehearsals will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. However, Nina, you can rest assured, the promotion can commence today. As she spoke, she gazed skyward. A colossal bird, draped in white robes, soared through the sky, distributing posters across the kingdom, including outside its walls. This magnificent creature was none other than one of Alabastus' guardians, Bell. He was currently acting as a promoter, disseminating posters throughout the entire royal capital. You truly are efficient. Just an hour ago, the photos were taken, and now not only are they developed, but the posters are also ready. I am genuinely impressed, Nina exclaimed, astonished by the speed of it all, which indirectly underscored the royal family's regard for her. It must be noted that the Black King Pirates' arrival in Alabasta was indeed a fortuitous decision, marking their inaugural concert within the nation. This would not be their last. There would surely be many more. Choosing a nation so welcoming to them for their first performance was crucial, and Alabasta was indeed a splendid choice. Ho ho ho, 2 lovely ladies. It is my honor to perform alongside you both. May I? Absolutely not. Before Brooke could finish, Nina, Until, and Princess Vivi united in a swift motion, each delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The familiar scene unfolded again, with Brooke fortuitously landing at the feet of Gaka, his backside facing the sky in a comical manner. Even if you welcome me, it need not be in such a manner. Gaka scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and then, with a serious expression, addressed them. Do you know this person, Inel? He seems to possess the abilities of a Logia fruit and can generate electricity. If you happen to know Miss Nina, please intervene. He has already destroyed 4 of our bars, and is currently heading towards the last one in the royal capital. Our guards cannot stop him. Hey, Enel, what do you think you are doing? Are you crashing someone else's event? This behavior is rather unbecoming of your status as a god. Nina regarded the man slumped at a table with derision in her eyes, while the others quickly distanced themselves, for this inebriated man exuded an undeniable aura of danger. Ugh. Nina, why are you here? Did the captain not instruct you to find a theater? Why have you come to oversee me? I shall return this evening, so worry not. I have not harmed anyone. The wine simply tasted dreadful. However, this establishment's offerings are rather commendable, and I must admit, I enjoy them thoroughly. Burp. Enel harbored no fear of Nina, for in his eyes, the only person aboard the vessel capable of commanding him was Dino. After all, the latter had usurped his title as the god of Skypea, and his strength far surpassed Enel's. Otherwise, how could the self-proclaimed god find himself sharing a ship with the tempestuous Nina? You insufferable wretch. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Princess Vivi and Uncle Gaka. You two should step outside. This fellow is a Logia fruit user, so his attack range is extensive and could easily affect you. Nina's gaze turned icy. Though she was exceedingly proud, she possessed a sense of propriety that Enel lacked, which explained their persistent discord. Do you believe yourself to be someone of consequence? Nina, I assure you, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. While it is true that a year ago, Enel could not defeat Nina, he now possessed a measure of confidence that he might glean some advantage from her. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could truly best her, given her propensity for quick, decisive victories, which made it difficult to ascertain her true strength. Oh ho ho ho. What a perilous individual. I never expected your captain to allow such a dangerous character aboard. His composure is indeed remarkable. Humph. The captain's temperament is beyond the comprehension of a mere skeleton like you. Thus, after fulfilling my agreement with Brooke, you should ponder whether or not to join us. Inter playfully approached, sticking out her tongue and positioning herself between Nina and Enel with a bright smile. Hey, Sister Nina and Brother Enel, let us not quarrel. I would rather the captain remain unaware of this matter, as he greatly disapproves of infighting among crew members. So, shall we call it a truce? Inter's intervention, coupled with her sound fruit abilities, indeed allowed Enel to sober up somewhat. As long as Enel refrained from further provocation, Nina had no intention of engaging him. Since Inter has spoken, I shall refrain from further conflict. Though others may disregard my dignity, I shall not disrespect Miss Inter. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. Nina coldly retorted, eyeing Enel, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Come with me now. We shall return to the ship. Do not linger, lest you find my fist awaiting you. With that, Nina turned and departed, followed closely by the others. Brooke continued to emit his characteristic, oh ho ho ho, Laughter as he left, while Inter's smile remained bright, delighted that she had managed to diffuse the internal conflict. Hee. In the past, it was always the captain who resolved disputes, but now I can too. This proves that we can coexist harmoniously without issue. Listening to Inter's melodious voice, Enel rose and coldly addressed the innkeeper. Prepare 5 carts of wine to be sent beneath that enormous flying ship not far from here. As for the payment, you may decide how to handle it. With that, Enel departed, leaving the innkeeper drenched in cold sweat. To prevent Enel from causing trouble, we must return to the ship. Little Vivi, you and Uncle Gaka should head back first, and be sure to send my regards to Uncle Kabira. He left in such haste that I forgot to say goodbye. Nina scoffed, feeling quite exasperated by the peculiar habits of King Nefertali Kabira. Rest assured, Sister Nina, we shall return first, and you take care as well. The desert nights can be quite frigid, so remember to dress warmly. Thank you. Nina watched as Gaka, transformed into a jackal, carried Princess Vivi farther away before waving goodbye. There was no cause for sorrow. After all, they would reunite in a few days, especially since rehearsals for their concert would commence the day after tomorrow. The actual performance was scheduled for the 9th day, just before their departure from Alabasta. Thus, they had ample time for practice. All right, let us return now. We can utilize these 3 days to begin rehearsals. Enel, you may simply play the role of an audience member. Allowing you to wander off alone is quite unwise. TCH. Enel scoffed at Nina's words, though he found himself powerless to argue. Now sober, he was acutely aware of the chaos he had caused while intoxicated, having demolished 3 taverns without causing any injuries. He knew that if Dino had learned of his antics, he would have swiftly arrived to administer a harsh punishment and impose a drinking ban. After all, Enel had experienced such a prohibition before. He recalled a past incident when, in a drunken stupor, he nearly capsized a flying ship, prompting Dino's furious wrath and a subsequent ban on alcohol for 2 weeks. It was only recently that he had regained the privilege to drink. Thus, in a moment of exhilaration, he had foolishly dared to challenge Nina. Indeed, Enel's strength was commendable, at least on par with a vice-admiral, possibly even rivaling Crocodile. However, Nina was no slouch either. If Dino's power was above that of a vice-admiral, yet below that of an admiral, then Nina's strength could be classified as that of a vice-admiral. Though not entirely secure, she was undoubtedly stronger than a rear-admiral, and thus superior to Enel. Is that a poster? The Royal Theatre is set to host the largest concert in history, opening in 9 days. Ticket purchasers should contact the royal representatives. A man with 2 large swords slung over his back gazed at this intricately crafted promotional poster, a toothpick dangling from his mouth as he mumbled incomprehensibly. Surrounding him, others were equally captivated by the poster. On this exquisitely designed advertisement, there were 3 figures, or rather, 2 stunning women and 1 skeletal figure. This poster was the one that Belle and the others had assisted Nina in creating, and the individual standing on the street, observing it, was none other than Jess. I can't believe they managed to finalize this so quickly. However, to be honest, there is nothing much to do around here. I've heard there is a casino called Rain Feast nearby. Perhaps we could check that out. Although Jess made such a remark, he remained stationary, as he was still waiting for Erlen to conclude his business. The chef, dissatisfied with his utensils, had prepared his own materials in advance, even bringing along blueprints. After much effort, he finally located a workshop dedicated to crafting such tools. Currently, Erlen was within, discussing compensation and negotiating for his desired items, while Jess languished outside, idly observing the myriad of beautiful women passing by. Previously, he had not been so bored. A nearby large clothing store had recently hosted a fashion show. Thus, it was far from tedious, as he had enjoyed the splendid figures of Alabasta women. However, the show primarily served as a promotional event, and the display of beauty was merely a gimmick, resulting in a rather brief affair that concluded in merely half an hour. During this time, he encountered an amusing character, a rather lecherous gentleman named Cobra. It was hard to believe that someone could become so flustered and even bleed from the nose while watching an underwear fashion show. This was a first for him. What was even more astonishing was that this man was none other than the king of Alabasta, surrounded by few guards, which was quite shocking. Jess was aware that this king had been Nina's savior, so he instinctively took measures to protect him. Remarkably, Cobra, whose full name was Nefertali Cobra, exhibited no sense of superiority. When the common folk jostled around him, he merely frowned, showing no other emotion. After the show, he simply blended into the crowd and left peacefully. All right, let us proceed as planned. 3 sets totaling 21 pieces, with an advance payment of 300,000 berries. The remaining 700,000 will be delivered once the work is completed. Erlen finally concluded his negotiations with the blacksmith's owner. Jess, waiting impatiently, felt as if he were growing moldy, his expression reflecting his dissatisfaction. Oh, finally done. You dawdled like an old woman. I truly don't understand why you need to make such exquisite utensils for mere cooking, he jested. Am I the chef here, or are you? And do you believe I want to relay your previous remarks to Sister Nina? All right, I concede. You've been discussing for over an hour now. We've spent half the day out here, and Haven Tea had a proper chance to enjoy ourselves. I've just heard about the Rain Banquet Casino. the largest in all of Alabasta, located not far in the desert. Shall we go? Jess exclaimed, draping his arm around Erlen's neck in a display of camaraderie. Only to have Erlen disdainfully swat his arm away. Why must you drag me along? Why don't you go by yourself? Well, obviously. If I didn't have all the money on you, would I need to wait for you? Upon hearing Erlen's words, Jess's lips twitched in irritation, while Erlen, who had been preoccupied searching for the blacksmith, suddenly understood the awkwardness of the situation. Having carried a bag of berries while seeking a blacksmith, Erlen had neglected Jess, leading to this embarrassing moment. Fine, there is nothing else to do now, let us go together. But what is that in your hand? A promotional poster? Yes, indeed. This is the promotional poster for our concert, Jess replied, a hint of pride in his voice. The two exchanged smiles and walked out shoulder to shoulder, drawing the curious gazes of onlookers who believed the pair had lost their minds. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone. His expression oddly enigmatic, not quite angered, yet not entirely pleased. It was a peculiar demeanor that was hard to decipher. As he munched on a donut, Carp paused to observe Sengoku's strange expression, puzzled, for he rarely witnessed such an expression on his colleague's face, except perhaps when his son, Monkey D. Dragon, abruptly announced his departure from the Navy and subsequently vanished. Ha ha ha. Old man, what amusing event has occurred to evoke such a countenance from you? Indeed. Something rather intriguing has transpired, Sengoku replied, regaining his composure to avoid becoming the subject of Carp's ridicule. Crocodile and the Black Emperor, Dino, are both in Alabasta. Under normal circumstances, what do you suppose they would be doing? Both warlords are present? Carp exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What could come of it? Shouldn't we send the Navy to maintain order? No need for that. Although Dino and Crocodile have had interactions and even clashed, they have not harmed the royal family. What is concerning is Dino's intent. As a pirate and a warlord, why would he wish to attend a concert in Alabasta? Is that not peculiar? Ha ha ha. How amusing. This is getting interesting. The game is set to begin. Inside the rain banquet, numerous gamblers were showcasing their skills. Some rejoiced with tears of joy from substantial winnings, while others, having lost their fortunes, faced the grim prospect of servitude or worse. At that moment, two individuals were present who had yet to lose a single game. While such occurrences were not unheard of, luck was a fickle mistress. And these two had not even touched the table aside from placing their bets. Moreover, given that everyone within the rain banquet were members of the Baroque works, the notion of cheating was non-existent. It was evident that at least 3 individuals had vanished, yet these 2 had remained undefeated from beginning to end. Isn't this a bit unsavory? We must have at least 50 million berries and chips, and have you not noticed? Someone is already watching us, Erlen remarked discreetly. Beside him, Jess, now thoroughly engrossed in gambling, was oblivious to Erlen's concerns, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of a true gambler. What's the matter? You know as well as I do that the competition here is weak. Even that bald guy upstairs, I could easily handle him. There is nothing to worry about. No. My concern lies elsewhere. It appears this territory belongs to the Baroque works, and their leader, if memory serves me right, is Crocodile. At this moment, Aelin recalls the Rain Banquet Casino and wonders to whom it truly belongs. The name of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, leaves Jess momentarily stunned. As if doused with cold water, extinguishing his previous excitement. Hey, you lucky scoundrel, are you still going to place your bet? Although Jess and Aelin have indeed won a considerable sum, other gamblers soon realize that following these 2 is a surefire way to avoid losses. Thus they too have garnered some winnings. In other words, for the past 3 hours, the casino has not collected a single coin. Rather, it has been distributing money generously. This undoubtedly draws the attention of the house, while those merely spectating would do well to know when to stop, if they succumb to greed. The house possesses ample ways to extract money from them. However, the house seems uncertain about Jess and Aelin, as it is apparent the 2 have already sensed they are being watched, yet remain unperturbed. Either these observers are exceptionally powerful, dismissing them entirely, or they are fools, underestimating them. Nevertheless, out of caution, Das Boynes, the current manager of the casino, also known as the elite agent Mr. One, maintains a high level of vigilance against these 2, ready to act the moment they depart. Don't rush me. This time I won't place a bet. I've suddenly realized I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Jess understands Aelin's implication and promptly vacates the gambling table, while Aelin merely shakes his head, casting a glance at a frosted glass above before exiting the premises. Stop them, Mr. 3. I will be there shortly. Das Boynes picks up a snail phone to issue a command, then steps out of his modest office, which, although smaller than Crocodile's, is strikingly austere. He gazes at the empty ceiling, shaking his head. What a terrifying monster. Dino, were I to possess your strength, I would surely make a name for myself upon the seas. At this moment, a glint of determination flashes in Das Boynes' eyes, initially indifferent towards enhancing his abilities. Witnessing Dino's overwhelming power, and the respect commanded even from his superior, Crocodile, for the first time inspires him to aspire for greater strength. After all, he possesses the potential that comes with the power of the chop-chop fruit. Humph, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to detain us? Jess glares in discontent at the chip exchange area, vociferously addressing the staff within, while Aelin maintains a calm demeanor. We have neither cheated nor engaged in any misconduct. If your casino does not permit patrons to win, what is the point of its existence? I remember Crocodile, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is not so petty. Aylin's words strike a nerve, leaving the female staff member at a loss for words. Her forehead beaded with sweat as she attempts to placate the two. The quantity of chips is rather substantial, so we need to conduct multiple counts. Wiping her brow as she explains, the woman struggles to maintain her composure. Jess, though fierce in appearance, is someone who, while intimidating, is not unfamiliar to those who work here. However, Aylin's unervingly calm demeanor is far more intimidating, suggesting that even if Crocodile were to appear in person, it would be of no consequence. This exudes a natural aura of superiority, imperceptible to ordinary individuals like Jess and others who have not experienced the refinement of high society. Thus, while Aylin serves on Dino's crew, he remains oblivious to the aura that emanates from him. Although the chef possesses a somewhat playful personality, he tends to be solitary, delving into the intricacies of ingredients and recipes within the kitchen. Conversely, Nina sometimes perceives these subtleties and has shared her observations with Dino. Yet this open-minded captain has neither inquired nor questioned her past, much like when he invited her aboard without probing into her identity. However, this front desk attendant, having worked here for an extended period, has inevitably sensed this innate pressure, a quality cultivated from a young age. Much like Endur's enchanting singing or Nina's graceful piano performances and elegant attire, you cannot simply leave, Miss Golden Week. Use your abilities to restrain these two, and I shall bind them. The newcomer is a tall, lanky man with a comically exaggerated hairstyle shaped like a 3, wearing glasses and exuding an unassuming air, seemingly not one for combat. Beside him is a small girl in a pink hat, munching on rice crackers. My abilities are ineffective. It appears their strength is overwhelming. Miss Golden Week retrieves her drawing board, testing her powers, only to find herself at a loss, speaking in a nonchalant tone. The oddly shaped man, now wearing a serious expression, realizes the gravity of the situation. How could this happen? Who are you? Jess regards the pair with confusion, as one speaks cryptically while the other doodles aimlessly on her board. Although Jess and Aylin feel a force pressing upon them, a slight exertion dispels it, making it clear that these two are indeed from Baroque works, prompting both to adopt a defensive stance. I am Mr. 3, a high-ranking agent of Baroque works, a wax fruit user. Since Miss Golden Week's abilities are ineffective against you, it seems we must engage in battle. You would do well to surrender, or else. Mr. 3 intended to boast further, but was caught off guard as Aylin's speed exceeded his anticipation, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. While Miss Golden Week cowered behind the front desk, clutching her drawing board, appearing unconcerned. Is this what Baroque works is comprised of? They certainly do not impress. You must awaken to reality. Mr. 0 is not present here, otherwise. The two of you would have long since become a mere heap of bones beneath the rain feast. The individual before them is none other than the elite agent Mr. 1. Das Ponius. At this moment, he stands beside Mr. 3, not offering assistance, but instead gazing at the wax fruit user with an expression tinged with disappointment. What a pitiful creature. To falter so quickly upon arrival is a mystery as to how you attain the position of Mr. 3. It appears I must discuss this with the boss. Your rank should indeed be reconsidered. Ignoring us. As Jess takes notice of the newcomer, he dismisses them entirely, drawing forth his twin pistols. Without hesitation, he transforms into a one-man army, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon the adversary. Taste my blossoms in full bloom. How mundane. Das Ponius dismisses the hail of bullets with ease. Though Jess's firearms are remarkably swift, enhanced by his fruit's capabilities to amplify their potency 3- or 4-fold. They merely cause Mr. 1 to stagger back a few steps. After all, as a user of the swift-cut fruit, he has honed his body to a level akin to steel, rendering him fully capable of withstanding such assaults. A fruit user, is it? Erlen observes as his hands morph into blades, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Be cautious. This fellow's strength is not to be underestimated. Yet, you've noticed, he bears wounds. Indeed, Jess replies. His actual prowess is already inferior to ours. This makes him even easier to defeat. However, his fruit ability is a nuisance. We must rely solely on direct confrontation to overcome him. As he speaks, Jess retrieves a pair of tiger claws from his pocket, pilfered from a troublemaker at the casino, which now proves fortuitously useful. Both of them possess observation hockey, enabling them to discern that Das Ponius is not in peak condition. He has recently engaged in battle and sustained injuries. Though these wounds are not grievous, they do affect his combat capability. However, lacking armament hockey, they must treat him with utmost seriousness, otherwise, striking a steel-like body would be quite painful. Whirlwind slash. Hearing their appraisal, Das Ponius feels a surge of indignation and charges forward, his technique prepared. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 clutches his abdomen, utilizing his fruit ability in an attempt to ensnare Jess and Erlen. Leave the bald one to me. You handle that wax fruit user, Erlen declares. Launching himself into the fray, he lands a kick squarely in the center of Das Ponius's dual blades, blocking his attack, leaving the latter momentarily astonished. You didn't sever my leg. Is it crafted from steel? Haha, have you never heard of hockey? Although I only command the binding type with proper application. Any slash can be deflected. The two engage in a fierce clash, their physical bodies colliding with a sound akin to metal striking metal, a most astonishing occurrence indeed. Das Ponius has never encountered such a phenomenon, compelling him to regard his seemingly relaxed opponent with newfound seriousness. Meanwhile, a somewhat vexed Jess removes the tiger claws, opting instead for his twin swords, swiftly severing the encroaching wax projectiles before darting to Mr. Three's side, ominously stating, "I must say, your ability is indeed bothersome. Yet your own strength is woefully inadequate. With merely a burst of speed, you cannot even perceive our movements or respond. With such feeble power, it would be wise to remain a mere spectator. I have no desire to slay you. Provoking Crocodile is not our intention." Jess, feeling somewhat irked, rests his twin swords against Mr. Three's neck, casting a glum gaze at Erlen's engagement. He too wishes to confront Das Ponius. Yet the latter's abilities counter his own so effectively that even if he could prevail, it would demand considerable effort, unlike Erlen, who, after only a brief skirmish, has already begun to tire his opponent, while Erlen himself appears entirely at ease. Now, shall we proceed to examine your research materials? Dino and Crocodile remained in the desert. Having just concluded their transaction, Dino had successfully obtained the desired promises and subsequent opportunities for collaboration. Furthermore, Crocodile indicated that he would share the specific location of the historical text with him. Dino, in turn, pledged not to disclose Crocodile's original gender to any third party and presented him with a copy of the historical document pertaining to the Sky Island, which had been painstakingly reproduced. Thus, the exchange between the two parties was definitively established, and Dino's purpose for coming here could be deemed a success. There are still a few days ahead of us, so there is no need for haste. However, I must impart a word of caution. Pride precedes a fall. If you wish to avoid being defeated by nameless adversaries and becoming a mere stepping stone for their rise, I advise you to temper that arrogant demeanor, as it could hinder your growth and strength. Dino felt a sense of pity for Crocodile, a formidable figure of his generation, who was defeated by Luffy. While it is true that Luffy is the protagonist, his aura seemed disproportionately overwhelming. Crocodile, possessing strength comparable to that of a vice admiral and capable of using an awakened devil fruit, was surprisingly bested by a young lad who lacked haki. This was the first incongruity that Dino perceived while reading the manga, and he lamented the fate of this character. Fortunately, during the Marineford War, Crocodile showcased his prowess, overshadowing Luffy and preserving the dignity befitting his title as a warlord of the sea. Thus, when considering Crocodile's failure, one could only attribute it to the protagonist's halo. For no other explanation sufficed, wouldn't you agree? Is this a reminder? Since it was you who uttered it, I shall reluctantly accept it, disregarding the training of haki. Figure it out on your own. When you find someone who can translate historical texts, I will divulge the methods of training to you. Although such techniques have become commonplace in the New World, they remain quite rare in the first half of the Grand Line, and I am certainly not a benevolent soul. Best of luck with your exploration. As Dino spoke, he stood up and walked forward, but in the next moment, a sky blue promotional poster appeared in his hand. This poster had fallen from the heavens. Bell had been diligent, tirelessly promoting throughout Alabasta for at least 3 to 4 hours without rest, covering both uninhabited and populated areas. One must commend his unwavering dedication to the command of his princess. In other words, he truly dotes on Princess Vivi. What is this? The poster depicted two individuals he recognized, the fierce woman, Nina, and the son of the sea, Intil. Both had once accompanied Dino and had bounties placed upon them. However, the last individual, the sole musician, Brooke, was someone Crocodile did not recognize. It's a concert promotional poster. Didn't I mention that my primary purpose for coming here was to hold a concert? Therefore, I will provide you with complimentary tickets. Would you care to grace the event with your presence? Dino held the poster in his hands, his expression radiating an unusual excitement. In contrast, Crocodile, upon seeing Dino, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a cryptic smile. Not interested. You may amuse yourselves, he remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Truly, you lack an appreciation for the finer things. Dino spoke as he folded the poster and tucked it into his back pocket, a smile gracing his face. He took a couple of steps forward, but then his expression stiffened as an unsettling feeling washed over him. It appears that my crew and your subordinates have engaged in a confrontation. And if my observation is not mistaken, your subordinate, the esteemed Das Bonus, seems to be at a disadvantage. Dino's utterance was undeniably awkward, considering that the targets of Aelin and his companions were none other than the subordinate standing before him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Dino felt a tinge of embarrassment. Your crew certainly possesses a distinct character. However, to be candid, the ability of observation haki is indeed quite advantageous. Let us venture forth and ascertain the true nature of this affair. Crocodile maintained a stern visage and positioned himself before Dino, amplifying the awkwardness that adorned the latter's face. Simultaneously, within the Rain Banquet Casino, a stronghold of the Baroque works, the battle was drawing to a close. The man known as Das Ponius, although a high-ranking and formidable agent, found himself thoroughly dominated by Aelin. Furthermore, the dashing chef, endowed with observation hockey, adeptly evaded Das Pointies' slashes and retaliated with a swift kick. For instance, at this very moment, the final blow was struck. Shatter. Aelin's tone remained gentle, yet his gaze was icy as he forcefully breached Das Pointies' defense, causing the latter to spew blood and collapse, rendered immobile. Cough, cough, truly formidable. Who are you all, and why have you come here? Ah, you are unaware? We are the crew of the Black King pirates. Much like your captain, we serve under the 7 warlords of the sea. After all this time, you still do not recognize us? Jess gazed incredulously at Mr. One, pondering how such an individual could maintain stability within this operation. Ah, I sense impending misfortune. My observation hockey informs me that Crocodile has arrived, accompanied by the captain. Aelin, initially relaxed and at ease, froze in place as he perceived Dino and Crocodile approaching. With Aelin's warning, Jess also stiffened, turning his head to witness Dino, gliding gracefully alongside the sand-transformed Crocodile, making their way towards them. It seems our funds are indeed irretrievable, Jess lamented, while Aelin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Haha. So, you two have come here to gamble, and rather shamelessly. You are utilizing observation hockey to discern the dice's results? Truly reminiscent of my own style. Ah, excellent, splendid. At this moment, Dino laughed heartily while patting Crocodile on the shoulder, causing his expression to darken considerably. Ireland maintained a serene demeanor, while Jess, gathering his courage, faced Crocodile without showing any signs of trepidation. Very well, since it has come to this, let us consider it settled. There is no need to bring forth the money used for gambling. Let us regard this as an amicable misunderstanding and permit this matter to be laid to rest. Dino stepped forward and uttered a remark, asserting that since they were not lacking in funds, there was no need to be overly concerned about the stakes of gambling. He, confident in his own luck, was indifferent to the amount of capital involved. By the way, how much capital did you two employ? Suddenly, Dino turned and posed the question. Ireland and Jess froze momentarily, then hesitantly replied, well, 3 million belly. Upon hearing this, Dino remained silent for a moment, then approached and gently patted the shoulders of the two. Just as they exhaled in relief, Dino's expression shifted dramatically. You too? You spent 3 million belly on gambling? Do you not hold me, your captain, in any regard? Let me tell you, if you dare to come back again. The fearsome Dino grasped the collars of both individuals, observing their perspiring faces, before breaking into a smile. Next time, do remember to summon me. Without my presence, how could you possibly secure a victory? Oh, ha 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 ha. Dino's antics startled both Jess and Aerlin, while Crocodile, standing to the side, wore a look of exasperation and began to retreat towards the back door, seemingly eager to distance himself from the scene. After all, Dino's current behavior was rather absurd. All right, you two should return to the ship for now. In a few days, when the concert commences, we shall indeed have our hands full. Dino spoke as he adjusted the collars of both individuals, laughing lightly while conversing, and patted their shoulders before proceeding in the direction of Crocodile. Well, perhaps we should return first, Jess said, glancing anxiously at Ireland, only to find that the latter had also just exhaled a sigh of relief. Then,